Everyone knows that breaking an eagle means shattering its will. But after 3 days of torture, all they managed to extract from you was an Eagle King system. The man's eyes were bloodshot, yet yours remained clear, filled with icy contempt. He didn't realize that what he was trying to destroy was a human soul. Just as you were planning your escape, a smartphone camera trained on you. It was a live stream. In an instant, a silent explosion rang out in your mind. Beep. Eagle King system activated. Received starter pack, enhancement potion X1. You felt a surge of strength flow into your beak. With a single strike, the thick leather rope snapped. The sky was calling. It was time to show them who the true king really was. Chapter 1. You're the one who was wrong for training eagles. Yurao, do you live in a yurt? Yurao? Does every household in your village have 3,000 sheep? Yurao? Do you have Tibetan mastiffs at home? Yurao? Do you keep wolves? Inside the cargo bed of a small truck loaded with all kinds of fruit sat two girls. One of them held a selfie stick, clearly live streaming, her face beaming with excitement. The girl called Yurao looked at her best friend with exasperation. We do live in a yurt, but we only have 300 sheep and a few border collies. Feifei, if you want to keep a wolf, you can go catch one yourself at night. Yurao couldn't help but roll her eyes at the other girl. You can actually catch wolves? The girl couldn't contain her excitement. Of course, as long as you're big enough. Yurao said with a laugh. Oomph, I knew you'd make fun of me. Feifei shot Yurao a look. Are we almost there? We'll be there soon. Uncle Geely runs this route exclusively at LLB about half an hour. Yurao looked around and said. Yurao, I really admire you. Everyone else wants to stay in the big city to work and make it big, but you're actually coming back to start your own business and do live streams. Feifei said as she filmed the surrounding scenery with her phone. This is my home. Technology is advanced now, and everyone wants to develop their hometowns. The grasslands have so many local specialties. If our live streams are successful, it'll bring a lot of revenue to my hometown. Yurao said with a smile. As far as the eye could see, there was endless green. Their small van was driving along a narrow road. Though the ride was bumpy, Yurao was in high spirits. Guys, isn't this place beautiful? Once we get to Yuro's home, I'll show you the scenery of the grasslands and those delicious local specialties everyone raves about. This is deep in the heart of the grasslands. Aren't you excited? Feifei held up her phone, swiveled the camera, and framed herself against the backdrop of the blue sky and white clouds. The grasslands really are endless. Yurao and Feifei are amazing. They're heading home to start a live streaming e-commerce business. I've always wanted to visit the grasslands, but I've never had the chance. It really is like the saying, the wind blows the grass low to reveal cattle and sheep. The person above is so cultured, unlike me. I only know how to say holy crap. Holy crap, this grassland is huge. The person above is spot on. Looking at the comments in the live stream, the two women exchanged a smile. Yurao and Feifei had just graduated from college. They were close roommates and best friends during their 4 years there. Yurao was from the grasslands, and her first thought after graduation was to return to the vast grasslands and do something for them. Isn't it all the rage these days to go back to your hometown and start your own business? As her best friend, Feifei was naturally moved by this, so she decided to tag along. After all, they just graduated and had plenty of time on their hands. It was the perfect opportunity to experience the charm of the vast grasslands. From the moment she set foot on the grasslands, Feifei was captivated. Blue skies and white clouds, it was simply a paradise on earth. Several miles away, there were 3 yurts. On the side of the yurt stood a wooden fence enclosing a snow-white expanse, hundreds of sheep. Clearly, this was a family's home. Beneath the blue sky, amidst the green grass, this household resembled a utopia, at peace with the world and in perfect harmony with nature. In the open space in front of the yurt, a middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire was currently locking eyes with an eagle. The eagle, with its gray plumage and golden head, looked remarkably alert. Measuring over 40 centimeters in length, it tilted its head to look at the man before it, its eyes brimming with disdain and indifference. How strange. It's been 3 days, yet this eagle is still so alert? The middle-aged man found it somewhat strange. Days had passed, and his own eyes were bloodshot, yet the eagle continued to glance at him askance, as if completely dismissing him. 3 days ago. When Jinyu opened his eyes, he discovered he had been transported to another world. And when he fully came to his senses, he realized he had become an eagle. That's right, this very golden eagle before him. According to its memories, it was just 10 months old, still a young eagle, and an injured one at that. It had encountered other eagles and suffered severe injuries in the fight, which was why the man before him had saved it. Now its injuries had mostly healed, but it had died, its body replaced by Jinyu's soul. However, a debt of gratitude is a debt of gratitude, but what on earth was this torturing the eagle business? Yes, the man before him was torturing it and had been doing so for 3 days. To put it bluntly, he was destroying its consciousness, tormenting its body, and abusing its soul. His goal was to make it obey his commands and help him hunt. Unfortunately, the man had no idea that a human soul resided within this eagle's body. Continuing this torture would yield no results. As for Jinyu, every time the man stared at him, he would tilt his head and give the man a haughty, contemptuous look. Watching the days pass and his injuries fully heal, Jinyu no longer wanted to meet the man's gaze and was preparing to find a time to leave. Glancing at the leather rope binding his feet, the contempt in Jinyu's eyes deepened. This thing, given just a little time, he could untie it in no time. Never mind, let us not drag this out. Its injuries have healed, so we might as well set it free. Eagles belong in the blue sky, the man's wife said. By the way, our daughter should be back soon today. We'd better get ready. Daughter? Looking at the man's appearance, tall, with the sturdy build of a prairie man and dark skin, Jinyu guessed his daughter must be quite a tough one too. Jinyu shook his head. With that thought, Jinyu lost interest and began wondering if he should make a run for it that night. Beep, beep. Just as Jinyu continued to look down on the man, the sound of a car approached from the distance. It was a pickup truck, drawing closer. When he saw 2 girls in their 20s get out of the truck, Jinyu's eyes lit up. Dad, I'm back. Yuro got out of the car, beaming with joy. The middle-aged man and his wife were equally overjoyed. My daughter Yuro is back, ha ha ha. Daughter? Could this burly black man really have produced such a beautiful daughter? The girl was slender with fair skin. If rated, she'd easily score over 90 points. Standing next to the man, aside from a slight resemblance in their noses, one would hardly guess they were father and daughter. Dad, this is my best friend Fei Fei. She has come back with me to start a business. Yuro said, pulling Fei Fei over. Hello, uncle. Another little beauty? Jinyu saw that this was another girl who scored over 90 points. She must have just arrived on the grasslands. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around curiously. Just then, her gaze fell on Jinyu, and she immediately gasped in surprise. Wow, Yuro, do you have an eagle at home? Chapter 2, Activation of the Eagle King System. An eagle? Wow, what a beautiful eagle, Dad. Upon seeing Jinyu, Yuro's eyes lit up, and she turned to her father. That one? I rescued it a few days ago. It must have been attacked by its own kind and nearly died. Its injuries have only just started to heal. I'm getting old, I want to outlive it. Yuro's father was named Bale, a genuine herdsman through and through. Eagle training? Hearing Bale's words, Fei Fei immediately perked up. Have you heard of eagle training, Fei Fei? Yeah, but I've never seen it before. Fei Fei said, pointing the camera at Jinyu, while the viewers in the livestream chat also grew excited. Is this an eagle? I heard eagles are very proud. This one has golden feathers on its head, it's so beautiful. Eagles are class 2 protected animals. Can you really train an eagle? Isn't that banned now? Are you guys kidding? It's allowed in some places, special places, that is. It's an intangible cultural heritage. So beautiful. I've never seen an eagle before. The live stream chat had already become a hive of activity. What's this? Bale looked puzzled, unsure what Feifei was up to. Dad, this is a live stream. We can use our phones to record whatever we want. Right now, the whole country is supporting their hometowns, and Feifei came here to start a business with me. Live stream? Start a business? I don't get that. Bale shook his head, indicating he didn't understand. As a typical herdsman, of course he didn't understand these things. Dad, does it listen to you? Yurao didn't explain further, his gaze was already fixed on Jinyu. No, this guy is way too proud. I was just about to let it go. Yurao watched as Jinyu and Feifei kept getting closer. Even the viewers in the livestream could see Jinyu's gray feathers and the golden down on its head. This eagle's head is actually golden. I remember there's a species called the white-headed eagle, but I've never seen a golden one before. As the two girls drew closer, Jinyu kept tilting his head to size up the two young beauties. If they were still human, Jinyu would probably be asking for their WeChat IDs by now. Jinyu watched the two young beauties with great interest. Ping. Congratulations, host. You've been recognized by 1,000 people. The Eagle King system has been activated. You've obtained the starter pack. Your status panel is now open. Just as Jinyu was admiring the two young beauties, a system notification suddenly popped into his mind. Eagle King system? Jinyu looked at the two girls posing for photos with him and grew puzzled. Sheep. System, are you telling me to go live with these two girls? I'm a noble eagle. Mixing with humans? Jinyu was confused. Eagle King is one thing, but why is there a live stream involved? Soon, Jinyu understood the system's setup. An Eagle King livestream naturally aims to let more people understand the life of an eagle. Every day at midnight, based on the previous day's livestream performance, the day's stream is rated, and various rewards are earned. In the early stages, he needs to make an appearance in the girls' livestreams. By the second stage, he can upgrade the livestream. The duration of the livestream is also up to Jinyu's own choice. To put it bluntly, it's just freeloading on a livestream. This is kind of interesting. Some people hitchhike, some freeload on meals, and some even leech off their best friends, but here, Jinyu is leeching off a livestream. He glanced at the number of viewers in the chat room, over 2,000. Based on Jinyu's understanding of livestreams, those 2,000 people were there solely for the two young beauties, Yurao and Feifei. What a bunch of perverts! The two girls were standing very close to Jinyu. They even struck a pose and took a couple of screenshots. Jinyu could even see the chat from the viewers. This eagle probably isn't fully grown yet. The golden feathers on its head are absolutely stunning. If this were the streamer's own eagle, I'd definitely come watch every day. You rarely see eagles in the city these days. No, actually, you never do. It just exudes an air of pride even while standing here. No kidding, eagles are the kings of the sky. These people actually had some taste. They were all saying things that praised Jinyu. Wow, it's going up, it's going up. Yurao, look, the viewer count has hit 5,000. Feifei noticed the constant stream of new viewers joining the stream. In less than 3 minutes, it had reached 5,000. Looks like everyone really likes this eagle. Too bad, Yurao actually liked it too, but unfortunately, a male eagle definitely belongs to the sky. Jinyu hadn't expected that just showing his face would double the number of viewers in the live stream. System, open the starter pack. Beep. Congratulations, host. Opening the starter pack has granted you one enhancement potion. Enhancement potion can strengthen a specific body part according to the hostess request. Jinyu's eyes lit up. After a moment's thought, he selected his beak. Instantly, he felt his mouth grow noticeably harder. Then, with a thought. Status panel, Jinyu Eaglet, 10 months. Constitution, 35. Strength, 35. Agility, 35. Endurance, 35. Normal adult eagle status panel, 50. Skills: Flight Mastery Beginner Grade 0-100, Hunting Mastery Beginner Grade 0-100. Enhanced Status Panel, Eagle Beak enhanced once. Could it be enhanced multiple times? When Jinyu looked at his status panel, he noticed this. Old man, how do you train an eagle? Why don't you teach us? This eagle is so beautiful, we want it. Feifei said excitedly, glancing at the growing crowd. Ha! Jinyu looked up at the girl named Feifei. Why does this little girl want to claim it for herself? It's one thing that the old man saved Jinyu's previous incarnation, she could let that slide, but why is this girl butting in? Little girl, taming an eagle is actually a bit cruel. You don't let it sleep or eat. After it's starved for 2 or 3 days, you give it a little food to make it submit. To put it bluntly, you're forcing it. Bale explained with a chuckle. No food, no sleep? That's so cruel. Feifei couldn't help but exclaim. Even the people watching the livestream felt it was a bit excessive. I haven't been abusing it. I've still been giving it some food, I just haven't let it sleep. It's in great spirits and has plenty of pride. Who knows? It might even become the Eagle King one day. Bale looked at Jinyu, a look of admiration in his eyes. People of the grasslands harbor a certain admiration and respect for eagles, for in the past, the eagle was their totem. Eagle King? Everyone's gaze turned to Jinyu, whose golden crown glistened in the setting sun. I want one. Feifei was already itching to try. Just then, Jinyu spread its wings, whipping up a gust of wind. Are we going to toughen it up again? Jinyu set his sights on the leather strap around his leg, as thick as a thumb, and pecked at it with all his might. Snap! With a soft crack, the strap snapped in two. Chirp! Jinyu let out a hawk's cry, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky. It's flying, it's flying. Chapter 3, First Flight and Hunt. Jinyu flapped his wings and soared straight into the sky. This was Jinyu's first flight. He could see the blue sky and white clouds above him, as well as the vast grassland below. The Euro family lived right in the middle of this vast grassland. There were no other houses in sight for miles around. Sheep. Awesome. Flight has always been the skill humans have desired most. Now transformed into a goshawk, Jinyu is truly experiencing the marvelous sensation of flight for the first time. Amidst the cry of the hawk, Jinyu soared to a height of 100 meters, circling the sky in a wide arc. It's gone. It really flew away. Euro and the others looked up as Jinyu flew high into the sky, then circled overhead. That's impressive, it actually managed to snap the thin leather strap. Bale watched Jinyu in the sky, looking somewhat surprised. The break in the thin leather strap was very clean. Wow! I wish I could fly that high. Euro looked up at the sky, feeling a bit envious. Eagles belong in the sky. Maybe it flew away because it heard you guys saying to keep torturing it. Euro's mother said with a smile. Jinyu circled a few times above Euro's house before flying off into the distance. He moved at breakneck speed, with gale sweeping past his nearly streamlined body. Eagles can soar to altitudes of several thousand meters. Likewise, at high altitudes, they can use their wings to sense the direction and speed of the wind, adjusting their flight accordingly. Their broad, hollow feathers allow them to glide through the air with minimal exertion. Their top speed can reach up to 200 km per hour, and their diving speed can hit 400 km per hour. As Jinyu continued to climb, dive, and circle in the sky, he quickly adapted to his new body. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have flown for 1 hour. Flight proficiency increased by 1. Ha! As Jinyu flew for an hour, the system's notification sounded in his mind once again. He looked at his skills. The proficiency for the flight mastery skill, which had been 0-100, was now 1-100. 1 hour of flight increases proficiency by 1 point? Does that mean I need to fly for 100 hours to level up? Jinyu quickly realized the issue. 100 hours would take 5 days. His current flight mastery skill was at the beginner grade. If he improved his flight mastery skill, Would it increase his flying speed? Gene's eyes lit up. Whether for humans or animals, whether for work or gaming, this proficiency was crucial. Moreover, he was only 10 months old, and an eagle's lifespan ranged from 30 to 70 years. As long as his proficiency improved, it would be a huge help in the future, whether facing natural enemies or hunting. These are two innate skills. This is getting interesting. With that thought, Genu felt his future as an eagle brimming with promise. Leveling up the flight skill is crucial. From now on, aside from sleeping, I should spend all my time flying. The faster I fly, the better it is for an eagle. Having absorbed the previous eagle's memories, Genu knew that just a few days ago, he had been shot down after a mid-air battle with an eagle of similar size. If his flight speed and hunting skill proficiency had been just a bit higher back then, the outcome might have been different. I just wonder if there are other ways to increase my flight and hunting skill proficiency, Genu mused. He now understood the flight mastery skill, so the remaining challenge was his hunting skill proficiency. Soaring hundreds of meters above the ground, Genu gazed down at the vast expanse of grassland below. A river flowed in the distance. It was the rainy season on the grasslands. The vegetation was lush, and rainfall was plentiful. An eagle's eyes are extraordinary. From 1,000 meters up, it can clearly spot the movements of a field mouse on the ground. Small animals like field mice, rabbits, and sparrows are an eagle's prey. Hovering high in the sky, Genu fixed his gaze on the ground. Thanks to his eagle eye skill, he actually spotted a small animal moving below. A vole? Even though Genu is an eagle, his soul is still human, right? Why would he go after a vole? His gaze locked onto a black hare. After timing his move perfectly, Genu folded his wings and plunged downward in a near vertical dive. Whoosh! The sound of tearing through the air rang in Genu's ears. The gray hair below clearly hadn't anticipated danger from the sky. The hare's fur was entirely gray, and its long ears made it look quite handsome. Its mouth moved slightly as it chewed a long blade of grass from one end to the other. Its two front paws were raised, and it occasionally lifted its body to scan its surroundings. Its ears, in particular, twitched constantly, picking up sounds inaudible to others. But just then, its mouth stopped moving, its body lifted slightly, and after a pause of less than a second, it darted away. Needless to say, it had spotted Genu descending from the sky. Trying to run? How could Genu, in a near vertical dive, possibly let it escape so easily? This was, after all, Genu's first hunt. As the hare darted back and forth at breakneck speed, Genu adjusted the angle of its wings, shifting from a near vertical dive to a 60-degree angle. Its speed was equally blistering. Anticipating the hare's movements, its shadow swept across the ground, landing right behind the hare. At this, the hare fled for its life. But how could running possibly outpace flight? Even as the hare kept changing direction, it was all to no avail. Chirp! The thrill of the hunt was deeply satisfying to Genu, and its talons were already extended. Relying on a goshawk's hunting instincts, one talon seized the hare's neck while the other clamped onto its back. The long, sharp claws pierced the hare's skin with the force of momentum. The hare was now terrified. With its throat, its very lifeline, seized, it immediately tried to flip its body. Unfortunately, Genu had long since seen through its trick. There's a saying about a hare kicking an eagle: when the eagle dives, the hare flips its body and uses its hind legs to kick the eagle away. But how could Genu let such a prize slip through its grasp? Before the hare could flip, he soared into the air once more. No matter how the hare struggled, his talons held it fast, especially the one gripping its neck, which had already pierced deep into its blood vessels and windpipe. After a violent struggle, the hare's movements gradually weakened until there was no sign of life left. Success! Succeeding on his very first hunt filled Genu with excitement. Sheep! A high-pitched eagle's cry pierced the sky, audible from far away. Beep! Congratulations, host, on successfully hunting the hare. Flight proficiency +3, hunting proficiency +3. Chapter 4, When two eagles fight, one must die. Genu's eyes lit up at the notification. He glanced at his status panel and couldn't help but smile. So this is how you increase flight proficiency and hunting proficiency? Does that mean high difficulty hunting maneuvers count as a special type of flight? Sheep. Clutching the hare, Jinyu soared directly into the sky. He was already thinking about how to quickly improve his skills. Yurao, look isn't that the eagle? Over here by the yurt. Feifei pointed at Jinyu in the sky and spoke up. It should be. Every eagle has its own airspace, just like tigers and lions. They don't allow others to enter their territory. Tigers and lions mark the edges of their territory with their scent. Eagles, on the other hand, rely on their calls and flight patterns, Bale explained. They watched Jinyu in the sky with smiles in their eyes. Feifei operated her phone, allowing viewers to see that, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, an eagle was soaring through the air with its wings spread wide, clutching a wild rabbit in its talons. Jinyu wasn't flying very fast, nor was it very high. By adjusting the camera's focus, they could make out its silhouette. At the same time, it could see everything below through its eagle-eye skill. Sheep. But just as everyone was marveling at Jinyu hunting the wild rabbit while soaring high in the sky, suddenly, another eagle-esque cry rang out from the other side of the sky. Yuro and the others turned to look and saw another eagle appear in the distance. This eagle was flying slightly higher than Jinyu. After its cry, it headed straight toward Jinyu. What's going on? Two eagles? Didn't Uncle Su just say that eagles have their own territories? This eagle looks about the same size as the one before. What does this mean? Are they about to fight? Fight? Over territory? The viewers in the livestream immediately grew excited. Many began sharing the livestream link. They had never seen an eagle before, let alone eagles fighting. They had originally come to watch two young beauties start a business and sell products, but they never expected to witness a battle between birds of prey. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to over 10,000 in an instant. High in the sky. Hearing the eagle-esque cry, Jinyu jerked his head up. His eyes sharpened involuntarily. He had only just begun to get a feel for flying and hunting, and now he had unexpectedly encountered a fellow eagle. Deep in his subconscious, a sense of danger arose. He quickly recognized the opponent. It was the very eagle that had severely wounded his previous incarnation. Was this a clash of old and new grudges? Beep. A noble eagle has its own territory. Even a fellow eagle is a mortal enemy. Please, host, kill the opponent and claim a 100-mile radius of territory. Failure will result in your death. The system's prompt echoed instantly in Jinyu's mind. Mortal enemy? Death for failure? Such is the law of the jungle. Sheep. The same cry escaped Jinyu's beak. He dropped the wild rabbit from his talons, spread his wings, and soared upward at breakneck speed. In a battle between eagles, taking the initiative is key. Altitude and speed are the cornerstones of their combat. Even though this was Jinyu's first time as an eagle, his subconscious still possessed the instincts of a fighter. Sheep. The opponent seemed to sense Jinyu's fighting spirit and was climbing just as rapidly. Jinyu could now see clearly that the opponent was about the same size as himself. A normal adult goshawk would have all its stats at 50, but since this one was only 10 months old, its stats were only at 35. If it were a fully grown eagle, its flight speed, altitude, and strength would all be superior to his, and it might just turn and flee. But since the opponent was roughly his equal, there was no reason to run away. As a hawk, he too needed his own airspace. That airspace and the territory below it provided him with ample food, so this battle was unavoidable. They're getting closer. Is the fight about to begin? When two hawks clash, one must die. This is a battle in the sky. What happens if one loses? Will they be driven away? I really don't want the hawk with the golden feathers on its head that I saw earlier to lose. From what I understand, the loser will be killed. They're about the same size, so their strength should be comparable too. The number of viewers in the livestream had already surpassed 30,000. Although the image was a bit blurry when the camera zoomed in, Feifei was doing her best to adjust the shot, determined to capture this epic battle of the eagles. This was a rare sight indeed. Euro and Feifei held hands as they gazed up at the sky, their eyes filled with hope.
Jin Yu has to win, Euro said.
Jin Yu? Feifei froze, and the viewers in the livestream were equally puzzled.
Yeah, I just made that up. Doesn't it sound nice?
The feathers on its head are golden, like a crown, Euro said with a smile, her eyes scanning the sky. The two birds hadn't closed in on each other yet, so they could still tell which one was Jin Yu.
Just then, both eagles suddenly accelerated and closed in simultaneously. The cry of the male eagle instantly echoed through the sky. Two dark shadows collided in an instant. The moment the two eagles collided, Jin Yu could already sense the opponent's ferocity.
Their sharp talons clashed, their beaks attacked and dodged. They plummeted straight down from a height of hundreds of meters.
In that single moment, they fell over 100 meters.
Throughout the descent, Jin Yu and her opponent continued to attack each other with their talons.
Brown feathers fell from their bodies.
Just as they were 100 meters above the ground, both began to climb again, then flew off in opposite directions.
How ruthless!
Jin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. This eagle was slightly larger than him during their earlier collision. He had nearly been pinned under its talons.
Fortunately, the opponent's strength was roughly equal to his own.
In a situation like this, the one who avoids making mistakes is the true victor. When the two collided once more, their talons and beaks traded a series of probing strikes. More feathers fell from the sky. Since this was a fight to the death, both sides were giving it their all. If this continued, it would likely result in a situation where both suffered heavy losses. Jin Yu's eyes flashed as a sudden idea struck him. After several attacks, it suddenly dove more than 10 meters and flew rapidly in a certain direction. Seeing Jin Yu's move, the opponent let out a cry and gave chase. However, the opponent was flying slightly higher than Jin Yu.
Holding the high ground could increase their chances of victory.
Jin Yu glanced back and saw the opponent was about to catch up. If its claws grabbed his back, his life would be over.
Cheap!
The opponent let out a cry, declaring its impending victory, and even dove downward, instantly reaching above Jin Yu.
Oh no, it's going to lose.
Below, the crowd filming with their phones immediately saw the situation in the sky. The eagle, glinting with golden light in the setting sun, was about to become the prey.
Chapter 5, Mission Reward, Infrared Sensing.
It's over, this time it's really over. Everyone watched as Jin Yu was about to become the prey. The other eagle's talons were less than a meter from his back.
A meter's distance was but an instant for an eagle.
But just as the other eagle's talons were about to grab Jin Yu, his body suddenly tilted 90 degrees, followed by a 360-degree sideways spin. Their positions were reversed. Due to the downward momentum of the dive, the other eagle instantly lost sight of its target. By the time it sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. Having flown directly overhead, how could Jin Yu possibly pass up such a golden opportunity? He lunged straight for the other eagle's neck. Squeak! The eagle was terrified. It still hadn't figured out how, just a moment ago, it had been the hunter, only to become the prey in the blink of an eye. A sharp pain shot through its back. It knew Jin Yu had seized it. A hint of mockery flashed in Jin Yu's eyes. This move was adapted from aerial combat maneuvers. Put simply, aircraft are modeled after birds like eagles, so this was a case of mutual inspiration. In a dogfight between two planes, pilots rely on various aerial maneuvers to evade attacks from behind and maneuver behind the enemy. Cobra maneuvers, S-turns, loops, and sharp turns, these were all standard moves. Jin Yu, however, possessed human intelligence that was where humans outsmarted birds and beasts. Of course, Jin Yu had a secret weapon. Screech! With a piercing cry, Jin Yu's sharp talons pierced through the opponent's feathers and skin, while its long beak struck directly at the opponent's head. Its reinforced beak, both in hardness and sharpness, was far beyond what an ordinary eagle could match. With that single strike, a small hole was pecked into the eagle's skull. Its wings, which had been flapping frantically, went limp in an instant. The head is always the most vital part of an animal. The eagle, now held in Jin Yu's grasp, struggled with ever-diminishing strength.
Did we win? What just happened?
I saw Jin Yu execute a sideways spin. That move looked just like a fighter jet maneuver.
How did he do that? Mind-blowing. Jin Yu must be incredibly smart. That was god-tier anticipation. If he'd been a split second slower, he'd have been killed. Does this mean the entire surrounding area is now Jin Yu's territory? Jin Yu, you're the real deal.
Down below, Uro and the others, along with the viewers in the livestream, were all blown away by Jin Yu's gameplay. Just moments ago, he was at a disadvantage, but a single flip turned the tide.
Right then, many netizens began posting footage of the battle online.
The number of viewers in the livestream had already surpassed 50,000.
Cheap.
Jin Yu was equally exhilarated, circling the sky as he scanned the surroundings but saw no other enemies. Sensing that the eagle beneath him was on the verge of death, Jin Yu carried it to a nearby river and dropped it in. After all, it was one of his own kind. He didn't want it to be devoured by rats or other creatures below, so he decided to toss it into the river to float downstream.
Beep. Congratulations, host.
You have defeated your destined enemy, earning 5 stat points and a mission reward package.
Hearing the system notification, Jin Yu's eyes lit up.
That's exactly what he wanted: stat points.
35 stat points.
For a fully grown eagle, that still left him 15 points short.
Not to mention encountering other large birds of prey.
Eagles were, at best, considered small to medium-sized birds of prey. There were vultures, hawks, and others even larger than them.
If he encountered them, the eagle would surely be defeated.
Jin Yu now only hoped to quickly increase his proficiency in flight and hunting, then boost his status panel at the very least, to become stronger than a normal eagle.
He allocated those 5 status panel points directly to strength.
Jin Yu could clearly feel that flying had become much easier.
System, open the mission reward. Beep. Congratulations, host.
You have opened the mission reward and obtained the skill infrared sensing. Infrared sensing allows the host to detect all heat sources within the range of the eagle eye skill through thermal sensing, and grants night vision.
Jin Yu's eyes lit up. A wave of intense heat surged through his eyes, followed by a cool sensation. In the blink of an eye, the sun had set. On the grasslands, the vegetation swayed.
Jin Yu had always been able to spot prey on the ground from high above, but it was difficult to spot those that were hiding or not moving. But now, it was different. Its eyes could now clearly see small animals hiding in the darkness beneath the vegetation, and it could even see shivering wild rabbits through the grass leaves using infrared thermal sensing. This was a great ability. Come to think of it, most birds fly and feed during the day, then find branches or rocky outcrops to rest on at night. Very few flying creatures still hunt at night. This skill effectively grants Jin Yu the ability to survive at night. Within the range of its eagle eye skill, no living creature can escape its gaze.
Now that's more like it. Jin Yu was very satisfied with his current capabilities.
At the same time, he could finally confirm that the area within dozens of miles was his territory.
Cheap.
With a chirp, he soared rapidly upward, and once he was reduced to a tiny black speck, he began circling the area. This was to survey his territory, as well as to declare to the birds and beasts below that this was now his domain.
That's amazing. So now the streamer is technically within Jin Yu's hunting range too.
Yeah, strictly speaking, that's right.
The epic battle of the eagles had livened up Uro and the others' livestream.
As night fell, a campfire was lit outside the yurt.
That's strange. Why hasn't Tiawa come back yet now that it's dark?
Seeing only a sliver of light remaining on the horizon, with night about to fully descend, Uro's mother asked with a touch of worry. That kid probably fell asleep while herding the horses again, Bale said.
He has come back after dark several times before.
Feifei, since it's your first time on our grasslands, you've got to try our mutton. As he spoke, Bale was already carrying over a massive rack of lamb.
Wow! Uro, is your family rich? A rack of lamb this big.
When they saw the lamb rack Bale was carrying, not only Uro but even the viewers in the livestream were stunned. A rack this big must weigh 70 or 80 pounds. I've heard the people of the grasslands are generous. A rack like this would cost thousands of yuan elsewhere.
I can almost see the golden lamb fat.
If this were a food vlog, no one could compete. Yuro smiled and stood up to help his father bring over the barbecue supplies.
Grassland lamb is absolutely delicious, it's all freshly slaughtered. I guarantee your mouth will be watering in a minute. Plus, this is a local specialty. Yuro said with a mischievous wink. As for your diet, forget about losing weight. Whoosh! Just then, the cry of an eagle rang out again.
Before they could react, an object plummeted from the sky, landing directly on the wooden rack.
Jinyu? Yuro's eyes lit up as she recognized him. That's right, it was Jinyu.
Of course, he'd come to freeload on the food, drinks, and livestream.
Chapter 6, Jinyu wants barbecue. Jinyu? Jinyu froze. How did this pretty girl named Yuro know his name was Jinyu? Jinyu? Did you come looking for us?
Yuro looked at Jinyu and asked, by the way, I saw you have golden feathers on your head, so I named you Jinyu.
Just because of the golden feathers on his head?
Jinyu tilted his head, looking at the pretty girl. Yuro was right up his alley, and most importantly, she'd given him a name that matched who he already was.
Cheap.
With a chirp, Jinyu flapped his wings.
Does that mean you agree?
Great, then from now on, we'll call you Jinyu.
Yuro looked thrilled, and Feifei beside her was grinning from ear to ear. Does that count as consent? Can eagles understand human speech?
At first I said Yuro was wasting her time naming the eagle, but look, Jinyu's back now. Animals have a spirit of their own. Maybe Jinyu sensed that the streamer likes him.
Is Jinyu going to make this his home from now on? Awesome. The name Jinyu is really great. I wonder why Jinyu came here. Is he here to mark his master with blood? Dude, have you been watching too many fantasy movies?
Everyone in the livestream was buzzing with speculation. Jinyu's arrival had caused the viewer count to spike once again.
Thud.
Before anyone could get a clear look, Jinyu had already tossed a gray object onto the ground. Yuro and the others looked and realized it was actually a wild rabbit.
A wild rabbit? What does Jinyu mean by this? Is Jinyu giving the streamer a wild rabbit?
I heard male eagles always bring prey back for the female eagles.
Give it a rest, guys. That's for the eaglets. Do you think the streamer is an eaglet or a female eagle? Maybe it's just a simple gift. Has Jinyu been turned into a stew by Yuro's dad? Is this to sign a contract? The viewers in the livestream were baffled, and Yuro's family was a bit puzzled too. That's strange. Eagles usually eat the prey they catch. Why is Jinyu giving it to us? Bale was also taken aback. As a seasoned herder, he could sense that Jinyu had no ill will whatsoever. Cheap.
Jinyu flapped his wings a few times, then tapped the wild rabbit on the ground with his wing, his gaze shifting to the lamb chops on the rack.
Wasn't the meaning clear?
Jinyu felt that not being able to speak was simply too much of a hassle. Yuro tilted her head, looking at Jinyu, then at the wild rabbit on the ground, and finally at the lamb chops beside it. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she grew excited.
I get it.
Yuro jumped to her feet and slowly approached Jinyu.
What do you know? What does Jinyu mean by this? Exactly. Host, hurry up and tell us. I was getting anxious waiting for you to say something. What is Jinyu trying to say? Is she trying to make you the female lead?
Ignoring everyone else, Yuro walked straight over to the platform where Jinyu was standing and stopped.
Yuro. Feifei was also a bit stunned, not knowing what this meant. Did she really figure it out?
Jinyu tilted its head and looked at Yuro. It was a bit hopeful, wondering what Yuro would say.
Jinyu, do you want us to roast the wild rabbit for you? Yuro asked. What? Roast wild rabbit? Is that even human speech? An eagle asking humans to roast a wild rabbit for it? Are you serious? I never went to elementary school, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes, streamer. Euro's family was stunned, and the viewers in the livestream were also taken aback by this outrageous remark. Ha ha ha, Euro, what are you talking about? How could an eagle possibly eat cooked food? They all chuckled. Wild birds of prey, they all eat fresh meat, freshly caught, and the younger the prey, the better. That's right, Euro, eagles don't eat cooked food either. Euro's mom said with a laugh. Sheep. So what if I eat cooked food? I'm a human, okay? Jinyu shot Bale a look, then, under everyone's gaze, nodded. Ha? He nodded? Wait, what is going on here? This time, Euro got excited. Jinyu, are you really asking us to roast the wild rabbit for you? Are you going to eat cooked food? Euro asked uncertainly. Of course I am. Jinyu nodded again. This time, the entire livestream went wild. My brain can't wrap around this. Do eagles eat cooked food? Why am I so focused on the fact that Jinyu asked humans to roast meat for him? Is Jinyu really an eagle? Why is he so intelligent? Could this be a second-ranked demon beast? With astonishing intelligence? Did his spiritual energy just surge? The number of viewers in Euro's livestream surged again in an instant. Many people recorded the video clip from earlier and shared it widely. A male eagle catches a wild rabbit for a human, so the human can grill meat for it to eat. Shocking. The eagle's intelligence has increased its seeking out humans for grilled meat. A divine eagle appears on the grasslands, eating cooked meat. In the information age, it took only a few minutes for the number of viewers in Euro's livestream to break 100,000. Okay, hold on a sec. I'll handle the hare. Jinyu, do you want some grilled lamb? Jinyu nodded twice, which made Euro ecstatic. She immediately grabbed the hare by the ears to prepare it, but when she turned around, she spotted the lamb chops and asked. Lamb chops? Jinyu had already spotted the lamb chops and nodded again. You want some? Great, I'll go get them for you right now. Euro was getting a little excited, like a little girl who defound her doll. To her, being able to communicate with Jinyu was a truly magical and romantic thing. Euro, you're great. Jinyu let out a low growl. As an eagle, she could actually go 2 or 3 days without eating, but Jinyu's soul was human. Eat raw meat? That was out of the question. She would never eat raw meat in this lifetime. That was why Jinyu had set her sights on the only household within a radius of several dozen miles. To her surprise, Euro actually understood what she meant. Coming. Euro handed the wild rabbit to Bale to prepare. After all, Bale was Euro's father, and she certainly couldn't let her precious daughter do something as brutal as killing an animal. Meanwhile, Euro picked a smaller, fully cooked lamb chop from the grill and immediately brought it to Jinyu. It smells so good. This grilled meat is the real deal. The moment Jinyu caught the scent, his mouth immediately started watering. It had been ages since he had grilled lamb chops with such a pure, authentic aroma. Just as he raised his paw to grab it, he realized his claws couldn't quite get a grip. With no other choice, he had to pick up the lamb chop in his mouth, rest it on the rack, and hold it down with his paw. As the first bite of lamb hit his tongue, Jinyu let out a meow. Delicious. This lamb tastes absolutely amazing. Chapter 7, Jinyu's Food Streaming Performance. Jinyu ate with great relish and quickly polished off half of it. Is it really that good? Why am I getting hungry just watching Jinyu eat? Could Jinyu have been drawn here by the smell of the grilled lamb? Is it that fragrant? Host, post the link. We want to order. Yeah, bring on a serving of grilled lamb chops. The viewers in the livestream saw that Jinyu had quickly finished one lamb chop and was already on the second. Watching Jinyu devour the lamb chops instantly whetted their appetites. Euro. Hurry over. Feifei, who was standing nearby, happened to see the comments in the livestream and quickly called out to Euro. I told you, our lamb chops are delicious.
Thanks to the soil, they don't have that strong gamey smell. I'll post the link now. I'll start with 200 portions that's 200 gene.
It's exactly the weight of a small lamb.
As Euro spoke, she listed the lamb chops. But the moment she listed them, the stock was gone.
Sold out, in a second?
Euro and Fei were stunned.
What does this mean?
1 gene of lamb chops costs 50 yuan. 200 gene means 10,000 yuan.
10,000 yuan in a single day? What's going on?
You guys are moving way too fast.
Gone? How long have you been single? I didn't even get a chance to order yet. Viewers in the live stream chat began commenting one after another.
Standing on the shelf, Jin Yu tilted his head. With his keen eyesight, he could already see the comments scrolling by on his phone.
200 orders?
That girl Euro must have underestimated me when she came back to do live stream sales.
How could 200 orders be enough?
Jin Yu continued eating, casting a disdainful glance at the chat. That gesture was caught on camera.
Why do I feel like Jin Yu is looking down on us? No way, I've got to snag one. Host, do you have any left?
I don't want to be looked down on by an eagle.
Exactly. If the eagle has it, we have to have it too. Why should the eagle get to eat it and we don't? The chat immediately erupted with excitement.
It made sense. There were 100,000 people in the chat right now, and 200 portions simply wouldn't be enough. In today's world, who is short on $50?
We got more.
We're restocking right now, adding another 300 portions. This is my first time selling these, and they're all handmade, so I can't offer too many at once.
It takes time to make them. Euro explained to the audience with a beaming smile. Unsurprisingly, the 300 pounds sold out in an instant. That instant sell feeling is so satisfying, right? That's 25,000 yuan in one go?
Fei gushed like a child beside him, and even Euro's parents found it hard to believe.
We're riding on Jin Yu's coattails.
I think Jin Yu is our lucky charm right now.
Euro said with a smile. Jin Yu, your rabbit meat will be ready soon.
Euro took the wild rabbit Bale had roasted and began turning it patiently. Under the flames, the plump rabbit turned a golden brown.
Amidst the sizzling sounds, fat began to ooze out. This was practically a food vlog. I can't take it anymore. Me, quietly pulling out some instant noodles.
I think I have 2 sausages left. I'll go fry them up.
That's too much, man. Can I have one?
You guys are such losers. I've already ordered takeout the rabbit head, just like Jin Yu's.
I suggest the streamer kick the guy above out of the room. Euro's livestream instantly became a hive of activity. Soon, the rabbit meat was ready.
Jin Yu didn't hesitate to reach for it, but the rabbit weighed 5 or 6 pounds. While he could use his eagle claws trick again, eating it whole would be a bit of a hassle.
Wait a second.
Just as Jin Yu raised his paw, Euro suddenly remembered something. She ran into the yurt, grabbed a plate, and patiently carved the whole rabbit into small pieces. Only then did she bring over a plate full of rabbit meat. All the bones had been removed.
This, isn't the streamer being a bit too nice to Jin Yu?
What kind of fairy tale plot is this? I've lived for over 20 years, and I'm not living as well as an eagle. Excuse me, how much do you charge for the rabbit meat the streamer personally cut into small pieces?
Pay to be fed by the streamer. Name your price, streamer. Seeing Euro's thoughtfulness, the chat immediately erupted with excitement. You bunch of single people. Fei couldn't help but tease them from the side.
Soon, the small pieces of rabbit meat arrived in front of Jin Yu. Jin Yu tilted her head to look at Euro. This little girl seemed quite thoughtful. She didn't hesitate and started eating right away. It wasn't until she'd eaten more than half that she finally felt full. Night had fallen completely. The grassland under the night sky was filled with the chirping of insects. Around the campfire, 4 people and an eagle sat in complete contentment.
Fei and Euro chatted casually with the viewers in the livestream. but every topic revolved around Jinyu. Yurao, does this mean Jinyu is treating this place like home now? Feifei asked quietly. Actually, the viewers in the chat wanted to know that too. I don't know.
I hope Jinyu stays here forever.
I'll take good care of it.
It must be a top-tier eagle among eagles.
Yurao said without any pretense. Ha? Why do I get the feeling you want to be Jinyu's little wife? Don't be such a Lucist, okay? Feifei couldn't help but tease Yurao. You're asking for a smack.
Yurao pretended to swat her.
Who knows, maybe Jinyu really is the king of the eagles. So you're going to be the queen? Feifei teased with a laugh. I wouldn't dare. The viewers in the livestream were also watching the two young beauties bicker.
Jinyu looked at Yurao, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he tilted his head to study her.
Be a queen? Why not? Even if I were to become an eagle, this eagle would still be the king of all eagles. Wolf carrot. Just then, the howl of a wolf echoed from several kilometers away.
Bale, who had been smiling as he watched his daughter and her best friend play, immediately turned pale.
Dad!
Yurao also stopped her playful antics, her expression shifting slightly.
What's wrong? What's going on? Feifei voiced the question on everyone's minds in the livestream. Wolves. Wolves are coming. Yurao said. Wolves? Really? They won't come over, will they? Feifei immediately grew worried. Wolves are the rulers of the grasslands. In the absence of larger predators, wolves are the most powerful and the greatest threat to humans. Honey, Awa. I know, I'll go check it out.
Bale grabbed a horsewhip and a knife from nearby.
This left both Feifei and the viewers in the livestream speechless. What's going on?
There seems to be a pack of wolves in the distance.
Yurao, what is your dad going to do? When you hear wolves howling, shouldn't you move away or stay close to the campfire? Why would anyone want to charge toward them?
Yurao, looking a bit anxious, explained, my younger brother went out to tend the horses, and he is heading right toward the wolves.
Wolves on the grasslands always travel in packs of at least 5 or 6. If my brother runs into them. Yurao didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. If the wolf pack spotted Awa, especially at night, Awa would be in serious danger.
Jinyu tilted her head, glanced at Yurao, then fixed her gaze on the distance.
Chapter 8, Awa encounters the wolf pack, System Quest. Whoa!
Yurao's father moved quickly, already leading a horse over from nearby.
None of you leave the campfire, wolves won't dare come near the fire. I'll go check it out over there. Bale said. Father, it's too dangerous, don't go. Yurao immediately grew anxious. In the dead of night, if they really ran into a pack of wolves, it would be the end of them. Awa has probably run into a pack of wolves.
The direction of the howling hasn't changed.
Don't worry, I've encountered wolves many times.
With that, Bale mounted the horse and grabbed a torch from nearby to light it.
What are we going to do? Is Yurao's father in danger?
I've heard that encountering a pack of wolves at night is very dangerous.
Are the people of the grasslands really that strong? Is that true? Could this be a setup? Going alone to save him? I don't quite get it. Could Yurao's father also have spiritual cultivation? Is he capable of slaying the wolves?
The viewers in the livestream were all stunned. Many began to wonder if this was a scripted plot or a real wolf encounter.
No way, I have to go too. Dad is in danger. Yurao didn't want his father to be in peril. Yurao, don't go. Awa is already in danger, you can't risk getting her too. The god of the grasslands will protect them. Yurao's mother quickly stood up to block his path. Jinyu looked at Yurao's family, his gaze drifting toward the distance. Beep. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a quest, find Yurao's younger brother, Awa. The quest's rewards will depend on completion rate. Failure carries no penalty.
Just as Jean Yu was debating whether to help, the system's notification sounded.
Find someone? Just because I ate a couple extra lamb chops?
Jean Yu licked his lips. However, thinking of the system's mission rewards, Jean Yu decided to go take a look.
Caw!
With a cry of a hawk, Jean Yu flapped his wings, instantly creating a strong gust of wind. Then, Jean Yu flew off in the direction Bale had left.
Jean Yu ran away? Just like an animal. Guess he has had his fill. Why do I get the feeling Jean Yu went to look for someone? Look for someone? Who? Bale? That can't be. Do eagles have that much intelligence? Jean Yu isn't very big.
Even if it ran into a wolf, it wouldn't stand a chance at probably just get eaten. The wolf pack near Euro's home, combined with Jean Yu's sudden flight, set everyone's imaginations racing.
Euro, don't worry. Uncle has been on the grasslands for so many years he surely knows how to outwit and outmaneuver wolves. Fei Fei offered comfort from the side. Oh, right, I have a drone. Fei Fei suddenly remembered that the two of them had specifically bought a drone to better capture footage of the vast grasslands. Right, get it out quickly. Euro's eyes lit up, and she immediately went to fetch it. There's a drone too? It's good we have a drone. I wonder if we'll be able to film at night. Euro's father is carrying a torch. Even if we can't see much else, we should be able to see the torch. Right, that should work. So, this is real?
By now, everyone knew they had truly encountered wolves. No one had expected to run into something like this on the very first night of their grassland adventure. Soon, the drone took off, capable of capturing footage within a radius of several kilometers. They quickly spotted Bale's torch several kilometers away. Then the drone followed it. At the strong request of the livestream viewers, Fei Fei shared the drone's footage. As for Jean Yu, he shot up into the sky in an instant. However, he didn't fly too high, just over 300 meters. This altitude was sufficient to survey the surroundings for 7 or 8 kilometers. The first thing he saw within his field of vision was Bale's torch. He was moving fast, and the sound of a wolf's howl in the distance rapidly drew nearer. Jean Yu, high in the sky, instantly overtook it. The eagle eye skill allows one to see clearly at a distance of over a kilometer. Normally, golden eagles rest at night because the darkness hinders their hunting. Infrared vision. Jean Yu activated the skill immediately. It was still somewhat dark on the ground, but the night vision allowed him to see quite clearly. Especially nocturnal animals, not a single one could escape his gaze. Of course, cold-blooded animals were an exception. Cold-blooded animals have no body heat and blend seamlessly into their surroundings. Some animals' camouflage is quite effective. Using infrared detection, Jean Yu conducted a rapid search. Soon, he spotted dozens of red figures in the distance. They were a dozen or so horses, with a young boy on one of them. Surrounding them were 8 wolves, encircling them from different positions. Although he had never met Awa, judging by the situation, this little boy was likely Euro's younger brother. We've run into a pack of wolves, just as I thought. Awa! Awa! Perhaps out of sheer worry, Bale sprinted toward the pack of wolves while shouting at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, Bale was downwind, so his voice didn't carry. Jean Yu quickly flew up above Awa. Looking down from above, Awa was on the back of a horse, presumably the lead horse, with a dozen or so horses following behind. However, no matter how Awa tried to maneuver, he dared not break out of the encirclement. 8 wolves had split into several groups, surrounding the horses within a radius of about 10 meters. The moment the horses tried to break through, they were immediately attacked. In particular, judging by their behavior, they seemed intent on driving Awa in this direction. Get out of the way. All of you, get out of the way. Awa, holding a riding crop, shouted furiously, even swinging the 1-meter-long whip repeatedly. Unfortunately, it didn't do much good. Awa looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. While his facial features resembled Euro's, he bore a stronger resemblance to Bale.
This kid must be Bale's biological son, right?
Jinyu couldn't help but remark they looked as if they'd been cut from the same mold.
Children of the grasslands were all dark-skinned and sturdy.
Facing the wolf pack, Awa was somewhat panicked, yet he continued to shout angrily. Because his father had told him that one must face the wolves of the grasslands bravely, for they can sense a prey's panic, which only makes them more ferocious.
Awa! A howl rang out. These dozen or so wolves had no intention of letting Awa and his horse go.
On several occasions, they launched sneak attacks from behind, biting the horse's hind legs. If the horse weren't larger than the wolves, they would likely have pounced right then and there. Even so, Jinyu could see that it was only a matter of time before the pack overpowered them.
Woof! Just then, one wolf readied itself, its eyes glowing green as it fixed its gaze on Awa. It was about to attack. Sensing the wolf's murderous intent, Jinyu naturally could not stand idly by. Whoosh!
Jinyu folded his wings in dove, letting out a piercing eagle-esque cry. Before the wolf could react, he swept past from below. A black shadow flashed, and Jinyu soared back into the sky. This time, whether it was Awa, the horse, or the wolf pack, they all froze, looking up at the sky with alarm.
Chapter 9: The Wolves' Ambush. Awa!
The wolves, likely sensing Jinyu's provocation, howled directly at the sky, as if in defiance. In the distance, Bale heard both the eagle-esque cry and the wolves' howls. Startled, he sped up and charged forward.
The drone followed suit. I think I heard Jinyu calling. Yurao couldn't help but look into the distance. Jinyu seems to be heading toward the wolves. Are you serious? Didn't he just run off? I have a wild theory. Could Jinyu be trying to save someone? That makes sense.
Maybe Jinyu has awakened the bloodline of the ancient eagle god.
Shut up, you've been watching too many fantasy movies. Yurao was getting a little excited.
Under the cover of night, finding someone was incredibly difficult. Although the weather on the grasslands was nice and there was moonlight, they still couldn't see very far. With Jinyu leading the way, they might not be able to take on the wolf pack, but they should at least be able to find Awa. Feifei was also getting excited and immediately adjusted the drone to follow behind. As Bale drew closer, he heard the neighing of horses.
Awa!
Bale called out. From a distance of several hundred meters, the wolf pack grew restless. They spotted the torches in the distance and adjusted their formation. Two wolves moved to block Bale's path. Woof! Woof, woof! The wolves' howls rang out at that moment, as if threatening Bale, unwilling to let him get any closer. During this time, Jinyu dove 3 times. Each time, he relied on his own flying skills to dodge the pack's counterattacks. Jinyu also watched as Bale approached from afar. Sheep! Jinyu's call rang out, once again drawing the pack's attention. Although the wolves weren't afraid of Jinyu and could even knock him down, they'd still be affected if he managed to scratch them. Daddy! Awa, who had been on the verge of despair, immediately perked up when he saw Bale approaching.
Awa, all of you get out of the way.
It had to be said, Bale was a seasoned herdsman. Waving his torch at the wolves, he was by Awa's side in an instant.
Dad, I knew you'd come.
Awa was on the verge of tears. You little brat, I told you to come back early and you wouldn't listen.
Stay close to me.
Bale kept swinging the torch. 2 wolves that had tried to approach were once again driven back. Jinyu watched the situation below from the air, circling continuously.
It immediately sensed something was wrong.
Because, to its surprise, it saw 4 wolves creeping silently in from the side. They had been in the distance, and Jinyu hadn't spotted them at first. These wolves are truly treacherous. Jinyu realized why the wolves hadn't attacked Awa earlier. They had been lying in wait all along. With 4 more wolves ahead, if Awa was driven that way, his chances of survival were slim.
Prairie wolves never appear alone, they almost always hunt in packs. Moreover, they often have their own established hunting grounds.
At this point, a solution had to be found. Jinyu was growing concerned. Although Bale was attacking with a torch, which had managed to scare off the wolves' initial encirclement, it would still be difficult to make the pack back down completely.
Found him. Found him.
Euro's dad is so brave he dared to rescue someone just by holding a torch.
Didn't you guys see that dark figure diving down just now? That was Jinyu.
Jinyu is amazing, he found the person and even managed to distract the wolves.
Jinyu is still a bit small. If a wolf pounced on him, he'd get hurt. He might even lose his life. Euro's father is on his way, little Awa is saved.
Awa is so brave, going all that way alone to tend the horses. If it were me, I wouldn't dare.
Viewers in the livestream watched the situation at Awa's location through the drone feed.
The moon was particularly full tonight, and since it was close, everything was clearly visible.
Whoosh! After a moment's hesitation, Jinyu dove down once more.
However, this time he didn't dive toward Awa and the others, but landed about 10 meters away.
This move left everyone puzzled. Especially Bale and Awa, who were right there.
6 wolves were right beside them.
So what was Jinyu doing? Why did he dive 10 meters away? Dad, did you succeed in training the hawk? But why did it go over there?
Awa knew her father was training the hawk, but she didn't know it hadn't worked. No, it didn't work.
I let it go.
I'm not entirely sure myself. Let us just break out of here first.
Bale tugged on the reins, trying to lead Awa away.
But 2 wolves immediately blocked their path. Only Jinyu's side was free of wolves. Seeing that they couldn't break through anywhere else, Bale turned his horse around, intending to charge through the spot where Jinyu had just dived.
How could this be? Jinyu watched the entire scene unfold.
This old man, how can he be so slow to grasp what I mean?
Jinyu felt a bit exasperated.
If they broke through here now, the 4 wolves lying on the ground would launch an immediate attack.
These 4 wolves had incredible patience.
Moreover, as the main force in the ambush, they were undoubtedly among the strongest in the pack.
If they pounced, the outcome would be grim.
Jinyu had been keeping his distance just moments ago.
Cheap!
Jinyu called out anxiously, but unfortunately, Bale and the others didn't understand bird language and actually turned their horses in that direction.
It seems this eagle will have to step in.
Jinyu's expression grew grave, his eyes taking on an even deeper intensity. Just as Bale thought he found a gap, and Euro, the others, and the livestream viewers believed Bale could lead Awa to break through the wolf pack, Jinyu dove once more. This time, the dive was no mere glide. He soared high into the sky, raising his altitude, then plummeted straight down.
In an instant, he was descending toward the ground.
The drone, from a distance, caught just a glimpse of Jinyu's dive.
What is Jinyu doing? At that speed, won't he crash? What is going on?
Why is Jinyu diving straight down?
There aren't any wolves over there. Is he leading the way for Bale and Awa? Something's wrong. Something's definitely up.
The live stream exploded with comments. Under the cover of night, with chaos below, Jinyu's plunging figure in midair became the sole focus. Of course, Jinyu wasn't engaging in self-harm, nor was he leading the way. Jinyu had already fixed his gaze on a wolf lying flat on the ground, motionless, a wolf that had been completely overlooked. As he dove, Jinyu's claws, propelled by the force of his descent, pierced straight through the wolf's back. The wolf on the ground shuddered violently.
But that wasn't all.
Though Jinyu's current strength was still inferior to that of a fully grown eagle, his beak had been reinforced. Just as his talons seized the wolf's back, his beak pierced straight through its neck, a triple strike. All 3 attacks pierced the wolf's hide, and the final blow even struck the wolf's cervical vertebrae.
Chapter 10, Precision Attack, Jinyu's Might. Whoa!
This attack was too powerful. Who could withstand it? Even though this wolf was the main hunter of the pack, it couldn't endure the pain of the eagle's beak piercing its neck bone. The intense pain made it leap straight into the air. Moreover, it spun mid-air, preparing to bite at Jinyu.
Something's wrong. It's an ambush. As a seasoned herdsman, Bale had been so desperate to save his son that he overlooked the wolves' usual behavior.
He assumed the pack had already formed a tight encirclement, and that any gaps were due to their small numbers. He never expected an ambush. Seeing Jinyu startle a wolf into leaping high into the air, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Uro also cried out in alarm. There are more wolves. Dad and the others have walked right into the wolves' encirclement. At that moment, the viewers in the livestream chat were also gripped by panic. An ambush? Are these wolves that smart? Guarantee there's supposed to be 6 wolves. Are there more? What am I seeing? I'm starting to feel a little panicked. We're done for. Is Uro's father in danger? I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. What on earth is going on? Now I know why Jinyu dove earlier he spotted the wolves lying in ambush. Unbelievable. The remaining wolves didn't even flinch at Jinyu's diving attack. It was Jinyu. He attacked the wolves, which is why the ambush was exposed. Just how strong is Jinyu, anyway? Go for it, Jinyu. Show us what you've got. At that moment, as Jinyu forced the ambushing wolf into the open, everyone's nerves were on edge. It's Jinyu. Awa, follow me, charge. Bale truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned herdsman. The instant Jinyu exposed one of the wolves, he let out a furious roar. Then, he spurred his horse forward, leading Awa in a full-speed charge. Since they knew it was an ambush, Jinyu's position was the weak point. At the very least, this wolf couldn't unleash its full combat power. All they had to do was break through this gap. Sure enough, just as Bale accelerated, 3 more wolves burst out and lunged toward the pair. In truth, their attack was a split second too late. With their ambushing comrade exposed and letting out a scream, their attention was drawn elsewhere. By the time they moved as Bale charged, the optimal moment had already passed. Get out of my way. Bale charged straight toward the wolf attacking Jinyu. This old guy knows this is the weak spot too. It was worth risking my life. At that moment, the wolf flipped over and was biting Jinyu. Jinyu had long been fully prepared. The moment he pierced the wolf's neck, he had already spread his wings and was flapping them furiously, ready to take flight. The wolf flipped its body and lunged with its gaping maw. Jinyu could even smell the foul stench. However, the bite missed Jinyu by a good dozen centimeters. Jinyu didn't linger in battle. With another roar, he soared into the air. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Bale charged ahead, and before the wolf could even hit the ground, he rammed into it on horseback. When a horse gallops, everything in its path gets knocked over. And Bale had done this on purpose. 4 points, that was the weak spot. The wolf took a direct, devastating blow and was sent flying. Bale and Awa, leading the herd, charged out from there. Go! Giddy up! This tense moment had everyone holding their breath. Bale's experience was vast. When facing a pack of wolves, the worst thing is for the horses to stop. As long as they broke through, there was still hope for survival. Oh woo! Oh woo woo! From the moment Jinyu attacked the ambushing wolves to Bale breaking out using Jinyu's attack, it all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone looked again, the wolf pack was already hot on their heels, howling furiously. Don't assume that the wolves set up an ambush because they're slow. That's a mistake. As a dozen horses charged out, 10 wolves were already hot on their heels. Even the wolf with injuries to its back and neck kept chasing relentlessly. They're out. They've escaped. As long as we can break out of the encirclement, we're fine. This is so intense it feels just like watching a monster movie. Thanks to Jinyu. Without him, we'd be done for. If we hadn't been spotted and hadn't picked up the pace, they'd have caught us long ago. Jinyu is awesome. Jinyu is a beast. The viewers in the livestream immediately started cheering. Uro and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Feifei controlled the drone, following closely behind Bale. They could see that the herd of horses was running at full speed, but the pack of wolves was just as fast. Moreover, the wolves' howls hadn't let up at all. The howling was causing even the horses at the back of the herd to panic. This chase came down to a race of speed. We're several kilometers away from them. If we can't escape, they'll catch up to us. A single horse is worth a great deal. In the eyes of herders, cattle, sheep, and horses are all incredibly precious. Sometimes, horses are also their primary means of transportation. Neigh. The horses up front let out a cry. This showed just how terrified they were. A few young, newly grown foals were at the rear. They were the ones closest to the wolf pack. Awa's lead horse soon began to act strangely. Clearly, as the lead horse, it was deeply concerned for the foals behind it. Trouble. Bale and Uro noticed this simultaneously. If something went wrong now, they would be surrounded once again. Chirp. High above, watching the relentless wolf pack closing in, it too sensed that something was amiss. Forget it. Since I've already stepped in, I might as well see this through. Fighting the wolf pack alone was simply impossible. Jinyu wasn't strong enough yet. After a moment's thought, Jinyu's eyes lit up. It flapped its wings and quickly headed toward the yurt. Where's Jinyu? Where did Jinyu go? The viewers in the livestream quickly realized Jinyu was gone. The drone scanned the area, but there was no sign of Jinyu. Could the wolves have caught him? That's impossible. Jinyu clearly took off just now. Don't be a jinx, buddy. They had come here specifically to see Jinyu. The live stream already had over 500,000 viewers. This rescue mission had drawn a massive crowd. Even though the drone footage was blurry, many people had gathered mostly to see Jinyu, especially after its spectacular stunts. Sheep. Just as everyone was searching for Jinyu, it swooped down from the sky. However, it didn't land on the rack or on the ground. Jinyu landed next to a nearby yurt. While still in the air, it used its claws to grab two torches hanging beside the yurt. Then, as it soared upward, it tossed the torches next to the campfire. Jinyu. Uro froze, unsure what Jinyu was up to. And when the torches were lit, Jinyu's actions stunned everyone once again. As the torches ignited, it flew closer to the bonfire. Chapter 11, The Fire-Playing Eagle, Jinyu's Might. Watch out. What is Jinyu doing? If he gets any closer to the bonfire, Jinyu's feathers will catch fire. That's insane. Is he performing a moth to the flame act? Has Jinyu lost his mind? Is he going to dive right into the bonfire? What's going on? He was fine just a moment ago. He has awakened the flame divine eagle. I'm getting excited. The live chat was already in an uproar. This was a bonfire. After all, the flames alone were nearly as tall as a person, and lamb chops were roasting right beside it. Jinyu wasn't even as big as a lamb chop. If he dove into that fire, he could kiss his feathers goodbye. Would Jinyu really go looking for death? Of course not. With precise control, Jinyu landed on its talons and snatched up the torch that had been tossed into the fire and ignited. Its speed was lightning fast. It never even entered the flames. The scene everyone had imagined, a moth flying into the flame, never happened. Chirp. A hawk's cry rang out as Jinyu flapped its wings and soared into the sky, carrying the torch. What did I just see? Did Jinyu just do that just to light the torch? Are hawks really that smart? It seems like only Uro's father has lit a torch before. Wait, I can't quite wrap my head around this. What on earth is going on? I feel like my IQ just got crushed. An eagle lighting a torch from a bonfire. If it were a person, that'd be one thing, but this is an eagle. Can you even imagine? Uro, what is Jinyu doing with that torch? Feifei was puzzled, completely baffled. They looked up and saw Jinyu carrying two torches into the air, then flying off into the distance. I get it. I know what Jinyu is up to. Uro clasped her hands over her chest, watching the flames fly toward Bale. It seemed she finally understood what was happening, and she grew excited. What is Jinyu doing? Uro? Feifei was still puzzled. She watched as an eagle carried the burning torch away, and it still felt somewhat unreal to her. Stealing fire? Look at the drone, we'll find out in a moment. Euro said excitedly.
Meanwhile, Bale and Awa were still running frantically.
Realizing something was wrong, the two struggled to control the horse's direction. They just needed to get close to the yurt.
Normally, wolf packs wouldn't approach human dwellings.
It was their instinct to caution toward the unknown. But clearly, the pack had now unleashed its full fury. All 10 wolves were adults, and several more were even chasing them from another direction. A dozen horses in front, 10 wolves behind. The scene was truly breathtaking when viewed from the drone. It was clear that the last 2 horses were about to be caught by the pack. Whoosh! Just then, a flash of fire appeared in the sky. Bale and Awa looked up and froze in shock. They knew Jinyu had been harassing the wolves earlier, but they hadn't paid much attention while they were running. When they looked again, Jinyu was already approaching with 2 balls of flame. What is that? Jinyu wasn't moving too fast. If it had been moving too fast, the torches on its claws would surely have been extinguished.
It's that eagle from earlier. Awa was stunned. It was definitely the eagle, but why did it have flames? Had the eagle awakened some kind of fire ability? Awa loved reading novels, especially fantasy ones. Something this unbelievable had to be fantasy. Whoosh! The sound of flames being whipped by a strong wind echoed through the air. Jinyu dove straight down from dozens of meters up, a fiery silhouette streaking between the wolf pack and the herd of horses. This sudden turn of events startled the wolf pack, causing them to slow down just a fraction. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! At that moment, whether in the live stream or out on the grasslands, those were the only 2 words on everyone's minds and lips. Jinyu flapped his wings, soaring back into the air after sweeping past the front of the wolf pack. Then, he banked to the right and dove once more. With flames blazing from the torches on its talons, it sliced through the gap between the wolves and the horses once more. This single move instantly created a gap of over 10 meters between the relentlessly pursuing wolves and the group. That's insane. I feel like I've been crushed by an eagle. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have even thought of that. Wolves fear fire, and so do eagles, but Jinyu uses the flames to drive the wolves away. In a chase like this, as long as one side is disrupted, the distance changes. No doubt about it, Jinyu is a badass. Jinyu's intelligence is definitely on par with a human's. I think it's higher than my boyfriend's. He's just so manly. Being protected by Jinyu must feel super romantic. Everyone in the livestream was stunned by Jinyu's tactics. Well done. Bale's eyes lit up. They had already put some distance between themselves and the wolf pack. As long as they kept their distance, they'd be safe. Seeing the campfire from the yurts ahead from where they stood made him even more excited. After using torches to drive the wolves away 3 times, Jinyu didn't charge down again. There's a saying, once, twice, but not a third. This applies to momentum, and it applies to actions as well. The first time might be a surprise, the second might still catch the wolves off guard, but by the 3rd time, the pack would surely react. Just as Jinyu flew past for the 3rd time, a wolf lunged toward him. If he continued, his life would likely be in danger. If attacked by a full-grown wolf weighing nearly 200 pounds, Jinyu would stand no chance at best. He'd provide the wolf with a feast from the sky. Awa! 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 Watching its prey grow ever more distant, the alpha wolf of the pack finally let out a howl. A dozen or so wolves came to a halt just a kilometer from the yurt, panting heavily as they stared at the campfire ahead. Woof! The alpha wolf stood at the front, its eyes glowing an eerie green. Its teeth were bared, and a low, rumbling growl emanated from its throat. It was clearly furious. The alpha wolf looked up at the sky. By the light of the moon, Jinyu could already see 10 wolves glaring fiercely at him. Damn it, still staring at me? Sheep! With another piercing cry, Jinyu spread his wings and circled overhead, then, locking onto the alpha wolf, dropped 2 torches directly at him. Gore! Though the flames from the torches weren't large, they still caused pain upon impact. The wolves below scrambled to dodge. Perhaps due to the high speed of the flight, the torches burned briefly on the ground before quickly going out. A pack of huskies.
Seeing the state of the wolf pack below, Jinyu snorted with contempt. The wolves' eyes betrayed their reluctance, especially the alpha, who stared at the campfire ahead for a long time before finally turning away. The other wolves followed suit. With the alpha gone, they naturally followed. Jinyu circled the area until he was certain they had truly departed, then tilted his body and flew toward the yurt. Chapter 12, Living Worse Than an Eagle. Whoa! Dad! When Bale arrived at the yurt and Awa dismounted, Uro and the others immediately rushed to greet them. Uro, in particular, had been terrified just moments ago. There were only 2 men in the household, her father and Awa. If anything had happened, the entire family would have been ruined. Uro, you're safe. Bale patted Uro on the shoulder and said, "Big sister." Mom. Awa looked a bit sheepish. All this was because he'd come back after dark. He knew he was in for a scolding, so he called out cautiously. "Oomph, you're getting bolder and bolder, aren't you? You didn't come back until after dark. Didn't you worry your dad and mom that something might happen to you?" Uro looked at Awa and launched right into a scolding. Awa scratched his head. He knew Uro was just looking out for him. But he couldn't argue back. I fell asleep in the sun." With that innocent look on his face, it was impossible to stay mad at him. "If this happens again, I'll break your legs." A young beauty who had always been so demure suddenly turned fierce, leaving everyone in the livestream speechless. So badass. She is so sweet yet fierce. I never knew Miss Uro had such a fierce side. Come at me, Miss Uro. My brother-in-law's pretty upset too. So, come at me, I'll take the heat for him. We see too many gentle girls. A cute yet fierce one is a rare sight. You guys, are you all masochists? Father-in-law, how much is the dowry?" Just because Uro scolded her younger brother, the entire vibe of the livestream changed. How could this be? Faith happened to glance at the livestream and was also startled by the bizarre atmosphere. All right. It's good you're back. Awa, you need to be more obedient from now on. Go wash your hands. Tonight we're having lamb chops and drinking goat's milk. Uro's mother said. As long as he is safe, there is really no need to keep scolding him. Besides, Awa is only 14 years old and about to start high school. He is still just a kid. Whereas Jinyu? Why isn't he back yet? Uro shot Awa a disapproving look, then gazed at the pitch-black sky over the distant grasslands. Under the moonlight, they could see the grass and trees swaying 100 meters away, but they couldn't make out anything in the sky. Right, where is Jinyu? If it weren't for Jinyu, Awa's younger brother would been in big trouble. Whoosh! Just as everyone was thinking of Jinyu, a dark shadow flew in from the sky. It landed directly on the original metal frame. Jinyu! Uro shouted excitedly when she saw Jinyu return. She was very fond of Jinyu now and was at his side in just a few steps. Jinyu, you're absolutely amazing. Before Jinyu could even react, Uro had already wrapped her arms around him. Question, if you turn into an eagle and get hugged by a cute girl, does that count as harassment? Jinyu hadn't expected Uro to make a move so suddenly. Jinyu, you're absolutely amazing. If it weren't for you, my brother and dad wouldn't have been able to come back so easily. Thank you. Seeing Jinyu standing motionless in Uro's embrace, everyone present burst into laughter. I'm so jealous. My life isn't even as good as an eagle's. I've been single for 25 years, and now I'm being humiliated by an eagle. Jinyu, let go of that girl, let me have a go. Forget it, I'm not worthy. The comment stream exploded once again. With this turn of events, it seemed the tone of the discussion was beyond redemption. Am I the only one who noticed Jinyu didn't even try to dodge? It's not that Uro is fast. What do you mean? Don't tell me Jinyu was just asking for a hug. No, you're overthinking it, single person. Jinyu sensed Uro's affection, and Jinyu accepted that affection. Damn it, why did you have to explain?
Now I'm jealous again. Today's dose of dog food has arrived. The rising eagle lord, capturing the maiden's heart. He will ultimately become the hero who protects her. Enough already, you up there, the sage is dead. Moa. Jinyu was being hugged so tightly it was hard to breathe. It felt soft, but the lap of luxury is truly a hero's grave. It's a noble eagle now, okay? After struggling a couple of times, Jinyu finally regained its freedom and returned to the metal frame, maintaining its aloof demeanor. It glanced at the others, all of whom were smiling at it. Then it looked at the live stream, that bunch of sourpusses. Humph, lowly humans. Just then, Feifei pointed the camera at Jinyu, who tilted its head at a 45-degree angle and shot everyone a look of utter disdain. Why do I feel like Jinyu is mocking me? Me too. It's like it's saying, lowly humans. Wait, why is it looking down on me? Living a life worse than an eagle's. Mom, that eagle is glaring at me. Jinyu's gaze quickly made people feel uncomfortable, but Jinyu didn't care in the slightest. Through the screen, you can't exactly come bite me, can you? Jinyu, the rabbit meat is getting a little cold. I'll go warm it up for you. Yuro stroked Jinyu's feathers and hurried off to prepare the food. Jinyu had actually been eating the meat when he went off to save someone. Watching Yuro bustle about, Bale and the others smiled as they looked on. Rabbit meat? Sis, I want some rabbit meat too. Wild rabbits from the grasslands are the most delicious when roasted. Awa perked up the moment she heard there was rabbit meat. None for you, this is for Jinyu. Yuro said bluntly. Why? Awa felt wronged. Why was Jinyu getting the rabbit meat? He is just a kid, for crying out loud. Awa, the rabbit meat is for Jinyu. You eat the lamb chops. Without Jinyu, the two of us would probably be in big trouble. Bale chimed in from the side. Ha! Awa felt like his status in the family had dropped even further after just one night away. This was exactly like the living a life worse than an eagle scenario. But if it weren't for Jinyu tonight, he really would have been in some danger. There was nothing he could do about it. With Dad, Mom, and his older sister at home, and him being the fourth, now the fifth child, he didn't dare say much. Jinyu, come eat. Soon, the rabbit meat was reheated, and Yuro brought it over to Jinyu like a dutiful little wife. Jinyu didn't hesitate and dug right in. This made Awa even more upset. He was the younger brother, wasn't he? Why wasn't his sister concerned about him, but instead cared so much about a hawk? Although he really should be grateful to Jinyu, there was no need for such preferential treatment. Awa felt even more bitter. The viewers in the livestream burst into ruthless laughter. Awa is questioning the meaning of life. Coming home late at night, wondering if I'm even his biological brother. The younger brother-in-law's status in the family has dropped again series, but he'll have to get used to it. Awa, stay strong. The fragrant rabbit meat was placed before Jinyu, who dug in without hesitation, eating with relish. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have completed the quest to find Awa. You have earned 8 stat points, plus 8 to flight skill proficiency, and plus 8 to hunting proficiency. You have received a quest reward package. Just then, a system notification popped up in Jinyu's mind. Seeing these rewards, his eyes lit up. Chapter 13, Jinyu shares the rabbit meat. The reward for killing an eagle earlier had been 5 stat points, with no proficiency bonuses. But this time, he gained both flight and hunting proficiency 8 points each. It seemed the more difficult the quest, the more stat points he received. That was definitely a good thing. What Jinyu lacked most right now were stat points. Reflecting on today's encounter, Jinyu immediately allocated the stat points to strength. Although there were 4 status panels in total, strength was the most crucial. As long as he had great strength, he would receive bonuses whether attacking or hunting. Seeing his strength had soared to 48 points, Jinyu was thoroughly satisfied. An adult male eagle has a strength of just 50 points. He is only 2 points short. If he were to encounter that eagle again now,
he was confident he could take it down in an instant. However, even if his strength reached that of an adult male eagle, he still wouldn't stand a chance against a wolf. While eating the rabbit meat, Jinyu summoned the system once more. System, open the quest reward package. Beep. Congratulations, host, on opening the quest reward. You have obtained the skill, Danger Sense. Danger Sense allows you to sense danger before it arrives. Hearing the system's description, Jinyu's eyes lit up. Danger Sense. The skill is fantastic. Being able to sense danger the moment it arises is incredibly useful for any creature. Sheep. Jinyu let out a cheerful chirp. It was only after obtaining the Danger Sense skill that Jinyu realized the system was actually pretty awesome. Don't underestimate this. If we rewind to when Jinyu was holding a torch to fend off the wolf pack, having this Danger Sense skill would have allowed him to dodge the wolf's counterattack much faster. Wouldn't you say that's incredibly useful? Status panel, Jinyu Young Eagle, 10 months. Constitution, 35. Strength, 48. Agility, 35. Endurance, 35. Normal Adult Eagle Status Panel, 50. Skills, Flight Mastery Skill Beginner Grade 33-100, Hunting Mastery Skill Beginner Grade 23-100, Eagle Eye Skill Infrared Sensing, Danger Sense Skill. Enhanced Status Panel, Eagle Beak enhanced once. Looking at his improved status panel, Jinyu was overjoyed. Jinyu, this tastes so good. Yurao, do you have any rabbit meat? I want to eat rabbit meat. Why are you copying little brother Awa? But this rabbit was caught by Jinyu himself. Forget it. Unless you go catch one yourself, but if you do, you'll have to grill it yourself. There's no way Yurao will do it. Can't you see my little brother over there is crying with envy? What are you guys thinking? The viewers in the livestream were also swept up in Jinyu's cheerful eating broadcast. Unfortunately, since Jinyu had caught the rabbit himself, there were no leftovers. Just then, Jinyu stopped eating the rabbit meat. This plate of rabbit meat was only a third of the total, not the whole thing. After finishing, Yurao went to cut more. But Jinyu didn't eat instead. She nodded at Yurao, her wings fluttering slightly. Is Jinyu full? Could it be she doesn't eat rabbit meat? No, it seems like she is trying to say something, but I can't quite figure it out. Everyone in the livestream was speculating, unsure what Jinyu meant. It wasn't until Jinyu used its beak to push the plate back and looked at Yurao that Yurao began to wonder. Are you telling me to eat it? Yurao tried several times, but Jinyu wouldn't eat. After watching the gesture again, he finally asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yurao was stunned himself. Is this for real? The viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, what is Yurao talking about? I've never seen an eagle share food. Do goshawks even have that kind of intelligence? Ha ha. Yurao is so cute. Are you craving some rabbit meat? Everyone was filled with disbelief. They'd never seen an animal share food before. Maybe it happened, but those cases usually involved zookeepers' animals that treated them as their own kind. How long had Yurao and Jinyu even known each other? Sheep. But the next action left everyone present speechless. Because they saw Jinyu nod. Ha! The viewers in the livestream, including Bale and others, froze, thinking they were dreaming. Jinyu, are you going to share the rabbit meat with me? Yurao grew even more excited and asked. Jinyu watched Yurao's excited expression. She looked exactly like a young girl receiving a gift from her boyfriend, beaming with joy. No way! What kind of divine eagle is this? Is he really sharing it? Wait, let me process this. Something feels off here. An eagle sharing its own food? You guys must have forgotten that Jinyu brought the rabbit here specifically for Yurao to roast. I'm absolutely certain Jinyu's intelligence has reached human levels. The ancient blue eagle has chosen the female lead. You can all forget about it. What else could the viewers in the livestream do but envy? So, they just kept envying. What a bunch of ignorant sourpusses. Jinyu had already seen the comments in the livestream. It was plain for all to see that Yurao treated him well.
So what if this eagle shared some rabbit meat? Is there something wrong with that? No, right? Sis, I want some rabbit meat.
Awa, standing nearby, was drooling a bit. They ate roasted lamb every day, but rabbit meat was a rare treat.
You had to go out of your way to catch it. Awa, this is what gene you gave your sister. Bale patted Awa on the head, making Awa feel instantly like even his own dad didn't love him anymore.
Tomorrow, your Ada will bring our sheepdog back, and then we can catch a few more rabbits for Jinyu to eat.
Bale's next words sent Awa into a full-blown tantrum. Dad, I'm your son. Awa said, feeling wronged. Shut up. If you want some, go catch them yourself tomorrow. Bale cut Awa off immediately. People of the grasslands are known for their clear-cut sense of right and wrong. Bale now felt ashamed of how he'd treated the eagles before. He never expected Jinyu to turn around and save both him and Awa. He had to repay this life-saving favor. Alright, Dad, you said it. Yurao laughed. Jinyu, this is your home from now on, okay? I'll roast meat for you every day. Yurao was overjoyed as well. Although today was only her first day of live streaming, she had already sold 25,000 yuan worth of goods. This was her first profit since returning to start her business. When she first began live streaming to promote her products, no one was buying. It was only because of Jinyu that people started purchasing and the items sold out instantly. Looking at the over 1 million followers in her livestream now, Yurao felt as though she had become a major streamer. Wait, to be precise, Jinyu had become a major streamer. Every topic in the chat revolved around Jinyu. So jealous Jinyu has found a place where he is treated like a god. Am I the only one who senses Awa's despair? Dad says, Awa, not only do you get no rabbit meat to eat, but you have to give the rabbits you catch to Jinyu. Chapter 14, Day 1's Livestream Rewards. ISNT, that just so unfair. Awa, stay strong. As a man of the grasslands, you must listen to Dad and Big Sister. The chat room mercilessly mocked Awa. Awa thought, my heart is aching, but I dare not say a word. After a hearty meal, the first night on the grasslands was already halfway over. The Yurao family all really liked Jinyu. Amidst everyone's laughter, the gathering finally came to an end. Jinyu, we're going to rest now. Do you want to sleep in the tent? Yurao asked, speaking up beside Jinyu. With bedtime approaching, Yurao certainly didn't want Jinyu to stay outside. Out here on the vast grasslands, it gets a bit chilly at night, and in areas with high humidity, the grass blades are even covered in dew. Sleeping outside would definitely be damp. A tent? Jinyu's eyes lit up. It seemed Yurao was going to move her into the tent. Wait a minute. There were 3 tents now. Awa had one to herself, Yurao's parents shared another, and the last one was for Yurao and Feifei. This, a girl's tent? Was that really okay? It's freezing out here, come with me. Before Jinyu could react, Yurao reached out and picked him right up. Hey, are you picking on me just because I'm short? Jinyu squirmed a few times but couldn't break free. By then, Yurao had already carried him into the yurt. A lamp was lit inside, and there was enough space for 2 beds and a table. The yurts set up by the herders weren't small, they were massive, over 10 meters across, so you never felt cramped. Yurao set Jinyu down directly on a wooden platform. Wow, Yurao, you really do care about Jinyu, you even brought him into the room. Feifei came over too, but seeing the cold glare in Jinyu's eyes, she didn't dare move. Don't let Feifei's brash exterior fool you, she is actually a bit timid. Jinyu could see both envy and affection in Feifei's eyes clearly. This lively little beauty wanted to get closer to him too. But perhaps because she was timid, or maybe she was intimidated by Jinyu's icy stare. After all, Jinyu was a noble eagle, wasn't he? Not a pet. It was enough that the lovely Yurao was touching him. Jinyu considered himself rather loyal. Jinyu, when are you going to be a little nicer to me? Let me pet you too. Fei Fei looked at Jin Yu and couldn't help but say.
Jin Yu tilted his head and gave the girl a cold stare.
Okay, I was wrong. Fei Fei quickly raised both hands to show she wasn't up to anything.
I saw Yurao. Jin Yu only lets you touch him. I want to know what I'm doing wrong. We're the same age, after all.
Fei Fei couldn't help but lower her head, then glanced at Yurao again. Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Yuro's face flushed red. They were live streaming, after all. That sudden high-speed train twist really threw my back out.
So that's the kind of person Fei Fei really is. Female drivers, you just can't mess with them. Fei Fei, you've given yourself away. Yurao, let us not be like Fei Fei. Sure enough, the chat room erupted with excitement.
Oh my gosh, I forgot I was still live.
Sorry, guys, we're going to sleep now. Good night, okay? Having gotten used to driving in the dorm, Fei Fei admitted she couldn't hit the brakes in time. Ha? Go to sleep?
Fei Fei, look, there are still hundreds of thousands of people in the live stream.
You can't just say let us go to sleep and expect us to go along with it. No way, we can't go to sleep. I haven't had enough yet. It's only just past 11:30. We want to watch Jin Yu. Unfollow, unfollow.
That's right, if she ends the stream, we're unfollowing.
In the live chat, many viewers began to protest. It was only just past 11:30 p.m. Modern people have such active nightlife, many don't go to sleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. Wow, you guys are crazy. You want to watch us sleep? Fei Fei protested. Fei Fei, you're overthinking it. We just want to see Jin Yu. If you want to be on camera, that is fine too. Right. Aren't there a lot of live streams where people just sleep these days?
We don't mind, and you guys shouldn't either, Fei Fei.
Yurao, they're being way too much. They want to watch us sleep? What's so interesting about sleeping? Come on, let us share a bed. Fei Fei was acting like a little witch.
She grabbed her phone and charged toward Yurao. This girl, she is going to corrupt Yurao. Jin Yu never would have thought that two people with such different personalities could become best friends and get along so well.
Ah, get away from me. Yurao and Fei Fei immediately started laughing and roughhousing.
Jin Yu let out a low groan. When girls get rowdy, there is really no room for boys to get involved.
Stop it, you're still live. Under Yuro's firm intervention, Fei Fei finally backed off. Can't see anything. All we can hear is the sound. I've already filled in the blanks in my head.
There were certainly some with vivid imaginations, already fantasizing about the solar system and the Milky Way.
Alright, since everyone wants to see Jin Yu, we'll keep the stream going, but you have to promise us you won't unfollow us, okay? After discussing it with Yurao, Fei Fei relented.
They set their phone on a stand and pointed the camera toward Jin Yu's spot, capturing most of the bedroom. However, since they were both girls, they didn't show their own beds. Jin Yu had thought Fei Fei was actually that bold, but it turned out she was just all talk. Probably because they were so exhausted today, Fei Fei and Yurao lay down on the bed and fell asleep quickly. Listening to their rhythmic breathing, Jin Yu watched the livestream with a sideways glance. The viewer count was still at 500,000. If Jin Yu could speak, she would definitely ask these people what was keeping them up in the middle of the night, just watching an eagle perched on a shelf. Beep, 12 a.m. Hostess live stream check-in successful. Data being processed. Today's peak viewership exceeded 1,800,000 followers. Sold 500 lamb chops during the live stream. Defeated other male eagles on the live stream. Rescued Awa on the live stream. Data processing complete. Live stream rating, 10 stars out of 10. Earned 50 proficiency points and 10 stat points. Please allocate them as you see fit. When the system's notification sounded, Jin Yu's eyes lit up. This system is pretty powerful. He finally understood why it was called the Eagle King system. It turns out that every day at midnight, it evaluates his live stream performance with various ratings. So, that means he needs to grab as much screen time as possible. Only then can he earn more live stream ratings. If he maintained a 10-star rating every day, it would only take a week to upgrade his status panel to that of an adult eagle. But the adult eagle status panel wasn't his ultimate goal. A status panel 10 times that of an adult eagle was his beginner grade objective.
Chapter 15, Danger Alert.
With a status panel 10 times that of an adult eagle, Jinyu believed he'd be able to take down an adult wolf. By then, he'd be a true bird of prey. Within a 100-mile radius, he would be the one calling the shots. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of excitement. But before that, I need to boost the other status panels first. And I can't stop streaming either. The first day of streaming actually saw the biggest increase. Many people were seeing a male eagle for the first time, and so many things happened. After calming down, Jinyu analyzed the situation continuously. He guessed that future streams would definitely not get as high a rating as today's.
Getting 10-star ratings again would likely be a challenge. Looks like I'll have to take it one step at a time. No rushing.
With that thought, Jinyu glanced at the live stream viewers.
There were still over 300,000 people online. In the middle of the night, wouldn't it be better to go watch some dancing girls? Why did they have to be here? He just didn't get it.
Probably too many straight guys, he figured. The night grew deeper, and after midnight, the temperature began to drop. The respiration of plants at night causes carbon dioxide levels on the grasslands to rise. This brings the temperature down. It's only during the day that photosynthesis refreshes the air. Jinyu stood on a perch, lowered his body, and rested his head on his wing to sleep. The air trapped within his thick feathers was enough to shield him from much of the cold. Outside, the cattle, sheep, and horses had all settled down, making not a sound. On the grassland, a gentle breeze blows under the moonlight, causing the plants to sway. Since the vast expanse consists of endless grasslands, a truly flat, open landscape, and because rainfall is relatively scarce compared to the weather in the south, coupled with strong winds, the grassland is primarily covered in grass with very few trees.
All grasslands require protection.
If the grass stops growing, the soil will become loose and eventually turn into a desert. Therefore, protecting the grasslands requires patience.
At regular intervals, professionals come to the grasslands to conduct various surveys.
After all, although the green vegetation covers only the top meter of soil, within that single meter near the surface lies a complete ecosystem. Outside the gur, aside from the occasional movement of a flock of sheep or a horse twitching its tail, there was no other sound. Amid the grass near the yurt, a long branch had appeared at some unknown time. In the grass under the moonlight, it was hard to see clearly. But that branch began to move slowly, slipping through a crack and into the yurt. If anyone had seen it, they would surely have been shocked. This was no branch at all. It was a snake as thick as a baby's arm. Snakes aren't common on the grasslands, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. For some unknown reason, it had made its way to this yurt and, following a crack in the wall, had crawled right inside.
So eagles can actually sleep standing up. How come some people aren't asleep yet? Aren't you guys going to watch the streamer next door cosplaying Shishir and dancing? Aren't you back too? I came back because I like Jinyu. Give me a break.
I just saw you send a rocket in the haunted house next door.
You were spying on me? Spying on you? If I wasn't scared, would I have come back? Pfft, you coward. Let us just watch Jinyu. Jinyu's got my back. I wish I had an eagle like Jinyu.
There were still a handful of little ghosts moving about in the livestream. Since the phone was pointed directly at the tent entrance in Jinyu, they couldn't see anything else. Of course, the dim light inside the tent was still on. Whether the two girls had left it on because they were afraid of the dark or to show Jinyu to the livestream viewers was unclear. But regardless, there was at least a little bit of light inside the tent. Jinyu, who had been sleeping soundly much more comfortably than out in the open, exposed to the wind and dew, suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Jinyu abruptly lifted its head and scanned the surroundings. This was the skill it had just acquired, danger sense. Its danger sense was sounding the alarm, which meant a threat serious enough to endanger it had appeared.
What is going on? Why did Jinyu suddenly lift its head? Jinyu seems to be searching for something. Is Jinyu having a dream? I'm curious, do eagles dream? Do eagles dream? Is that even possible?
The viewers in the live stream immediately started discussing it, but they soon realized something was off.
Something's wrong.
There is something strange about Jinyu's gaze.
Why is it staring in Euro's direction? Jinyu, what are you up to?
Its gaze is getting sharper and sharper, and it spread its wings.
It's not going to attack Yuro, is it? Attack Yuro? It was fine just a moment ago. This one do. Does anyone have Euro's WeChat? What on earth is happening? Quick, contact Euro or Fei. We don't have a WeChat group. We VE gained hundreds of thousands of followers today, we haven't even set one up yet.
The two girls are still asleep. If Jinyu attacks, it's way too dangerous.
Humph, I told you so. Beasts are beasts, how can they be compared to humans?
Jinyu's gaze had indeed changed. It held a hint of murderous intent as it fixed its eyes on the bedside where Yuro and the others lay.
It was clearly ready to strike at any moment.
Using the dim light, it locked onto its target. It was a snake as thick as a baby's arm. No one knew when it had slithered to the girl's bedside, but now it was creeping toward Yuro. Jinyu narrowed its eyes, leaned forward, and braced itself for the attack. But the viewers in the livestream couldn't see the snake. They all thought Jinyu was about to attack Yuro. Screech! Suddenly, a hawk's cry rang out, and Jinyu lunged forward.
Ah!
The girl's screams echoed, followed by the sound of something hitting the ground.
In an instant, chaos erupted inside the yurt.
Holy shit, Jinyu struck.
Should we call the police? Will it hurt Yuro and the other girl? Yuro's father and younger brother are right next door, don't panic. Why did Jinyu suddenly attack Yuro and the other girl? Is it trying to eat them? It's over, I'm starting to dislike Jinyu.
The viewers in the livestream couldn't see what was happening. They were secretly worried but couldn't do anything about it.
What's going on? What's going on? Just then, voices came from outside the yurt. It was Baal and Awa.
In the dead of night, the girls' screams had woken them up. Without a word, they grabbed their knives and rushed inside. Although people lived here, no one could guarantee that wild animals wouldn't show up. Clearly, the father and son were ready to fight to the death. Chapter 16, Jinyu fights the venomous snake. Screech! The eagle's cry continued. Viewers in the livestream saw Baal and his son burst in, and also saw Yuro and Fei huddled together appear on screen.
What's going on?
Jinyu's screams haven't stopped. And there's the sound of something heavy being knocked over.
Has Jinyu gone crazy? Could the rabbit meat be poisonous? Some viewers speculated.
Clearly, Yuro and Fei were startled. Baal and Awa also looked ahead in astonishment, which piqued the curiosity of everyone in the livestream.
Yuro, Fei, hurry up and tell us what's going on. The chat was filled with question marks. Jinyu. Be careful. Yuro said, his face tense.
This only made the viewers in the livestream even more anxious. Humans are always curious about the unknown, especially when they only heard a little bit.
Fei finally noticed the live stream beside her. It's a snake. I don't know how a snake ended up inside our yurt.
Fei grabbed her phone and turned the camera around. Now, the viewers in the live stream finally saw it. It was a snake over a meter long, with a neck as long as Jinyu's own height. At that moment, Jinyu spread her wings and faced off against the snake, both on high alert. The snake was covered in yellow and black markings, and as it swayed, its tongue flickered in and out. Jinyu, standing opposite it, was extremely cautious.
The more colorful a snake is, the more venomous it tends to be.
Although this snake's venom wasn't particularly potent, a bite would still be a serious problem. All snakes have backward-facing fangs. If bitten, the more you struggle, the tighter the grip becomes.
SSS.
Hiss. The two predators were separated by a distance of 1 meter. It seemed far, but when it came to an actual attack, a meter could be covered in an instant.
In reality, eagles are a snake's natural enemy. However, that's only true when the eagle can take flight outdoors.
In this confined space, the situation is entirely different and it puts Jinyu at a significant disadvantage.
That's a medium viper. Bale spoke up at that moment. A medium viper? Is it venomous? Feifei wasn't familiar with the snakes of the grasslands.
In truth, girls tend to be quite afraid of snakes after all. These long, slimy creatures with their cold, slimy bodies are hard for girls to stomach. The intermediate viper is one of the more common snakes in the grasslands. It's a type of viper, and vipers are among the top 10 most venomous snakes. Bale knew a thing or two about the situation. It was a venomous snake generally, no one dared to get close.
Oh no, what should we do? Is Jinyu in danger? Yurao grew even more panicked. Doesn't this prove wrong those who said Jinyu attacked Yurao?
Jinyu only charged forward because he saw the steppe viper.
He did it to save Yurao and Feifei.
I knew it. Jinyu has already accepted Yurao, there's no way he'd ever hurt her.
Jinyu should be able to take down the steppe viper, right?
If only we were outside, I could use the strength from a dive to kill the intermediary viper, but now. In the live stream, the two sides faced off. Jinyu stared at the intermediary viper before him. The creature was truly hideous, a dull yellow body and a dark red tongue. Jinyu had already heard Bale's description. One of the 10 deadliest snakes, it wouldn't be easy to deal with.
Looks like I'll have to boost all my status panels as soon as possible.
Jinyu remained on high alert, anticipating the intermediate viper's attack. His strength was now on par with that of a normal eagle, but his other status panels still lagged behind.
Hiss!
Suddenly, the intermediate viper lunged at Jinyu. Jinyu flapped his wings and leaped to the side. He could see the intermediate viper's fangs bared. If it had connected, his wing would likely have been pierced.
You little rascal, attacking so fiercely.
Just as the intermediate viper launched another attack, Jinyu, after leaping away, pecked at the snake's head with his eagle beak. The enhanced attack power of its beak was astonishing. In an instant, it left a gash 3 inches from the viper's head, piercing right through its scales.
Hiss!
Jinyu's counterattack caused the viper to curl up and retreat once more.
With the first strike came the second. Jinyu quickly found its rhythm. After all, the human spirit is not something animals can match. So fierce. That's Jinyu for you, no one else could pull this off. So cool. Did you see Jinyu's counterattack?
It was way too fast.
I feel like if it were me, I'd have been bitten ages ago. Jinyu isn't fully grown yet. Once he turns 1, his combat power will be even stronger.
Please don't get bitten. I'd be heartbroken if you did.
Take down that intermediate viper, you've got to take it down. Everyone in the livestream was cheering Jinyu on. Dad, is Jinyu going to get hurt? Yurao asked with concern. She certainly didn't want Jinyu to get hurt.
Right now, Jinyu couldn't even fly. They were inside a yurt, and there was nowhere to fly anyway.
Jinyu is very fast, he should be fine.
But this intermediary viper is quite large. The thicker the snake, the more developed its muscles, and the greater its strength.
Bale explained.
On the surface, Jinyu and the intermediary viper seemed evenly matched, but in reality, Jinyu was still in some danger. Once the viper's fangs sink in, the venom flows.
A single bite of snake venom is unbearable for a human, let alone an eagle. Everyone began to grow concerned. However, Jinyu wasn't overly worried.
Darting left and right, it pecked at the viper several times, already tearing open several gashes on the snake's head. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. Attacking that spot is the most effective strategy.
It can inflict severe damage on the snake.
Chirp!
After several attacks, Jinyu finally got the hang of it.
Moreover, thanks to its cunning, it had already left several holes at the viper's 7-inch mark. Seeing blood already flowing, just a few more strikes would gut the viper. Just then, the viper lashed out, suddenly spraying a clear liquid from its fangs.
Venom! The moment its fangs were exposed, Jinyu darted to the side. Jinyu, watch out. Yurao and the others nearby grew anxious. Snake venom is not something to be handled lightly. Fortunately, Jinyu was fast. After leaping to the side, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Before the intermediate viper could react, he pounced. In terms of speed, Jinyu was now on par with a fully grown eagle. Using the momentum of the impact, he pinned the intermediate viper to the ground. Stay still. With a piercing cry, Jinyu's talons sank deep into the viper's flesh, one pinning its vital point, the other clamping down on its body. This sent the viper into a panic. Its long body twisted violently, trying to wriggle free from Jinyu's grasp, while its tail coiled tightly around his talons. Chapter 17: The Eagle-Snake Brawl, immune to all poisons. A powerful surge of strength emanated from the intermediate viper. The eagle's claws, now coiled around, contracted relentlessly. Fortunately, Jinyu had anticipated that the intermediate viper would definitely use this coiling technique. His eyes sharpened as he aimed for the viper's head and lunged forward to peck. The reinforced eagle's beak instantly pecked several holes into the snake's head. SSS. SSSS. The viper hadn't expected to be subdued in a single move. With its head under attack, it could only twist and turn, trying to hide its head inside its body. Unfortunately, the eagle's beak was sharp and could still inflict damage. So strong. Awesome. That dive just now was absolutely epic. The viper is done for. Jinyu's attack was too fierce. That was so cool. I never imagined Jinyu could be this cool. This is the first time I've ever seen a male eagle hunt. It was late at night, and the live stream had only 300,000 viewers, but that single kill instantly doubled the viewership. Many people came here to watch and were completely blown away. They thought this was some kind of singing and dancing stream, but they never expected to be watching a live battle between an eagle and a snake. What kind of stream is this? Where is the host? I thought this was Euro and Feifei's stream. Why is there an eagle? How did they pull this off? Getting a snake and an eagle to fight? Is this for real? Bro, you must be out of the loop. The star here is the eagle. An animal live stream? Inside the stream, as Jinyu launched his main attack, everyone grew excited. Go, Jinyu! Jinyu will win! The chat was flooded with comments, and many even started sending virtual gifs. A rare eagle versus snake battle like this is something some people might never see in their lifetime. Jinyu is just so cool. Feifei held her phone, her eyes sparkling as she watched Jinyu's performance. Euro looked tense as well, afraid that Jinyu might get bitten. The entire battle lasted only 5 minutes from start to finish. Only after Jinyu was certain the viper was motionless and dead did he lift his head again. His gaze remained sharp from the recent battle. Then, he raised one claw. Seeing that the intermediary viper remained motionless, he finally raised his second claw with confidence. Cheap. Watching the intermediary viper's lifeless body slump to the ground, Jinyu flapped his wings and chirped, as if to show off. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have slain the intermediary viper, saving Yurao and Feifei from a snakebite. Hunting proficiency plus 25. You have received a mission reward package. Jinyu's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected his actions to trigger a system reward. His hunting points had jumped by 25. That was fantastic. It was equivalent to catching 5 wild rabbits. Jinyu, you scared me to death. Are you okay? As soon as she saw the viper stop moving, Yuro was the first to rush over. She knelt on the bed, anxiously checking Jinyu's body to see if he'd been bitten by the viper. Yurao, be careful. We don't know if the viper is dead yet. Seeing Yuro rush forward, Bale quickly called out a warning. Meanwhile, Awa tapped the viper with his knife. After confirming it wasn't moving, he pushed it aside and delivered another blow to its head. The viper's body curled up in a reflexive spasm, then went still. It's dead. The viper is dead. Awa said. Jinyu is awesome. We won. I told you the eagle is the snake's natural enemy. That was so cool.
Jean, you saved the damsel in distress again.
Thank goodness Jean you was there. Otherwise, who knows which of Euro and Fei would be gotten hurt.
No matter who got injured, this was the grasslands. Finding a doctor would be quite a challenge. For some nomads, falling ill, being poisoned, or getting injured is actually the most agonizing ordeal. Of course, this doesn't mean everyone on the grasslands is a nomad. Many live in cities just like people in other urban areas, and the number of herders has actually dwindled. Euro held Jean you close. Jean you had saved her tonight, and thankfully, he was inside the gur. No matter whether she or Fei had been injured, it would likely have been life-threatening.
Jean you, thank you so much.
If you hadn't found us, I'm sure we'd both be in big trouble.
Whether Jean you could understand or not, Euro and Fei were both expressing their gratitude. Not everyone could handle such a terrifying experience in the middle of the night. That's right, Jean you saved Awa too.
Awa, our dog is coming back tomorrow. Go hunt a couple of wild rabbits.
Bale smiled, glancing at the viper. This viper was a pretty big one. Bale wondered if he could use it to make some medicinal wine. Dad, why me? Awa was unhappy. He admitted that Jean you had saved him, but why did he have to go hunting? A man of the grasslands must repay kindness. Catching 2 wild rabbits a day is no big deal. You're going to tend the horses anyway,
Bale said with a laugh.
Oh, and take this viper to me. I want to use it to make liquor. Awa felt a sudden wave of dread. This was a life of being bossed around.
But that line about a man of the grasslands repaying kindness made him abandon all resistance.
All right, I get it, Dad. Seeing Awa's gloomy expression, the viewers in the livestream burst into laughter once more. Ha, Awa, the lowest on the family hierarchy.
Awa, don't cry, you're still 5th in line.
There are 4 of you in total, okay? Have you forgotten that Doggy is coming back tomorrow?
Maybe even the cows, horses, and sheep rank higher than Awa.
This is the epitome of misery. Why does this make me laugh? Ha ha ha. Everyone mercilessly mocked Awa, but Awa couldn't see them, and it was just as well that he didn't. Alright, I'll go find some realgar and sprinkle it all around. That'll keep the bugs and snakes away. Wait a minute, I'll check the area around the tent, and then we'll be safe.
Bale was very experienced. With Fei and Euro following him, he quickly checked the entire area, sprinkled another round of realgar, and only stopped once he was certain there were no snakes or insects around. After the scare, the viewers in the livestream were still buzzing with discussion, while Euro and the others replied to messages for a while before going back to sleep. Jean you stood on the platform and summoned the system directly.
System, open the mission reward. Beep. Mission reward opened.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the skill, immunity to all poisons.
Ha!
When Jean you heard the system's prompt, he froze for a moment.
Immunity to all poisons? Was this because he killed a venomous snake? Does that mean I won't have to worry about anything when dealing with venomous snakes from now on? That's absolutely awesome. Chapter 18, Geniusaurs. Eagles actually have a wide variety of prey. Snakes are one of them. Now that I'm immune to all poisons, I can finally try some snake meat and maybe other things too. I wonder if grilled scorpions taste good. Of course, Jean am just daydreaming. After all, he still prefers cooked food. Even back when he was human, he'd steer clear of grilled centipedes and scorpions. The immunity to all poisons skill merely allows him to face venomous snakes without fear and to eat certain things without reservation. The night passed in silence. The next day, as the sun rose, Jean was awakened by the sound of dogs barking outside. Dogs? Jean didn't recall Euro's family having a dog yesterday. Dawan, Arguzi. Awa's shout came from outside, along with the sound of Bale talking to a stranger. Euro and Fei also woke from their sleep. Ugh, what time is it? Why do I hear a stranger's voice and a dog barking? Fei mumbled sleepily. It must be Uncle Ada bringing our dog back. Euro said. Dog? Yeah.
There are fewer and fewer of us nomads these days. Sometimes you 1T find another household for over 100 kilometers. Some families have over 1,000 sheep, ours only has a little over 300, so we're on the smaller side. When herding sheep, we ride horses, but if you have too many, you need to train a few sheepdogs. But when we don't have enough sheepdogs, we just borrow some.
Euro explained. Jean Yu was listening intently as well.
So you can actually borrow sheepdogs.
Did you guys only hear about borrowing sheepdogs and overlook Euro's family's situation? 300 sheep.
It's not just 300 sheep, there are also over a dozen horses, plus cattle.
We completely overlooked it before. Euro is a little rich girl. You've got to be kidding. A single sheep is probably worth a few thousand yuan, 300 would be hundreds of thousands. You finally caught on. There are over 1,000 sheep. She is so rich. The viewers in the livestream finally caught on.
On the grasslands, especially among nomadic peoples, having a few hundred sheep is standard, it's the basic standard of living for a family. However, since they're nomads, herding these sheep is quite a hassle.
Wow, you're right.
Euro, with all those cattle and sheep in your family, you're definitely well off.
But when you said over 1,000 at most, my goodness, isn't that the stuff of legendary ranchers? I always thought people on the grasslands lived such simple lives. Feifei's mind was now completely filled with sheep.
1,000 of them, even at 3,000 yuan per sheep, that is 3 million yuan.
Ha! Seeing Feifei's money-hungry expression, Euro burst out laughing. You're overthinking it.
In summer, there is plenty of rain and plenty of grass on the grasslands, so you can just let the sheep graze wherever. But as autumn arrives, the vegetation withers, and many parts of the grasslands become barren, so you have to move them to a new location. You can't just let the sheep graze anywhere, it's not as simple as finding a spot for them to eat grass.
You have to plan it out. Otherwise, what will these 300 sheep eat in winter? Euro patiently explained to Feifei. The viewers in the livestream were all listening too.
So that is how it is. I thought the grass on the vast grasslands was just there for the taking.
Exactly. Once the grass is gone in winter, it's hard to even graze the sheep.
That's the issue, people overlook nothing is ever that simple.
So, how do they get through the winter?
Hearing Euro say this, the viewers in the livestream immediately became interested. In fact, seasonal changes had a significant impact on them and on Jean Yu as well. Right now, with plenty of rain, the grass on the grasslands was growing lush, and there were many animals around.
But come winter, food would be scarce. However, since Jean Yu is currently living off Euro's generosity, it probably won't be a problem. Euro and Feifei appeared on the live stream screen.
I had no idea there was so much to know about herding. It was the first time Feifei had learned so much about it. Of course. In winter, when there are fewer animals on the grasslands, wolf packs will attack flocks of sheep and horses and even humans.
Euro said earnestly. Oh. But I thought wolves rarely come into contact with humans? Feifei was startled.
When they have no food and are starving, anything can happen.
Euro continued to explain, even playfully lowering his voice to deliberately scare Feifei. That is terrifying. I definitely don't want to end up as wolf food. Feifei shook her head.
When Feifei picked up her phone, she immediately gasped.
Wow, did you guys not leave, or did you come back? There are so many people here?
Feifei saw that there were still 6 or 70,000 people in the livestream. That was already a huge number. After all, it was still morning, and many people's nightlife didn't end until 4 or 5 in the morning.
So many people. Euro looked over as well. Good morning, Euro. Good morning, Feifei. Good morning, Jean Yu. You didn't expect this, did you? I haven't gone to sleep yet. I'm the real champion of staying up late. What is being the champion of staying up late? I haven't eaten in a day. The chat immediately erupted with excitement. Euro and Feifei greeted them and exchanged a few words.
Cheap. Jean Yu chimed in from the back with a chirp of her own.
Jean Yu, Jean Yu. Jean Yu's awake too. The viewers in the live stream instantly got excited. These guys, they even have to watch me sleep.
Jean Yu tilted her head and shot the viewers a look, letting them figure it out for themselves.
So aloof. I love Jean Yu's look.
If this were in a fantasy movie, she'd definitely be a cool, aloof guy.
The person above watches too many fantasy movies that has clearly the look of a domineering CEO, okay? Ha! Ignorant humans.
Jean Yu spread his wings and flew straight out of the yurt. The sun was already up outside, though the morning air was quite cool.
By the time Euro and Fei came out, Jean Yu had already taken flight.
Cheap. From hundreds of meters up in the sky, Jean Yu looked around, taking in a view that stretched for dozens of kilometers.
Look, Jean Yu is flying way too high. He just fly off and never come back?
I heard eagles can fly up to 3,000 meters high.
Is that true?
I guess flying that high, it'll be hard to even spot him.
He has just a tiny black dot now.
Fei held her phone up, aiming it at Jean Yu soaring through the sky, but because Jean Yu was flying so high, it was hard to see clearly, so she had to zoom in as much as possible.
So cool. Soaring through the skies, hundreds of meters in an instant.
If only people could fly like that, we could take in the whole grassland too.
Euro exclaimed. We humans can't go up there, but a drone can. Fei said, pulling out her drone. Fei, you're the best. Now we can finally enjoy the view of the grasslands. Last time we used the drone, it was the middle of the night.
If only we could use the drone to follow Jean Yu's flight.
I'm thinking exactly the same thing. Chapter 19, Wu Chengfeng, you scumbag. Professor Wang, look.
On a grassland some 10 kilometers away, there were 4 horses and 3 people. They also had a drone and were carrying some equipment.
What?
Professor Wang, an ecologist, was primarily responsible for ecological conservation in grassland regions and research on rare animals. Wu Chengfeng, standing beside him, approached Professor Wang with a tablet, which left the professor somewhat puzzled.
Professor Wang, this is a live stream from Douyin.
It features 2 girls named Euro and Fei, recent college graduates who want to use live streaming to promote their hometown grasslands.
Wu Chengfeng said excitedly. Hey, Wu Chengfeng, have you got your eye on those girls?
They just graduated from college, they're only 21 or 22.
Are you asking Professor Wang to go propose for you?
Huang Tonghui teased from the side.
Wu Chengfeng, I know you're 28 and still single.
You're at a great age, you should just focus on your work. Listen, my cousin's daughter graduated from college 3 years ago. When I go back, I'll introduce her to you. A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight, and it's perfectly normal for someone in their 20s to want to date.
I know, Professor Wang, is your cousin's daughter the one who came over last time?
Wu Chengfeng asked, his mouth twitching.
Yes, you even had dinner together. What did you think? She graduated from a top-tier university too.
Professor Wang said with a chuckle.
I don't want to.
Wu Chengfeng flatly refused. He had met Professor Wang's cousin's daughter before she was 1.5 meters tall and weighed 150 pounds.
She wasn't his type at all. Ha 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 ha. Lu Shanzhong, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Lu, are you looking for a girlfriend too?
I have a cousin who also has a daughter.
Professor Wang said enthusiastically.
Both of these students were quite decent and worked very hard. Research into the grassland ecosystem was grueling work. Out of 365 days a year, they spent 300 of them on the grasslands.
He was very satisfied with them, and if they could become relatives, that would be the best outcome. Ha ha ha, ah.
Lu Shanzhong was just about to mock Wu Chengfeng when Professor Wang's words caught him off guard, nearly knocking the wind out of him.
Cough, cough. Professor Wang, I'm only 28, I'm not ready to get married yet. He couldn't exactly say he found her unattractive. Who knew if the rest of Professor Wang's family shared the same genes?
It would be fine if Wu Chengfeng stepped up to the plate.
Oh, come on, what are you talking about? Marriage is a matter for life. 28 is old enough.
Professor Wang chuckled, thinking the two of them were just being shy.
Ahem, Professor Wang, that's not what I meant. Just take a look at this live stream and you'll see.
Wu Chengfeng knew it was best to get down to business right away. If he really had to go meet his cousin Esnice next time, that would be a disaster.
A live stream? What live stream? Lu Shanzhong walked over, holding the drone controller.
On the tablet screen, an eagle was flying at breakneck speed, occasionally performing difficult aerial maneuvers. The view would switch to the drone's camera, tracking the eagle's silhouette from high above blue skies and green grass, capturing the full beauty of the grasslands.
An eagle? Is someone live streaming their own eagle? Lu Shanzhong's eyes lit up upon seeing it.
Professor, this eagle is quite beautiful, it even has golden feathers on its head. Professor Wang nodded. Eagles with golden feathers are rare, though there are golden eagles, hence the term golden eagle. I suspect this is one of the eagles owned by the two college students you mentioned.
They can assist with hunting.
Professor Wang recognized the situation upon seeing it. Eagles are actually quite rare, especially with urban development spreading everywhere in recent years, which has greatly impacted their habitat. Nowadays, most eagles live in mountainous forests and grasslands. Even the hunting eagles once kept by nomadic tribes have become much rarer.
Moreover, eagles are classified as Class 2 protected animals.
It's likely that in the near future, they'll be classified as Class 1 protected animals. Because eagles are too proud, they simply can't survive in zoo cages, unlike lions or tigers.
Eagles belong to the open skies. Wu Chengfeng, this is just an ordinary eagle, it just looks a bit unusual. What's so fascinating about it? Why don't you ask Professor Wang to introduce you to his niece instead? Lu Shanzhong couldn't resist teasing from the side. Get lost. Go find a cooler spot to hang out. Do you think I don't know this is just a regular live stream? That's not the point, the real highlight is coming up.
Wu Chengfeng switched the screen on his tablet.
Soon, several videos appeared. The first video showed two eagles fighting in mid-air.
Although it's rare to witness eagles fighting, there were other footage of eagles in combat, so it was still somewhat normal. The second video showed this golden eagle trading rabbit meat for lamb chops and eating cooked food.
An eagle eating cooked food?
This left both Professor Wang and Lu Shanzhong speechless. Moreover, they already knew this eagle hadn't been tamed.
Yet, despite that, the eagle had come to humans to trade for food.
The third video was shot in pitch darkness, with the sounds of wolves howling and horses neighing. According to the uploader, this was the eagle saving people, especially the part where it charged into the wolf pack with a torch, which was nothing short of spectacular. The fourth was another video showing the golden eagle fighting a viper and ultimately killing it.
This eagle. Professor Wang and Lu Shanzhong were both stunned. It's different. Its name is Jinyu, Professor. It's incredibly intelligent. And look at the number of viewers in the livestream.
Wu Chengfeng switched the tablet back to the livestream. It was just past noon, yet there were already 1 million people watching.
This eagle is something special. Lu Shanzhong also sensed something was off.
This eagle has quite a few fans, it's almost on par with some internet celebrities.
This is definitely going to be the internet-famous eagle of the future.
Professor, aren't you currently working on a topic about the life cycle of eagles?
Isn't this a perfect opportunity?
Plus, I've checked, it's not far from us, just a dozen or so miles away. That area is also a herding zone for nomads, it's right on our mission route.
Wu Chengfeng said.
It would be quite difficult for them to study the eagle.
Eagles can fly, but they can't. Plus, eagles are incredibly fast, how could they possibly find one to observe? It's difficult. This is a rare topic, after all humans can't fly.
The whole point of this trip was to find an eagle near a water source and observe it.
But so far, they come up empty-handed. Wu Chengfeng, I get the feeling you're here for those two cuties.
I just looked them up, they're both real stunners. Lu Shanzhong teased from the side, clutching his phone.
cut it out. I'm here for Jinyu. You scoundrel, don't go spreading rumors about me. Wu Chengfeng retorted. Chapter 20, Close Watch 2 Sheepdogs. Professor Wang? Wu Chengfeng looked at Professor Wang, a questioning look in his eyes. Professor Wang watched the livestream, deep in thought. Alright, let us go check it out. It's not that far from here anyway. It was only about 17 or 18 kilometers away at their pace, they could get there in 3 or 4 hours. You bet. As soon as Professor Wang agreed, Wu Chengfeng and the other guy high-fived. It was unclear whether these two were going to see Jinyu or just to catch a glimpse of the two cute young girls. But either way, they were already on their way. Meanwhile, a manager at Douyin Live was reviewing yesterday's data. Euro and Feifei's life on the grasslands? They've actually been streaming for 24 hours straight, and yesterday's viewership skyrocketed hundreds of times compared to the rest of the year? Faced with the data, he was taken aback. Growth on a live streaming platform is normal, but such a sudden surge was a bit odd. As a manager, his job wasn't just to oversee the platform's stable development, but also to discover promising streamers who could maximize profits for the platform. With that in mind, he grabbed his phone and checked the details of the streamer's account. The moment he entered the stream, he was captivated by the sight of a soaring eagle. An eagle? That's quite unique. Across the entire platform, this is the only stream featuring an eagle. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at the viewer count over 1 million. That's a massive audience. This qualifies as top-tier traffic on the platform. There aren't many streams that can match this. Interesting. A stream featuring just an eagle has actually drawn this many people. He casually opened a few videos and froze instantly. Those videos were none other than Jinyu's previous battle footage. How is this possible? Is this staged? Is there a script? Everyone knows that live streaming animals is the hardest thing to pull off. Especially since you can't make animals perform the actions you want, even adding special effects is difficult. Yet these clips were all shot live, with no signs of special effects. The manager felt as if he'd discovered a new continent. He immediately compiled the data and headed to the general manager's office. Less than an hour later, he was back at his desk. Lu, starting now, monitor this livestream's data 24/7. Contact me immediately if you spot anything unusual. Also, how many filming crews do we have left? After summoning his assistant, he issued his orders without delay. Manager Yang, we don't have any filming crews left, but one team is scheduled to wrap up in 3 days, Lu replied, holding a folder. Have them come back right now, cancel their break. Also, give them our best aerial filming equipment. Manager Yang said. Yes, sir. I'll go right away. Assistant Lu knew her boss must have discovered a new talent. She decided to check out the live stream later. Also, draft a contract for a poverty alleviation livestream. I'll send you the terms shortly. Manager Yang added. Got it, sir. Jinyu had no idea he had already attracted quite a bit of attention. He performed various difficult maneuvers in the air, and when he felt he'd flown enough, he finally landed. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Just as Jinyu had landed, 2 dogs began barking wildly at him. Ha! Jinyu tilted his head, looking at the 2 dogs. These 2 dogs, one of which was named Da Huang, were actually Chinese native dogs. Their bellies were white, while their backs and heads were yellow. No wonder they're called Da Huang. Chinese native dogs are highly adaptable and obedient. As the saying goes online, breeds passed down from our ancestors are naturally reliable. Even if you held meat between chopsticks and offered it to them, they wouldn't take it. They'd only go for it if you dropped it on the ground. These are dogs of absolute loyalty. Jinyu was quite fond of dogs. He'd even kept one when he was a child. The second one, named Ergu, was actually a 60% purebred sheepdog, also known as a black-backed sheepdog. Its back and head were black, while its belly and limbs were covered in yellow fur. This breed isn't just capable of herding sheep, it also has a fierce temperament,
making it suitable for training as a guard dog to protect the home and even as a police dog. The Euro family has 2 students, and when they're away, they rely entirely on these 2 dogs to watch over the house. However, woof! Woof woof woof! What the hell? Genu saw the 2 dogs spot him and start barking at him non-stop. What's more, the black-backed shepherd was even trying to jump up and bite him. Is this okay? Luckily, Genu was standing on a high platform, so the 2 dogs couldn't reach him at all. Da Wong, Ergu, stop it. This is Genu, a new friend. Yurao saw the 2 dogs growling at Genu and immediately stepped in to stop them. This scene had the live stream audience laughing non-stop. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Those 2 dogs were trying to bite Genu. But Genu just looked right through them, standing there on the perch and giving them a sidelong glance. Are they just trying to make a scene? Too bad our Genu isn't buying it. Haha, I bet those 2 dogs are questioning their existence right now. They can't reach him, and they're barking isn't scaring him at all. Everyone in the live stream burst into laughter. They all agreed that Genu was incredibly composed. If it were any other eagle, it probably wouldn't have dared to come down by now. But Genu didn't just come down, he was looking down on those 2. They're just 2 dogs. Seeing the comments from the livestream viewers, Genu couldn't help but give another haughty glance. I feel like Genu is looking down on me. To the person above, you're right, I feel like he's looking down on me too. Do you guys think Genu can actually see what we're typing? If Genu can read our text, I'll eat my own poop on livestream. The Eagle Lord has awakened his sentience and evolved to a level of intelligence surpassing that of humans. Fellow cultivator above, why haven't you ascended yet? Ha, ignorant humans. Seeing the stream chat getting increasingly rowdy, Genu simply stopped paying attention. Genu, I grilled some meat for you, and I've got some goddess milk too. Just then, Euro brought over a tray with sliced lamb and a small cup of goddess milk. The lamb was clearly freshly grilled, with golden fat glistening on the surface. The small cup of warm goddess milk beside it, paired with the lamb, was simply mouth-watering. It smells so good. Genu looked up, he could already smell the aroma of the meat and milk. He hadn't expected Yurao to be so considerate of him. Actually, because they'd been rushing to catch a ride yesterday and had a scare in the middle of the night, they didn't get up until past 10. After Genu had been flying for so long, this was already quite late. Lunch and breakfast were essentially combined into one meal. Genu didn't mind this at all. After all, an eagle can go 3 days without eating, but Genu's soul was human, and the aroma still made her mouth water. Chapter 21, Genu is promoting products again. Hey everyone, yesterday's lamb chops are all sold out. The next batch will be available in 3 days, and over the next 3 days, we'll be live streaming the process of making them. As for today, our main feature is goat milk. This goat milk is completely natural, it's what we drink ourselves. It's absolutely pure and natural, and we have a total of 1,000 bottles. Yurao and Fei introduced the product together. In fact, Yurao and Fei were even holding up bottles of goat milk and drinking it themselves. Goat milk? Does it taste good? I only drink cow's milk. I don't even drink cow's milk because I can't stand the smell of dairy. Me too, but I drink yogurt. I only drink yogurt as well. Viewers in the live stream immediately started chiming in, though it seemed they weren't very familiar with goat milk. After all, most dairy companies focus on cow's milk, and goat milk is quite rare. Goat milk is delicious too. My brother and I grew up drinking it from a very young age. Yurao said with conviction. Plus, some of the other products made from goat milk are delicious too, like cheese. Goat milk is actually quite valuable, more so than cow's milk. Fei nodded in agreement from the side. Yeah, you can look it up on Baidu. The goat milk season is very short, it's only available from March to October each year. So during the last 3 months of the year, in winter, you won't even be able to get any if you want it. Genu smiled as he watched the 2 girls. Girls this hardworking are probably a rare sight these days, aren't they? Genu played along, taking a couple of bites of lamb and then sipping some goat's milk. He had to admit, the goat's milk was actually quite delicious. It didn't have as strong a flavor as he'd imagined. If Jinyu remembered correctly, many animals have very delicate stomachs, for example, kittens and puppies just a month or two old. At that stage, if they don't have access to their mother's milk, they have no choice but to drink goat's milk. It's great for protecting their delicate stomachs. Sheep. Just then, Jinyu let out a chirp, drawing the attention of everyone in the livestream. Just promoting it, one tea, cut it, I'll have to do this myself. Jinyu stuck her beak into the cup. Her beak was covered in goat's milk. Jinyu obligingly drank the entire small cup of goat's milk. Jinyu, did you finish it all? Eurohen T expected Jinyu to finish the goat's milk, so quickly she beamed as she looked at the empty cup. Good boy, Jinyu. I'll give you another cup. You have to eat and drink plenty to grow up fast. I still remember the eagle by Yanggui's side. I want you to take me flying through the sky too. Euro said this with childlike innocence. Feifei, standing nearby, burst out laughing at Euro's words. Jinyu was at a loss. What do you do when you meet a girl who is this innocent? It wasn't an eagle by Yanggui's side, it was a vulture. Euro, that is so cute, but the one by Yanggui's side was a vulture. And a mutant vulture at that. Ha ha ha, who knows? Maybe Jinyu just needs to drink more goat's milk. Look, Jinyu just finished a whole cup. I want to buy some too. I'll have one too. The same one as Jinyu's, I want one too. Hurry up and post the link. Post the link. The crowd, who had been hesitating just moments ago, immediately started scrambling for it, all because of Jinyu's single cup of goat's milk. Seeing this, Feifei cast a sulky glance at her phone. You guys are too much. Euro and I recommended this to you, but you didn't want it. Now that Jinyu drank just one cup, you're all scrambling for it. Do you think the two of us aren't beautiful enough? Ha, two beauties can't hold a candle to a single eagle. Go ahead and cry, Feifei. Maybe I'll buy an extra pound. Feifei, don't compare yourself to Jinyu. You can't beat her anyway, ha. Feifei, can you fly? Jinyu can. Seeing the atmosphere in the live stream liven up again, Feifei and Euro were naturally delighted. Alright then, there are only 1,000 portions left. We've got 2 million viewers in the live stream right now. Isn't that a bit too few? Euro stuck out her tongue, but still started the countdown. Alright, let us post the link. 5 4 3 2 1. Sold out. Euro was stunned. All 1,000 units were gone in an instant. She depriced them at 15 yuan per pound. Sold out? Feifei was dumbfounded too. Gone in a flash? Is that even possible? Just that one sale brought in over 10,000 yuan in revenue. Thank you all so much, and a huge thanks to Jinyu. Jinyu is truly my soulmate. Euro felt incredibly lucky. She knew that coming back to stream and sell products wouldn't be easy at all. She never expected Jinyu to help her out this much. If he isn't her soulmate, then who is? By the way, everyone, will ship within 3 days, and it should arrive in about a week. Everything is vacuum sealed. Once your order arrives, be sure to leave me a review. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Da Huang and Ergu must have sensed the lively atmosphere and realized Euro was in a good mood. Their eyes turned back to Jinyu once more. It was probably because these two pups had never seen an eagle up close before, and with Jinyu perched high above, it had them barking non-stop. These two pups. Jinyu fixed his gaze on the two dogs, tilting his head and giving them a disdainful look. It's a bit noisy. I can't stand hearing dogs bark all the time. But Jinyu couldn't beat these two dogs right now. Even a fully grown eagle might not be able to defeat them, especially the black-backed one having grown up on the grasslands. It was incredibly strong. It must have spent plenty of time running wild on the grasslands. Most importantly, Jinyu knew that dogs from the grasslands were capable of fighting wolves. Since primitive times, dogs have been human companions, and their primary purpose has been to hunt wild beasts. Da Huang could probably handle a single wolf, and as for the black-backed one, needless to say he could likely take on two without a problem. On the grasslands, many nomadic herders keep several dogs. They aren't afraid even when encountering a pack of 3 or 5 wolves. Herding sheep, hunting, and driving away wild beasts, these are the roles of dogs on the grasslands. He heard that the most formidable of all were the Tibetan Mastiffs. A single Tibetan Mastiff could easily handle 6 or 7 wolves, and could even engage in combat with lions and tigers. As this thought crossed his mind, Jin Yu's eyes lit up. That's it. I should try to tame these 2 dogs. Wouldn't it be great if both dogs obeyed him? However, since Jin Yu was, after all, an eagle, taming 2 dogs would require some patience. Woof! Woof woof woof! Da Huang and Ergo kept barking at Jin Yu. Yurao shooed them away. Don't bark. This is Jin Yu, he's a friend, to bark again and I'll toss you a mile away. Seeing the dogs staring at Jin Yu, Yurao naturally wouldn't let them harm him. Meanwhile, Jin Yu had already figured out the problem. First, these 2 dogs were interested in him, a high-flying eagle, and second, he had food. With that in mind, Jin Yu picked up a piece of lamb meat and dropped it on the ground. At that, both Da Huang and Ergo froze. Chapter 22, Taming Skill. Meat? It was mealtime, and Da Huang and Ergo were getting a bit hungry. They'd only been back for a morning, and besides, as dogs, they had no resistance to bones and meat. Seeing the lamb meat on the ground, they paused for a moment before slowly approaching to sniff it. The moment they caught the delicious scent of the lamb, they immediately started eating. They didn't even bark. Ha! What's Jin Yu doing? He probably dropped it by accident. No, Jin Yu did it on purpose. What's going on? Is the lamb not tasty? Why would he deliberately throw the meat on the floor? Everyone watched as Jin Yu picked up a piece of meat in his mouth and deliberately dropped it outside the plate, leaving them puzzled. Yurao was stunned. Jin Yu, don't you want to eat any more? Yurao asked with concern, do you only want to eat rabbit meat? Yurao's first thought was that Jin Yu was being picky. If he wanted rabbit meat, then his younger brother Awa would have to go catch some. Feifei looked at Jin Yu, then glanced at the 2 dogs on the ground, and her eyes lit up. Wait, Yurao, Jin Yu is feeding the 2 dogs. She tilted her phone slightly so the viewers in the livestream could see the 2 dogs under the shelf. Da Huang and Ergo finished their meat and immediately looked up at Jin Yu. With meat to eat, the 2 dogs stopped barking and simply looked up at Jin Yu. Jin Yu keenly sensed the dogs' confusion. Clearly, neither of them understood why Jin Yu was giving them meat. This is going to be good. Seeing this, Jin Yu tossed a few more pieces of meat down. However, she didn't throw them right at their feet. Instead, she tossed them to the other side of the shelf. Luckily, the pieces weren't too big. After a few pieces landed, the 2 dogs stopped their earlier frenzied barking and lost their previous ferocity. On the contrary, having tasted the sweetness of the meat, they sat down on the ground and stared intently at Jin Yu. Holy crap, what is going on? I think something big is about to happen. Jin Yu is feeding the dogs? By the way, I wonder how Jin Yu knew the dogs eat meat. Probably because Jin Yu loves meat himself, right? So what's the deal here? Wait, I don't think this is as simple as it seems. The viewers in the livestream began speculating, while Yurao and Feifei exchanged glances. Though curious, they didn't stop Jin Yu. Since Jin Yu was doing this, there must be a reason. They wanted to know exactly what Jin Yu was up to. Jin Yu paid no attention to the viewers. He looked down at the 2 dogs and even started swaying from side to side while holding the piece of meat in his mouth. This time, the 2 dogs' eyes followed Jin Yu's movements. Dogs craving meat, that's only natural. However, the delay in dropping it made the 2 dogs a bit anxious. As soon as they saw Jin Yu drop it, they immediately rushed to grab it. The next time, it wasn't that simple. Training a dog isn't just about giving it food, it's about making it achieve your goal. After a long pause, the 2 dogs looked on expectantly, even wagging their tails. When a dog wags its tail, there's only one reason: to curry favor. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream gasped again.
Jinyu, are you training those two dogs?
It sure looks like it. I saw the dogs wagging their tails.
This is the first time I've seen such a smart eagle. I feel like those two dogs are about to be tamed. It reminds me of a scene in a novel where a monkey rides Dawang. Amazing. Doesn't Jinyu have an IQ higher than humans?
A scene like this using food to win over two dogs might be possible for a human, but when it happens with an eagle, it feels downright eerie.
After tossing down the piece of meat, Jinyu made a bold decision.
It jumped straight down to the lower level of the rack. From there, the dogs could reach it with just a single leap.
This dangerous move had everyone holding their breath. Yuro was ready to intervene.
However, Feifei stopped her. Trust Jinyu. As the saying goes, worry clouds judgment. Yuro simply didn't want Jinyu to get hurt. Jinyu, having jumped down a level, was also completely focused. The two dogs hadn't expected Jinyu to come down. After a moment of surprise, they actually started to lunge. But just then, Jinyu dropped the piece of meat from his mouth. With meat to eat, the two dogs immediately went to eat it, then continued to wait.
It worked.
The distance had closed, but he was still within their attack range. Jinyu went up again to fetch some meat, this time doing it in 2 trips. After repeating this 3 times, Jinyu simply landed on the ground. Anyone who had just joined the livestream would surely be surprised. They might even have thought it was a falconry demonstration, with the falcon retrieving meat from above to feed the two dogs. This time, it was safe. Jinyu stood right in front of the two dogs, and neither of them would attack him.
After 3 consecutive attempts, Jinyu moved closer once more.
Needless to say, his goal wasn't merely to win the dog's favor. Rather, he wanted to get close. Then, to pet the dogs' heads. When it comes to petting dogs, there are only 2 options: either you don't pet them at all, or you pet them countless times.
Once you've managed to touch them, you can do whatever you want afterward.
Thanks to Jinyu's patient feeding, he was now only 30 centimeters away from the 2 dogs. Such a short distance immediately put the 2 dogs on high alert. However, Jinyu remained patient. After feeding them again, it seemed as though the 2 dogs had accepted Jinyu's offerings. Just as they were eating, Jinyu moved closer once more. This time, spreading its wings like a human arm, it stroked Dawang's head.
Woof, woof, woof. Being petted on the head? Dawang immediately took offense.
Though food was still in its mouth, it let out a series of growls, baring its teeth.
It looked as if Dawang would attack the moment Jinyu retracted its wing. He touched it. How did Jinyu do that?
Most dogs wouldn't dare get this close, even if they've been hand-fed.
I certainly wouldn't dare. Me neither. It's only been a few minutes at most. How could this dog trust a bird so easily?
Let us hope the 2 dogs don't snap at him.
Jinyu is way too bold.
I think this is going to work.
This is the drama of a lifetime. From now on, Lord Golden Eagle has tamed 2 canine guards.
The mood in the livestream suddenly shifted, but Jinyu didn't let his guard down for a second. He only managed to get the 2 dogs to trust him. There was still a long way to go before he could actually ride them. And it would take time to build that bond.
A thought suddenly crossed his mind: would this method work on a wolf?
But upon reflection, he decided against it. These 2 dogs were so docile because Yuro and the others were here, and they'd been following humans for a long time. They simply didn't possess that kind of ferocity. If it had been a wolf, Jinyu would probably have been pounced on by now.
Beep. Congratulations, host. You have tamed 2 sheepdogs and successfully activated the skill, taming skill.
Taming skill allows you to tame wild animals under specific conditions.
Chapter 23, No Longer Lonely Doggy Minions.
Jinyu's eyes lit up upon hearing the system prompt. This means he's about to get some new buddies. However, the description of the taming skill also stated that it applies to wild animals in specific states.
In other words, there are some limitations.
Woof woof. The 2 dogs immediately barked at Jinyu. But this time, they were wagging their tails and sticking out their tongues. This wasn't a threat, it was simply a way of greeting Jinyu.
Woof woof, big brother. Ha! In that instant, Jinyu actually understood what the two dogs were saying. Could it be that any animal he tamed could communicate with one another? Sheep, can you guys understand me? Jinyu chirped, asking. Woof woof, sure, big brother. Woof woof woof, big brother, I'm still hungry. The dog's messages reached Jinyu's ears once again. This was amazing. Sheep not full yet? Wait a sec. Jinyu felt a surge of delight. Being able to understand the dogs was the best thing ever. At least now, no one would misunderstand him. Having two little buddies made things so much easier. Jinyu took flight, and this time, he pushed all the meat from the plate onto the ground. After all, he was an eagle, so his appetite was relatively small, but the same couldn't be said for the two dogs. These two dogs were much bigger than him, so naturally, they would eat a lot. Sheep. Jinyu called out to Yurao twice. Jinyu? What do you want? Yurao knew something was up when Jinyu called out to him. But they couldn't communicate. Jinyu pecked at the empty plate twice with its beak, then glanced down at the dogs. Do you want meat? To feed them? Yurao asked, puzzled. Animals feeding other animals or animals asking for food for other animals was a bit hard to believe, wasn't it? But Jinyu was a bit special. Yurao no longer regarded Jinyu as just an ordinary eagle. Sheep. Seeing that Yurao understood his meaning, Jinyu nodded. Having guessed Jinyu's intention correctly, Yurao was equally excited. Wait a moment, I'll go get some food. There wasn't much else on the grasslands, but there was plenty of mutton. Besides, Yuro's family had roasted a whole lamb last night, and they hadn't been able to finish it all. Soon, the reheated mutton was brought over. This time, Yurao didn't cut it all into small pieces, there were even two large bones. These were for the two dogs. When the two dogs saw the bones, they knew immediately they were for them. As Yurao tossed the two bones to them, they wagged their tails and jumped up and down excitedly. Once they had the bones in their mouths, they barked at Jinyu to show their gratitude. Go ahead and eat. Why do you two look like you've been abused? Jinyu couldn't help but ask, seeing them act as if they hadn't eaten in days. Woof bro, you don't know Ada has a Tibetan Mastiff at home. We can't mess with it, so we don't even get enough to eat. Da Wang said, sounding aggrieved. Don't let the fact that they're both dogs fool you because they belong to different owners, they still get pushed aside when they visit other people's homes. Take mealtime, for example, the family's own dogs are always fed first. So the two of them never get enough to eat. Don't think animals lack intelligence, some dogs have IQs comparable to 7 or 8-year-old children. They have emotions, too. Sheep, so that's how it is. Does that mean you've been working all these days without getting enough to eat? How could that be? Woof woof, yeah, we've been there 6 times already, and we never get enough to eat. Da Huang really did feel a bit wronged. Ergo was doing okay after all, he was a black-backed, with fairly pure bloodlines. He was also a bit bigger and stronger than Da Huang. But Da Huang was just getting bullied. The main problem was that the other side had 5 dogs, there was no way to win a fight against them. Sheep, don't worry, from now on, I'm here. No one will be able to bully you anymore. Jinyu said this as he landed right on Da Huang's head while they were eating. This time, Da Huang certainly didn't put up any resistance, and since Jinyu wasn't that big yet, standing on his head was perfectly manageable. Dog riding? Jinyu felt like he'd reached a whole new level. He is standing on it. Jinyu did it. Da Huang didn't put up a fight at all. Amazing, so that's how it's done. What is Jinyu up to? Why is he on Da Huang's head? Could this be the legendary beast taming? Unbelievable, he tamed 2 dogs with just a bit of lamb. It seems like just 10 minutes ago, those 2 dogs were barking furiously at Jinyu. Jinyu is just too clever, I've never seen such a smart eagle before. Meanwhile, over 10 miles away. Professor Wang was also stunned, this eagle is quite special, taming 2 dogs in such a short time. Yes, Professor Wang,
It's incredibly clever. I recall the ancient saying about eagles and dogs. The eagle and the dog are the most loyal companions in the sky and on the ground, respectively.
So what's the big deal about an eagle taming a dog?
Lu Shanzhong felt this was all just mysticism. I was the one who discovered it, though.
This Jin Yu is just too smart. I bet filming this documentary and documenting the eagle's life will be a breeze now.
Wu Chengfeng felt like he discovered a new continent.
But Jin Yu isn't even yours. What's there to brag about just because you found it?
Lu Shanzhong and Wu Chengfeng were like best buddies. They didn't hold back when they spoke, but their relationship was actually quite close.
Alright, let us get going. We've got a lot of gear, so we'll have to take it slow. It'll probably take us over an hour. They weren't moving very fast.
Although they had horses, they weren't in a hurry. They were just using the horses for transportation. Along the way, they had to collect a lot of data.
Alright, Professor. We might even get to score a free meal of grilled lamb at Bayless Place tonight.
Wu Chengfeng said excitedly. He wasn't from around here, and lamb was his absolute favorite. He could never get enough of it.
Especially lamb grilled over charcoal. That was simply a heavenly delicacy. You're such a glutton. Get back to work. We've still got plenty of tasks to complete. Professor Wang scolded him with a laugh.
In truth, Professor Wang felt a deep concern for these young men. After all, the conditions here were far from ideal. They spent every day climbing mountains and wading through water, living outdoors year-round. Sometimes even taking a shower was difficult, and they might even encounter wolf packs or swamps. This work urgently required young people who were hardworking and resilient.
Otherwise, with such a vast area to cover, how long would it take for someone in his 40s to complete the survey?
Contributing to the nation might mean sacrificing one's youth. Professor Wang understood the hardships involved.
Alright, the test results will be out soon.
Wu Chengfeng recorded the air data they collected, then packed up the equipment and prepared to head to the next location.
Chapter 24, Poachers.
Watching Jin Yu stand on Da Huang's head and run back and forth in front of the yurt, everyone broke into smiles.
They could all tell that Da Huang wasn't the least bit upset.
Meanwhile, Jin Yu stood firmly on the dog's head, not moving an inch. What's more, he tilted his head to look at the group.
Woof, woof, woof.
Da Huang and Ergo were playing together, bouncing around non-stop.
These two were really letting loose. See that?
I told you Jin Yu could tame those two dogs.
Impressive.
I bet no one else could have tamed them in such a short time.
He is so smart. It's just a piece of meat. Tomorrow I'm going to try this on my neighbor's husky. A Siberian husky? Forget it. A Siberian husky isn't worthy. Why isn't a Siberian husky worthy?
I have a Siberian husky myself.
Siberian huskies are only good for chewing on shoes and sofas.
Everyone in the livestream, including Yurao and the others, was stunned by Jin Yu's feat.
Bale looked at Jin Yu in amazement. I've been on the grasslands for 40 years, and I've never seen such an amazing eagle.
Thank goodness I didn't insist on starving it earlier. It saved our whole family's lives.
We must treat it well from now on. That's right, Awa. This is your lifesaver. A man of the grasslands must always repay kindness. Awa's mother added.
Although he felt his standing in the family had dropped, Awa still nodded. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I know. Now his standing in the family had dropped to 7th place. The two sheepdogs had also returned. Dogs held a high status on the grasslands as well. They were the main force in fighting off wolf packs. Yurao, I think Jin Yu has taken a liking to you. That's why she is clinging to you and one tea leave.
Fei Fei said with a laugh.
She was usually carefree, but she hadn't managed to pet Jin Yu yet. Every time she got close, Jin Yu would let out a bark, scaring her so much she wouldn't dare move. Most importantly, Jin Yu would tilt his head, a mocking look in his eyes, as if laughing at her timidity.
I like Jin Yu too.
I'm thinking about how to improve the menu. I can't let Jin Yu go hungry. Yurao said, tilting her head adorably.
Wow, listen to that, I'm so jealous. God, why isn't Gene mine? All the good women belong to someone else or maybe to an eagle. If I had a wife like that, I'd hand over my entire 3,000 yuan monthly salary to her. Ha ha. I'd hand over 5,000. That's a bit much, isn't it? Showing off your wealth like that, those of us making 2,500 can't even survive. You 2,500 yuan earners, move over. I own my own house. That's outrageous. Everyone in the livestream felt a bit deflated. Euro is a cute young woman who is studying dance, yet she is so devoted to an eagle that she is thinking about changing its diet. How frustrating is that? Cheap. After standing on Daihuang's head for a moment, Jinyu took to the air once more. He figured he might as well give riding the dog a try after all, it had wings. In an instant, it soared high into the sky. Then, it began to glide through the air. One moment it was flying at an altitude of 5,000 meters, the next, it had descended to 100 meters. However, its flight range wasn't particularly wide. As mentioned before, birds of prey like them have their own airspace and rarely cross its boundaries. Flight proficiency +1. Flight proficiency +1. The challenging flight caused Jinyu's flight proficiency to keep increasing. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. On the grass, the two dogs looked up at Jinyu flying so high and began barking wildly at the sky. Woof woof, the boss is flying way too high. Woof, if only we could fly too. They ran around on the ground, chasing each other in circles. Clearly, they were having a great time. Fei controlled the drone, flying it up to a height of several hundred meters. Although this was still nowhere near Jinyu's altitude, they could already see the scenery of the grasslands. The viewers in the livestream were even more stunned by the magnificent scenery. Boss, look, an eagle. 10 kilometers away, on the other side, there were 3 men. They were riding horses, with hunting rifles slung over their backs. One of the men pointed at Jinyu circling in the sky and said, "An eagle?" The leader looked up and indeed saw a small black dot. He picked up his binoculars and watched Jinyu dancing through the sky, his eyes lighting up. We rarely see eagles these days. If only we had a falcon, our haul would be much bigger. The leader's horse was saddled with 2 bags, and something was moving inside them. They were 3 poachers. The grasslands aren't just home to wolf packs and rabbits, they're also home to some rare birds and animals like musk deer. These rare birds and animals like musk deer. Some of them are even Class 1 nationally protected species. The 3 men's bags were filled with quite a few rare animals. These could be sold to restaurants or pet stores for a hefty sum. Boss, eagles are hard to catch. And I think eagles are protected species too, one of his henchmen said. Xiaoliuzi, your bag is full of protected animals, the boss couldn't help but snort lightly. It was true, the animals they caught were all wild. Otherwise, how could they make money? Find a way to catch this eagle. That'll make catching birds a lot easier for us. The boss had already set his sights on Jinyu. Monkey, do you have any ideas? The boss was called Big Beard, a nickname earned from his bushy beard, and he stroked his beard as he asked. The one called Monkey was the same person who had warned him earlier. Monkey was quite small and frail. He held his binoculars, watching Jinyu in the sky, and fell deep in thought. After all, eagles are flying creatures that can soar to heights of several thousand meters. It's certainly not easy for humans to catch them. Not to mention, how far can you see from that high up? It's impossible for them to wait for the eagle to land before catching it. This was quite a challenge for him. Still, as he watched the Jinyu flying ceaselessly in the sky, his eyes burned with determination. The bearded man was right, if they had an eagle, things would be much easier. Boss, I've got an idea. Monkey exclaimed excitedly, watching the Jinyu fluttering about. Spit it out. Get to the point. Monkey nudged the horse's belly with his heel, bringing himself alongside the bearded man. Boss, a few kilometers from here, there's a lake formed by a tributary of the Prairie's only river. It's not very big, just a few thousand square meters, but all the animals in the area go there to drink. Ha! Animals going to drink, what does that have to do with eagles? The bearded man wasn't happy he was after eagles. Boss, let me finish. Since eagles fly in the sky, they're either patrolling their territory or hunting for prey. Think about it, there are so many animals by the river. Even if it doesn't drink, it's bound to go hunting. When it dives down. Chapter 25, Herding Sheep. Something s off. You mean sitting around waiting for a rabbit to run into a trap?
The bearded man stroked his beard again, his eyes narrowing.
Exactly.
Even if it doesn't come, we can put some poison by the lake.
That way, if we can't catch the eagle, we can at least knock out some other animals. Then, whatever animal we want, one that be a piece of cake? If the eagle comes down to hunt, the moment it hits the ground, we can shoot it down. As long as we don't hit a vital spot and bandage it up back at camp, one the eagle be ours?
Monkey's eyes, which were already small, narrowed to slits. Hearing the monkey's words, Bearded Man and Little Sixth immediately cheered.
Great, you're a smart one. If we can stun a few deer or something, that'd be even better. We have our dinner sorted. Ha 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 ha. Bearded Man laughed heartily.
Now that they had a plan, things would be much easier. They headed straight for the lake, and to avoid detection, they left their horses 2 kilometers away. The grasslands weren't without variations in terrain, there were plenty of hills and valleys. Taking the horses along would definitely attract attention. And to be fair, the 3 of them weren't exactly brainless.
Dad, we're going to tend the sheep. Yurao called out to Bale.
Dahuang and Ergu had been loaned out for the past few days, so Yuro's family's sheep had been grazing nearby. Today, they had to go a little farther. The grass nearby had been mostly eaten, so they had to wait for it to grow back.
Otherwise, damaging the roots would prevent the grass from regrowing, and the grassland would gradually degrade.
Naturally, herders would never do something so self-destructive.
Alright, be careful and come back early. Bale's voice called out. Over 300 sheep quickly set off into the distance.
Awa rode her horse alongside, leading the way, while the 2 dogs howled on either side of the flock.
Woof! Woof woof woof!
Behind them, Yuro rode with Feifei in tow, moving at a leisurely pace.
Wow, Yuro, I can't believe you know how to ride a horse. This is so cool. Doesn't it remind you of the escape scene in Princess Pearl?
You're the 5th prince, and I'm Little Swallow. Fearing Feifei might fall off, she was now sitting in front of the horse. This way, Feifei could hold the selfie stick and stream live. She could even plug the selfie stick into the saddle, and the drone was following them as they moved.
Friends, we're off to herd sheep. Do you see those snow-white sheep?
Let me show you what it really means when they say, the wind blows the grass low to reveal cattle and sheep. The grass on the prairie was at its thickest right now, reaching over a person's height in some places.
However, those areas were mostly near water close to rivers or lakes.
I'd love to try herding sheep too. Look at those 2 dogs running around, keeping the sheep from straying. That's really impressive. I wish I could experience herding sheep myself.
Yurao, does your family host tourists?
I'd love to stay with you for a couple of days. I'd love to stay for a couple of days too. It would be great to eat freshly grilled lamb, it must be amazing.
Everyone in the livestream was eager to visit the grasslands for a first-hand experience. This gave Feifei an idea. Yurao, have you ever thought about opening a guest house here?
We could let people come and experience it, and I could help you take care of their daily needs.
We just charge a small fee. That's a great idea.
Yuro's eyes lit up at the suggestion too, but he quickly dismissed the idea.
Running a guest house isn't that easy. We might have to migrate in the winter. That's just how nomads are. We go wherever the grass is. Yuro shook his head.
Besides, we might not be able to take good care of them. It's too remote here. Even if someone gets sick, it'd be hard to find a doctor.
Yuro was right. As Feifei thought back on their journey, she realized the environment here was exactly as he described. Only the uncle who brought them here would make occasional visits.
And if the weather turned bad, he wouldn't come at all. You're right, but this place is just so beautiful.
I really want to share it with others. Feifei said, sounding a bit downcast.
This place is way more fun than some places abroad, and the air is so much better.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could go there.
Yeah, even if it's just for 2 or 3 days.
Euro doesn't really understand those things. It's not that easy to help develop the local economy. Right, it needs some support from the authorities. Even if it's a bit more expensive, I think I could handle it. The viewers in the livestream were still quite eager to travel there. However, since Euro's family only has 4 members, it really isn't practical. Many people expressed their regret.
You're right. We're not professionals, and we're afraid we won't be able to handle the workload.
Feifei sighed, realizing that such a great idea couldn't be put into practice. She finally understood why so many people invest in guesthouses in tourist areas. It's incredibly profitable. Well, let us just keep it as a dream for now.
Right now, my dad and mom are busy at home preparing lamb for everyone, cooking, packaging, and shipping it out.
If we actually had a guesthouse or inn, we'd probably be completely overwhelmed. When they came out, Euro's parents were rushing to prepare the shipments. They do have some basic equipment. These items were actually meant to be sent to the city for sale. The man who brought them here would collect the goods and transport them to the city. However, the selling price was very low. This was mainly due to restricted transportation channels.
It was just like how seafood costs a lot in inland areas, while inland specialties like goji berries and hami melons are equally expensive when they reach coastal regions.
That's just business.
Sheep. Jinyu circled in the sky, already spotting Euro and the others below herding their flock out. This time, they'd chosen a spot about 10 miles away. It was near a river, where the grass was plentiful.
They could even let the sheep drink from the river. Woof woof.
Below, her little companion ran around the flock, herding the sheep together.
He looked in that direction and had already pinpointed their destination. Jinyu flew straight ahead.
Come to think of it, he had been to this river area before.
The water and grass here were lush, and many animals came here to drink. It was a fine spot.
A tributary of the river formed a cove here. Viewed from the sky, it looked like a long blue ribbon cut through the greenery. Just as Jinyu reached the lake, he sensed something was wrong. He saw several animals drinking water along the shore, but strangely, a few others were lying motionless on the ground. This was highly unusual. Animals are usually very alert when drinking water. They know that when they drink, their heads are lowered. This makes them prime targets for a surprise attack by a predator, so they never stay lying down for long. Yet now, not only were several lying on the ground, but some were even struggling.
Something's wrong. Chapter 26, Taming 3 Horses. Upon noticing the anomaly, Jinyu immediately began circling above the lake.
However, he maintained a safe distance of several hundred meters. There were many animals drinking here, more than 20 in total, along with smaller creatures like frogs and snakes.
Thanks to his thermal vision, he could see everything clearly.
Soon, he spotted something unusual several hundred meters away, 3 figures lying among the water plants. They were extremely cautious, even pulling up water plants to cover themselves haphazardly. If it weren't for Jinyu's thermal vision, he likely wouldn't have spotted them. At that moment, the bearded man was looking up at Jinyu through binoculars, and their gazes met. This gave Jinyu a bad feeling.
Why are these 3 staring at me? And through binoculars? This isn't normal. Jinyu's confusion deepened.
Sheep. An eagle's cry rang out as it scanned the surroundings once more. That eagle is truly beautiful. Its head is all golden, and it's not even an adult yet. If I could tame it, it would be by my side for decades. The bearded man murmured, his eyes gleaming with envy as he watched Jinyu.
An eagle can live 50 to 70 years, staying with a person for a lifetime, and it's a master at catching prey.
The bearded man seemed to envision his future life of happiness.
Boss, look, it's circling overhead.
It'll probably land soon to hunt or drink water.
We'd better get ready. Monkey said. You guys get ready too. We've laid out quite a bit of sedative this time. Beard's eyes sparkled. Since they were out poaching, they naturally couldn't kill these animals outright.
The best approach was to use tranquilizer darts and sedatives. They'd only resort to a hunting rifle as a last resort. The strange occurrence in this lake was, of course, their doing. They had scattered the sedative in the water, and around the lake's perimeter any animal that came to drink would inevitably be poisoned to some degree. Keep your eyes peeled, don't miss the chance.
Got it, boss.
While the three men below lay in ambush, Jinyu had already flown off into the surrounding area. Soon, he spotted 3 horses behind a small hill in the distance.
Interesting. They actually left the horses here. These 3 guys definitely have ulterior motives.
With that in mind, Jinyu deliberately circled the sky in a wide arc, making sure he remained out of sight from the lake. Then, he flew straight toward the 3 horses. Perched on a high vantage point, his eyes gleamed. He had already spotted several bags on the horses.
The thermal imaging showed signs of life inside them, proof that animals were present. Inside here.
Vaguely, Jinyu already knew what these 3 were up to. It flew over to the horses and tried to land on their backs. After all, these 3 horses had never seen Jinyu before, so facing a fierce bird of prey like a goshawk, they were naturally wary.
Nevertheless, Jinyu managed to open one of the bags.
Inside, there really was an animal, and not just any animal, but a protected species, a musk deer.
Poachers. At that moment, Jinyu was absolutely certain these 3 were poachers.
They had come here specifically to poach.
So had they been at the lake hoping to snatch up some easy prey? Beep. System mission issued. On the beautiful grasslands, there are always poachers seeking to destroy the ecosystem.
Please punish the poachers, host.
Mission rewards will be determined by completion rate.
The system prompt sounded, and Jinyu immediately smiled.
Was this asking him to punish the 3 men in his eagle form? That sounded interesting.
However, he clearly couldn't overpower them physically. He'd need to use some cunning.
The more challenging it was, the more fun it would be.
Besides, Jinyu had already noticed that the harder the mission, the greater the reward. Right now, it needed to complete some missions to earn stat points and reach the level of a fully grown eagle as soon as possible. However, there were some concerns. Yuro and Fei Fei were about to arrive here, and this was still somewhat dangerous. It could fly high into the sky, but Yuro, Fei Fei, and Awa couldn't.
Looks like I'll need to get creative.
For a moment, its gaze settled on the 3 horses.
Taming skill.
It had acquired this skill before, successfully taming 2 dogs. If it could tame the poacher's 3 horses, that would be a blast. At this thought, Jinyu's eyes lit up.
Taming skill.
After locking eyes with the lead horse for 5 or 6 minutes, a voice finally rang out in Jinyu's mind.
Gulp. Why is this eagle staring at me so much? I'm so scared. I'm not tasty. Once he understood the horse's meaning, Jinyu was speechless. Cheap horse, I want to eat you, but you have to listen to me,
Jinyu said to the bearded man's horse.
Winnie. I actually understood that? Bro, how did you do that? The bearded man's horse instantly became excited.
In fact, it started prancing around in circles. Unfortunately, there was an iron rod stuck in the ground. With its rope tied to it, escape was impossible.
What an idiot!
Jinyu couldn't help but shake his head again, giving the creature a haughty look. Chirp, all right, stop spinning. You're a horse, not a donkey.
I'm asking you a question, so answer me properly,
Jinyu said sternly.
Nay, go ahead, boss.
The moment he heard the word donkey, the horse stopped spinning immediately and looked at Jinyu with eager anticipation. The other 2 horses were a bit puzzled, not knowing what was going on.
Nay, don't you know your current master is hunting wild animals, buddy?
If these animals keep getting hunted, they might go extinct.
Who knows, that bearded guy might even get arrested, and then you'd be without a master, Jinyu said, looking at the 3 of them. Snort, we know that, but we have no choice. We have to obey them.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to survive on this grassland, it said with a hint of resignation. Never mind just these 3 horses, even a dozen of them would be finished if they encountered a pack of wolves.
Jinyu thought about it, and realized it was true.
Horses had no real offensive capabilities aside from kicking out, they were much like donkeys. Moreover, domesticated horses really couldn't run as fast as wild horses. Wild horses also had a much stronger sense of danger. This was truly a problem.
Chirp, I'm going to find someone to deal with those 3 poachers. I can give you a place to go.
If you follow them, you'll be living in constant fear. Who knows, they might end up stewing you for dinner one day.
Do you want to think about it?
A gleam flashed in Jinyu's eyes. He said that on purpose. In fact, he already had a rough plan in mind.
However, he needed these 3 horses to cooperate. Winnie, all right, boss.
As long as it's not dangerous and we'll have food to eat, we're definitely in. That bearded guy is way too heavy. We've wanted to ditch him for ages.
Chapter 27, Jinyu sets a trap. Question: how should one handle a horse that's about to rebel against its master? Either it gets beaten into submission, or it becomes a wild horse. Fortunately, Jinyu possessed the taming skill.
He discovered that this taming skill could boost the intelligence of tamed animals, allowing him to at least communicate with them, which was a very positive outcome.
In reality, animals' intelligence is inferior to that of humans.
Many adult animals are roughly on par with a child of a few years old. The fact that Jinyu could now communicate normally with them after taming them was already quite impressive.
Sheep, alright, I'll go deal with those 3 first.
You guys wait here and just follow my commands. Tell your 2 companions to relax. I'll figure out a way to get them to communicate with me just like you do.
Nay, got it.
Soon, all 3 horses were tamed. Jinyu immediately named the 3 horses, Horse 1, Horse 2, and Horse 3.
Too casual? Jinyu is an eagle now, okay? That's good enough.
It's already a mercy that he didn't make them take the surname Eagle.
Strange, where did that eagle go?
The bearded man grew curious. Just a moment ago, they'd seen Jinyu dive down, and then he was gone. Not knowing where Jinyu had gone, they searched the sky for quite a while. But they couldn't find him.
Just then, an eagle's cry rang out from the sky, and Jinyu reappeared above them.
He soared through the air, taking in the view for several kilometers around, making sure there was no one else nearby. It spotted 3 figures still crouched in the grass, and saw Yurao and the others lying on the grass about a mile away, tending their sheep. As it flew, its gaze fell on the 3 men with the bearded man. They were still watching it through their binoculars.
Now, Jinyu could be absolutely certain, these 3 were after him.
If it were an ordinary eagle, it might not have cared about any of this, but unfortunately, its soul was human. They probably laced the water by the lake with a sedative, then set up a stakeout here, waiting for me to hunt or come drink.
Wow, that's some meticulous planning. This is getting interesting.
Once he realized these 3 were targeting him, Jinyu immediately relaxed.
As long as they didn't harm anyone else, it was fine. In the distance, Yurao and the others lay on the grass.
The flock of sheep grazed near the lake, with 1 or 2 occasionally wandering to the water's edge for a drink. Da Huang and Ergu ran back and forth along the shore, periodically scanning the surroundings to see if any sheep had strayed too far. If they did, the 2 would dutifully herd them back. They were quite skilled at this sort of work.
Look, Jinyu's flying again. In the livestream, everyone could see Jinyu reappear in the sky. This sight of a majestic eagle spreading its wings was something this group had only ever seen on wildlife documentaries. It's flying so low. I looked it up yesterday. Eagles can fly as high as 6,000 meters.
That high? Jinyu has flown that high before too. It was just a tiny black dot.
I wish I could fly too. Jinyu is just so cool. Did you guys see the golden feathers on its head?
In the comment stream, gifts started pouring in one after another. Lying on the grass, with sheep grazing nearby and a sheepdog running around to watch over the flock, all you have to do is look up at Jinyu in the sky.
This kind of blissful life is something you wouldn't even dare to dream of in a big city.
This would make for a perfect live stream of a happy life on the grasslands.
Woof, woof, woof.
The barking of Da Huang and Ergu echoed from the distance, and it sounded so cheerful.
These two rascals, it's time to put them to work. With that thought, Jinyu made another diving motion. This time, he didn't head toward the three poachers, but instead toward the two dogs. Jinyu suddenly swooped down from the sky, startling both the dogs and the flock of sheep. Woof woof bro, an eagle scaring dogs is going to scare the crap out of them. Da Huang crouched with one paw raised, looking utterly terrified. Sheep. What's there to be afraid of? I might not be able to beat you guys right now. But in a minute, you're going to help me out. We're taking on 3 bad guys. Listen for my call as your signal. After landing, Jinyu shot Da Huang a disdainful look. To take on 3 hunters who likely had guns, Jinyu knew he couldn't do it alone. After all, he couldn't handle 3 people, he couldn't even handle one on his own. That's why he needed his little brothers now. On this vast grassland stretching for thousands of miles, there were few people, just the Euro family. In truth, the only help he had were these 2 dogs. Don't think herding dogs are only good for herding sheep. A dog's true nature is to guard the home. If provoked, they bite. Woof woof bad guys? Boss, just give the order. The moment Jinyu mentioned bad guys, Ergo perked right up. Many dogs of Ergo's breed, the black-backed shepherd, are used as police dogs. As mentioned before, he alone could handle 2 wolves without a problem. Once he sinks his teeth into an enemy, there's no way they'll be released so easily. After discussing the plan, Jinyu soared back into the sky. With everything set up, things would be much easier. Those 2 dogs were the key. He glanced at Yurao and the others, who were still live streaming from the grassy area nearby. After confirming they were at a safe distance from the 3 poachers, he began directing the operation from the sky. Whoosh! The eagle's cry echoed for miles around. When they saw Jinyu circling endlessly above the lake, the 3 men led by the bearded one were instantly overjoyed. Boss, he should be coming down soon. Monkey said excitedly. Shoo, don't talk. Get the tranquilizer gun and the hunting rifle ready. If you miss the first shot, fire the hunting rifle immediately. We only have one chance. If we don't hit it the moment it lands, it probably won't come down again. Dead or alive, we're taking it. If that doesn't work, we'll make it into a taxidermy specimen. Lots of people collect those these days. Beard licked his lips and said. You're the smart one, boss. Xiao Liuzi flattered him from the side. This made the bearded man very happy. Who wouldn't be pleased to be praised? But they didn't know that, right there in the grass by the lake, 2 dogs were already holding their breath as they crept toward them. Not even Yurao and the others, who were focused on live streaming Jinyu in the sky, had noticed. Chirp! Jinyu was like a general commanding the battlefield. He was closely watching the movements of his 2 dog underlings and the 3 villains. Just as the 2 dogs reached their designated spot without a sound, Jinyu descended from the sky toward the riverbank. However, he deliberately stood in the grass by the river, so the 3 men couldn't see his entire figure. It's here, it's here. Hurry up, pinpoint its location. The bearded man perked up instantly. The tranquilizer gun was ready. They carefully shifted their positions, waiting for Jinyu to take the bait. Strange, why haven't they made a move yet? After standing by the river for a dozen seconds, Jinyu realized they hadn't acted and immediately figured out what was going on. They were waiting for it to drink water. Fine, then I'll drink right in front of you. Chapter 28, Outwitting the Poachers. Jinyu knew exactly what these guys were up to. They wanted him to drink, so he let his guard down. Once he drank the water, he felt dizzy, just like the several animals nearby that had already been drugged. And those animals were about the same size as Jinyu. But Jinyu had an ace up his sleeve. He was immune to all poisons, let alone a little sedative. Drink it! Drink it! The monkeys watching from afar instantly grew excited. They finally saw Jinyu lower its head. Just as Jinyu lowered its head, a sense of danger washed over it. Its danger sense skill surged to its maximum, signaling that danger was imminent. Bang! Bang! Whiz! In that very instant, gunshots rang out. And there were 2 shots. The first a tranquilizer dart, the second live ammunition.
The gunfire echoed across the grassland, carrying for several kilometers in an instant. Amidst the sound, an eagle-esque cry rang out, and then Jinyu soared into the air. "You idiot, you missed!" The moment Jinyu took flight, the bearded man roared. Just moments ago, they had fired 2 shots in quick succession, but they hadn't hit Jinyu at all, not even a single hair was touched.
Bang! The third shot rang out.
If they couldn't hit Jinyu when he was on the ground, they certainly couldn't hit him now that he was in the air. However, the sound of the gunshot had already carried several kilometers away. First to react, Uro and his 2 companions were startled.
What's going on? Gunshots! How could there be gunshots? Did some herders run into a pack of wolves? And they fired several shots in a row. What's going on? I'm not sure, Uro. What's happening? The gunshots weren't just heard by Uro, the viewers in the livestream heard them too. After all, the grasslands were deathly quiet. Apart from the bleating of sheep, there was no other sound. Hearing the gunshots, Uro saw a dark spot hundreds of meters away flying into the sky and instantly grew tense. Jinyu. It's over there by Jinyu, there must be poachers. Uro was quite familiar with the grasslands, and the mention of poachers in Jinyu made everyone on edge. Are the poachers shooting at Jinyu? Fei grew tense as well upon realizing this possibility. Uro stood up, immediately looking up to search the area, and scanned the direction of the gunshot. Poaching? Poaching on the grasslands is illegal too. These guys only poach because the grasslands are so vast. Poaching anything else is bad enough, but Jinyu is absolutely out of the question. Fei, hurry up and let us see Jinyu. Right, is Jinyu okay? She is fine. Jinyu is okay. Uro, don't go. Fei pointed the camera at the sky. They could already see a black dot up there. Just then, everyone saw Uro walking toward the source of the gunshot, toward the poachers, who were armed. These were ruthless criminals. If they got desperate, Uro would be in real danger. Poaching is forbidden on the grasslands. I'll get closer to see if Jinyu is in any danger. Uro was panicking out of concern. She knew Jinyu had already flown into the sky. But she was worried Jinyu might be injured. Meanwhile, Bale had also heard the gunshots. Poachers. His expression darkened. He gave his wife a quick nod, mounted his horse, and charged over. On the other side, Professor Wang and the others also heard the gunshots. Professor. Wu Chengfeng looked into the distance, but aside from spotting an eagle, he saw nothing else even though they were quite close. What's wrong? There are poachers right where the live stream is happening. Wu Chengfeng said, his face darkening. Poachers? Those bastards are really bold. And they're using hunting rifles. Lu Shanzhong couldn't help but curse. Let us go check it out. I hope nothing has gone wrong. Wu Chengfeng had mentioned that the livestream was being done by 2 little girls. If they ran into poachers, that would be a real problem. Hopefully, these guys still have some conscience left. Besides, they were researchers dedicated to grassland ecological conservation. These precious animals and the grassland environment were precisely what they were tasked with protecting. They absolutely couldn't let them get away with poaching. It would be best to apprehend them and hand them over to the police station. Damn it, it got away. By now, Jinyu had soared to a height of 100 meters. The shotgun shells were actually buckshot. Hitting a target at such a long range was simply impossible. Just as Monkey was about to take aim, Jinyu in the sky let out another cry. Sheep now! Woof! In that very instant, the gun slipped from Monkey's hands. That's right, it slipped right out. Moreover, Xiaoluzi, who was holding the tranquilizer gun nearby, also felt a sudden lightness in his hand. Dogs, 2 dogs. The 2 men jumped in surprise and were stunned when they saw the 2 dogs. One of the dogs was carrying a gun in its mouth. Professor, it's Uro and Fei. They're safe. The arrivals were none other than Professor Wang and his group. They hadn't been far away to begin with, and upon hearing the gunshots, they rushed over as fast as they could. Chapter 29, People chase dogs, but can't catch up. As long as they're safe, that's good. Professor Wan was getting a little nervous too. Who are you? Looking at the three people including an elderly man with snow-white hair, the trio concluded that these individuals were unlikely to be poachers. Besides, they were carrying numerous tents, cooking pots, and equipment. Poachers would never bring so much gear. We're researchers, primarily responsible for studying the flora and fauna of the grasslands and conducting climate research. We came over after hearing the gunshots. Have you seen any poachers? Wu Chengfeng quickly introduced them. His gaze had already settled on Euro and Feifei. Needless to say, he was captivated by the two girls. They're hunting Jinyu. My two sheepdogs have gone over there too. Euro was naturally relieved to see people arrive and hurriedly explained, "You guys stay back, they have guns. Old Lu and I will go check it out." Wu Chengfeng took the lead and called out to Old Lu. Since they were both young and could handle whatever might happen, he didn't want to put the rest, who were all elderly, women, and children, in danger. "I'm going too." Yurao spoke up. She looked up at Jinyu. She wanted to go up and tell Jinyu not to come down, and check on the two sheepdogs while she was at it. "Yurao, don't go. It's too dangerous. The researchers are there, you shouldn't go." "No, Yurao, you're here to tend the sheep. Don't go. Jinyu is fine, it's up in the air. Don't do anything rash." The viewers in the livestream knew that if Euro went too, it would be a disaster, so they immediately tried to stop her. But they could only type on their screens. Though anxious, they couldn't play a decisive role. "Yurao, is that you? We've been watching your livestream. Don't go. We'll protect every wild animal, let us handle this." Professor Wang dismounted and spoke up. "Well, all right." After much persuasion from the group, Euro finally agreed to stay on the small hill and watch. Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong had already dismounted and were jogging toward the scene. At the same time, Feifei's drone took off again. But when people saw the footage the drone was transmitting, they were still stunned, their mouths agape. "What is going on? Those three hunters are chasing two dogs. What is that in the dogs' mouths? A hunting rifle? Did Da Huang and Ergo steal the poacher's gun? Well done. Did you see how those two dogs were mocking them? Running away but looking back, isn't that just provocation?" The three bearded men were beyond frustrated. Not only had they lost their shotguns at the same time, but they couldn't even get them back. The two dogs seemed to be toying with them on purpose, running and stopping at will. They already chased them for 500 or 600 meters, yet the distance between them remained at just 40 or 50 meters. Later on, Da Huang and Ergu even tossed the shotguns on the ground, then sat down together, panting with their tongues hanging out. "Woof woof! Woof woof! Come on, catch us!" They narrowed their eyes, looking exactly like a meme. "Caw!" Seeing how well the two dogs were doing, Jinyu let out an eagle-esque cry from the sky. Jinyu hadn't strayed far. He was circling overhead, as if to watch the three men's pitiful state. "Damn it, just wait till we catch up to you, and eat your dog meat." The bearded man was panting heavily from exhaustion. His fingerprints were still on that hunting rifle. They were poachers to begin with. If the rifle fell into someone else's hands, they'd be finished. With evidence of their poaching crime, they'd just have to wait for the fine and then go to jail. That eagle. I can't help but feel it's mocking us too. Boss, what do we do? Chasing dogs on foot was a losing battle. Even over these few hundred meters, the two dogs were just circling in place. They were seething inside, but there was simply no way to vent their frustration. The bearded man gritted his teeth, already imagining how much chili he'd add to the dog meat when he finally got his hands on it. "Go get the horses. I refuse to believe we can't catch up to two dogs." A dangerous gleam flashed in the bearded man's eyes. "Those are clearly sheepdogs. They must have an owner. I don't know why they're attacking us, but we just need to find the owner. Hurry up and get the horses." Monkey and Little Lou's eyes lit up. Right, these two dogs definitely had owners. If they couldn't catch the dogs, they'd just go straight to the owners. After all, they were 3 men poachers, no less, and naturally not the type to play by the rules. Alright, let us go get the horses. The bearded man stayed put, watching the 2 dogs, while Monkey and Little Lou immediately headed toward where the horses were tied up. Finally going to get the horses, are you? Jinyu watched the scene below and was immediately intrigued. Sending the 2 dogs to sneak up and snatch the hunting rifle was just the first step. Since they were relying on cunning to win, there would naturally be a second and third step. Cheap! Jinyu let out another loud cry from the sky. 3 horses in the distance had already raised their heads. Whoa, Carrot, quick, get ready, it's our turn to shine. Whether we'll have a happy life from now on depends entirely on us. The 3 horses neighed in unison. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Monkey and Little Lou appeared. They stepped forward, untied the reins without a word, pulled an iron bar from inside, then mounted their horses and rode toward the bearded man. Nay! Brothers, get ready. Follow Big Brother's command. Ma-e immediately signaled to his 2 companions. Nay! Don't worry. Nay! No problem. The 3 horses approached the bearded man, while the 2 dogs crouched on the ground, motionless. Woof woof, they're coming on horseback. Da Huang began to feel a little worried. Woof woof, don't panic, Big Brother's here. Their mission was simply to take the hunting rifle. Without the gun, even on horseback, they posed no real threat. Ergu understood this well. As 4-legged creatures of the vast grasslands, none of them would ever think of fearing the others. At worst, it would just be a chase across the plains. Boss, they're here. Monkey handed the reins to Big Beard, which got him all excited. Ha ha ha, let us see where you 2 dogs can run. Big Beard held the reins in one hand and a horsewhip in the other. The gun was gone, but the whip was still there. When the time came, he did give those 2 dogs a couple of cracks with it. He was sure they did drop the shotgun from their mouths. Boss, look, a drone. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Monkey immediately spotted a drone hovering about 10 meters above them. Needless to say, it was the drone Feifei was controlling. At such a close distance, with a faint hum, it naturally caught Monkey's attention. I suppose this is the drone belonging to those 2 dogs' owner. Humph, perfect, let us capture them. Bearded man said with a light snort. Chapter 30, Why are there so many people? It's a live stream. These guys really do have ulterior motives. Jinyu, watching from above, could see everything clearly. The bearded man had sent Monkey to chase the 2 dogs, while he and Xiao Liuzi had already headed toward the other side of the lake. With water plants and small hills in the way, they hadn't noticed Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong approaching. By the time they drew near, Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong had also appeared on the hillside. They spotted us. They saw the drone. Too bad it can't speak otherwise, we give them a real scare. They deserve to be punished. They're way too brazen. What were those 2 guys' names again? Go take them down. The live stream was also filled with righteous indignation. Poaching? Carrying guns? How dare they? This poses a threat to others. We absolutely cannot let this slide. Are you the dog owners? The bearded man and Monkey approached Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong. The 4 of them were now only about 10 meters apart. Humph, we're researchers studying the flora and fauna of the grasslands. You've got some nerve, poaching here with guns. We've already notified the rangers. You'd better get ready to be arrested. Wu Chengfeng knew they were definitely being streamed live right now. He glanced at the man in the distance who was still riding his horse in pursuit of the 2 sheepdogs. After confirming the man wasn't carrying a hunting rifle, he used the rangers to intimidate them. Kid, do you know who we are? You dare threaten us? The bearded man's expression darkened. He was tall and burly, with dark, weathered skin and a rugged face paired with his thick beard. He was clearly not someone to be messed with. The moment he spoke, both Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong felt a twinge of fear. Add to that the cold smirk on the face of the man nicknamed Monkey standing beside the bearded man, his eyes brimming with malice, and the 2 men grew even more uneasy. I don't care who you are. Do you realize you're breaking the law?
Wu Chengfeng tried to intimidate them with this. Click, click. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the bearded man and monkey each produced a switchblade.
Knives. They got knives. People on the grasslands always carry knives for cutting things or butchering meat.
These two were so dangerous they were bound to have them, no question about it. At this, Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong panicked.
What's the matter? Are you going to attack us?
Wu Chengfeng stood between the two men and shouted, though in reality, both his and Lu Shanzhong's expressions had already changed.
Who could afford to provoke them?
This is absolutely outrageous, they're even carrying knives. I hope those two young men are okay.
They should be fine.
They're on horses, they can still ride away.
But Yurao and the others are here too. What if they come over? We're done for.
Those two young men seem a bit scared.
No kidding. They're only in their 20s, of course they're scared. They've probably never encountered anything like this in their lives. Please don't get hurt. When are the police going to arrive? It'll probably be tough.
It'll take the police ages to get here, this is the grasslands, after all.
Everyone in the livestream was praying for Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong.
This was clearly a good thing, but it came with risks.
Whoosh!
High above in the sky, Jinyu took it all in. A smile played in its eyes. These two really are bold, but now they're backing down.
Looks like it's my turn to step in.
Just then, Jinyu looked up into the distance and saw Bale galloping toward them on horseback.
Bale's here too.
That settles it, time to watch the show. Bale wasn't he like those two kids, Wu Chengfeng, and the other Bale was a genuine, burly man of the grasslands.
Built just like this bearded fellow.
With him on the scene, things would be much easier.
Stop!
A sharp command rang out as Yurao and the others arrived on the small hill. They'd seen from the drone that Wu Chengfeng and the other were in some danger, they certainly couldn't let them face it alone.
So they stepped in as well. There's someone else? The bearded man was taken aback. Wasn't this just about herding some sheep? Why were there so many people?
But when he saw that the people who had stepped forward were all the elderly, women, and children, he wasn't quite as afraid anymore.
Oof. I advise you not to meddle in this. And by the way, that dog is yours too, isn't it? Hand over the gun. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rough. In the distance, Xiaoluzi was still in hot pursuit. He noticed the commotion over here too.
He didn't have the bearded man's nerve, nor monkey's quick wits. So he kept chasing after the two dogs. But with just one horse, how could he possibly catch up to two dogs? Even if he focused on Ergu, he wouldn't stand a chance. Ergu was a blackback, a purebred with a physique that spoke for itself.
Woof woof. Da Huang watched from the sidelines, a smile in his eyes, cheering on his partner. Boss, that girl looks like she's recording a video. Monkey immediately spotted Feifei's raised phone.
They were poachers, they couldn't show their faces.
If they did, wouldn't they just be asking to get caught? Having someone film them now was out of the question. Go!
At the command, Da Huang and Monkey circled around the two men and charged straight at them.
Stop right there!
Before the two could even break through, another furious shout rang out from the side.
Bale had already arrived. Dad!
Yurao was overjoyed to see Bale. With his dad here, things would be much easier.
Da Huang and Monkey felt they were surrounded.
They tugged on the reins in their hands and dared not advance any further.
Dad, they're poachers.
They were trying to capture Jinyu, and they had guns, though Ergu and the others took the guns away. Yurao briefly recounted what had happened earlier.
Bale's expression immediately darkened.
Poaching was bad enough, but the fact that they had guns was the biggest problem. It posed a threat to his children. If they were injured, they simply couldn't bear the consequences.
Mind your own business.
This isn't any of your concern, the bearded man snapped. He was seething with rage.
He was just poaching. Why did he have to run into so many people?
And those damn eagles in the sky, and those two damn dogs on the ground. If he had his hunting rifle in hand right now, things wouldn't have come to this.
Exactly.
You tend to your sheep, and we'll mind our own business. And you, young lady, you'd better delete that video you're filming of us. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands. Footage of him poaching absolutely could not be leaked. That was a red line.
Humph. You're poaching and you think you're in the right?
Once we've rounded up these guys, I'm going to interrogate them properly.
Captain Yang was furious too.
As a captain, he naturally had a strong sense of the law. Most importantly, the other side had guns and were threatening people.
If anyone got killed, that would be a disaster.
Plus, with the livestream still running, public outrage would surely follow. In short, there were 4 words to describe it: severe punishment without mercy. I guess life has gotten better these past few years, and people have started chasing after sensual pleasures and spiritual civilization.
Shaoli couldn't help but remark. Humph, that's just when one's belly is full, one thinks of lust.
They should be sent to impoverished areas to experience life firsthand.
Hurry up.
I'm worried they might be in danger.
Captain Yang urged again.
Shaoli gave a wry smile. Captain, we're already going 80 miles per hour. We can't go any faster. The road conditions won't allow it. When the lives and property of the people are in danger, they're just as anxious, but sometimes they simply can't reach the scene immediately.
Back at Jin U.S. location,
Jin Yu watched the standoff from above. Although Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong were young, they were merely researchers. They could tinker with equipment and write reports, but if they were asked to get into a fight, they'd definitely be out of their depth. Bale could handle it himself, but Euro was a bit worried. After all, the bearded man was still holding a knife. As for the rest of the group, needless to say, they couldn't be of any help. Facing the bearded man's threat, Awa stood in front of Feifei and Euro, her face equally filled with anger.
You won't give it to me? Just wait, if I end up hurting you, it won't be good.
The bearded man flashed a cruel smile.
This was a blatant threat.
Screech.
High above, how could Jin Yu stand by and watch?
Its cry shook the surrounding area for miles.
Everyone couldn't help but look up at Jin Yu.
Too bad I can't catch you. Otherwise, the bearded man's eyes still burned with intensity. That look made Jin Yu snort coldly.
Still not giving up? Just how badly does this bearded man want me? As a noble eagle, was he just some random creature anyone could covet?
Jin Yu dove straight toward Ergu.
Jin Yu. Seeing Jin Yu descend, Yurao grew worried once more.
With so many of them gathered together, the bearded man and his 2 companions were somewhat cautious, but Jin Yu wasn't very big yet.
If he dove down and got hurt, that would be terrible. Shaoliuzi, watch out!
The bearded man shouted loudly. Shaoliuzi was still on horseback chasing the 2 dogs, and the hunting rifle was still with them. But unfortunately, he couldn't catch up. Especially after Bale and the others appeared, with his limited courage, he was even more frightened.
Woof, woof.
Watching Jin Yu come down, Ergun narrowed his eyes and lifted his head. Under everyone's gaze, Jin Yu grabbed the hunting rifle with both paws, and Ergo let go.
How is that possible? What is going on? Ergo gave the rifle to Jin Yu? Holy crap, they can actually work together like that? This is insane. What kind of relationship is this? Wait, animal relationship?
You guys must be forgotten that Jin Yu has already tamed 2 sheepdogs.
Jin Yu is a badass.
The live stream chat had already exploded. The hunting rifle in Ergu's mouth, the poachers had chased it for ages without catching up, but in the end, with a single bark from Jin Yu, the rifle changed hands. Without the shotgun in their hands, the 3 poachers could only watch helplessly as it was carried into the air. Shaoliuzi was only a dozen or so meters away from Ergu. He had essentially witnessed the shotgun take flight with his own eyes. It all happened right before him. He froze in place.
The shotgun was in the sky. How was he supposed to chase it?
Way to go, Jin Yu.
Humph, let us see if you have a shotgun now. Yuro and Fei Fei immediately cheered. The greatest threat from the enemy came from the shotgun. With the gun gone, the threat was neutralized. But was that the end of it? Of course not.
Jinyu didn't just grab the gun in his claws and fly high to put it out of their reach. If that were all he intended, he could have simply had the two dogs run off with the shotgun. They watched as he circled in the air before landing once more. Then, before the crowd's astonishment had even subsided, Jinyu had already spread his wings and soared above Bale. Next, he dropped the gun from his hands right onto the spot above Bale's head. Bale hadn't even had time to react, he simply reached out instinctively to catch it. The was now in Bale's hands. Holy at #%. Jinyu is a beast. Jinyu is just too clever. Look at the wide-eyed expressions on the bearded man and the others. He is already questioning the meaning of life. The shotgun is ours now. I'd give this move a 110 out of 100 and I'm giving him the extra 10 points as a bonus. 666666, I want to see the dark side of the bearded man and his crew. Lord Eagle, you've disarmed the enemy. My lord is mighty. The number of viewers in the livestream had surpassed 10 million. Over 10 million people were drawn to this broadcast, and upon seeing Jinyu's move, gifs flooded the screen.
Jinyu. That was amazing. Well done.
Yuro and the others hadn't expected Jinyu to pull off a move like that. On their side, there were 5 men present, including Awa. Only Bale was the most suitable candidate to take that hunting rifle. Bale was a veteran herdsman who had gone hunting 20 years ago. He was most familiar with hunting rifles, and in his hands, it would be the most threatening weapon. Chapter 32, Even the Horses Have Rebelled. The bearded man managed to utter just one word before he fell silent. He assumed the Eagle General had simply taken the gun and flown away, never expecting him to hand it over to the enemy. The knife in his own hand had originally been a threat he could use against them. But now, it was completely useless.
Are you still so cocky now? Drop your knives on the ground.
Bale raised the hunting rifle and bellowed loudly. Professor Wang and the others also broke into smiles. They were now in the driver's seat with the hunting rifle in hand, they no longer had to worry about the other side harming them.
This was a good thing. Well done. The danger is over now.
Captain Yang and his men didn't slow down. Seeing that the rifle was no longer in the poacher's hands, they all breathed a sigh of relief.
Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang and Ergu barked from a distance. Xiaoliuzi had already given up on the two dogs and gone over to Da Huang's side. What was the point of fighting over it now?
The rifle was already in someone else's hands.
Fighting over it was pointless now. Da Huang simply tossed the other gun right in front of Awa.
He didn't recognize Professor Wang and the other two, but Awa and the others certainly did.
Way to go, Da Huang and Ergu. I really owe it to those two sheepdogs this time. Awa and Yuro both stepped forward to pet the dogs' necks and backs. The dogs thoroughly enjoyed it.
Their eyes were narrowed to slits, they were clearly relishing the sensation.
Humph, you're ruthless. We admit defeat.
From now on, we'll mind our own business.
Until we meet again.
The bearded man's expression shifted several times. The situation on the ground had changed in the blink of an eye, the tide had turned against him.
Still, not just anyone would dare to shoot someone with a hunting rifle. At most, it was a threat.
Having considered poaching, the bearded man naturally knew a thing or two about the law. If Bale fired now, it would be considered intentional assault. But if Bale fired while he was attacking, he deserved to be shot dead. This whole farce was being live-streamed, after all. So, the bearded man decided to cut his losses and make a run for it. What else could he do if he didn't run now? He planned to come back and cause trouble for Bale once his own troubles were over. He remembered there was a household nearby, it must be the people right in front of him.
Monkey, little Lou, let us go.
The bearded man's voice carried a hint of venom as he shot a fierce glare at everyone present.
Got it, boss. Everyone, see you next time.
Monkey said with a cold smile. That was a clear-cut threat. Never had they seen such brazen villains. Watching the three turn their horses to leave, Euro and the others were frantic, but there was nothing they could do.
We can't let them get away. They're poachers, we absolutely can't let them leave unscathed. Who knows if Euro's family will face retaliation? We absolutely can't let them leave. Why aren't the patrols here yet? Arresting them would be the best course of action.
These villains are despicable. Even at the very end, they're still making threats.
Damn it, I want to charge up there and mow them down. Don't move. If a confrontation breaks out, we'll still get hurt.
The level-headed among them knew that a confrontation must be avoided at all costs this time. The other side were desperate criminals. No one knew what they might do. If something truly unpredictable happened, it would be disastrous. Even with hunting rifles, they might still end up injured in the end.
Whoosh! Just as they turned their horses around, Jinyu, high in the sky, issued another command. Think you can just walk away? Is it that easy? Woof! Woof woof woof! As Jinyu's bark rang out, Da Huang and Erga charged forward once more. They blocked the path of the three men with the beards. What do you think you're doing? Trying to stop us? The bearded man turned to look at Bale. He knew Bale was the key figure here. Actually, Bale didn't quite understand either. He looked up at Jinyu, and Euro and the others also turned their gaze toward Jinyu. Is this Jinyu doesn't want to let them go? Fei Fei couldn't help but speak up. Apart from Bale's family, the only one capable of controlling those two sheepdogs was Jinyu. It's not that I won't let you go, it's that you've offended Jinyu. Euro looked up at Jinyu, a spark of admiration flashing in his eyes. Jinyu, he is so cool and kind of cute. Jinyu? The bearded man looked up at the sky and caught Jinyu's gaze. At that moment, Jinyu was flying at a height of several dozen meters, spreading his wings to soar freely. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Can an eagle control a dog? I suspect you're the one controlling both the eagle and the dog. The bearded man was furious. If you want to keep us here, could you at least come up with a better excuse? You're actually pinning the blame on an eagle? Who would believe that? Cheap. Jinyu had, of course, heard the bearded man's words. Since you don't believe me, that is fine. Regardless of who gave the order, you're not leaving today. Hiss. Right after Jinyu's cry, something strange happened again. Right before everyone's eyes, the horses the three men were riding snorted a few times, let out a couple of snorts, and then started running on their own. That's right, running. And they weren't running off into the distance. Instead, they were circling around a small patch of ground right in front of them. What's going on? Whoa! Stop it! The three men were frantic, because they weren't in control of the horses. But with the horses galloping in circles, they were getting increasingly anxious. After all, they'd been raising these horses for 3 years. For all that time, they'd always obeyed their commands, so why had they suddenly gone wild? This was truly strange. Stop! Stop right now! The bearded man was truly panicking. They were trying to escape. But the horses wouldn't let them. If they kept running like this, they wouldn't dare dismount, and they certainly couldn't get far from here. Woof! Woof woof woof! Watching the three men spin in circles like they were performing a circus act, the two dogs barked excitedly. And the three horses, too, grew excited. Whoa! Guys, pick up the pace. Shake them off. That's right, that was Jinyu's order. Trying to run? You absolutely need horses on the grasslands. Without them, you won't make it out in a day. Plus, at night, there are packs of wolves everywhere. Going without horses is a death wish. So Jinyu simply had the three horses cause a commotion. What's going on? Their horses seem to be out of control. That's weird. Is this some kind of show? Look, even the horses can't stand them. This is getting interesting. Let us see how they manage to get away now.
Ha ha ha, who would ve thought their own horses would end up teaching them a lesson. The viewers in the livestream, along with Yurao, Professor Wang, and others, watched the three galloping horses and were momentarily speechless. The scene was nothing short of magical.
Chapter 33, The Man Kicked by His Own Horse.
If they hadn't seen the three horses galloping while constantly bucking, along with the terrified expressions on the faces of the bearded man and his two companions, many would have assumed the trio was putting on a show. But their curses rang clearly in everyone's ears. This proved that none of it was fake.
Ouch, damn it. I've fed you plenty of hay and given you plenty of baths, and yet you throw me off. Finally, someone fell from the horse. It was Xiao Liuzi. Compared to Monkey and the bearded man, he wasn't the strongest, nor was he the bravest. So he was the first to fall from the horse's back. Next came the second. Monkey. Monkey was a bit small, and his horse could jump up and down. He lost his balance and fell right off. Nay. Nay.
Two whinnies, needless to say, horse 2 and horse 3 were thrilled.
Throwing their despised masters off their backs was simply too satisfying. They'd been wanting to do this for a long time. Nay.
The only ones left were horse 1 and the bearded man. As they galloped and leaped, the bearded man clung desperately to the saddle.
He knew that if he fell to the ground, everything would be over. Stop! Stop!
The whip cracked against horse 1's hindquarters, but this only made horse 1 even more furious. This time, Ma-Yi picked up even more speed, then made a sharp turn, even lifting his front legs high into the air. After several spins and leaps, the bearded man finally lost his grip.
He fell right off the horse's back. Eek, go to hell!
The moment the bearded man fell, Ma-Yi raised a hoof and kicked out.
A rear kick. This was the horse's signature move. Ouch! The kick landed squarely on the bearded man's forehead.
The bearded man had barely hit the ground, but still stinging when a dark shadow appeared before his eyes and struck him right in the forehead. The blow left him completely dazed.
Moreover, the immense force sent him tumbling backward, rolling over twice in an instant. Boss! Boss! Monkey and Little Sixth were stunned.
Their boss had been kicked, and by a horse, no less.
They knew all too well just how powerful a horse's kick could be. Ouch, my head! My neck!
Despite the force of the blow, the horse had actually held back, otherwise, it would have split his skull open.
Hiss!
The three horses, seeing that the riders had fallen, immediately perked up. They stopped running and stood right around them. It was as if the three horses, the two dogs, and the people on the other side had surrounded the three men in the center.
Come to think of it, that was exactly what had happened. Cheers, well done!
Seeing this, Jinyu let out a cry in mid-air, praising Ma-Yi and his three horses.
Ha ha ha, they got what they deserved. How does it feel to get kicked by your own horses? Even horses have a conscience, only you guys don't. TSK, even your horses couldn't stand watching this. Awesome.
That's exactly how they should be punished.
There you go, got kicked in the head by a horse. Viewers in the livestream began flooding the chat with gifts to celebrate. Did they turn on them? Their horses all turned on them? Feifei was stunned. She had never even dared to imagine such a thing before.
In fact, it wasn't just her, no one else had dared to imagine it either. Animals certainly possess intelligence, but such a high level of intelligence is rare indeed.
Professor Wang had studied animals for so many years that he knew them inside and out.
Even in his daily life, he had never encountered animals with such high intelligence. They were actually able to work together to subdue several poachers. If every animal were like this, those poachers would be in big trouble. Animals' ability to protect themselves comes from within. Humanity's greatest advantage lies in intelligence and the use of various tools.
Sheep.
Jinyu, soaring high in the sky, saw that the three men with beards were in a hopeless situation and flew straight down. Under everyone's gaze, Jinyu landed directly on Ma-Yi's head. He tilted his head, glanced at the three men on the ground, and smiled slightly.
To be honest, this feeling of commanding the entire situation was actually quite nice.
Especially when the three men stared at Jinyu in utter astonishment.
Look, Jinyu.
Wu Chengfeng had made a startling discovery.
Jinyu was actually standing on the bearded man's horse's head. What did that mean?
It meant the horse recognized Jinyu. All of this was arranged by Jinyu, it must be. Yuro said, somewhat excitedly. The others were stunned as well, including the bearded man.
Jinyu? Professor Wang was taken aback.
Yes, it has to be.
Those two dogs only listen to us or to Jinyu.
Earlier, Jinyu was calling out from the air, and every time he called, there was a new development below. That means Jinyu was in control, especially of these three horses.
Yuro said with absolute certainty. Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. I've already watched the recording, I noticed it too.
Actually, Jinyu was the first to spot the poachers. Then he signaled the two sheepdogs to go, and in the end, he even tamed the three horses.
That's incredible, they wouldn't even dare to show that in a TV drama. The Eagle Lord is definitely destined to become the Emperor of the Grasslands. Awaken the Rock bloodline.
Amazing, I just watched the recording, and that's exactly what happened.
Jinyu is incredible.
Everyone was beyond excited.
Who could have imagined an eagle capable of such feats?
The two sheepdogs and three horses clearly had a close bond with Jinyu. That was the only plausible explanation.
So, in the end, I was defeated by an eagle? The bearded man couldn't help but look at Jinyu. Was this real or a hoax? Woof woof. Whoa. The two sheepdogs and three horses, seeing the bearded man look at Jinyu, couldn't help but bark and whinny. Now, the bearded man was stuck.
If they so much as moved, the two dogs would likely pounce, and the three horses would block their path.
How was he supposed to play this? Run away? There was absolutely no way to escape.
Well done, Jinyu, you certainly didn't let me down. Wu Chengfeng exclaimed excitedly from the side. It turned out he was the one watching Jinyu. He was now completely captivated by the eagle.
Sheep.
Jinyu tilted its head, looking at Professor Wang, Wu Chengfeng, and the other two, its eyes lighting up. It spread its wings and flew over, landing right beside Wu Chengfeng. This startled Wu Chengfeng. It was his first time being this close to an eagle.
Jinyu, I'm not a bad guy. I'm a good person. Don't attack me.
Wu Chengfeng said as he dodged backward. He'd be scared if Jinyu actually attacked him. Jinyu stood in front of him, tilting her head to look at Wu Chengfeng.
This guy's a bit of a coward. Jinyu? What are you doing? Yuro was curious too and looked at Jinyu. Jinyu hurting someone? She absolutely wouldn't believe it.
Amid everyone's puzzled stares, Jinyu pecked at Wu Chengfeng. Startled, Wu Chengfeng quickly dodged backward, but the pain he'd expected didn't come. When he opened his eyes, he froze because Jinyu had actually pulled the rope out of the backpack behind him.
Sheep.
Jinyu flapped her wings and took flight again, dropping the rope directly onto Wu Chengfeng.
What does this mean? Chapter 34, Tie up the poachers first. A rope?
Lu Shanzhong was also stunned. The two of them were standing right next to each other.
But they didn't understand what this meant, so they could only look to Yuro. Sheep.
In the sky, Jinyu circled the three men 3 times.
Yuro's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Jinyu wants you to tie up those 3 men. Tie them up? Is that for real? Is that really what Jinyu wants? I think so. Why else would he give them the rope? What a brilliant idea. Once they're tied up, they won't be a threat anymore. Everyone immediately perked up. Just moments ago, they'd been wondering surely they couldn't all just stand around watching 3 people? But tying them up was a different story.
Once they were bound, it would be nearly impossible for them to escape.
Great idea. That's Jinyu for you. Alright, I'll do it.
Wu Chengfeng also grabbed a rope and walked straight toward the bearded man.
Bale dismounted and approached, holding his hunting rifle aloft. Da Huang and Ergo were grinning menacingly.
This was a show of force. Jinyu descended from the sky, landing on Ma Yi's head, his gaze cold.
I'll help too.
Lu Shanzhong and Wu Chengfeng were already working together now that they were the only two who could climb up to tie them up. It couldn't have been better.
Tie their legs first. Then their arms. What are you staring at? We're here to protect the environment too, we're sworn enemies.
Facing the furious glares of the bearded man and his two companions, Wu Chengfeng remained unflinching. They were here to protect animals, while these men were poaching rare wildlife that made them sworn enemies.
Tie them up tight, especially that big black guy. He looks just like Li Kuei.
The two muttered to themselves as they proceeded to tie the three men up with rope. The bearded man was furious.
You're the one who looks like Li Kuei. Your whole family looks like Li Kuei. I'm just a bit rugged looking, okay?
But obviously, he didn't dare say that out loud.
The police should be here soon. Let us wait a bit. Professor Wang spoke up. By the way, we're from the Grassland Ecology Research Institute. Our main work is surveying the grassland's ecological environment and protecting wildlife.
My surname is Wang, and these two are my students, Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong. Professor Wang introduced them. After all, they were in this together now.
Hello, Professor Wang, I'm Bale, and this is Yuro, Feifei, and Awa. Bale introduced them as well.
Ha, we watched Euro's livestream, which is why we rushed over. Jinyu is just so clever. I wonder if we could come over to your place for a visit.
Wu Chengfeng looked at Bale, realizing he was Euro's father, and quickly asked enthusiastically. Hey, you little rascal.
Professor Wang couldn't help but give him a light tap on the head.
Going to stay at someone's house right away? Isn't that a bit too forward? Oh come on, you said you wanted to study Jinyu's living habits. We'll only be there for a day or two. We need to measure the surrounding ecological environment too.
Wu Chengfeng said, his eyes sparkling. I can't help but feel this kid has an ulterior motive.
There's a bit of that. Could it be he's got his eye on Yurao? Holy crap, trying to steal her? No way. Yurao, don't let him go. He's a total player. We can't let a wolf into the house.
Right, we must firmly resist this Wu Chengfeng.
Before Yuro and Bale could even speak, the viewers in the livestream were already up in arms. They assumed Wu Chengfeng was either after Jinyu or after Yuro and Feifei. People like that were despicable, doing exactly what they themselves wanted to do.
Alright, Yuro, what do you think? Bale agreed, then turned to look at Yuro. Yuro glanced at Jinyu, then at the professor and the other two, and began to hesitate.
Well. Whoosh.
Just then, Jinyu flew right over and landed on Awa's shoulder. Awa grew excited and stood completely still.
Standing on Yuro's shoulder? That wouldn't do.
Even though Jinyu wasn't fully mature yet, it still had some weight to it, and Awa couldn't bear to let that happen.
Cheap. After getting close, Jinyu nodded. Jinyu, do you agree? Yuro asked. Wait a minute, what if the eagle can understand human speech? Professor Wang and the others' eyes lit up. Is Jinyu really that intelligent? Alright, Jinyu agrees, so that's settled. But you absolutely must not harm Jinyu. Yuro added.
No, we'll only observe, we won't force it.
Professor Wang waved his hand dismissively. He, too, had become a fan of Jinyu.
In truth, Jinyu had his own plans as well. It was getting late, and if they waited any longer for the patrol, it would be dark before they arrived.
Didn't Professor Wang have two people here who could help? Why not just have them stay?
Besides, ecological researchers were people worthy of admiration. Not only do they endure these harsh conditions year-round, but they also protect nature and its flora and fauna.
Staying for a day wouldn't be a big deal. That's great.
Yuro wasn't worried about anything else, as long as Jinyu wasn't harmed.
Let us go. That's enough hurting for today, we'll head back first. Bale spoke up. But what about these three guys? These three are tied up, after all. We'll have to untie them to take them with us. That's a bit of a hassle. No problem. Just toss them right onto the horses' backs. Fei Fei said. Huh? Just toss them onto the horses' backs? Yeah, isn't that how they do it in martial arts movies? They just make the prisoners lie face down on the horse's back, control their own bodies, and if they fall off, it's their own fault. Fei Fei explained he didn't have much regard for these men. Whether they lived or died didn't matter, a little suffering would be just what they deserved. Impressive. Wu Chengfeng gave a thumbs up and waved to Lu Shanzhong. The two stepped forward and tossed the three men onto the horses' backs. Jin Yu had already made arrangements for the three horses. They'd be taken back immediately, and what's more, the three horses were now free from now on. Living the high life with Jin Yu would be no problem at all. You can't treat us like this. Untie us. Do you want money? We'll give you whatever you want. Just let us go. Once we get out, we'll come after you. You can't treat us like this. Let me go. Let me go. Thud. Just as the Bale family was getting ready, the bearded man still on horseback fumbled and fell off, landing face first in the dirt. Even though it was grassland, he hit the ground with his face. Let you go? What are you thinking? Don't you know you've broken the law? Just stay put. Wu Chengfeng walked over and kicked the bearded man. It was him who had been trying to intimidate them earlier. Cheap. Woof woof. By this time, Jin Yu had naturally made his way back to the old rack. An afternoon snack was still on the menu, and the two dogs, in particular, got their fair share. Hiss, big brother, we don't want to leave. Hiss. Big brother, there are a few horse brothers here too, let us all stay together. As soon as the horses saw the conditions at Euro's place, they thought it looked pretty good. There were a few other horses there, and judging by the fat on their bodies, they were living the good life. They didn't want to leave. Being ridden every day was so miserable, wasn't it? Cheap. Are you all sure you want to stay? Woof woof. Horse brothers, we'll be together from now on. Don't worry, follow big brother and we'll live the high life. Look at this lamb. All you can eat. Nay. The three horses were quite excited. Since the bearded man had already fallen off, there was no need for them to carry the others anymore. After asking Jin Yu for permission, they simply shook their bodies, flinging little Liuzi and Monkey right off. Ha ha ha, see that? Even the horses don't want to carry you guys. Wu Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh. Besides, these were the bearded man's own horses. That's called the finger of 1,000 men pointing at the villain. Even the animals can't stand it. It's true the three horses have been following us on their own the whole way. Yeah, the three horses came along without needing to be led. Wait, didn't you see? Jin Yu tamed them, he is standing right on top of the horses. So, Jin Yu has some new underlings? I knew it, that's why these three horses are so obedient. Congratulations, Lord Eagle has once again recruited 3 new underlings to unify the ages. Bro, how many episodes of your fantasy series have you watched? The livestream was always bustling, with the viewer count consistently staying above 10 million, which was already impressive, as it seemed only a few major streamers had surpassed that mark. Cheap, you're all free to roam. Jin Yu glanced at the 3 horses and spoke. Nay, alright, big bro, let us go find our horse buddies. Animals of the same species tend to get along better, at least compared to other animals. Euro's family had 12 horses, otherwise, they wouldn't have had Maris milk to drink. The status of horses on the grasslands was equivalent to every person in a small city owning an electric scooter. The 3 horses gave a nod and immediately went to find Euro's horses. They aren't planning to stay, are they? Faith asked, unable to help herself as she watched the 3 horses head straight for the stable. Euro glanced at Jin Yu and saw that Jin Yu was staring at the 3 horses as well. For some reason, she was convinced that Jin Yu had said something to them. Was the family suddenly gaining 3 new members out of nowhere? Ginyu? Did those 3 horses choose to stay on their own? Holding a piece of beef jerky, Yuro fed it to Ginyu. Her gesture left everyone speechless. Professor Wang and the other 2 looked at Ginyu with wide eyes. Could it be that Ginyu really understood human speech? And could he actually communicate with people? Sheep there hear of their own free will. Ginyu chirped, flapped his wings, and nodded. Professor, Ginyu nodded. Wu Chengfeng said, sounding a bit excited. That's amazing. Lu Shanzhong felt as if he were witnessing a miracle. Even Professor Wang sucked in a sharp breath. This was too incredible. Just how high was Jinyu's IQ? If he hadn't seen that Jinyu wasn't yet a fully grown eagle, he would have assumed Jinyu had undergone special training. Even the 3 men with the beards, lying on the ground, were stunned. An eagle that could understand human speech? What kind of intelligence was that? Was this the very eagle they were trying to capture? If I'd known this eagle was this smart, I'd never have tried to catch it. The bearded man sighed, but it was too late to say anything now. He already knew he'd been outwitted by an eagle. That was the most devastating part. On top of that, he'd heard Wu Chengfeng exclaim the view count on Euro's livestream over 10 million. That meant his poaching had been seen by 1% of the entire country. How terrifying was that? Even if he managed to escape, he could be discovered anywhere he went. What was the point of running? Beep beep. Just 10 minutes later, an SUV approached from the distance. It was the patrol unit's vehicle. Through the livestream, they already knew exactly where the poachers were. Hello, we're from the patrol unit. My name is Li Chang, and this is our captain, Yang Wei. A young man got out and introduced himself. Welcome, welcome. We've been waiting for you. We've caught them red-handed right here. Wu Chengfeng was the most enthusiastic, pointing at the 3 bearded men and several bags of wild animals. We watched the entire livestream. Thank you all. Especially Jinyu. That was absolutely amazing. Clearly, they'd become fans of Jinyu too. When they went back to write their report, they'd probably have to include a section titled Jinyu outwits poachers. Sheep, no need to thank me. Jinyu flapped his wings, indicating it was no big deal. Then he tilted his head to look at the 3 newcomers. Captain Yang, come on over and have some mare's milk. You must be exhausted from the journey. Bale also stood up to offer hospitality. Come to think of it, they knew this Captain Yang as well. He was mainly in charge of the nomadic region. They'd spoken on the phone before but had never met in person, so this was his first visit. Sigh. The bearded man let out a sigh. He knew he was in for a spell in jail. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the system mission, Punish the Poacher. You have gained a +10 boost to all status panels and received Physical Enhancement 1. Chapter 36, a powerful status panel, new skill, Intimidation. Physical enhancement? Jinyu felt pretty good about it, but what satisfied him most was the reward of a 10-point boost to all status panels. He wasn't fully mature yet. Only when he reached full maturity could he truly be called a golden eagle. And then, he would possess absolute competitiveness. Last time I enhanced my beak, now it's time to enhance my talons. A strange sensation washed over him. Jinyu could feel his claws brimming with strength. With just a slight exertion, a scratch mark left by his talons appeared on the wooden rack beneath his feet as if it had been gouged by the horn of a ram's head hammer. If I go hunt, this time, I can kill the prey outright just by grabbing its neck. Status panel, Jinyu Eaglet, 10 months. Constitution, 45. Strength, 78. Agility, 45. Endurance, 45. Normal adult eagle status panel, 50. Skills, Flight Mastery Beginner Grade 99 100, Hunting Mastery Beginner Grade 80 100, Eagle Eye Infrared Sensing, Danger Sense. Enhanced Status Panel, Eagle Beak Enhanced once, Eagle Claws Enhanced once. Thanks to the 10-point reward from yesterday's livestream coefficient, Jinyu's strength has now jumped to 78. A normal eagle only has 50. He has a full 28 points higher. Plus, his other stats are also nearing 50. With his stats significantly boosted, all that's left is proficiency. Looking at his flight proficiency, now at 99 points, Jinyu soared into the sky once more. Since he was already this close, he might as well fly a little longer. Whoosh! Flapping his wings, Jinyu took flight. He quickly ascended to great heights. Everyone below looked up at Jinyu, their eyes filled with awe. That's beautiful. Eagles are becoming increasingly rare. To see one up close like this is truly a stroke of luck. Wu Chengfeng, quick, record this for me.
Professor Wang felt a surge of excitement wash over him. It wasn't that he'd never seen falcons kept by hunters, but how could those domesticated birds compare to the spirit of a wild eagle like this? Moreover, the feeling they gave off was entirely different. The speed at which it could cover kilometers with a single wing beat, the majestic grace of its soaring flight, and the sheer power of its wings flapping as it plunged downward, none of this could be matched by a falcon tamed by humans. They were proud and free. I really wish I could fly up into the sky like that eagle and see the world. Captain Yang, standing nearby, was deeply moved. He looked up, shielding his eyes from the sun with his right hand, and watched the dark speck in the sky. Caw! The eagle's cry echoed in all directions, clear as day for miles around. Woof woof, big brother is flying so high. His big brother is the real deal, he can fly. Even at my top speed, I couldn't go that fast. The two dogs were also running and circling frantically in front of the yurt, chasing each other. They kept glancing up at the sky, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Jinyu. The three horses were snorting incessantly. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your flight mastery skill beginner grade proficiency has reached 100. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Increasing proficiency was all for the sake of upgrading. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your flight mastery skill has reached intermediate grade, proficiency 1000. Intermediate grade flight mastery requires 1000 points. Based on the previous calculation method, that means flying in the sky for 1000 hours, which is over a month of non-stop flying. However, completing various quests can also significantly boost your proficiency. Of course, this refers specifically to quests related to flight and hunting. The fact that coordinating sheepdogs and horses to capture 3 poachers didn't increase proficiency speaks volumes. As time went on, Jinyu had basically figured out the system's patterns. Intermediate grade flight mastery, it seems a lot easier now. Now that his flight mastery skill has reached the intermediate grade, flying has clearly become much easier. Heights that previously required 10 wing beats to reach can now be achieved with just 5. Moreover, both his speed and flight altitude have improved. With my current strength, adult eagles are no match for me. Jinyu quickly came to a conclusion: his current strength was already formidable. In that case, I'd better hurry up and level up my hunting skill as well. His hunting skill was currently at over 80 points, he just needed to capture a few more prey to reach the next level. While he was at it, he could also test out his enhanced claws. As far as the eye could see, the landscape stretched out below him for several kilometers. Soon, he spotted a wild rabbit. Rabbit meat was quite delicious. With that in mind, Jinyu spread his wings and soared, quickly reaching the target location. Then, folding his wings, he dove straight. The wild rabbit below spotted Jinyu as he descended and immediately took off running. As the saying goes, a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow, so its home was still some distance from the burrow. Unfortunately, although the hare was fast, that didn't mean Jinyu couldn't catch up. In the blink of an eye, the hare felt its neck being seized, then found itself suspended in midair, unable to break free. Moreover, as it struggled, it felt the grip on its back tightening. Cheep! Jinyu chirped again, signaling the success of its hunt. Shush! Its enhanced talons instantly pierced the rabbit's throat. The wild rabbit struggled for a long time before finally going still. Cheep! Another joyful cry echoed through the air. Look, Jinyu caught another prey. It's a rabbit, right?
That's amazing, it's faster than a hunting dog. The eagle eye skill can spot targets thousands of meters away, and it's so fast. It truly is a dominant force among eagles. I absolutely love that silhouette. Everyone in the livestream was focused on Jinyu over the course of the day. Jinyu's performance had been nothing short of spectacular. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your hunting mastery skill proficiency has reached 100 points. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Beep. The hunting mastery skill has reached intermediate grade, proficiency 1000. After capturing a few more prey, Jinyu's hunting points were finally maxed out, and he chose to upgrade without hesitation. Once again, a unique sensation washed over him. Jinyu dove downward, feeling that this hunt was even more precise and effortless. He didn't need to focus on the prey, it was as if the entire hunting sequence had become second nature. Soon, Jinyu realized that at the intermediate grade, both strength and stamina consumption were significantly lower than at the beginner grade, reduced by at least half. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your flight and hunting proficiency have both upgraded to the intermediate grade, unlocking the skill, Intimidation. Intimidation, the natural aura of a golden eagle, capable of inflicting a 10% intimidation effect on targets. Intimidation? This skill is great. From now on, whenever he goes hunting, just his presence alone will make the prey tremble in fear. That feels pretty good, and it significantly increases his success rate in capturing prey. An even more arrogant aura emanated from Jinyu, like that of a king of the skies. A few birds flew by upon seeing Jinyu. They let out a startled cry and hurriedly flew away. Chapter 37, Rabbit meat tastes best when the whole family eats it. That much power? Won't hunting be even harder for me from now on? Jinyu watched the birds fly away swiftly, shook his head, and then set his sights on a weasel. Just as Jinyu locked onto the weasel and dove down, the weasel below quickly sensed the danger. It must be said, animals' senses are incredibly sharp. In an instant, the weasel began trembling uncontrollably and froze in place, unable to flee. Is this what intimidation feels like? When the intimidation was directed at the prey, the weasel reacted as if a minister had caught sight of the sovereign. Especially as Jinyu closed in, the weasel trembled with fear. Whoosh! Lifting the weasel into the air, Jinyu felt this absolute sense of control and realized he was beginning to enjoy the sensation. This wasn't a deliberate act, the intimidation simply radiated from him naturally. The piercing cry of an eagle rang out once more. Below, small animals were fleeing in a frenzy from hundreds of meters up. Jinyu could clearly see their utter panic. That cry was absolutely dominant. I can feel the aura Jinyu was giving off, it's truly heart-stirring. The ruler of the skies, that's not just an empty title. You're right. Whether in the livestream chat or among Professor Wang and the others, everyone had high praise for Jinyu. Woof! Woof woof! Upon hearing the bark, Da Huang and Erga dashed off into the distance. Soon, they returned, each carrying a plump, large rabbit in its mouth. These were rabbits Jinyu had caught earlier and left nearby. Now, Da Huang and Ergu had brought them back. Rabbits? These are the ones Jinyu hunted earlier. Awa looked at the two rabbits and couldn't help but lick his lips. Last night, when Jinyu was eating, he wanted some too, but hadn't gotten any. Now that there were two, surely he'd get a rabbit leg, right? Woof woof! Woof woof! The two dogs were drooling with hunger too. They knew rabbit meat was delicious too. It was just that Bale sometimes only caught one rabbit a month, and there was never any for them. At most, they got to gnaw on the bones. Sheep! You two dogs, keep going, there's more. They had guests over today, and two rabbits probably wouldn't be enough to go around. After all, his little brother needed some too, right? Woof woof, big bro, we're coming. Hearing Jinyu's voice, the two dogs took off running without even glancing at Bale and the others. Seriously, these two dogs are completely under Jinyu's thumb now. Such a magical scene naturally left the viewers in the livestream in awe. From now on, the two dogs have become the eagle's right-hand men. I think they make a great pair. Jinyu hunts, and the dogs bring it back. Is it just me, or even without sheep or horses, Jinyu alone could support the entire Yurao family? Ha, now that you mention it, you're absolutely right.
Jinyu is just so smart he goes out and catches whatever he wants to eat. At the very least, during this season, Jinyu has absolutely no worries about food or drink.
As for what happens in winter, who knows? But I'm sure there won't be any problems either. Soon, Da Wang and Ergu brought back 2 more rabbits. Sniff, sniff.
At the same time, Jinyu returned to his perch. Then he turned his gaze toward Yurao.
Jinyu, are we having rabbit meat for dinner again tonight? Yurao stepped forward and gently stroked Jinyu's wing. Sheep.
Of course, nothing tastes better than rabbit meat, at least not yet. 2 days in a row of rabbit meat, something that delicious, he surely wouldn't get tired of it. Once he did get tired of it, he could always go catch something else to eat.
Alright, then we'll have rabbit meat tonight. Yurao glanced at his dad. Dad? Hee, alright. I'll handle it.
But since the rabbits are dead, they all need to be processed, otherwise, they'll be inedible by tomorrow, Bale said.
Yurao nodded. Jinyu must have prepared this for all of us. Yurao could already guess a little of what Jinyu was thinking.
For rabbits, it couldn't possibly eat them all by itself.
So there was only one possibility: it was meant for everyone. Really? Jinyu? Thank you so much.
Wu Chengfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Watching Jinyu eat the meat had made him incredibly hungry.
We get a share too?
Wild rabbits are hard to catch. I've only had them twice since I started working.
Lu Shanzhong chimed in. Professor Wang looked at his 2 students and couldn't help but shake his head. You too. You're not even as strong as a single eagle.
He clearly remembered that when these 2 had returned from the grasslands to the city, they wanted to eat it all themselves and hadn't even thought to share.
So consider it. I'm completely won over by Jinyu's actions. I think I need to get some good food for my family.
It feels like it's been a long time since I've shared something delicious with them. Right, last time I bought 2 pork knuckles, and I ate them all before my husband got home.
I was afraid he'd snatch them. Actually, me too.
Just Jinyu's act of sharing the wild rabbit immediately struck a deep chord with many people, as if many of them hadn't shared food in a long time. Jinyu had no idea that, because of her, many viewers had called their loved ones over to share dinner tonight. And they even shared the live stream. It made people feel the warmth of having family or friends by their side once again.
With 3 extra people around, the evening was naturally bustling with activity.
Especially Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong, being young themselves, went all out to show off their humor when interacting with Yurao and Fei. This had the live stream audience laughing while teasing the 2, calling them clowns and scoundrels trying to steal their 2 goddesses.
What are these 2 guys so eager for? They're just after Yurao and Fei's looks. I like their looks too, but these 2 are total jerks. Didn't you see?
Da Huang and Ergu were standing guard right by Yurao and Fei's sides just to keep these 2 guys at bay.
Draw your swords. Yurao and Fei are mine.
Ha, ignorant humans, you clearly don't take me, the Eagle Lord, seriously.
These are the Lord's women.
Brother above, I'm giving you a thumbs up for treating me, Yurao, like the female lead in a fantasy novel.
Support Jinyu.
Support the couple. I want to be Jinyu's woman too. I just love aloof men. The number of viewers in the livestream remained steady at over 10 million.
This steady viewership persisted until midnight. Beep. 12 a.m. Hostess livestream check-in successful. Data being analyzed. Chapter 38, all the $1 million tips belong to Jinyu. Today's peak viewership, 13 million. Fan count, 8.5 million.
Killed 1 invading venomous snake during the stream, saving Yurao and Fei from danger.
Tamed 2 sheepdogs and 3 horses. Used cunning to punish poachers during the stream. Data processing complete. Stream rating, 10 stars out of 10. Earned 200 proficiency points and 10 stat points. Please allocate them as you see fit, host. Jinyu immediately divided all the points evenly, adding 2 points to one status panel, causing his strength to skyrocket to 80, while the others all reached 50, essentially matching the stats of a fully grown eagle. Feeling the changes in his body, Jinyu felt more comfortable than ever before. Seeing his status panel grow significantly once again, with the other stats now fully capable of holding their own against a fully grown eagle, Jinyu knew he finally had nothing to worry about. At the very least, if he encountered that arch-rival eagle again, he could now take it down with a single move. That's just how powerful he was. His strength was a whopping 80 points. His enhanced talons and beak were more than enough to pierce through the opponent's protective feathers. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Jinyu spread his wings and soared through the sky once more. Now, all he had to do was spread his wings, and he could glide on the wind for an entire hour. He thoroughly enjoyed this sensation, as if he were drifting among the clouds. Wu Chengfeng had also risen early, controlling a specially designed drone as he followed behind Jinyu. He recorded data point by point. Professor, should we attach some equipment to Jinyu? That way, we can see the grasslands from its perspective and learn about its habits. Wu Chengfeng pondered for a moment before asking. Professor Wang waved his hand. No need. We'll just use the drone. This is the most authentic state of a golden eagle. If we attach anything to it, I'm afraid Jinyu won't be comfortable. After all, Jinyu is highly intelligent, and we must respect the animal's own preferences. Wu Chengfeng glanced at Professor Wang. True to his reputation as a professor, he had thought of everything. Use the drone to film without disturbing Jinyu. When we get back, write up a report on the grassland eagles that count as completing a small assignment. The data recorded here will be preserved forever, serving as a legacy for future generations to understand these eagles. Good morning. Yuro and Feifei came out at that moment. Feifei immediately launched the drone as well. The livestream already had 5 million viewers online early in the morning. Some hadn't slept at all, some had just woken up, and others had fallen asleep while the stream was still running. When the camera returned to Jinyu, the number of viewers in the live stream surged again. Trending. There were also plenty of people sending friend requests, saying they loved Jinyu. So many private messages. But there definitely weren't any yesterday. Feifei was a bit dazed. She had checked them yesterday morning. There were some, but not many. Yet now, overnight, there were this many? It was truly hard to believe. Oh right, I haven't checked the gifts from the past couple of days either. This when she saw the number of gifts, Feifei was stunned all over again. Yurao quickly looked over too. Yurao, how many is that? I can't even count them all. Feifei was completely dumbfounded. It looked like there was a 10,000 at the end of the number. She had previously assumed there were only a few hundred or a few thousand gifts. That was a bit careless of her back then. She'd only been getting a few thousand gifts a day. So, even though she loved streaming, she hadn't really cared about how much money she made. Plus, from the day before yesterday until now, they'd been streaming Jinyu almost non-stop. With everything going on, they hadn't had time to check. There must be at least tens of millions. Even with the split, we'll get over 1 million. Over 1 million in revenue in just 2 days? If she told anyone that, no one would believe it, but now, it had actually happened. Those two silly girls. They just graduated from college. They've probably never seen this much money before. The guys really came through. Haha, I bet those two cuties haven't even processed it yet. The viewers in the chat sent these gifts voluntarily. No one was forced to. I really like that. I even sent a few gifts myself. Me too, I chipped in as well. With a stream like this, I just can't help but tip. The viewers in the chat immediately burst into laughter. If this were any other streamer, they'd probably already be shouting, "Thank you, big brother, for the tips." No way. We don't get to keep this money from the gifts. The viewers are sending them to Jinyu because they like her. Yuro frowned. This much money? Absolutely not. She wouldn't feel right keeping it. Ha! Everyone around her, Professor Wang, the others in the chat, and even Feifei froze in surprise. Euro? What did you say? Feifei was stunned.
This was all the money from their Stream-S gifts. Even Jean Yu tilted his head and looked over.
You silly thing, why would I spend money on an eagle? You earned all this from the livestream. Jean Yu couldn't help but say.
Unfortunately, all it could make right now was an eagle-less cry, so no one
could understand.
I'm telling you, all this was sent by viewers who love Jean Yu. My money comes from selling products during the livestream, so this portion of the tips should be set aside specifically for Jean Yu.
Euro's eyes slowly lit up.
Right, this money was meant for Jean Yu. Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanjiang exchanged a glance. Goodness, that's over $1 million.
Is there really anyone who wouldn't want that?
Jean Yu may be highly intelligent, but it's just an eagle. When they said this, the viewers in the livestream nodded in agreement.
An eagle, how could it spend money? Chapter 39, Unlocking Bloodline Evolution. Then let us set up a dedicated account.
We'll use it to improve Jean Yu's living conditions, or give it to Professor Wang. You're the guardian of this grassland, so you'll surely play a major role.
When the time comes, we'll do it in Jean Yu's name. What do you think, Jean Yu?
As Yura spoke, as if he found the perfect use for the money, he turned to Jean Yu and asked.
Sheep, if you say it's okay, then it's okay.
It's all just material stuff. Jean Yu chirped and nodded.
Seeing Jean Yu nod, Yura was delighted. He stepped forward and scooped Jean Yu into his arms. You agree with my plan, don't you? That's absolutely wonderful.
This way, the grassland can be greatly improved.
Ideally, we could even turn the grassland into a forest.
Yuro brushed her cheek against Jean Yu's feathers, looking very affectionate, her eyes closed as if she were imagining the transformation of the grasslands.
Yurao, you. Yuro's words left Bale and everyone present in shock.
A little girl, capable of such resolve?
This already demonstrated tremendous determination. Good, good.
A strong youth means a strong nation.
Professor Wang's hands were trembling slightly.
Yuro, Feifei, you are both good children.
Tears welled up in Professor Wang's eyes as he spoke, overcome with emotion.
You may not know this, but our country's vegetation is severely damaged, especially in the north, where droughts are common and rainfall is scarce. On this grassland, fierce winds rage, and cold fronts can sweep directly south. Every year, dust storms whipped up from the grasslands and the Gobi Desert sweep across multiple provinces, causing massive pollution and disruption. And our mother river, it carries vast amounts of silt into the sea. There are some people working hard to change this, but nature's power is too great, and the area is too vast. Every additional person adds another source of strength. Professor Wang is from the older generation. He feels this most deeply. They don't spend their days online watching breakups, dancing, singing, or talent shows. Instead, they quietly do their part. Professor Wang keeps only 500 yuan a month for living expenses and donates the rest. Beside him, Wu Chengfeng seemed moved as well and spoke up. At that, everyone in the livestream was deeply moved.
That's only right. If we could truly turn the grasslands into a jungle, that would be wonderful.
Professor Wang gazed at the blue sky and grasslands in the distance, unable to resist daydreaming.
Cheers! What an admirable old gentleman! Even Jean Yu couldn't help but praise him.
All right, I support Yuro.
Me too.
Feifei and Bale were the first to back Yuro, especially Bale. The look in his eyes toward his girl had changed. Dad, our grasslands have plenty of local specialties. With live streaming, we can live comfortably just by selling goods. Plus, we can centralize the sales of all the uncles and elders' products. Yuro couldn't help but speak up. After all, she sold quite a bit the day before yesterday. She made tens of thousands of yuan in one go. Even now, her mother was preparing lamb, sealing it in packages, and would send it out by evening.
Beep. Congratulations, host.
Your live streaming platform earnings have been used for ecological conservation, totaling over 1 million yuan.
Bloodline activated. Currently 10% activated. When it reaches 100%, the host may choose the direction of bloodline evolution.
Just then, a system notification sounded in Genius' ear.
Bloodline?
All animals actually possess bloodlines. For example, the most common ones like dogs and cats, or wild animals such as the South China tiger and the Amur tiger. Bloodlines are shaped by geographical location and lifestyle, and each carries distinct characteristics.
Speaking of eagle bloodlines, there are actually many varieties. However, she didn't know what specific bloodline paths would be available once the bloodline was activated.
The 1 million charity fund unlocks 10% of it, meaning that once the charity fund reaches 10 million, the bloodline can be activated.
At the current rate of donations, it's just a matter of time.
I never expected Euro's offhand gesture to trigger such a massive chain reaction. She really is this King-S woman. Jean Yu was clearly delighted with the system's reward.
Great, Euro is so generous. I support Euro. With a streamer like this, who else would I follow? I'm from the grasslands too, though not a nomad. Brothers of the grasslands, let us rise up. I just told my wife about this.
She gave me 100 yuan. I'll top up 90 yuan and use the remaining 10 for a pack of cigarettes.
Charity? That's great, I support it.
This is way better than those streamers who just sing, dance, and flirt.
My Lady of the Eagles truly has the bearing of a ruler. Is this for real?
I just walked in and heard that the tips are going to charity.
Professor Wang is here, of course it's true. The chat room began to buzz with excitement. Euro's decision had already moved everyone. Professor Wang, let us handle the money transfer later. That way, it'll be fair, and the viewers will trust me. Euro had clearly thought this through.
She pulled Professor Wang directly into the live stream's camera view.
Alright, I'll vouch for this,
Professor Wang said with a smile. He couldn't help but find Euro more and more endearing the more he looked at her. If you two were even half as good as Euro, I'd be more than satisfied. As Professor Wang spoke, he couldn't resist scolding Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong. Wu Chengfeng and Lu Shanzhong couldn't help but scratch their head,
but were working hard too.
They really couldn't compete with Euro's move. There was nothing they could do. She just donated 1 million on the spot.
Meanwhile,
Manager Yang from Douyin Live was in a meeting with the CEO.
CEO Zhang, here's the situation.
I believe that as a live streaming platform that once led the nation, we need to do our part for the country and respond to the generosity of our streamers. Manager Yang held up a phone, projecting a video onto the wall.
CEO Zhang watched the video and fell deep in thought. Is this Professor Wang real? Is this girl real? Is the eagle real too? CEO Zhang was actually very busy. He had many meetings scheduled.
Manager Yang had shown up unannounced today, insisting on showing him this material. In truth, it had left a deep impression on him.
Yes, I've looked into it.
Professor Wang was a sent-down youth in his younger days and served in the military. He comes from a well-off family. Since joining the Ecological Conservation Department, he has been dedicated to public service, truly keeping only 500 yuan a month for himself while working around the clock. He has compiled a lot of the data on the flora and fauna of the grasslands. As for this girl, she is a recent graduate, absolutely genuine.
And the eagle is just a young one.
It's just a bit close to the girl. Naturally, all this had to be thoroughly vetted in advance.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, we'll put together a team to help produce the live streams and videos.
All proceeds will go toward charity. If e-commerce can turn the Gobi Desert into forests, why can't we pitch in and help turn the grasslands into forests? Chapter 40, Jean Yu Charity Channel Wolves on the Loose. General Manager Zhang fell silent, thinking for a full 5 minutes. You handle it yourself. You have full authority over this matter. Manager Yang immediately perked up. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Business people often see more than just money, they see reputation, and many other things others can't see. Just as Euro and Fei Fei were live streaming their family preparing mutton, viewers in the chat were flooding the stream with virtual gifts. Especially after learning that all the donations would go to charity, they felt even more at ease about giving.
At the very least, when their husbands or wives scolded them, they could now say with a clear conscience while watching beautiful women and handsome men, "I'm doing charity work."
Ring ring. Just then, an unknown number called Euro's phone.
"Hello, this is Manager Yang from Douyin Live."
Ha? A live streaming company?
Euro froze, wondering why a live streaming company would be contacting him.
Even Jean Yu was taken aback. Was this about signing a contract? Their user privacy protection must be terrible. How could they be tracked down so easily? Euro? What streaming company? No way, we're not signing a contract. Absolutely refuse to sign.
That's right, Euro, they're all trying to trick you. Before the caller could respond, viewers in the live stream started flooding the chat with comments. Manager Yang looked at the comments on his other phone and felt his blood run cold. "Euro, explain to them I'm from Douyin Live, and I'm here for a charity initiative."
You can put the call on speakerphone.
Euro saw the live stream feed as well.
Okay, it is Douyin. Euro stuck out her tongue. That was a close call.
She then switched the call to speakerphone. The fact that she allowed the call to go on speakerphone showed the other party had no ill intent after all. Over 10 million people were watching.
Hello everyone, hello Euro. I'm Manager Yang from Douyin. I've been watching Jean Yu's livestream.
Euro has done an excellent job with her charity work, so that's exactly why I'm here today. Manager Yang glanced at the chat. No one was speaking anymore and then spoke again.
I've also seen Jean Yu's stream. On behalf of the company, I've decided that the streaming platform will not keep a single cent of the gifts. After they're all converted, the funds will be transferred to Euro account, supervised by Professor Wang, and used for grassland ecological conservation. Whoa! Is this for real? They really won't charge any fees? That's so impressive. This can't be a scam, right? It probably isn't. Jean Yu is amazing. I didn't expect the streaming platform to take notice so quickly. Most importantly, they're showing Jean Yu some special consideration. The streaming platform is awesome. So bold. So cool. The chat was flooded with messages. There were so many that it was dizzying to keep up.
Manager Yang looked at the messages and couldn't help but smile slightly. They had given up a significant amount of profit, but their popularity had increased, and that was a good thing. Of course, that's just one piece of good news. The second is that we'll be adding a public welfare channel to the homepage. Clicking on it will take viewers straight to Euro and Fei's livestream. We'll also dispatch a professional team to film them on location, and we'll bring the contracts along. After all, this kind of public welfare initiative requires a legal basis. Manager Yang said again.
That's great. Fei was getting a little excited. Euro, does this mean we're considered real internet celebrities now?
Euro nodded, her own excitement evident. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. With a larger audience, Euro would sell more of her agricultural products. Euro was smart. She knew how to perfect her products and had even thought about scaling up her business. The only missing piece was distribution, and now, live streaming was her channel. Euro hugged Jean Yu, knowing that without him, she would never have achieved what she had today. This time, it was a win-win for everyone. A full day of live streaming passed amid the chatter. Night finally fell, and as the sun set, Jean Yu took to the sky once more. Watching the sunset from the horizon and watching it from the sky are two completely different experiences. Jean Yu gazed at the sky, still bathed in the afterglow as the sun sank below the horizon, while the grasslands below had already fallen into darkness, feeling a sense of wonder. Watching the sunset from the ocean or a mountaintop can't compare to being in the air unobstructed, watching the light shift. Straight guys, did you learn anything? Especially on the grasslands, once it gets dark, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass, even girls can get a little scared. Deep, flight proficiency +1. Deep, flight proficiency +1. High in the sky, thousands of meters above, Jean Yu watched the sun sink below the horizon. He even flew at breakneck speed toward the sun for a while before turning back. But just as he was about to return, he noticed something unusual. A yurt lit by a campfire that was Euro's home. On a small hill a kilometer away, a black figure stood motionless. The night wind rustled the grass, yet it remained utterly still. A wolf? Indeed, thanks to his night vision, Jinyu could clearly see that this wolf was staring intently in the direction of Euro's home in the distance.
Interesting.
Jinyu's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as he looked down at the wolf on the ground and let out a cold smile.
Woof! A wolf's howl echoed through the night.
The howl itself was ordinary, but it was clear that this wolf was anything but. As it howled, two figures appeared simultaneously on either side of Euro's home. One of them had faint traces of blood on its head.
Is that the wolf I wounded the day before yesterday?
These creatures are up to something. Jinyu was now certain these were three of the wolves that had previously surrounded Awa.
Something's off. The grasslands are thriving right now, why would they suddenly fix their attention on Euro's home?
If it were winter, wolf attacks on humans would be commonplace, but this didn't feel right. Yet it was clear their movements were all about scouting.
A wolf pack's intelligence should never be underestimated, especially that of the alpha.
It must ensure the survival of the entire pack not only during hunts, but even when simply moving about. It plans every step. When they identify their prey and are ready to strike, they almost always conduct a reconnaissance mission beforehand.
Don't doubt it. Reconnaissance is something many animals do.
It increases their chances of a successful hunt. There's no question about it, now their target is Euro's home.
Whoosh!
Just as the two wolves were growling at the alpha, a dark shadow suddenly swept past dozens of meters above their heads. Needless to say, it was Jinyu. In fact, it was descending even further. Before the three wolves could react, its claws had already landed on the wolf that had been injured earlier. At the same moment, a wave of intimidation erupted. This wounded wolf, already injured by Jinyu, heard the howls and looked up at the pitch-black night sky to see an even darker shadow descending.
Instinctively terrified by the overwhelming aura of intimidation, it scrambled to its feet.
In that very instant, a stinging pain shot through its back once more.
Awa! 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 The howls of wolves rang out again. Chapter 41, Jinyu's head pat. Wolf howls?
The Euro family heard the howls immediately. Another animal must have fallen victim. Wu Chengfeng couldn't help but say, out here on the grasslands, the worst thing is running into a pack of wolves.
Wait, Jinyu is howling too. The drone can't see clearly, look, is there a wolf?
Feifei was piloting the drone, but hers didn't have night vision. Wu Chengfeng also launched their specially modified drone as a research drone. It was equipped with night vision. However, by then, Jinyu had already taken flight once more. Below, darkness had fallen completely, and the wolf's eyes glowed green. The wolf with the wound on its head was bleeding from its back again. As it tried to lick the blood with its tongue, it looked up at the sky, fear evident in its eyes. Having been attacked twice by the same eagle, it was filled with terror. After a series of howls, the alpha wolf stared up at the sky. Unfortunately, the night was too dark even with night vision. It couldn't spot Jinyu in the sky.
Woo woo woo!
The Wolf King let out a cry, and the three wolves turned and fled. They headed deep into the grasslands.
This is getting interesting.
Jinyu circled the sky, chasing the three wolves for several kilometers before returning. It had to make sure they were truly gone.
Cheap.
By the time Jinyu returned, Wu Chengfeng's drone had already taken off, but after circling the area, it hadn't spotted a thing.
Jinyu.
Seeing Jinyu return, Yurao hurried over.
I thought you'd run into a pack of wolves. You scared me to death.
Yurao said worriedly. She looked Jinyu over carefully, and only after confirming that Jinyu was indeed fine did she let out a sigh of relief.
Cheap, you silly girl, I can fly.
Jinyu spread its wings affectionately and ruffled Yuro's hair.
Ah! Look at Jinyu. I'm so jealous. Jinyu is way too nice to Yurao, isn't he? That head pat. Jinyu actually used his wing to pat Yuro's head to comfort her. It's just like how a domineering CEO would comfort someone. Wah, I'm so jealous.
Feifei, standing nearby, started whimpering, Jinyu, at the very least, Yuro and I are streaming for you.
Can't you let me give you a hug? Everyone burst out laughing. Feifei and Yuro were the owners of this streaming channel, and most of the time, Feifei was busy controlling the drone or filming with her phone.
But Jinyu was so close to Yuro, how could she not be jealous? Whenever Feifei tried to get close to Jinyu, he'd fly away, which really hurt Feifei's feelings. They were all fresh-faced graduates, so why was she getting such the cold shoulder?
Put. I'm a good guy, I don't get physical with my female friends.
Jinyu rolled his eyes at Feifei and told her to get back to work.
I'm defeated. Jinyu's icy glare instantly made Feifei back off.
But this exchange still had the live chat flooding with 666s.
Sheep, you guys mentioned earlier, did you get bullied at someone else's house?
That night, Jinyu summoned the two dogs to his side and asked.
Woof woof, yeah, they wouldn't let us eat our fill and made us work.
Woof woof woof, big bro, their leader is a Tibetan Mastiff, we can't beat him.
Da Wang and Ergo said.
Jinyu rolled his eyes at the two of them.
Sheep, you're a German Shepherd, after all, can't you be a little more fierce? How many of them are there?
Woof, 5.
5? And one of them is a Tibetan Mastiff?
Jinyu stood on the shelf, lost in thought.
Da Wang and Ergo exchanged glances. Big bro, you're not planning to take them on, are you? Da Wang knew his big brother could fly and was pretty powerful, but that didn't mean he could handle a sheepdog.
In terms of weight alone, if his big brother got tackled, he'd be finished. A dog weighs at least 20 to 25 pounds, but an eagle doesn't have the weight advantage, probably only 2 or 3 pounds.
Sheep, you're right.
If I can tame them, our team will grow stronger.
Beep.
The system senses the hostess' ambition and is issuing a system quest, tame minions.
The more you tame, the better the rewards.
Just then, the system notification sounded. A smile tugged at Jinyu's lips. Triggering a system quest, this was a good thing. Actually, it all stemmed from Jinyu discovering why the Wolf King had been lurking around the Yuro household. Since the Wolf King had set his sights on Yuro, they certainly couldn't just sit idly by and wait for disaster.
But relying solely on his own dogs, Da Huang and Ergu, they stood no chance against a wolf pack.
That pack had at least 30 wolves. Even with his 3 little horseboy companions, they wouldn't stand a chance against them. This problem must be solved.
My territory must be protected by me.
Jinyu fell deep in thought.
Woof, big brother, you might not know this, but a Tibetan Mastiff can take on both of us alone.
Ergo, afraid Jinyu might not realize the Tibetan Mastiff's strength, spoke up.
Sheep, I know. Sometimes fighting isn't just about strength, it's about using your head.
Tomorrow, take me to 8A's place so I can see what the enemy looks like before I make a decision.
Woof, all right, big brother, I got it.
After Dai Huang spoke, Jinyu hopped right back onto his perch.
Woof, big brother isn't seriously planning to go after those 5, is he? Da Huang asked worriedly.
Ergo glanced back at Jinyu, making sure he hadn't noticed them, before replying, Woof, I don't know.
Don't worry about it. We just need to follow orders.
Big brother has his own plans when he does things.
Woof woof, besides, if big brother really figures out a way to tame them, one that'd make us happy?
We're the ones who followed him first, after all.
Ergo had it all figured out. If you're going to pledge loyalty to a leader, shouldn't there be some order of precedence?
If they were ever assigned to help herd sheep again, at least they wouldn't go hungry.
Woof woof, you're right. Big brother's capabilities are beyond our comprehension.
Naturally, Jinyu didn't hear the two dogs' conversation, and even if he had, it wouldn't have mattered.
He was already making a major strategic move to take on the wolf pack. He needed an underling. The best underling would be a well-trained sheepdog.
Sheepdogs on the grasslands still retain their ferocity. Catching a rabbit or two is no problem for them.
Beep, 12 a.m. reached. Hostess live stream check-in successful. Data being analyzed. Today's peak live stream viewership, 15 million. Number of followers, 9.5 million.
Live streamed flying and hunting. Established an ecological conservation fund for the grassland region.
Data processing complete. Live stream rating, 6 stars out of 10.
Earned 120 proficiency points and 6 stat points.
Please allocate them as you see fit, host. Sure enough, today's data was significantly lower. Chapter 42, Take me to see that Tibetan Mastiff.
It didn't matter that the data was lower. Jinyu knew there would be plenty of time for future livestreams. He allocated 1 stat point to each category, leaving 2 remaining. He was already far more powerful than an adult eagle, and his strength had even surpassed it by a wide margin, so now he could simply wait patiently for his daily rewards. Early in the morning, when Jinyu woke up, he immediately soared into the sky. At the same time, Wu Chengfeng and Feifei's drones followed suit.
Flight proficiency +1. Flight proficiency +1.
After performing a series of high-difficulty maneuvers and demonstrating some unconventional moves, Jinyu finally returned to normal flight.
It's so wonderful to soar freely. You bet. Didn't you see how Jinyu can change his flight patterns at will up there?
Only a few species of birds can fly like that. That's why human airplanes are modeled after birds' flight patterns. Radar was even developed based on bats' echolocation.
Dude, bats are mammals. Can you just focus on watching Jinyu, please? The viewers in the livestream were already having a blast. Even Jinyu's flight was enough to capture their attention. After a quick bite to eat, Jinyu called the 2 dogs over again. Cheap, alright, now take me to see that Tibetan Mastiff.
Woof, big bro,
are we really going?
Cheap, of course.
Don't worry, I've got this.
Woof woof, okay, boss. While Euro was live streaming Jinyu and introducing the unique products of the grasslands, Jinyu took to the air once more. This time, however, the 2 dogs were barking as they ran toward the west.
Jinyu flew away. I guess he is going to fly again? After all, the golden eagle belongs to the blue sky. Wait, it looks like the 2 dogs followed him too. Could it be a hunt?
It sure looks like it.
Where is Feifei?
Quick, have the drone follow her and check it out. Luckily, Feifei's drone could fly really far. She bought the best one she could afford for the livestream.
Why do I feel like I'm just a tool?
Jinyu 1T, let me touch him, and all you guys want is for me to control
the drone. Feifei pouted after reading the chat. Oh my, Feifei, do you want to be Jinyu's girlfriend? Watch your attitude. Right, you have to make the first move. Hurry up. Jinyu's already flying away. Feifei felt a pang of resentment. Yurao, look at these people. Yurao watched Feifei interact with the live stream audience and couldn't help but laugh. Actually, Feifei had been a big help too.
After all, Yurao was often quiet, so it was usually Feifei who chatted away with the viewers. When the produce sold out, Feifei got her cut of the profits.
Of course, she knew Feifei was just saying that on purpose. Alright, Feifei, my little angel, I'll give you a raise 100 yuan. Yurao tilted her head and held out her index finger in a cute gesture. Got it.
Feifei moved quickly. The 100 yuan instantly won her over, and the drone soared straight into the sky.
Hee. Youth is truly wonderful.
Today, Professor Wang and the others still had work to do, so they couldn't stay with them any longer. Over the past day, Professor Wang had collected quite a bit of data on Jinyu, so today he needed to get back to his other work.
Yurao, Feifei, we'll be back in a few days.
And she was right. When it came to eating meat, he had no self-control at all, looking just like a wild beast.
Hey, Feifei, you can't say that. It was Wu Chengfeng who ate like a pig. I'm actually pretty well behaved, Lu Shanzhong chimed in. Give me a break.
Anyone who drinks Maris milk wine gets drunk and sleeps like a pig.
Feifei shot him a withering glance.
This set off a burst of laughter from Bale and the others. After Professor Wang and the other 2 left, everyone's attention turned back to Jinyu.
Something's off. It seems like Jinyu flew a bit too far this time.
Yeah,
before, it always stayed right above Euro's house. Could it have flown away? Probably not. Euro's so good to it, it's so good to Euro. Then what's going on? Those two dogs seem to be following him too. Did he run off with his little buddies? That can't be right. Genu isn't that kind of hawk.
Meanwhile, Genu, led by the two dogs below, had already crossed one small hill after another and even crossed the river. Most of the time, the Euro family grazed their livestock on this side of the river. Strictly speaking, Genu and the others had already entered another family's grazing grounds. This side, however, belonged to the Ada family. There were 6 people in their household, including 2 sons. The eldest son was already married and had a child. All 6 members of the family made their living by herding. Most of the time, Ada and his 2 sons go out to tend the flocks. That's one more person than in the Bale family. On the grasslands, it's the men who handle the outside work. Herding sheep, horses, and so on are all men's jobs. As for the women, they're responsible for keeping the house clean. Shearing sheep, selling mutton, these are all the women's chores. Then they wait for Uncle Geely to come by and collect the goods. That's right, Genu's target this time was Ada's family. When the 2 dogs stopped on a small hill, Genu landed on Da Huang's head. Woof, is this the place? As far as the eye could see were 5 yurts and a pen of sheep. Ada's family was large. They had over 1,000 sheep and more than 30 horses. They even had a few cows. Woof woof, yes, this is the place. Woof woof, big brother, we can only look from here, we can't go any closer. If we do, the dogs over there will spot us. Sheepdogs are also the best hunting dogs, especially those on the grasslands. They're naturally fierce, and when it comes to guarding the home, they're equally capable. Plus, sheepdogs have a strong sense of territory. Any animal that intrudes on their territory will catch their attention. Sheep, alright, you 2 stay right here. I'll go check it out. Genu could already make out several dogs running back and forth in front of the yurt, chasing and playing non-stop. Genu spread his wings and soared directly into the air. However, he didn't fly very high, only about 70 or 80 meters. Woof! Woof woof woof! Just as Genu flew over their heads, the dogs immediately began barking furiously at the sky, as if they had spotted an enemy. At the same time, Genu saw the 4 dogs below, just 4 of them, running and playing. Chapter 43, I've got my eye on your dog and you call me a divine messenger? These 4 dogs were fairly ordinary, though all in their prime. 2 were border collies, and 2 were common breeds, similar to Da Huang. Nearby, by the sheep pen, Genu spotted a dog lying on the ground, one with a massive build and thick fur, watching the 4 dogs below as they played. With its long fur, sturdy limbs, and imposing expression, there was no doubt about it, this was the Tibetan Mastiff. This guy looked like trouble. Even his gaze carried a sense of quiet intensity. Legend has it that Tibetan Mastiffs are the most loyal of dogs, recognizing only one master in their lifetime, and they're highly aggressive. It goes without saying that a single Tibetan Mastiff can take on 3 or 5 wolves. When Genu looked at the Tibetan Mastiff, his eyes lit up. This dog was perfect. He looked fierce at first glance, exactly the kind of henchman he needed. At the same moment, the Tibetan Mastiff lifted its head slightly and looked at Genu. Their gazes met in the air. Clearly, the Tibetan Mastiff was curious. Why was there an eagle in the sky staring at him? It made him feel quite uneasy, though his keen senses detected no hostility. Woof! Woof, woof, woof! The other 4 dogs continued to bark at Genu, but from dozens of meters up in the air, they couldn't reach him. So Genu descended again, this time to a distance of about 20 meters, flying right above the yurt. This move infuriated the 4 dogs even more, and they began barking even louder. Their front paws kept shifting position on the ground, their bodies alternately crouching and rearing up. It was as if they were ready to attack Genu at any moment. At this point, even the Tibetan Mastiff sensed something was wrong. There is something wrong with this eagle. It stood on its front legs, watching Genu warily. Animals are highly sensitive, especially when it comes to potential threats. Don't let Genu's small size fool you. A fully grown eagle could still harm a newborn lamb.
Clearly, Gene US movements had caught the Tibetan Mastiff's attention. Everyone in the livestream was stunned. There's a house here too. How did Gene U end up flying here? Looks like 2 dogs have arrived here. Yurao, where is this place? Yeah, we've gone more than 10 miles, Haven Tiwi? Feifei's drone is amazing it can reach this far. People in the livestream began asking questions. In fact, it wasn't just the viewers, even Euro was taken aback. I know this place. This is Ada's home.
They have over 1,000 sheep, and they're the ones who lent us the 2 dogs to help herd the flock earlier. Euro explained, though she was a bit puzzled. She didn't know if Jinyu had come here on his own because he knew the place, or if the 2 dogs had led him here. Watching Jinyu hover endlessly above Ada's house, drawing the frenzied barking of several sheepdogs below, only deepened Euro's confusion.
Finally, it stopped. Thank goodness it did.
The drone's signal is getting weak here any further, and it wouldn't be able to transmit at all. The drone Feifei had bought was decent, but it had a limited range. If there were no range limitations, she could control it however she pleased. She aimed the drone at the 2 dogs lying on the slope at the top of the hill, then filmed Jinyu circling above the yurt. Only after confirming the drone was working properly did she breathe a sigh of relief.
Ada's place? Then what are Jinyu and those 2 dogs doing here?
Look at those 2 dogs lying on the reverse slope, it's like they're playing chicken and I'm the one lying in wait.
I can't help but feel there's a conspiracy here. Me too. Otherwise, there's no way they'd show up here out of the blue. Humph, foolish humans. How could you possibly fathom the thoughts of the Eagle Lord? The Lord's territory will inevitably expand. That theory from above might actually be true. What do you mean might? Are they here to claim territory? Are the 2 dogs trying to take it, or is Jinyu? You actually believe that?
For a moment, everyone in the livestream was wildly speculating about Jinyu's intentions. If Jinyu could see this, he would surely give them a slightly meaningful smile.
Expand his territory?
The territory will indeed expand, but before that happens, he needs to deal with some of the troublemakers here first. Back to Jinyu, who had circled the area dozens of times, provoking the 4 dogs into a frenzy of barking.
What are you barking about? It's so noisy. Be quiet.
The dogs' barking immediately drew their owner's displeasure. He was a middle-aged man, even more burly than Biale, with stubble on his face.
He came out and unleashed a torrent of scolding.
The 4 dogs stopped barking immediately, simply staring up at the sky, even wagging their tails at the newcomer.
Ha, dogs are dogs after all. Jinyu, hovering in the air, smiled. Just a moment ago they were acting so fierce? But as soon as their owner appeared, they immediately backed down.
However, the 5 dogs still kept looking up at the sky from time to time. This puzzled Ada, so she looked up as well and caught sight of Jinyu soaring low in the sky.
An eagle? Ada was taken aback. While it was normal to see eagles on the grasslands, it wasn't exactly common.
Eagles usually dwell in grasslands, jungles, and mountain forests. Sometimes they're even spotted on the outskirts of cities. But seeing one up close like this piqued Ada's curiosity. Ada hadn't been watching the livestream, so naturally she had no idea what connection this eagle had to the Urao family.
Abu, come see an eagle. Spotting Jinyu, Ada called out to her youngest son.
At her call, the entire Ada family came out. Even her daughter-in-law was holding a toddler just over 2 years old. They looked at Jinyu with smiles in their eyes. If you knew I was here to set my sights on your dog, I wonder if you'd still look at me this way.
Caw! A loud eagle-esque cry rang out.
Even the 2-year-old toddler couldn't help but look up, pointing his finger at Jinyu and babbling something. On the grasslands, the golden eagle is the ruler of the sky. This grassland, protected by the golden eagle, is the greatest blessing from the god of the grasslands. The golden eagle is the messenger of the god of the grasslands.
Ada looked up at Jinyu in the sky and declared loudly. Haha, is that for real? This Ada is quite the character. Urao, is that really a saying on the grasslands? Messengers of the God of the Grasslands? Another title for our Lord. Yurao smiled at their comments. There really is such a legend on the grasslands. And you've probably heard of the eagle totem, right?
I've heard that in ancient civilizations, the eagle was a deity worshipped by many tribes. They would depict the eagle and worship it, that's the eagle totem.
Is that a thing? Though I've heard of the wolf totem, some grassland tribes worship wolves. Fei Fei chimed in from the side. ABA. Chapter 44. Do you want to drag the giant Tibetan Mastiff into the tall grass? I know about the wolf totem too. Me too. Not many people know about the eagle totem.
All I know is that many royal families around the world use eagles as their emblems, precisely because eagles are birds of prey in the sky and also a symbol of nobility.
The live chat immediately erupted with discussion on the topic. Over here, Jean Yu naturally heard what Ada had said. Eagle totem? Messenger of the God of the Grasslands? Jean Yu froze.
Come to think of it, he knew a little bit about it, but not the whole story. He knew there was an eagle totem, but he had no idea what kind of messenger it was.
Cheap, if it really is a messenger, lend me your dog.
Jean Yu chirped again, but unfortunately, Ada couldn't understand eagle talk.
Cheap.
Jean Yu chirped again, spreading his wings and flapping them rapidly to display his presence, while simultaneously projecting an aura of intimidation. The scolded dog dared not make a sound, but it glared at Jean Yu as if in defiance.
The Tibetan Mastiff also stood up and took a few steps forward. Excellent.
This Tibetan Mastiff is excellent. Jean Yu looked at the Tibetan Mastiff's build with great satisfaction and commented again. So the next step was to find a way to subdue the Tibetan Mastiff and then tame it.
However, it was obvious that in a one-on-one fight, not only were Da Huang and Ergo no match for those two border collies, but even if the two of them attacked the Tibetan Mastiff together, they would likely be bitten to death.
Jean Yu had already seen the Tibetan Mastiff's teeth, they were sharp enough. I wonder how this Tibetan Mastiff compares to the Wolf King. Jean Yu was already comparing the Tibetan Mastiff's and the Wolf King's builds, speculating which of them would be stronger if they fought.
Woof, woof, woof.
A series of low growls erupted from the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth. Needless to say, it had keenly sensed Jean Yu's hostile intentions.
Cheap.
Jean Yu chirped again and soared straight into the air.
After circling once more, he headed back in the direction he had come.
Watching Jean Yu depart, Da Huang and Ergo cast a nervous glance at the Tibetan Mastiff before turning and running away.
No way.
Sure, they were all dogs, but they served different masters. Besides, this was the Tibetan Mastiff's territory. The two of them were essentially trespassing.
He has flown off, and the two dogs followed him. What does this mean? Don't you think Ergu has his eye on that border collie? Bro, do you think you're the one who can just walk into a factory to work and fall for the girl there? Ha ha ha, I don't know if the guy above has a crush or not, but you're definitely a dog, even more of a dog than Ergu. Get lost. Then what do you think it's about? That makes sense. It's just like sneaking over to the next classroom after class to check out the pretty girl. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the live stream was teasing each other.
Of course, they couldn't figure out what Jean Yu meant.
So Da Huang and Ergo had to take the blame. Jean Yu? At most, Jean Yu would have a crush on a girl like Euro or a good-looking female eagle, okay? To think of it, Ada's family is really wealthy. And apparently, Ada's older brother is pretty handsome too. He looks so strong and muscular. Yeah, tall and burly. He could even give you a piggyback ride. Haha, don't they have a younger son who is still unmarried? Go for it. Pfft, I still prefer a cool, aloof CEO like Jean Yu, okay? Pfft, you're such a slut. Pfft, you're such a jerk. The live chat was buzzing with excitement, and the conversation never stopped.
As for Jean Yu, after flying a few miles away, he landed once again on Da Huang's head.
Woof woof bro, that Tibetan Mastiff is seriously impressive, right? Woof, he used to bully us and never let us eat our fill.
Ergu and Da Huang said, sounding aggrieved.
Cheap, do you guys want revenge? Jin Yu thought for a moment before asking. Ergo and Dehuang's eyes lit up. Woof woof, of course we do. We dream about it all the time.
The Tibetan Mastiff was their nightmare. Getting revenge was simply impossible. They even dreamed of the Mastiff refusing to let them eat.
Dogs don't dream?
Don't be silly, cats and dogs both dream.
Beep. Side quest triggered, Ergo and Dehuang's revenge.
Upon completion, you will receive a quest reward package based on your progress. Just then, a system notification sounded in Jin Yu's ear.
Revenge? This is getting interesting. This system really does understand human nature. It can actually issue quests directly.
As it happens, Jin Yu was planning to subdue the Tibetan Mastiff anyway, and the system is throwing in a reward.
Why not take it?
Sheep, alright, since you want revenge, do exactly as I say over the next few days.
Woof woof boss, just tell us what to do. Woof woof boss, we'll go through fire and water for you.
The moment they heard about revenge, the two dogs immediately perked up.
Beep, alright, starting today, we'll begin setting traps. Woof woof? Traps?
The two dogs froze.
Why set traps?
Sheep, of course we need to set traps.
Otherwise, how are the two of you going to beat those border collies?
If you can't even beat border collies, forget about Tibetan Mastiffs.
Just wait. Jin Yu took off into the air.
They were now near the river, very close to where they encountered the poachers earlier.
After circling the area, Jin Yu finally found a spot.
Here, the soil was very damp, and the surrounding grass grew thick and lush.
At the very least, if the Tibetan Mastiff came in, it wouldn't be able to see ahead even if it raised its head. This spot is perfect.
No small grove, no field of sticks, a big patch of grass will do just fine.
As long as I can lure that big Tibetan Mastiff into the thick grass, ha 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 ha. Chapter 45, Feeling Offended, You Scum Dog. Sheep.
At the sound of a chirp, Dehuang and Ergu immediately ran over from the distance. Before them lay a patch of water grass extending into the river. The grass along the riverbank was tall and thick, and the area was slightly sunken. As soon as Dehuang and Ergu arrived, they leaped into the thicket and vanished.
Woof woof. Woof woof woof.
Big brother. The two dogs searched the thicket for Jin Yu's whereabouts, following his scent to track him down.
Sheep, I'm here, come out first.
After letting the two dogs get a feel for the situation inside the thicket, Jin Yu leapt into the air once more. Then he flew to a small hill dozens of miles away.
Soon, Dehuang and Ergu followed him out. What is Jin Yu doing with those two dogs? I'm not sure. It looks like they're playing hide and seek. Hide and seek? Do you think Jin Yu is as childish as you? It's clearly hide and seek. Isn't hide and seek just hide and seek? My head hurts. Maybe it's a regional difference, they just call it by a different name.
Seriously, regional differences.
There's definitely something going on.
Jin Yu's IQ is way too high for this to be that simple.
Right, I agree.
So here's the question, what exactly is he up to?
No idea.
The Lord of Eagles, how could we mere mortals possibly guess?
I agree with the post above. I've decided to follow my Lord.
Please take me on the path to immortality in the future. The audience had no idea what Jin Yu was planning. Actually, the two dogs didn't know either. Jin Yu had only mentioned setting a trap earlier.
But there's one thing to note, dogs can swim. Ever heard of the doggy paddle? The doggy paddle works in any water even if you're thrown into a river, it's not fatal. You don't know the doggy paddle? A lot of people know how to do it, okay? If you know it, tap one. Woof woof bro, are you planning to set a trap here and drown the Tibetan Mastiff? Smack. No sooner had Dehuang finished speaking than Ergu smacked him on the head with a paw. Wah wah. At that, Dehuang immediately started whimpering in protest. Woof woof, are you brain dead? We dogs can all swim.
That Tibetan Mastiff looks strong, he can float without even moving his paws.
Ergu couldn't help but retort. Well, you're right, I guess.
Seeing the two dogs' antics, Jinyu couldn't help but rub his forehead with his wing. Cheap, we definitely need to set a trap, but not to drown the Tibetan Mastiff, to trap it so it can't escape.
Then it LL submit obediently,
Jinyu said, glancing at the thicket before him. The thicket stretched along the river for over a mile.
It could be called a reed bed. Isn't that exactly the kind of place where secretive things happen where no one can see?
As Jinyu spoke, a sly grin tugged at the corners of his mouth.
Woof woof bro, that expression of yours is kind of scary. Da Huang stole a glance at Jinyu. Don't let Jinyu's small stature fool you, he gave the two dogs a completely different vibe. Strength isn't something you can judge by size alone. Chirp, cut the crap. You've got two tasks ahead of you.
Jinyu's expression turned serious, and the two dogs immediately sat down on the ground, sitting up straight with their tongues tucked back in.
They look just like you right after military training. Shu, listen up. My plan is simple: lure the Tibetan Mastiffs over here and lead them into the trap. The rest is just waiting for these guys to submit. First, you need to get familiar with the area. It's huge, so don't get lost, and don't fall into any of the traps I've set. Woof woof, no problem, boss. Our memory is top-notch, the two pups assured him.
Dogs are indeed highly skilled at navigating and finding their way. You often see news stories about dogs being abandoned miles away and then finding their way home on their own.
This isn't bragging. Woof. Second thing, and the most important one, you need to practice running. You have to run as fast as you can.
Jinyu looked at the two pups before moving on to the second point.
Woof's second tone? The two dogs looked puzzled, their eyes filled with doubt, as if to say, don't we run fast enough already?
Woof, when I say run fast, I mean you have to outrun those 5 sheepdogs, especially that Tibetan Mastiff.
If you're luring them over and get caught halfway, you'll inevitably be attacked.
Upon hearing this, the two pups' expressions grew grave once more.
Woof, big brother, this is a bit tough. But we can give it a try.
The mere mention of the Tibetan Mastiff made Ergu and Da Huang immediately deflate.
Tibetan Mastiffs were too ferocious, not to mention that even those two border collies could give Ergu a run for his money. 2 against 4?
If they got caught up, they'd probably really get attacked.
Sheep, it's not just to try, it has to succeed.
The mission Jinyu had taken on was to stand up for those two pups. Besides, in his plan, getting the Tibetan Mastiff was non-negotiable. Once he had the Tibetan Mastiff, the rest would be a piece of cake.
Woof woof, got it, big brother.
Under Jinyu's guidance, the two pups quickly figured out what they needed to do. First, they circled the perimeter of the reed bed for a long time, then stood on a small hill to gaze toward Ada's house, and finally darted back and forth through the reeds to get their bearings so they wouldn't end up falling into the river during the chase. As for Jinyu, he naturally continued practicing his flying skills. Of course, there was one crucial issue left: how to lure those 5 dogs over. Shepherd dogs are all trained, they aren't just wild, they also have a protective instinct toward their owners and their yurts. Getting a few dogs to run several kilometers on their own would likely be difficult. But don't think these dogs can just run wild in an open area like this.
They'll only roam a kilometer or 2 at most and will definitely come back when their owner calls them or when they've had enough fun. That's strange. What are those 2 dogs doing darting in and out of the reed beds? Do you think they're looking for something? What could they be looking for? Bird eggs? Hey, I think I know. Could they be planning to have puppies here? Ha ha. Miss, they're all male dogs. Ugh, male dogs, okay? Wait a minute, male dogs? Could they be trying to hit on the 2 female dogs at Ada's house? Are they scouting the area? 666666, bro, you should write a novel. I've even thought of the titles for you: How a Dog Flirts with the Female Dog Next Door and the Scumbag Dog's Tactics for Seduction. What's that supposed to mean, buddy? I feel like you're projecting something here. I'm in deep trouble. I'm sorry, bro. How about a must-read for straight dogs: How to Get a Female Dog's Attention? Shut up. Got it. Look, Da Huang and Ergo have stopped moving. Operation Hunt the Tibetan Mastiffs begins. Chapter 46, Is Jinyu taking 2 dogs to rob a tomb?
Sure enough, after more than an hour, Ergo and Dahuang finally came to a halt. They looked at the patch of water grass before them and exchanged quiet whispers. As for what they were discussing, only the two of them knew. Meanwhile, Jinyu flew back in front of them once more.
Sheep getting used to it?
Then let us start setting traps now. Remember, they're just like you have to dig traps that even you yourselves can't escape from, or ones you'd overlook.
Thinking of traps, Jinyu suddenly thought of tunnel warfare? Huh? Did I just give away my age? Woof woof big bro, what kind of traps? I've seen the master use hunting snares, but we don't have any.
Ergo was still pretty well traveled. Earlier, when Bale wanted to eat a wild rabbit, he set up several hunting snares. Those things really worked placed by the river. They definitely catch some animals the next day, and sometimes even a fox.
Sheep Ergo, I'll get it for you. Do you think you can pry it open?
Jinyu couldn't help but roll her eyes.
What on earth was her little brother thinking?
Never mind that he is a bird. Even if those 2 doggy legs strained every muscle, they couldn't possibly pry open a trap like that.
That thing?
Even a wild boar caught in it couldn't escape.
Woo woo.
Ergo drooped his ears in dejection and even crawled down, looking utterly crestfallen.
He just couldn't win.
There was no way he could beat a bear trap.
Sheep alright, go dig a hole 1.5 meters deep, right by the river.
Later, cover the opening with water plants so it won't be discovered. But here's the thing, you guys have to be careful not to fall in yourselves. With an area this big, let us just set up 30 of them. The other side had 5 dogs. No one knew where those 5 dogs might run off to. With such a vast area up ahead, 30 traps is actually on the low side.
Woof.
30 of them, 1.5 meter deep pits? Bro, we'll work ourselves to death.
Da Huang was stunned.
Ergo thought he heard wrong too.
Shoe 30 is actually on the low side.
The other side has so many dogs, whether they even step on them is a question. When put that way, the 2 dogs thought about it and realized he was right. If the enemy chases them, they have to quickly spot the traps and lure the enemy into them.
If there aren't enough, it might not work at all. Sheep alright, you 2 start digging now. I'll go find some rope. It'll be a good test.
Woof woof, got it, boss. The second time Jinyu gathered the dogs, the viewers naturally sensed something was up, but they had no idea what exactly they were up to. It wasn't until Ergu and Dahuang started digging a hole by the grass that everyone grew puzzled again.
Digging a hole? What are those 2 dogs up to? No clue.
Dogs don't usually dig holes in their whole lives. Right, at most they scratch the ground. They look like they're searching for something.
What could it be? This is by the river. They won't find anything here. I don't get it. I think Jinyu told them to dig.
That is possible. Ever since Jinyu showed up, those 2 dogs have been acting a bit out of the ordinary. That raises a question. Jinyu can fly, so why dig a hole?
To bury someone? Give me a break.
If animals were that smart, humanity would be doomed.
It sure looks that way. Look, Jinyu is flying back. Jinyu was moving fast. After giving the 2 dogs their orders, it returned. Jinyu, what are you up to? Did you tell those 2 dogs to dig a hole?
Feifei was the first to speak up when she saw Jinyu. Jinyu landed on the rack, tilted its head to glance at Feifei, then turned away.
Humph, I knew it. Jinyu's definitely ignoring me. Jinyu, I've given you all my sweetness. Can't you just look at me once?
Feifei put away the drone, checked the battery. It had enough power to fly and couldn't help but act a little spoiled.
Cheap woman, you're trying to fool a ghost.
Jinyu had already found its target, the horsewhip hanging outside the yurt. Spreading its wings, it grabbed the whip and flew off, not sparing Feifei a single glance the entire time.
But... Ha. I'm dying of laughter. Fei Fei got humiliated again. Ha ha ha, did you see the look on Jean Yu's face? Fei Fei, you really are a mess.
That look Jean Yu gave you at the end was priceless, like he was saying, I don't believe a word you say.
After Awa, hear us another total loser. This time, even Yurao couldn't help but giggle along. Yurao, how dare you laugh? Your Prince Eagle is so aloof, he is only gentle with you. Fei Fei couldn't help but complain, my life is just too hard. Fei Fei, stop crying, keep the drawn up. Fei Fei, stop crying, keep the drawn up. Fei Fei, stop crying, keep the drawn up.
For a moment, the entire live chat was flooded with those words.
What a bunch of jerks.
Fei Fei leaned against Yurao, let out a sigh, and launched the drone again.
Jean Yu was quick to go and quick to return.
It had gone exactly where the viewers had guessed, to where the two dogs were digging. The soil by the river was quite soft, so it wouldn't damage the dogs' paws. At most, they had to use their sharp claws to tear through some grass roots. Jean Yu wasn't in a hurry, he waited until the two dogs had dug a large hole before he was satisfied. After all, a depth of 1.5 meters was already quite high. As a circular hole took shape, Jean Yu immediately moved to the edge of the pit.
Cheap this hole isn't bad. Da Wong, get in.
Jean Yu looked over from the side and spoke up.
Woof, big bro? Me? Woof woof. Just go down when I tell you to. Before Da Wong could protest, Ergo squeezed right in, and Da Wong rolled headfirst into the pit. It's over.
Da Wong spun around several times inside, then lunged upward with all his might.
His paws just barely reached the edge.
If he pushed hard enough, he could climb out.
Cheap Da Wong, keep digging. Dig deeper. Don't stop until you're sure you can't get out. Jean Yu ordered.
Woof woof, big brother, I won't be able to get out if I keep going. This was already as deep as they could dig any deeper, and none of them would be able to get out.
Cheap, if you can get out, other dogs can too.
Dig deeper, I've got a horsewhip here, I'll pull you up later.
Woof woof, Da Wong, hurry up. Do as I say. Ergu barked from above. As long as he didn't go down, it was fine.
He couldn't go down either. If Ergu went down, Jean Yu wouldn't be able to pull him up either, and they'd have to call Mai over to help.
Digging a pit? This deep? It's a secret, there's definitely a big secret down there. I think so too. Do you guys think there's gold and silver buried down there?
I remember that in the past, the tombs of great generals or princes from certain dynasties were all on the grasslands.
Now that you mention it, I almost believe it too. So, you're telling me Jean Yu is looting tombs with two dogs? Then let me ask you, does Jean Yu's last name happen to be Wu? Chapter 47, the first trap is set. Does Wu work? Ha 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 ha. Or maybe Banshan. But
the live stream was full of talent, but Fei Fei and Yurao couldn't take it anymore.
You guys, it's bad enough that you treat me, the campus queen of a prestigious dance academy, like a tool, but you're also thinking about tune rating all day long. Just watch the stream properly. Fei Fei couldn't help but snap, though it was more of a playful scolding. Fei Fei, dance a little to liven things up. Fei Fei, dance a little to liven things up. Fei Fei, dance a little to liven things up.
Humans are essentially just repeating machines inside the live stream, the echo chamber continued.
This is toxic. After dropping those two words, Fei Fei fell silent. Just then, Da Huang began digging with renewed vigor.
Until eventually, he couldn't dig any further.
Cheap, that's enough, let us see if you can climb up. Jean Yu called out. Da Huang didn't hesitate. He pushed off with his hind legs and shot upward in an instant, but this time he didn't reach the opening. At this height, even a person would have trouble climbing out, though humans can push off with their feet, dogs can't do the splits. The human body is built to be pretty tough, adapted to its environment. Woof woof bro, help me, I can't get out. Da Huang panicked. Was this what they called digging a hole and trapping yourself in it?
Naturally, the viewers in the live stream saw Da Huang struggling.
Trapped himself? Well, he dug a hole and can't get out. Ah, Da Huang is so funny. Yurao, should we go save the dog? Probably not. Haven T, you forgotten, Jinyu is here. Right, Jinyu is here. This pit was probably dug at Jinyu's behest. How could anything unexpected possibly happen? Humph, mortals, you underestimate my lord far too much. Exactly. How could you possibly fathom the Eagle Lord? May I ask if the Eagle Lord is still hiring? I can guard the mountain gate. I can work in the kitchen. I can stand night watch. Get serious, everyone. Look at Jinyu.
Just then, Jinyu brought over the horsewhip he'd retrieved. He tossed one end into the pit and left the other hanging over the opening. Then, Da Huang grabbed the end inside the pit, while Ergo grabbed the end at the opening. Cheap pull. At Jinyu's cry, Ergo, still holding the whip, backed up, while Da Huang lunged forward. Just a hair's breadth from the opening, Ergo's strength surged through the whip. Da Huang felt a tremendous force, lifting his body slightly higher. In an instant, his front paws reached the edge of the hole. Bracing its front legs against the ground and thrusting its hind legs against the wall once more, Da Huang's body shot straight out.
Holy shit! Is that even possible? Wait, have these two dogs been trained? You can do that? A single horsewhip solved the problem? How did they do that? Can someone tell me who taught them? With Ergo's help, Da Huang was freed in an instant.
This move you'd have to be a genius to pull it off.
What's the difference between humans and animals? It's that humans use tools, right?
But that argument seems to be losing its edge in real life. Many animals use tools too.
Woof Woof finally made it up.
Once Da Huang was up, he lay on the ground, panting heavily with his tongue hanging out. He deep in the main force digging inside the cave, scrambling up and down trying to get out. It took a lot of strength just to shovel the dirt out.
Cheap, good job, Da Huang. Ergo, go find some longer water plants. Woof Woof got it.
As the saying goes, you can't rely on just one person, or rather, one dog, to do all the work.
Let Da Huang rest. Ergo can handle the rest on his own. Soon, water plants over a meter long were brought over one by one. What's this for? No idea. There's so much aquatic grass. I thought dogs didn't eat grass. Duh, humans don't eat grass either. This must have some other purpose. Do you guys feel like this is a bit familiar? Yeah, grass? A pit? Could they be setting a trap? Huh? A trap? That's actually possible. Wait, who taught them how to set traps? Did they just watch someone else do it? I'm getting a little nervous. If animals can set traps now, aren't we in some kind of danger? You've been watching too many monster movies. Have you ever seen any other animals set traps? Right, only Jinyu and his dog squad.
At that moment, everyone was stunned, and the livestream chat was flooded with gifts for Jinyu. A Jinyu with such intelligence was worth protecting. Sure enough, under everyone's expectant gaze, Jinyu directed the two dogs to find a few thicker stems of aquatic plants and arrange them irregularly over the hole's entrance. Then, he had them lay down some more aquatic plants. Once it was mostly covered, Jinyu had them scatter the soil they dug out earlier, bit by bit, over the top. Soon, the hole was leveled out, with not a single trace of aquatic plants visible.
Done. You really can't tell anything from this, except that the soil is fresh. That's true. If a person were here, they'd definitely be on high alert.
Come on, if I saw this, I might even stomp on it a couple of times to see why the soil here is so fresh.
Actually, I'm curious, what are Jinyu and the others trying to do with this? Don't ask. If you ask, I won't tell you.
When everything was nearly done, Jinyu nodded with satisfaction.
Cheap, the first trap is set.
Let us scatter this dug-up soil all around so it doesn't draw attention. Soon, all the soil was taken care of. Actually, it wasn't too bad. Their traps weren't particularly large, just deep.
Otherwise, dealing with all this soil would been a real hassle. Woof woof big bro, look up at the sky. This time, Ergo suddenly remembered the drone. The drone had been following them the whole time. Won't that give them away? Sheep, it's fine, humans won't bother us.
Gene, you knew human nature, they're just here for the spectacle.
Who is going to care about 2 dogs and an eagle? Now, let us test it out. You two remember this spot, then go herd an animal into the trap. Let us give it a try. Woof woof, got it. Woof woof, I'm good at this.
Both dogs were sheepdogs, and sheepdogs love herding flocks. Since this area was near a water source, there were bound to be some wild animals, both large and small. With a little patience, they were sure to find a target. Gene, you didn't waste any time, he took off immediately. Then, he soared high into the sky. An eagle keeps small animals from daring to show their faces. It must fly high to watch the experiment unfold.
On the ground? An eagle on the ground would become prey for some medium-sized agile animals.
It stands to reason that many creatures on the ground have their eyes on those flying above. Like, never mind, I won't give examples.
Chapter 48, Steppe Gazelle, First Trap Hunt.
Believing that there must be some game eager to feast on this eagle, Genu flew straight up to an altitude of 1,000 meters. For other animals, things become indistinct at 1,000 meters, but for Genu, everything remained crystal clear. Since his eyes had been enhanced, he wasn't just capable of night vision, he could also see much farther. The 2 dogs were surprisingly patient. They knew that the commotion from digging the pit earlier had already startled many animals in the vicinity. So this time, they waited patiently nearby. And they were stationed in 2 different directions. Soon, a yellow figure approached from the distance.
This figure was only slightly leaner than an ordinary sheep.
Actually, it wasn't really frail, it was just that domesticated sheep have long coats used for making clothes and such, which obscured their build, whereas this one was quite well proportioned all over.
A yellow sheep. These animals usually appear in herds. Its appearance resembled a deer more than a sheep.
It had slender hooves like a deer, yellowish fur on its back and white fur on its belly, ears standing upright like a fawn's, and 2 black, spiral-shaped horns. Clearly, this one had strayed from the herd and ended up here alone. It slowly approached the water source, appearing extremely wary. It would glance around every so often, then inch a little closer to the water. The area around the water source is a favorite spot for all kinds of land animals, not only to quench their thirst, but also because it's a place where they can catch prey. Of course, herbivores are usually the ones being hunted. Da Huang and Ergo had keen hearing and a sharp sense of smell. They had spotted the gazelle the moment it appeared and were lying completely still. The gazelle continued to scan its surroundings warily until it reached the edge of the water source, only then lowering its head to drink. But after taking just 1 sip, it raised its head again. From the sky, Gene could see everything clearly.
It's incredibly alert.
Such vigilance was only natural. Without it, the gazelle would likely have been eaten long ago.
Especially one traveling alone. Just as the gazelle lowered its head to drink again, Ergo and Da Huang moved. After all, sheepdogs are canines.
Their ferocity and hunting instincts were very much present.
The 2 dogs, lying in the grass, gently raised their bodies, arching their backs. Just then, the gazelle suddenly looked up.
This creature was equally alert. Perhaps it had heard the rustling of the grass as the dogs stood up.
A breeze blew by, and the gazelle's ears twitched with the wind.
After confirming there were no sounds around, it lowered its head to drink again.
I'm so nervous. That's Gene and the others prey. Good thing the drone isn't very big and doesn't make much noise. So this is what animal hunting looks like. Right now, both dogs seem to have turned into wolves or tigers. This feeling is so intense, I don't even dare to speak. Shoo, everyone, be quiet and watch the livestream.
Someone nervously called out a reminder. There was no choice, this was a critical moment.
At that instant, Ergo and Da Huang both moved.
They didn't need to communicate at all, they had already blocked both sides.
Woof!
Suddenly, Ergo leaped out of the grass and let out a bark.
The gazelle was startled and leaped into the air. The instant it hit the ground, it leaped forward, yes, leaped. For gazelles to survive on this vast, endless grassland, they naturally have their own advantages.
Leaping allows them to see farther and evade the sudden attacks of predators. It was incredibly fast the moment its hooves touched the ground. It bolted in the opposite direction from where Ergu had appeared. Instinct drove it to flee from the enemy as quickly as possible. Woof, woof. Ergu barked again and gave chase. With a surprise attack like this, Ergu, being a sheepdog, could easily pounce and take a bite.
But hunting wasn't his goal right now. The gazelle panicked and turned to run.
This was by the river, where the grass was naturally thick. But just as it thought its speed would allow it to shake off Ergu, another figure appeared at the corner of its eye.
Woof! Woof woof woof!
Needless to say, the one lying in wait here was Da Wang. One dog behind, one to the right front, and the left was nothing but the river. The gazelle found an opening and dashed through the gap between the two dogs. It had no choice, it couldn't beat hunting dogs.
Getting bitten by a hunting dog hurts a lot.
After all, wolves and dogs are basically the same. The gazelle changed direction and bolted. Without a second thought, Ergu gave chase again, this time, not from behind, but from the gazelle's side. Da Huang saw this and followed suit, but he was flanking it. Several times, Ergu could have pounced, but he didn't. He just kept barking furiously. It was clear where the gazelle was headed. A few dozen meters away lay the trap Ergu and Da Huang had dug earlier. To keep the gazelle panicking, Ergu and Da Huang never stopped barking.
It's gone past. It's gone past. You can actually do that?
Just a scare like that, few animals can tell the difference.
That's amazing.
I'm giving Da Huang and Ergu a big thumbs up.
Let us wait and see. Only 30 meters left.
It won't veer off course, will it?
Who knows?
The gazelle can leap, it can jump several meters at a time.
It has to go in, it has to go in.
This is actually the most nerve-wracking moment.
The trap lies just ahead, it's not very large and the gazelle is closing in. The real challenge is ensuring the gazelle lands precisely inside the pit.
It's getting closer, it's already close. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Whether it's the gazelle or the sheepdog, 10 meters is just a blink of an eye. Likewise, a pit just 1 meter in diameter could be cleared with a single leap.
It's dangerous. The gazelle is running too fast, its strides are huge. Will it just jump right over it? It's possible. We really need more traps. This is our first trap hunt. If we fail, it would be such a shame.
Euro and Feifei clasped their 4 hands together, their palms sweating with tension.
Step into it. Step into it.
They whispered silently to themselves, while the viewers in the livestream watched with wide eyes, clenching their fists to cheer on Ergu and the others.
Caw! Just then, the cry of an eagle rang out.
Jin Yu swooped down from the sky. Accompanied by a long, piercing cry and the natural aura of dominance radiating from his body, it was as if an invisible attack had struck the gazelle. In the midst of its sprint, the gazelle tilted its head and caught sight of a black speck slowly closing in. Its target was none other than itself.
Bah! A terrified cry escaped the gazelle's mouth.
Its legs went weak without warning, its speed slowed involuntarily, and its stride became erratic. And at that moment, it was just 1 meter away from the trap.
Chapter 49, First Successful Hunt. The gazelle's nearly limp legs faltered at that very moment. Under the tense gaze of the onlookers, one of its hooves landed squarely on the trap. How could a trap made of water plants and thin soil possibly bear the weight of a gazelle? Bah!
With a terrified cry, the gazelle's front hooves lost their footing, and it plunged headfirst into the trap.
Woof! Woof woof woof! Behind them, Ergu and Da Huang barked excitedly. We got it! I knew it would work.
Jin Yu's cry at that very moment was perfect timing. Eagles are natural predators of gazelles too.
The gazelle was already panicking, and this just made it even more frantic. What else can I say?
Jin Yu and those 2 dogs are just amazing.
This is incredible, it's even more thrilling than watching a blockbuster movie. With just over a meter to go, the gazelle was so scared its legs went weak. It was all part of Genius' plan. I'm blown away. I don't know about you guys. Lord Eagle. You're the real deal. Lord Eagle. You're the real deal. My lord is mighty.
The live chat exploded with comments again. This hunt had truly moved everyone. The trap, the two dogs' pursuit, and Genius' threat from the sky, not a single element could be missing. Chirp. Watching the two dogs excitedly approach the trap, Genius swooped down and landed right on Ergu's head.
Bah! 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 The gazelle never expected to end up in a trap. The two dogs and the eagle in the sky weren't the real threats, the trap was. It had been running at full speed when suddenly the ground gave way beneath its feet. The sensation still made the gazelle's body tremble. Then, a massive impact injured its front hooves and chest. It struggled desperately to break free, but to no avail. Although the dogs had dug this pit, and it could normally escape with ease, it wasn't so simple now that it was injured. Meanwhile, the two dogs were already at the entrance of the trap. Woof woof, we did it! Woof woof woof, it really worked! Woof woof, ha ha ha, so this is how you hunt.
Ergu and Dahuang ran excitedly around the trap, glancing at the gazelle inside from time to time.
This was their first trophy and the first prey they'd ever caught in a trap. Cheap, it looks pretty good. The gazelle's jumping ability is far superior to a dog's, and it's much taller.
Under normal circumstances, this gazelle might have been able to escape, but now it's likely injured and frightened of you. Yu analyzed the situation calmly. Getting prey into a single trap is indeed quite difficult, which is why multiple traps are set. Even humans in ancient times would set up several traps when hunting in the jungle. Woof woof, big brother, no matter what, we have the utmost respect for you, Ergu said earnestly. They had never seen a hawk with such intelligence. Having followed Bale for so many years, they had only ever seen him use simple trapping tools. He had never actually built a trap this large. Sheep, stop sucking up and get to work. Let us dig a few more traps today. Let us get this sorted out ASAP. Woof woof, yes, big brother. Woof woof, no problem. The two dogs naturally obeyed Genius' orders, and the success of the first trap had both Ergu and Dahuang buzzing with excitement. Defeating the giant Tibetan mastiffs was just a matter of time. They even started imagining what it would be like if the Tibetan mastiffs were brought here. They'd probably fall into the trap and beg to be let out. That would be quite entertaining. Genius flew to the top of a nearby hill, looked down at the grassy area below, and let a faint smile touch his lips. Even though only two dogs were following him now, he still felt as if he were commanding the world. He glanced at the drone flying overhead and shot it a haughty look. Since he was preparing to take on a whole pack of Tibetan mastiffs, he certainly wasn't afraid of a live stream. Did dogs need humans to get involved in a fight? Ha, ridiculous. I feel like Genius is looking down on us. What are you talking about? Be confident, drop the seams. Ha, but he is so cool. I'll tell you this, if my boyfriend had that kind of aloof look, I'd probably be smitten too. Ha? What kind of smitten are you talking about? Ahem, pay attention, there are a million roads, but safety comes first. This is a kindergarten bus. Alright, back to the topic at hand. I'm getting more and more excited about Genius and the others' plan. Amidst the bleating of the yellow sheep, Ergu and Dahuang mustered their strength once more and quickly dug several more traps. This time, however, they only dug the holes and didn't line them with water plants. The work wasn't finished yet, and setting the traps was best left for the very last step. Otherwise, if they accidentally stepped into one or if another animal did all their hard work, would be for nothing. It was better to leave them as they were. As long as the animals weren't stupid, they wouldn't walk into such a big hole. This labor took them the entire day. Ergu and Dahuang were highly efficient, digging over a dozen pits in just one day. It was getting dark. Woof woof bro, what should we do about this gazelle? After the sun set, the sky over the grasslands quickly darkened, and Ergu voiced his concern. Without their help, the gazelle would likely be trapped in there. Genius looked at the gazelle inside the hole. It had been so long, yet it hadn't come out and seemed rather weak. It had been struggling the whole time and was probably just exhausted from the struggle.
Sheep, it's probably injured.
Jinyu looked at Ergo and Daihuan lying on the ground, and an idea struck him.
Sheep, did you know that gazelle meat contains various nutrients like protein, fat, and minerals?
It's great for tonifying the middle and boosting qi, treating fatigue and cold-induced weakness, and has excellent nutritional and health benefits. You're a bit weak right now, you need to build up your strength. It was true, goat meat was famous for being delicious in grassland regions.
And it could relieve fatigue. Woof's second tone?
The moment they heard the word meat and that it could relieve fatigue, the two dogs immediately pricked up their ears, lifted their heads, and their eyes lit up.
They were truly hungry. If they could get some big bones or something like that right now, that would be absolutely perfect.
They might not believe anyone else when it comes to meat and bones, but this was Jinyu, their big brother, saying they needed to be nourished. When Big Brother speaks, it carries weight.
Sheep, this yellow sheep is tonight's dinner. Get it out of there and bring it back. Jinyu ordered.
He wanted to try something different and see how this yellow sheep differed from other sheep.
Woof woof, Big Brother, how are we supposed to pull it up?
Whichever one of us goes down, we can only hold the rope or hold the sheep.
We can't do both at the same time. Ergo was worried. Chapter 50, Dinner, Roast Whole Lamb. Why go down? Just let it climb up on its own. Jinyu said, looking at the gazelle.
Woof woof, but Big Brother, it can't pull itself up. Ergo and Daihuang were puzzled. If it could pull itself up, the gazelle would have done so and run away long ago. Earlier, when they were digging the pit, the gazelle had plenty of time to escape on its own.
What are they doing? They aren't trying to pull the gazelle up, are they? How? Make the gazelle bite the whip? I don't think so. The gazelle's a bit scared of Ergo and the others. Why do I get the feeling they're actually trying to get the gazelle out? This isn't as simple as it looks.
If I were a dog, I couldn't get it out either. Just then, they heard Jinyu give a shout. At that, the two dogs immediately perked up. They went to the edge of the pit and started digging.
That's right, digging.
They shoveled all the surrounding soil into the trap.
What are they doing? Burying it? Dude, you must be out of your mind. Haven't you heard the saying, a crow drinking water? What does that mean?
Jinyu is just too smart.
Spit it out. Jinyu really is too clever.
Neither he nor the two dogs could drag the gazelle out, but as long as we fill the pit with dirt, the gazelle will come out on its own once the soil piles up.
You can do that? Isn't that a bit too clever?
In the live stream, some viewers immediately caught on to Jinyu's plan. He was going to let the gazelle come out on its own.
That was exactly what Jinyu had in mind. As long as they threw dirt into the hole, the gazelle, if it didn't want to die immediately, would shake the dirt off its body.
Gradually, the dirt inside the hole would pile up, raising the ground level, allowing it to escape. The two dogs worked quickly, and in no time, they had filled the hole halfway.
The gazelle's head was already visible. Unfortunately, the gazelle didn't dare to move.
With the two dogs right beside it, moving now would be asking for trouble.
But since the gazelle wouldn't move, Ergo took action. In an instant, Ergo pounced and sank his teeth into the gazelle's neck. With its legs already injured and now its neck clamped in a bite, the gazelle struggled but couldn't break free. Sheep, all right, let us go home.
The weight of a sheep, especially one that was injured and had been bitten, was no match for Ergo, who dragged and pulled it along, quickly heading toward Euro's house. Along the way, Dahuang and Ergo took turns biting into it. Before they even covered half the distance, the yellow sheep had breathed its last. Though exhausted, the two dogs still took turns dragging the sheep back. As for Jinyu, he returned once again with the horsewhip in his mouth.
That's impressive. They actually brought it all back. Ha ha ha, what about Euro? Get things going already. Right, this is Jinyu and the dog's catch. I think I saw Uncle Bale go light the fire.
Ah, Uncle Bale's the best, so proactive. The viewers in the livestream started buzzing with excitement as soon as Ergu and the others were just a few hundred meters from home. It seemed Jinyu and the dogs were ready to feast on the gazelle. Sure enough, Ergu and Dehuang didn't bother with anyone else. They dragged the gazelle right over to Bale, who had just lit the campfire. Woof woof! Woof woof woof! The two dogs barked at Bale, patting the gazelle with their paws. Ah, dinner's ready. The dogs are saying, "Hey, owner, hurry up and roast this gazelle for me." These two dogs have gotten a lot smarter since they've been with Jinyu. As Jinyu's underlings, they're perfect for this kind of menial task. Everyone saw that Jinyu had already returned to his perch, standing there calmly and watching everything unfold before him. See that? Now, whatever Jinyu wants to eat, his underlings will take care of it. Hurry up and grill that mutton. But Yurao, is this mutton really edible? Suddenly, someone raised this question. They'd eaten regular mutton before. Yurao had even sold quite a bit of it, but was yellow mutton really safe to eat? This raised some doubts. If it wasn't edible, they'd be in big trouble. Oryx meat is perfectly edible, and it's actually more nutritious than regular mutton. Yurao, noticing the comments, explained casually, oryx are wild sheep from the grasslands. They taste much better than farmed ones. But they're not easy to catch. With recent developments, quite a few people have started breeding oryx. Hearing this, many people were intrigued, and some even pulled out their phones to search Baidu. They found all sorts of claims about how it's delicious, relieves fatigue, and is good for the stomach. Bale didn't hesitate. Jinyu and the others wanted their game cooked right away. Bale was very skilled at butchering sheep. However, to avoid disrupting the live stream, he didn't do it in front of the camera. After all, they couldn't make it too gory, could they? In less than half an hour, the entire gazelle was prepared and skewered on an iron rod. Once it was generously seasoned, the whole roasted gazelle took shape. Another 20 minutes or so passed, and the gazelle on the campfire was now a deep golden brown all over from the burning coals. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, and the two dogs were already drooling. However, they knew it wasn't time to eat the gazelle meat just yet. Dogs are quite perceptive, especially those trained by Jinyu, whose intelligence has been enhanced. That looks so delicious. The yellow sheep meat seems different. It has more red meat than farm-raised sheep. No kidding. This is wild yellow sheep. They run every day, of course. They're not comparable to those lazy farm sheep. Ha ha ha, are those lazy sheep any good? So does that make this one boiling sheep? Oh right, boiling sheep loves to exercise and has a yellowish complexion, so that's where it comes from. Ah, you guys are absolutely toxic. Yurao, can we buy some of that yellow sheep meat? I'll pay 100 per pound. Ha? What are you thinking? This is the only one, and it's Jinyu's trophy. Yurao, don't listen to him. I'll give you 120. That's despicable. Ha, I'm not short on cash. Everyone in the livestream had already been captivated by the whole roasted lamb. The fat on the lamb perfectly melded with the constantly leaping flames, and tiny droplets of oil glistened on the golden surface, whetting the viewers' appetites. Oh my gosh, thank goodness I have a box of instant noodles. I've already sent my husband out to buy some barbecue. I want some lamb kidneys. I think I can smell the roasted whole lamb. My bread actually smells like roasted lamb. Give me a break, you're just starving. Soon, the roasted lamb was ready. Bale turned down the heat and pulled the lamb back a bit. Ha ha ha, friends? Are you drooling yet? Too bad you won't get any. I'm the lucky one. I'll eat it right in front of you. Feifei laughed loudly as she watched the livestream. These guys had been picking on her all day, and now she could finally get her revenge. Chapter 51, You're just bullying people. Soon, a plate of mutton was carved up. Yurao was the first to bring it over to Jinyu. Jinyu didn't hesitate, taking a bite right away. And let us be honest, perhaps because it was wild, the mutton had plenty of red meat and was very chewy, far superior to any farm-raised lamb. Plus, since it had been fed all natural grass, it didn't have that strong gamey smell. This is delicious. Seeing Jinyu dig in with such gusto and even let out a little cheer, everyone else couldn't help but start drooling with envy all over again.
Oh my gosh, let us eat. My instant noodles are ready. My barbecue is done in a minute.
I think I still have some Bai Chao Wei snacks.
How much did Bai Chao Wei pay you?
3 squirrels will pay you double. The longtime fans in the livestream had already started eating, while the new fans were just now picking up their phones to order takeout.
You guys eat too, don't just give it all to me. The Euro family gathered around, all watching Jinyu eat the mutton.
Jinyu spread his wings and pointed at the group.
Jinyu, are you letting us eat too?
Euro cut the large pieces of lamb into smaller chunks so Jinyu could eat them more easily, then looked at Jinyu and asked.
Jinyu nodded at that moment. Okay, we'll eat too.
I'll put some here for you. Grilled meat tastes best right after it comes off the grill, so Euro prepared some for Jinyu immediately, carefully cutting it into small pieces.
Cheap. Jinyu gave a little nod, then glanced down at the 2 dogs. You mean, should we give the dogs some too?
Seeing Jinyu's gesture, Euro immediately guessed what he meant. The 2 dogs, noticing Euro looking at them, wagged their tails even more excitedly.
However, the 2 dogs didn't bark.
Compared to the dogs at Ada's house, Da Huang and Ergu were much better behaved.
Alright, I'll get it ready for them right away.
Euro patted his own dogs and said with a smile.
Bale had actually already prepared everything.
He tossed 2 lamb shanks, still covered in plenty of meat, right in front of the 2 dogs.
Woof! Woof woof woof! This made the 2 dogs ecstatic.
They jumped up and down on the ground, barked a few times at Euro's family and Jinyu, then wagged their tails and lowered their heads to gnaw on the bones.
Meaty bones that's a dog's favorite treat. Hee hee, look how happy they are eating. We get to eat mutton, all thanks to Jinyu and the 2 dogs. I'd overlooked it before, but dogs are actually quite intelligent. Looks like we'll have to treat them better from now on. Euro's family said with a laugh.
With both Jinyu and the dogs present, Euro's family didn't hold back. They used a knife to cut the meat off the bones and served it on plates to eat. As for Awa, he finally got to share the same delicious meal as Jinyu.
He was hugging a leg of lamb and gnawing on it.
As the young man of the family who was still growing and destined to become a strong man of the grasslands, Awa needed nothing more than good food and drink. Watching the family eat the yellow mutton and enjoy it so much, the people in the comments section grew envious once again.
Euro? What does it taste like? Is it tender or soft? Does it have bones? Does it get stuck in your teeth? Oh my gosh, why does my instant noodle soup suddenly taste like mutton? Euro, can you get us some of this yellow mutton? Euro, why don't you give us your address? I'll bring my own tent and just come over to scrounge a meal for a day, okay? You're going too far, buddy.
Euro, just tell me where you live, I'll just crash for a meal. I want to stay, I'll leave right away.
Huh? You guys are acting weird. Euro, tell them no. Don't you guys fear my master will kick you out? Go ahead and try. This kind of food vlog is the most deadly.
I feel so guilty just watching Jinyu eat meat is making me hungry. Sigh, Jinyu has made my meals so regular I have to keep up. You guys are devils.
I'm still working overtime. Fei Fei was also savoring every bite.
She took small mouthfuls of the mutton, finding it so tender she simply couldn't resist. Even she, who usually talks about dieting, couldn't resist.
Just one last little piece, just one last piece. After this, I'll start dieting.
I'll do 100 skips with the jump rope.
So good.
She didn't care about maintaining her ladylike image anymore, she just hugged a lamb chop and dug in.
Now I finally know why foodies are so happy. Wah, this is just too delicious. Fei Fei muttered to herself.
She glanced at the comments on her phone and waved the lamb in her hand.
Hey, are you guys jealous? Baby S got meat to eat, and this is seriously delicious. And by the way, this gazelle is wild, you guys can't get your hands on this. Right, Euro?
Fei Fei waved the lamb chop in her hand triumphantly.
Yeah, this kind is wild. It's a bit different from farmed yellow sheep, and a bit different from regular farm sheep too. It's really rare.
I remember an old man who raises over a dozen yellow sheep at his place.
I'll ask him for you guys sometime.
Seeing the high engagement in the live stream, Yurao spoke up. She was wondering if she should pay a little extra to trade her sheep for some yellow sheep.
Feifei, you're just a tool, don't get so full of yourself. Exactly. Switch the camera already, we want to see Jinyu. So what if you're eating yellow sheep meat?
Jinyu still won't let you touch him, right?
That's right, that's right. Just a little tool. Ha 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 ha.
These longtime fans were used to seeing Jinyu give Feifei a hard time.
You guys, you're pushing it too far. Feifei was getting worked up now. This group of netizens was really picking on her. Who says I can't get close to Jinyu? I'm going right now.
Always being bullied, Feifei was determined to shake off her utility character label. Besides, this stream was actually a joint effort between her and Yurao.
Go on then, hurry up.
Just wait until you catch Jinyu's cold stare.
The Eagle Lord is very loyal.
Just touching him is fine, you don't need to hug him.
After all, you're not Yurao.
Just you wait. Feifei had always envied Yurao for being able to hug Jinyu and for their close relationship. But she couldn't do that.
Go on. The moment Feifei moved, Yurao knew exactly what she was up to.
Since the meat on Jinyu's plate was running low, Feifei wanted to use this as an opportunity to interact with Jinyu, and Yurao even gave her an encouraging look.
With that, Feifei stepped forward, took a plate and a knife, and began cutting the lamb. She actually went? She went to get more meat. Jinyu's plate is almost empty. Oh man, this is going to be a show. Is Feifei going to get hit? Feifei, maybe you shouldn't do this. We were just joking. Feifei, don't be so stubborn. What if Jinyu doesn't like it? We really were just joking with you. Don't do anything rash. Unfortunately, Feifei couldn't see everyone's comments.
By this time, she had already sliced the meat and was looking at Jinyu with some nervousness.
Go on, good luck. Jinyu heard you.
Yurao sat there, smiling and cheering Feifei on. As for Jinyu, she had of course sensed someone approaching, and it wasn't Yurao. Standing on the shelf, she tilted her head and looked at Feifei.
Chapter 52, Humble Feifei.
This time, Feifei was truly determined to build a good relationship with Jinyu. They were both girls, roommates, and pretty enough, so why was she so unpopular?
If it were just a person, that would be one thing, but Jinyu was an eagle.
Being treated differently by an eagle, even if this eagle wasn't an ordinary one, still made her feel a little uneasy.
Feifei actually went. Jinyu isn't going to swat her, is she? Jinyu has never hurt anyone before, so she probably won't. Right, she might just give Feifei a glare. Go, Feifei.
Longtime fans know that Feifei really likes Jinyu too, but unfortunately, she is too timid to get close, and it seems like Jinyu only lets Yurao touch her. Jinyu stood there, tilting her head as she looked at Feifei, finding her somewhat amusing.
Jinyu, I'm Feifei, and I'm Yuro's best friend. I see you're running low on meat, so I'm here to give you some. Feifei stopped 3 meters away from Jinyu.
Although Jinyu wasn't very big, her haughty demeanor and the way she tilted her head to look at Feifei still made her a little afraid.
So, Feifei decided to speak up first, then cautiously move closer. Sheep. A chirp made Feifei jump back in fright. Don't make that noise. I mean no harm, I just want to give you some food. Look, Yuro's fine with it. This is just a piece cut from where Yurao took some earlier, you can let me have some too, right? Put.
Why does that sound so pathetic?
Poor little Feifei. Ha 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 ha, who would thought Feifei would be begging an eagle?
I bet she has never been this gentle with her boyfriend.
Ha ha. Feifei looked so funny that even Yurao burst out laughing.
She'd known Feifei for 4 years and was well aware of her temperament, a girl with a bit of an edge who never bowed her head to anyone, let alone been gentle. At school, plenty of boys had chased after Feifei, but she turned them all down. If those boys knew that Feifei was acting this way toward Jinyu right now, they'd probably be kicking themselves.
Is this really the same aloof young lady they knew?
Feifei, it's okay.
Jinyu won't hurt you. I promise. Yuro moved closer to encourage Feifei. Jinyu, Feifei likes you too. Just let her give you a little extra meat to make her happy.
Yuro stepped forward, reached out to stroke Jinyu's feathers, and said,
"Woof woof. I'm actually a little jealous. Woof woof.
You're the real deal, big brother, everyone wants to get close to you."
Both dogs were a bit envious, even letting out little whimpers.
But their voices were so soft that only the two of them could hear them after all. They were still hugging their lamb shanks and gnawing away. The bones smell so good. Any problem can be solved with a meal of meat and bones. If that doesn't work, just have a second one. Jinyu watched Yuro letting Feifei get close to him and couldn't help but make a snarky comment. This feels like a wife trying to find a concubine for herself.
So both the wife and the concubine are on board, and now they're trying to convince me too?
Jinyu thought being an eagle wasn't so bad. Not only was he gaining followers, but plenty of people were thinking about him. Jinyu, I'll give you some meat to eat, Feifei said, piling all the freshly grilled and sliced meat from her plate onto Jinyu's, all while smiling. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Plus, she was offering him food, and most importantly, Yuro had tacitly approved.
Cheap.
Just this once. Jinyu chirped, his gaze still cold.
This thrilled Feifei to no end. See that? Jinyu finally didn't reject me. You bunch of jerks in the live chat, did you see that?
Step by step, my relationship with Jinyu will keep getting better.
Of course, this was just a minor interlude.
After dinner, perhaps because Feifei was in such a good mood today and encouraged by the viewers in the live chat, she decided to dance. Now this was interesting. Both Yuro and Feifei were graduates of a dance academy. Typically, after graduation, they would join dance studios to teach or participate in cultural performances. Choosing to return home to start a business was a dream, but they never expected that, thanks to Jinyu's arrival, the dream had come true. Since Feifei was going to dance, Yuro naturally had to make a fool of herself as well.
Come to think of it, I've never danced for mom and dad before.
Everyone's in such a good mood today, and with our savior Jinyu here, our dream has finally gotten off to a great start.
So Feifei and I will just go ahead and make fools of ourselves. With two beauties dancing, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed again. Perhaps because it was evening, many people had just gotten off work.
The live stream's viewership shot straight up to over 20 million. As for the streaming platform, they were kind enough to promote and pin the stream.
Ding dong.
Just as everyone was imagining how the two girls would dance, the sound of a horsehead fiddle filled the air. I haven't played the horsehead fiddle in ages. You two dance, and I'll play for you. It was Bale. As a herdsman from the grasslands, he certainly knew how to play the horsehead fiddle.
Uncle Ale actually knows how to play the horsehead fiddle? Love it, love it. So men from the grasslands have a tender side too. Uncle Bale, do you know how to wrestle?
The horsehead fiddle sounds so beautiful. I never expected such a treat today. In an instant, a flood of comments poured in. Jinyu hadn't expected that today, after eating the meat Feifei brought him, he'd also get to see a talent show. Beep. Detected that the hostess decision has brought joy to everyone, triggering a chain reaction.
Awarding 1, Strengthening Talisman. Consumable.
Strengthening Talisman, upon use, increases the physical strength of the targets. Up to 3 targets can be designated.
Jinyu's eyes lit up. This talisman was a short-term buff, wasn't it?
Perfect. This charm would be incredibly useful for him. The sound of the horsehead fiddle filled the air as Yuro and Feifei approached the campfire. They immediately struck a pose and, moving to the flowing rhythm of the fiddle, began performing a traditional dance. The dance was none other than Heart Soaring Above the Clouds, a classic of the grasslands. Its cheerful rhythm and graceful movements triggered another wave of gifs flooding the live stream chat. Both were professionally trained dancers with excellent physiques and remarkable flexibility. Bathed in the glow of the campfire, their skin had a rosy flush, and every spin and leap made them look like elves dancing by the fire. This made many viewers in the livestream want to visit the grasslands and experience life there for themselves. The thought of sipping Maris milk wine, munching on roasted lamb, and dancing around the bonfire to the sound of the horsehead fiddle had them already feeling a bit tipsy. Even Jean couldn't stop praising the pair. Unfortunately, he couldn't express himself right now. All he could do was chirp and flap his wings during the most spectacular moments. Chapter 53, Meeting the Wolf King Again Under the Night Sky. The song ended, leaving everyone thoroughly delighted. It was Jean's first time watching professional level dancing up close like this. Cheap, beautiful, like fairies. As soon as the two finished dancing, Jean chirped immediately, spreading its wings and flapping them as if clapping. Woof! Woof woof woof! Not knowing what their big brother was up to, the two dogs started barking too. Don't ask any questions, just follow your big brother's lead. That was amazing. This is the first time I've seen Euro and Feifei dance. I knew they were from a dance academy, but I'd never seen them perform before. Yeah, that's all Feifei's fault. I always thought she was just a funny streamer with a pretty face. Guys, let us shower them with flowers. Jean is already clapping for Euro and Feifei. We should show our support too. Could you dance one more time for us? One more. One more. The phone screen was already filled with gifts, little hearts, flowers, fairy wands, and even Porsche emojis. People aren't short on cash these days. If you're bored and watching a live stream, tipping a few dozen or even a few $100 is totally fine. Jean, what do you think? Wasn't he that amazing? Euro came over to Jean, still panting after her dance. Of course it was amazing. Jean spread one wing and ruffled Euro's hair. Another head ruffle moment. Jean, what about me? What about me? Feifei, standing nearby, also leaned in, looking at Jean with eager anticipation. Ha! Jean tilted her head and was looking down at Feifei from a 45-degree angle, the so-called death angle. It couldn't be helped. Jean was perched on a stand. Me? Feifei's previously beaming smile froze on her face. Fine, you jerk of an eagle, you only love Euro, not me. Feifei was such a drama queen, I can't even begin to envy her. Ha 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 ha. Poor, hurt Feifei. Jean's look says it all. Feifei, if you want to be the little one, you might need to work a little harder. I'm dying of laughter. Feifei is definitely just a tool. Don't worry, Feifei, we're here to comfort you. Viewers in the live stream began mocking Feifei left and right. Ugh, this is so hard. Babies, I need some comfort. Did you guys see me dance? Did I look like a fairy? Seeing the comments on her phone, Feifei immediately jumped in to remind everyone she was still there. Of course. Euro really looked like a fairy. Yeah, Euro danced so well. Actually, Euro has the better figure after all, not every girl is named Euro. Feifei, keep working hard. We believe in you. Right, maybe in a year or two you'll have dance skills just like Euro's. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. You guys, you're so mean. Feifei felt deeply hurt, so she just went to wash up, ignoring them all. She was clearly just a prop. Euro soon saw the comments in the live stream as well. She knew these were just the viewers joking around with Feifei. Actually, Feifei danced just as well. If Euro possessed a touch of elegance and a hint of classical grace, then Feifei exuded a lively and spirited charm. Whether it's music, painting, or dance, it's actually closely tied to a person's personality. Soon, everyone went to rest. Jean took advantage of the fact that Euro's family was going to sleep and secretly flew out of the yurt once again. It glided silently through the night sky. Though the sky was dotted with stars and the moon, Jean's silhouette remained invisible from hundreds of meters up. Outside the yurt, the campfire had long been sealed with stones, and the flames had died down. It was summer, so there was no risk of a fire breaking out. That tiny bit of heat wasn't enough to start a wildfire. Jinyu spread his wings in the night breeze, gliding through the air. He saw two dogs dozing at the entrance to the sheep pen. Dozens of horses stood or lay resting. Hundreds of sheep inside the pen were also resting, though the occasional bleat could be heard. The constant chirping of insects filled the air they hid in the grass, undetected. A few field mice had just crawled out of the ground, then cautiously raised their heads to scan the surroundings, looking for any natural predators. The entire yurt area was a scene of harmony and tranquility. Logically, such a quiet grassland should have fallen asleep peacefully under the cover of night, undisturbed. As Jinyu surveyed the area, his gaze suddenly fixed on a certain direction once more. On that small hill, 5 dark shadows were pacing back and forth. Wolves! Jinyu knew immediately that there was something wrong with that pack. Normally, during the summer when the pastures are lush and cattle and sheep are everywhere, wolf packs won't attack humans. But this wolf had come 2 nights in a row. Something was definitely off. Last time, Jinyu had directly wounded one of the wolves, but today, 5 wolves had arrived together. Apart from the alpha, the other 4 wolves moved back and forth in the vicinity, occasionally glancing up toward Yuro's house. It wasn't until much later that they gathered together again. This behavior closely resembled a criminal gang conducting a reconnaissance. What is this wolf up to? Jinyu did not charge forward. 5 wolves was a bit too many. Even if he attacked one, it wouldn't accomplish much, and the risk was too high. Caw! With a cry, Jinyu folded his wings and dove again, not to attack, but to descend to about 10 meters above them, then spread his wings once more and fly right over their heads. Awah! The sudden noise startled the 5 wolves. Especially the injured one. This was the 3rd time Jinyu had startled it. The wolf was probably developing a phobia. Upon hearing the sound, it instinctively leaped to the side, then crawled forward into a patch of relatively thick, low-lying grass. Awah! A wolf's howl followed immediately. Even in the darkness, Jinyu could see the Wolf King, flanked by his pack, looking up at him with eyes that glowed green. It seemed as though the moment Jinyu came down, it would tear him to shreds. Jinyu's cry was followed by the wolf's howls, which first startled the 2 dogs and Mai's brothers. As for the sheep in the pen, they probably turned into lazy sheep since they couldn't get into sheep village anyway. They might as well just bleat a few times from outside. Woof! Woof woof woof! Da Huang and Ergo fixed their gaze on the direction Jinyu's voice came from and immediately began barking. Awoo! Hearing the dogs barking, the Wolf King let out a furious howl to the heavens. This was the 2nd time Jinyu had spotted him. Baring his teeth and letting out a low growl, he was truly giving it his all. He glanced once more toward Yuro's house. Presumably fearing that the 2 dogs might give chase and cause trouble, the Wolf King turned and walked away. Some of the other wolves bared their teeth menacingly at the sky, but after the Wolf King gave them a swat, they calmed down. Watching the 5 wolves leave at a leisurely pace under the Wolf King's lead, Jinyu's eyes flickered. This guy's getting bold. He didn't even run away. Chapter 54, Yuro and Jinyu have a little female eagle. This time, the Wolf King didn't flee in panic. Instead, he walked step by step toward the distance, even exuding a hint of dominance. Jinyu stabilized his body in mid-air. He even saw the Wolf King turn back and give him a deep look after walking dozens of meters away. Interesting. A prairie wolf with the bearing of an Amur tiger. Jinyu watched them depart before turning back. Looks like we need to speed up the plan. Woof woof. Big bro. Woof woof big bro, what's going on? As soon as Jinyu returned to the yurt, the 2 dogs rushed over. Sheep, just a few wolves. Give it your all tomorrow. Try to take care of the bullies before dark. Jinyu instructed the 2 dogs. Woof woof, don't worry, big brother. I ate a meat bone today. I've got plenty of strength. Jinyu exchanged a few words with the dogs before heading back into the yurt. By then, the 2 girls were already fast asleep. But the viewers in the livestream were still watching the chat. He is back. I thought Jinyu was lost. Could it be a little female eagle? It seems like she has been sneaking out at night these past couple of days.
Haha, a little female eagle? Then wouldn't he or Euro be heartbroken?
Cut it out, be careful. Jinyu sees this and looks down on you guys.
Ha, it's true that Jinyu can understand speech, but does that mean it can actually recognize the text we're typing?
These netizens are getting a bit too full of themselves.
Pointing a phone at itself and talking trash about itself, don't they know what Eagle Eye Skill is? Have they ever seen the upgraded version of Eagle Eye Skill? Jinyu tilted its head and shot everyone another disdainful glance. Why do I feel like Jinyu is looking down on us? It's not just looking down on us, it's been doing it for 5 whole seconds. Holy S, could Jinyu actually know we're talking trash about it? Looks like it might be. It's getting angry. Is my Eagle Lord someone you lot can just slander at will? Apologize immediately. My lord, we're sorry. My lord, we're sorry. My lord, we're sorry. 8 million night owls instantly flooded the chat. Never mind.
A noble soul forgives a petty one. Seeing that these guys had realized their mistake, Jinyu settled into a comfortable position, tucked his head under his wing, and finally closed his eyes. In the livestream chat, there was a long silence. It wasn't until a minute had passed, and Jinyu was truly motionless, that the chat erupted again.
Did they figure it out again?
I just had this illusion that Jinyu was saying, kneel and take your leave.
Same here. No way, why do I feel like Jinyu is way too smart? Could he really be literate? Let us tell Yurao tomorrow.
Also, Jinyu is always out at night, he must be up to something.
Let us let Yurao know about that too. I'm curious, what exactly does the highly intelligent Jinyu do at night? Is he really learning to read? Agreed. Then we'll tell Yurao tomorrow. Is Jinyu asleep? Of course not.
He isn't asleep right now, he just heard the system notification and doesn't wanna bother with these mortals.
Beep. 12 a.m. Hostess livestream check-in successful. Data being analyzed.
Today's peak livestream viewership, 21 million.
Number of followers, 11.3 million.
Livestream, flying and hunting.
Taught the 2 pups to dig traps, successfully captured prey. Tasting mutton. Watching Euro and Fei dance. Data processing complete. Stream rating, 8 stars out of 10.
Earned 120 proficiency points and 8 stat points.
Please allocate them as you see fit, host. Sure enough, today's data was a bit more substantial than usual.
All of this content was streamed live. Combined with the 2 remaining skill points from last time, Jinyu now has 10 skill points. After allocating 2 skill points to each status panel, 2 points remained, so Jinyu simply added them directly to strength.
It immediately checked its status panel.
Status panel, Jinyu Young Eagle, 10 months.
Constitution, 53. Strength, 85. Agility, 53. Endurance, 53. Normal adult eagle status panel, 50.
Skills, Flight Mastery Intermediate Grade 300, 1000. Hunting Mastery Intermediate Grade 276, 1000.
Eagle Eye Infrared Sensing. Danger Sense. Intimidation. Enhanced Status Panel, Eagle Beak enhanced once, Eagle Claws enhanced once. Bloodline Evolution, 75% related to Public Welfare Fund amount. Remaining stat points, 0.
Looking at his formidable status panel, Jinyu felt even stronger. It's worth noting that his bloodline evolution had reached 75%. This meant the Public Welfare Fund under his name had reached 7.5 million. With just over 2 million more, he could activate his bloodline.
The bloodline, I'm kind of looking forward to it. I wonder what it'll be like. If I unlock my bloodline, I'd love it to be something like dragon blood. Anything with dragon in it is usually pretty powerful.
Jinyu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild as he drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he transformed into a human, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an air of cold arrogance. He devoured meat and guzzled wine from a large bowl, while Euro peeled grapes for him and Fei danced for him below. just as expected dreams have everything. How wonderful! Early the next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Jinyu had a light meal and then set off with the two dogs to dig a pit. The drone, of course, followed along. Since digging traps was such a boring task, the others just watched for fun, though they were also speculating about what kind of prey Jinyu and the others might catch this time.
Do you guys think Jinyu's gotten hooked on mutton? Is that why he's going out to hunt again today? Maybe there is something else.
I heard there are wild boars and pheasants around, too.
Right. Don't think there aren't many animals on the grasslands. There are actually plenty of them, just different kinds. It's just that people don't know much about the grasslands. I can vouch for that.
Watching the two dogs dig away, the number of viewers in the live stream slowly climbed back up to 15 million. Come to think of it, hitting 10 million viewers means you're a top-tier streamer, and once you pass 15 million, you're a top-tier sensation.
By the way, Yurao, we're going to report you. Right, we're reporting you. Yurao, you might be getting cheated on.
Ha, dude, watch what you say.
Ha, bro, can't you be a little more subtle? Like, play some green light BGM.
Report. I'm going to stir up trouble. While Yurao was helping prepare the local specialty lamb chops, the tone of the livestream shifted again.
Feifei looked completely baffled, and Yuro's face flushed red.
Pfft, what are you guys talking about?
Yurao doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. Seriously, Yurao, it's Jinyu.
Every night while you're asleep, Jinyu flies off for a bit. The duration varies and it's been 2 days now.
Right. 8 million viewers saw it. Yurao, Jinyu might have a little female eagle now. You've gotta do something about this.
If Jinyu saw this, he'd probably peck every last hair off his head. You're the one with a little female eagle. Your whole family has little female eagles.
Chapter 55, don't worry, next time will be better. Ha. When she saw the comments from the live stream viewers, Feifei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yurao, this absolutely can't end here. We have to get to the bottom of this. As your best friend, I'm on your side. Feifei said, stifling her laughter.
What are you guys talking about? This made Yurao blush. A group of otaku in the live stream felt a pang of jealousy.
Ha, it's nothing. Knowing Yurao was easily embarrassed, Feifei quickly smoothed things over. I wonder what Jinyu is up to out there. How about this? Shall we secretly follow him tonight? That isn't really appropriate, is it? Yurao hesitated for a moment.
Deep down, she had already come to regard Jinyu as a person, and she worried this might invade his privacy.
Why don't you ask your Jinyu? See if he's okay with it? You're asking for a beating.
Feifei and Yurao instinctively started fighting again, nothing more than girls tickling each other.
Ah, youth is truly wonderful.
I just looked at my wife, her arms are thicker than mine. I was just roughhousing with my husband, and he says he might have broken a bone.
I'm outta here. When I was in school, why did I only know how to study? That's a question worth pondering. I was in the engineering department at university, 3,000 students in the department, and only 6 youthful ones. 6 youths, you're the one without any youth. Step aside.
It was rare for the live stream to be this lively. Yurao and Feifei playfully bantered for a bit, then went back to working while chatting.
By the way, Yurao, I got my lamb. I got mine too. It's super delicious. I've never had lamb this good before. Mine just arrived too. Yurao, when will the second batch of lamb chops arrive? Yeah, Yurao?
I didn't manage to snag any last time.
It's been 3 days already, we've been waiting so long. Why not slaughter a few more sheep? Have yours arrived yet?
My delivery route is a bit long, mine hasn't arrived yet.
Ah, mine won't arrive until tomorrow. I can't wait.
On the very first day after Yurao returned, he sold hundreds of pounds of lamb chops.
Within 3 days, some orders had already arrived, and many viewers in the livestream were asking for a second batch.
I still have the last batch of goods left to ship. I'll send them out this afternoon.
Thank you all so much. So, let us do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, we'll start the second round of sales right on time. It won't just be lamb. I've also prepared some Mares milk wine. This was specially brewed by my dad. Euro seemed genuinely happy whenever he talked about selling. In the past, when the lamb didn't sell, they'd have to sell it to buyers in nearby cities, who would then resell it and most of the profit went to them. But with this live stream, it's essentially direct sales.
Alright, it's a deal. I'll definitely be there tomorrow night.
These days, when I'm not at work, I'm right here watching the live stream.
Me too. Plus, it's a chance to do some charity.
We're at 8 million now. I'm practically part of a 10 million project. Back to Genu, he dug all morning and continued in the afternoon. Finally, as the sun had already set halfway, he finished setting 30 traps. Looking at the pits covered in a thin layer of soil, the area was now teeming with danger.
Woof woof, finally done. This dog is exhausted.
The two dogs, covered head to toe in dirt, lay panting on the ground.
Ergu asked excitedly.
Sheep, the traps are set.
We need to act fast, otherwise, other animals might claim the holes.
Let us rest a bit, then we'll head out. Genu glanced at the sky. It was probably past 4 o'clock by now. By the time they finished, it would likely be past 5 o'clock. They had to get the dog's business sorted out before dark so they could carry out the plan once night fell.
Look, the two dogs seem to have rested up. It's been less than half an hour. 30 traps.
These two dogs have a bright future. I bet if we humans walked by, we wouldn't even know there were traps here.
What is this?
The dog captain under the Eagle Lord, trap skill plus 30.
Ha, you're hilarious, man. They're moving. I guess the mystery is about to be revealed. Next, it's time to find out the results. Welcome to join the dogs as they step into the approach the target. Everyone was watching Genu and the two dogs. After all, they'd spent 2 whole days learning how to set traps. There had to be a massive plan behind this. But what was it? As Genu and the two dogs ran side by side, crossing one small hill after another, some people began to get a vague sense of what was happening. That direction. Could it be?
Judging by the direction the dogs are running, their previous tracks, and the farthest they've ever gone, the answer is practically screaming at us. All the disguises and deceptive maneuvers ultimately point to a single target, and that is.
Dude, can you please stop talking like Conan? I'm nervous, and I keep picturing a door.
Why does the show always cut to a commercial break at moments like this? It's not just a door, there's the next line too. The culprit is we're doing a live stream, not playing detective. I really don't know what to do with you. Insert Kaito Kid voice pack here.
Looks like that S8S place. Euro was getting curious too. What was going on?
Earlier, the two pups had been sent over to Ada's house to help herd the sheep. The two pups are only familiar with Ada's place, which is why they dared to run over there. They really haven't been to any places farther away.
Ada's place? Do you guys remember?
Genu and the two pups came here yesterday.
So, was that a reconnaissance mission? I think I figured something out. First they came here to check things out, then they dug a hole. Are they planning to trick Ada? That can't be right. Why would the dogs target Ada?
It's not Ada, it's probably the dogs at Ada's place.
Maybe the dogs are fighting, and Da Huang and Erga can't win, so they called their big brother to help them get even? No way. How could dogs possibly have that kind of intelligence? Let us wait and see. This is getting interesting.
Just then, the two dogs lay down again on a reverse slope not far from Ada's house. Why a reverse slope? Anyone who plays PUBG knows. It's the perfect hiding spot for a Voldemort, a player who lies flat on the ground. As the dogs arrived here, their expressions grew serious.
Their eyes fixed intently on the area ahead.
Chirp, relax, don't be nervous.
Everyone asks like this the first time, you'll get the hang of it next time.
Genu stood on Ergu's head, softly reassuring the two dogs, who were now too tense.
Chapter 56, No Room for Cowards. Come to think of it, this was Jean Yu's first time sending the dogs out to stir up trouble. Wait, no, this was revenge. Da Huang and Ergu were victims, after all. Since this was their debut, they naturally needed a cause. Just like ancient warriors going to war, they had to find a justification, something like upholding the rights of the Zhou dynasty, acting on behalf of heaven, upholding justice, or achieving great deeds. Sheep, you're all victims. You were bullied before, but this time you're fighting for your dignity. That's right, dignity. Don't you dogs deserve dignity? Woof, big brother, just tell us what to do. Thinking back to how they'd gone hungry and been bullied here before, both dogs took a moment to steady their breathing. Shoo, the plan is simple: lure them into the grass near the water source. As for how to do it, you'll have to figure that out yourselves. Of course, that meant heading to where the traps were set. Once they fell into the trap, there'd be no turning back. Woof, big brother, I'm a little scared. Da Huang was getting flustered. Never mind the Tibetan Mastiff, he was even a bit afraid of the border collie. Sheep, don't be a wimp, Da Huang. You go. Just provoke them. Get them to chase you. If they don't make it to the mission point, they won't be able to get their revenge. Think about that poor gazelle from yesterday, that's what happens to them. Jean Yu encouraged Da Huang. A dog can't be too timid. Wolf, I'll try, but you guys have to protect me later. Sheep, go on. As long as you run fast enough, they won't be able to catch you. I heard that in a few days, Ada is going out to herd sheep again. Ha? Herding sheep again? Doesn't that mean they get bullied again? They spent so much energy, effort, and time digging that trap they couldn't let it happen again. With that in mind, Da Huang steadied his nerves and stood up. Wolf can't be a wimp. I'll go first. If I can't handle it, Ergu, you go next. Woof woof, go, Da Huang. Encouraged by Jean Yu and Ergu, Da Huang finally stood up. Then, with a determined look in his eyes, he walked out from the reverse slope. At that moment, Ada's 4 dogs were playing in the open space in front of the yurt. They were passing Ada's grandson's soccer ball back and forth between them, sometimes even doing a between-the-legs pass or a header. They clearly had a natural talent for soccer. In the distance, a long-haired Tibetan Mastiff with black and white markings lay on the ground, eyes closed, dozing. Only the occasional twitch of its ears indicated that it was still alive. Meanwhile, Ada and her eldest son were working in the fields nearby, and the sounds of children could be heard from time to time inside the yurt. It was a scene of thriving vitality. Da Huang is moving. He is heading toward Ada's yurt. He can't be looking for food, can he? No, I think he is just looking for trouble. Stop guessing, we'll find out soon enough. But Jean Yu and Ergu haven't moved, they're still lying on the hillside. Let us watch Da Huang first and see what he is up to. By now, Da Huang had already approached within 100 meters of Ada's yurt. Just then, the 4 dogs that had been chasing and playing suddenly stopped. Then, their eyes locked onto Da Huang. As their gazes met, Da Huang's movements involuntarily paused for a moment. However, it glanced back at the hillside and saw that Jean Yu and Ergu hadn't moved, so it continued forward. Probably sensing that Da Huang must have come here for a reason, the 4 dogs lined up in a row, baring their teeth. Exclusionary? They were a small pack of their own, but their owner would call on Da Huang and Ergu to help out every so often. Come to think of it, Ada's family used to have another dog, but it had passed away due to old age, which is why Da Huang and Ergu were brought in. To the other dogs, Da Huang was an outsider. And outsiders weren't allowed to act so cocky. As the 2 groups slowly closed in on each other, Da Huang could see the 4 dogs' back teeth bared, and a low growling sound emanated from their throats. Gore, gore, gore. Their menacing appearance stood in stark contrast to Da Huang over here. Da Huang sensed the threat, but he had to move forward. He just needed to bait the dogs across the way into chasing him. He glanced at the Tibetan Mastiff lying in the distance. It seemed his arrival hadn't caught the Mastiff's attention. Woof! Woof woof! Before the others could bark, Da Huang took the lead. However, his target was the Tibetan Mastiff. The once quiet grassland was suddenly jolted awake by the barking. Both Ada and the Tibetan Mastiff lifted their heads. Ha! Isn't the Dahuang from Bala's house? What is he doing here? Ada's youngest son asked curiously.
While herding sheep, it was this young son who had ridden his horse alongside them.
Besides, there were only a few households in the area and not many dogs, so of course he recognized Dahuang. That is strange. It's quite a long way from Bala's house. How did he get here?
Ada was curious too. She hadn't seen anyone from Bala's family.
Ha, I bet it came to play with our dogs. Ada's youngest son said after thinking for a moment. That was the only explanation that made sense. Maybe our food is just that good.
Ada couldn't help but smile as she turned and walked back toward their home. It seemed there were still some lamb chops left over from lunch.
As for the Tibetan Mastiff, when it looked up at Dahuang, it seemed a bit curious too. What was this little yellow dog doing here?
However, the Tibetan Mastiff didn't move. In fact, it showed no interest in Dahuang at all, simply lowering its head and resting on its paws.
This made Dahuang anxious. He had come specifically to take the Tibetan Mastiff away, yet the dog wasn't reacting at all? How could that be? Woof! Woof woof woof! The Tibetan Mastiff didn't care, but the other 4 dogs didn't agree. To them, this was their territory.
Without their owner's permission, they couldn't let any other creature in, not even Dahuang, whom they worked with a few times. It just wouldn't do for it to ignore them. Dahuang looked at the 4 dogs standing before him and, plucking up his courage, moved closer to the Tibetan Mastiff.
Feeling ignored, the 4 dogs started barking even louder. Stop barking! What's the big deal? Just then, Ada came out.
She was holding 6 ribs in her hand. She tossed one directly to the Tibetan Mastiff and threw the remaining 5 to Dahuang and the other 4 dogs. After all, dogs are man's best friend, so Ada still gave Dahuang one. She definitely need his help again in the future.
This counted as a little treat for Dahuang. Then, Ada went back to her work.
Dogs had their own fun. She couldn't watch them all the time, especially since they were familiar dogs.
Dahuang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Ada to give him food.
This was a golden opportunity.
Did that mean he could just snatch the bone from the Tibetan Mastiff? Dahuang instantly knew what to do.
But before Dahuang could even move forward, the lamb chop that had been tossed on the ground was snatched up by one of the 4 dogs, a border collie, and brought right to its own feet.
Ha! My owner gave this to me, and you're stealing it? Dahuang was immediately displeased.
Chapter 57, This Dog Has Gone Mad.
Woof woof!
Seeing Dahuang's lamb chop snatched away, Ergo couldn't stand it anymore and let out a series of woofs. Jin's gaze also grew sharp. It really is true that kind people get taken advantage of, and kind dogs get their food stolen. This was something Ada gave to Dahuang. He hadn't even touched it yet, and it was snatched away immediately. Jin's eyes were just as sharp. Dahuang was his underling now, yet he was being bullied so brazenly.
Look, it seems Dahuang didn't get a single bone. Those 4 dogs snatched it away. What is going on? Ada gave it to Dahuang, but it was stolen. He is being bullied.
Uncle Bale mentioned earlier that Dahuang and Ergo would be coming here to help Ada herd sheep for a while.
Something is up. If it's like this now, does that mean they've been treated this way before too? It's possible.
You guys, do you think Jin had the dogs set a trap just to get revenge for Dahuang and Ergo?
Don't be ridiculous. And what happens after they get their revenge?
Those are Tibetan Mastiffs, they're ferocious. Even if Ergo and Dahuang teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance.
It's not just that.
Forget the Tibetan Mastiffs, 2 of those 4 are border collies, and border collies are fierce too.
They can't win, they've absolutely no chance. Everyone in the livestream was rooting for Dahuang.
Even though Dahuang was just a dog, people still felt sorry for him when he was being bullied.
Woof!
The sheepdog that had snatched Dahuang's bone saw Dahuang's gaze and immediately snapped at him.
Da Huang's head, which had been reaching out, snapped back instantly. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away from being bitten. It wouldn't have been fatal, but it would hurt. It bit him. It bit the dog. Damn it, I saw the contempt in that dog's eyes. If I were there, I'd grab a stick and whack it. To bully Da Huang like this, especially in front of everyone, the onlookers couldn't help but feel that Da Huang was on their side. Seeing their own dog being bullied, they naturally felt their emotions running high. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. At the same time, Ergu stood up. He couldn't take it anymore. Show Ergu, don't be impulsive. You can't beat them. Just find a way to lure them to the riverbank. If you do this. Jinyu stood on Ergu's head, whispering something. Soon, Ergu's eyes lit up. Just as Da Huang and the 4 dogs were facing off, Ergu slowly walked over from a distance. His gait wasn't as weak as before. After all, he was a German Shepherd, one of the most mentally resilient dog breeds in the world. This was small potatoes for him. As Ergu approached, the 4 dogs turned to look at him. The confusion in their eyes deepened. They even let out soft whimpers, as if communicating with one another, trying to figure out, why did Ergu follow Da Huang over? Was this a fight? However, to their surprise, Ergu paid no attention to the 4 of them. He walked past Da Huang, then veered off course, heading straight for the Tibetan Mastiff. Ha! At that moment, all 4 dogs froze. They had all assumed Ergu had come to stand up for Da Huang. Back when Da Huang and Ergu were together, Da Huang was the one who took the brunt of the abuse, while Ergu could at least put up a fight. They were all sheepdogs. Who was afraid of whom? Only cowards were afraid. But now it seemed Ergu's target wasn't them, but the Tibetan Mastiff. They all dared not provoke? The Tibetan Mastiff was still lying there. Although Ada had given it the biggest piece of lamb rib, it hadn't moved. It merely opened its eyes for a glance before closing them again. It didn't even glance at the other 4 dogs, let alone Da Huang. Ergu walked past the 4 dogs from a few meters away, acting as if nothing was out of the ordinary, and continued straight on. As it passed by, the 4 dogs and Da Huang all froze, their eyes fixed on it. As for the viewers in the livestream, they were even more stunned. What is Ergu doing? I thought it was coming over to help start a fight. He walked right past them. Looks like he was heading straight for the Tibetan Mastiff. Holy crap, I'm actually getting nervous. Is Ergu about to show his true colors? What is going on? Can someone explain this? Jinyu must have said something to Ergu before he came over. Too bad we don't understand it. Wait a minute, could it be that Ergu and Da Huang's original target was this Tibetan Mastiff? Haven T, you noticed? That Tibetan Mastiff is just lying there, and not a single one of the other 4 dogs dares to get close? It's obvious Ergu's target is the Tibetan Mastiff. My Lord Eagle, could it be that you've taught him some secret manual of the Beast Emperor? My Lord's martial arts are peerless, for all eternity. My Lord's martial arts are peerless, for all eternity. Stop. That's the star constellation Immortal. The audience was fixated on Ergu's figure. Even Euro and Fei Fei were getting nervous. Ergu isn't going to provoke the Tibetan Mastiff, is he? Euro? Has Ergu always been like this? Fei Fei was getting anxious. Even though she never owned a dog, she knew how formidable Tibetan Mastiffs were. That was a dog of the king class. Euro frowned deeply. No way. Ergu is very understanding and doesn't cause trouble. There must be a reason for this. Everyone felt puzzled. Of course, Euro also felt a bit angry, because judging by Da Huang's earlier demeanor, Da Huang and Ergu must have been bullied quite a bit. She was thinking that if possible, she wouldn't let Ergu and Da Huang go help next time. Even if dogs don't kill each other, fighting over food is out of the question. It would starve the dogs. Wasn't the real reason they went to help because of the human relationships involved? Dogs are very loyal. They know who their family is and who their friends are. They can keenly sense your emotions toward others. If you argue with someone you don't like, the dogs will likely bark furiously at that person too. Everyone was watching Ergu's every move, and to be honest, Ergu was feeling a bit nervous right now too. During a previous conflict, he led Da Huang and 4 other dogs into a fight. They come out a little worse for wear, but in the end, it was the Tibetan Mastiff that nearly bit him to death. If Ada hadn't arrived in time, he would been seriously injured if not killed, and that left a lasting shadow over him. He strolled up to the Tibetan Mastiff. The Mastiff must have heard the sound and looked up upon seeing Ergu. It visibly froze. But a dog king is a dog king, there was only confusion in its eyes. Ergu slowly approached. They were now just over a meter apart, staring each other down for 3 seconds. Then, Ergu lowered his head, reached out with a paw, and lifted the lamb rib bone from under the Tibetan Mastiff's nose, placing it in front of himself. He looked up at the Tibetan Mastiff once more. A provocation. This was a blatant provocation. Da Huang and the other 4 dogs were all stunned. They didn't even notice their drool dripping onto the ground. Their first thought was, this dog is crazy. Chapter 58, Ergu, please, stop messing around. The Tibetan Mastiff's already sullen expression darkened instantly. Am I hallucinating, or did I lose a tooth? My stuff, even if I don't eat it and leave it there, it's still mine. You just walk right up to me and use your paw to drag it in front of you? Looks like I didn't kill you last time, so you've gotten a big head, have you? Ergu actually went and took the Tibetan Mastiff's meat bone. That's a Tibetan Mastiff. No one dares touch a Tibetan Mastiff's stuff, sometimes not even the owner. We're done for. Ergu's in big trouble this time. Has Ergu really gone mad? It's just standing there, not moving. They're not really going to fight, are they? When dogs fight, they really bite. Accidental injuries are inevitable. Even if they don't kill each other, there'll be blood. It's over. Is this going to be a bloodbath over a single lamb chop? Ergu, if you want a meat bone, just ask. Urao has plenty at home. There's no need to go steal food from a Tibetan Mastiff. The viewers in the live stream couldn't bear to watch any longer. Everyone knows you shouldn't mess with a Tibetan Mastiff. Surely a dog should know that, right? Does he really think he is the Black Emperor? Having served the Emperor for years, fearless, with array patterns to escape at any moment? Just as everyone was worrying, the Tibetan Mastiff moved. Amid the audience's gasps, the Tibetan Mastiff raised its right paw. At the same moment, Da Huang and the other 4 pups instinctively took a step back. That's right, they backed up. They all knew exactly what the Tibetan Mastiff was like when it lost its temper. Sometimes even they couldn't handle it. Why did they know? Who hasn't had a youthful doggy life? We were just too young back then, okay? It's over. The Tibetan Mastiff is about to attack. I'm nervous, but I still really like Ergu. However, the bloody incident everyone feared never happened. Just as Ergu thought the Tibetan Mastiff was about to strike, its paw actually landed on the meat bone again, then gave it a little nudge toward itself, bringing it back to its side. After setting it down, the Tibetan Mastiff looked up and glared at Ergu, the message clear: this is mine. Don't touch it. If you touch it again, I'll bite you. Another warning glance. Seeing this, not only did the audience breathe a sigh of relief, but even Ergu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Da Huang, standing nearby, was so scared his legs started trembling. Because if the Tibetan Mastiff had attacked, Ergu wouldn't have stood a chance. He would had to step in too. But if Da Huang had intervened, the 4 dogs in front of him would have launched an attack as well. Don't ask why, just call it a dog's sixth sense. Alright. Actually, this had happened before. It actually didn't attack? Since when did the Tibetan Mastiff become so docile? It's common knowledge that Tibetan Mastiffs have a fiery temper. Especially when someone is trying to snatch its meat bone. It took Ergu a while to snap out of it. He was now staring directly into the Tibetan Mastiff's eyes at point-blank range. At this distance, launching an attack would be a piece of cake. This is interesting. This time, Jinyu couldn't stand by and watch anymore. Has this Tibetan Mastiff changed its nature? Is it actually willing to tolerate this? That doesn't fit a Tibetan Mastiff's personality at all. At that moment, Jinyu also took flight. The tension earlier had completely distracted the dogs from noticing Jinyu's presence from hundreds of meters up in the air. They certainly couldn't see him. He knew this was far from over. Just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, Ergo moved again. Ergo's gaze swept over the Tibetan Mastiff, then dropped back down to the meat bone. After waiting 10 seconds, it raised its paw and reached for the bone. Look! Ergo's asking for trouble again. What on earth is Ergo trying to do? There are only two ways to court disaster, 0 times or countless times. I think this time it's over. Ergo's body was trembling slightly, but its paw kept inching closer. Gore! Suddenly, a low growl erupted from the Tibetan Mastiff's throat. Clearly, any dog would lose its temper if it was forgiven once but tried it again. It was just a matter of time before it exploded. If the Tibetan Mastiff had a rage meter on its head right now, it would probably be half full by now. In this tense atmosphere, Ergo kept an eye on the Tibetan Mastiff while placing the meaty bone back beside him. Damn it! You've got the nerve of a lion. It's coming, but the bone isn't coming. But this time, before the bone had even been on the ground for 3 seconds, the Tibetan Mastiff's massive paw slammed down on it. With a swift snatch, it pulled the bone back. It lay there like a king, and once the bone was back within reach, it crossed its front paws over its chest once more. Ergo froze in place. This time, the Tibetan Mastiff snatched the meaty bone back with a swift, decisive motion, nothing like the leisurely pace of before. This showed that the Tibetan Mastiff's patience was slowly wearing thin, and its anger was steadily rising. Silence. The scene fell silent once more. Da Huang and the other dogs dared only to watch, not daring to move or even speak too loudly. They were terrified of startling Ergo and the Tibetan Mastiff. But who knows, perhaps, just like humans, they were beginning to see Ergo in a new light, as someone bold enough to fight a Tibetan Mastiff over a bone. Time ticked by, second by second. This time, a full 30 seconds passed. Back off, Ergo. Come back quickly. Ergo, don't do anything stupid. Ergo, if something happens to you, Euro's sheep 1T have anyone to tend them. Ergo, value your life, stay away from that Tibetan Mastiff. The onlookers couldn't bear to watch any longer. If they could, they would have carried Ergo away. Silence, still silence. Ergo stared at the Tibetan Mastiff, as if hesitating and pondering. After another 10 or so seconds, he raised his paw once more. Gore! Seeing Ergo coming again, the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth no longer emitted muffled growls but a clear, furious roar. Its sharp teeth were bared. There was no doubt that if Ergo came any closer, the Mastiff would strike. Although the Mastiff was still lying down, its aura of intimidation radiated outward. You dare move? Try moving again. The threat was undeniably intense. Ergo's raised paw froze mid-air. Ergo, don't do it. You can't beat it, you'll only get hurt. No one wanted Ergo to court death, except for Jinyu in the sky, whose eyes shone with excitement. Ergo, way to go. That's the kind of little brother I, Jinyu, want. So what if it's a Tibetan Mastiff? You just need guts. Jinyu let his body drift in the wind, hovering in midair without even flapping his wings. Just like a kite. Ergo paused for a moment, then couldn't help but swallow hard. Everyone could see how nervous he was. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, the fear and hesitation in its eyes vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ergo raised its paw higher and higher, until it soared above its head. Smack! This time, Ergo's paw didn't strike a bone, it struck the Tibetan Mastiff's face, right between the eyes, on the bridge of its nose. Chapter 59, even as he flees, he doesn't forget the meat bone. The moment Ergo's paw landed on the Tibetan Mastiff's nose, everyone seemed to hear the sound of the paw making intimate contact with the face. Da Huang and the other 4 dogs were so scared they backed away repeatedly. They were cowed. Just as Ergo's paw struck the Tibetan Mastiff's nose, Ergo felt only one thing: pure satisfaction. But at that moment, the Tibetan Mastiff froze. I got hit?
The Tibetan Mastiff's previously menacing expression turned to sheer bewilderment. Even now, it couldn't believe that Ergu had actually struck its face. Although it didn't hurt much, a wave of humiliation welled up inside it. Having lived here for so many years, when had any dog ever dared to slap its face like that? Moreover, this Ergu was the very dog it had nearly mauled to the point of disability not long ago. Its trembling lips spoke volumes. In that moment, its rage reached its peak, ready to burst forth from its throat and erupt. Shoo! Run! Jinyu, soaring in the sky, suddenly let out a piercing eagle-esque cry, a deafening sound that could be heard for miles around. If it didn't run now, was it just waiting to get bitten? Ergu, who had been basking in the thrill of having actually struck a Tibetan Mastiff, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Jinyu's cry pierced straight into its brain. Run! That's right, if not now, then when? Ergu had no time to think. It could already feel the oppressive pressure of a volcano about to erupt. It spun around and took off at full speed. Its forelegs kicked furiously, its head held low as it crouched close to the ground. It started at full speed, every muscle in its body perfectly defined. Woof! Dahuan, run! Ergu was a loyal dog. Even as he ran, he didn't forget to call out to Dahuang. Dahuang finally snapped out of it, whirled around, and took a step, pushing off with his hind legs. He followed Ergu at full speed. As he turned, his tongue flew out in the shock of the moment. He'd forgotten to swallow. The flick nearly caused it to bite its own tongue, and the spit landed on the face of a sheepdog. But just as Dahuang was about to turn and flee, it seemed to think of something. As it landed, Dahuang ducked low, grabbed two bones lying on the ground, and turned to run away once more. Surprisingly, it wasn't slow at all. Woof! Woof woof woof! At that, the Tibetan Mastiff could no longer contain its rage. Its body, which had been lying down, sprang to its feet amid furious growls, its gaze fixed intently on Ergu, who had fled dozens of meters away. Its body surged forward like a heavy tank. Only then did people notice its powerful build, comparable to that of a small lion. Whether its limbs or midsection, everything was far more robust and muscular than that of an ordinary dog. Woof woof! Woof woof woof! The two border collies and the other two dogs snapped to attention as well, especially the one whose face had been slobbered on by Dahuang. That bone was his, too. Dahuang hadn't just snatched the bone that belonged to Dahuang, he'd snatched his as well. On top of that, their own leader had been attacked. How could they not give chase? They turned into four blurs, chasing after Ergu and Dahuang in the distance. Old and new grievances, they were going to settle them all at once. Dad, look, it's that eagle again. Just then, Ada's youngest son was drawn to the eagle's cry in the sky and pointed upward. I suppose it's the god of the grasslands, thinking of us again. The arrival of the eagle messenger surely means good things are coming. A gentle smile played across Ada's broad face, a look that seemed somewhat incongruous with his rugged features. The dogs seemed to have run off. Ada's youngest son looked up after hearing a dog bark. It's fine. Go play. These dogs know their way home, they'll be back. It's rare for Ergu and Dahuang to drop by. Look how close they are. Ada glanced up briefly before returning to his work. Fucking loving each other. Up in the sky, Jinyu heard Ada's words and nearly forgot to flap his wings, nearly falling from the sky. Ergu's gone mad. Dahuang's gone mad too. Can someone tell me I saw Dahuang running off with what looked like two bones in his mouth? Don't doubt it, you saw right. Dahuang snatched his own bone and another dog's bone right in front of four dogs. Ergu and Dahuang, are they depressed or something? Why would they pick a fight with 5 dogs? I'd say so too. That's just asking for trouble. Run for your lives. Don't let them catch you. If they catch us, we're done for. This time, we really messed up big time. The live stream went wild. This is just too intense. With such a huge disparity in strength, they still started a fight and snatched bones. The other side is way too strong. They should just held back. Even if they couldn't they should tried. Instead, they went looking for trouble.
It seems dogs don't have the same boundaries as humans. 7 dogs in total, Ergo and Dahuang in the front, the rest in the back.
The barking faded into the distance in an instant. They were moving way too fast. Many people were seeing herding dogs run this fast for the first time.
Euro's family was particularly nervous.
Dahuang and Ergo were practically part of their family. No matter what happened, they didn't want them to get hurt.
Euro, your dogs are in for it this time,
Fei Fei said. I don't know what's going on today, but I just have a bad feeling about this.
Could it be that those traps were really set for the other side's dogs?
Euro had already formed a bold hypothesis.
Yeah, they set traps.
There's a conspiracy.
They set them up in advance, then came here on purpose to provoke a fight? Jinyu, is this Jinyu's plan? Whatever the plan is, what I'm worried about right now is one thing: can Ergo and Dahuang outrun the Tibetan Mastiff and the other 4 dogs?
Ergo should be able to ES a German Shepherd, but there are 2 border collies here too.
As for Dahuang,
I feel like it might be dangerous.
I don't really understand the animal world.
If Jinyu planned this, it must be foolproof. My Lord Wun Ti make a decision like this for no reason.
Right. Who is my lord? Would he make such a rookie mistake? What about Jinyu?
Jinyu is still up in the sky. He is coming down.
Jinyu is coming down too.
Jinyu watched the dogs run off and saw that Ada's family wasn't paying any attention, so the rest was up to Ergo and Dahuang.
Folding its wings, it dove straight down.
While Ada and his son weren't looking, it snatched up 2 meat bones, then soared back into the air, heading toward where Ergo and Dahuang were running. Flapping its wings, Jinyu easily kept up, and the drone naturally followed suit. Watching the chase from the sky was quite a sight, especially over the undulating grasslands. The hunting-like atmosphere was truly breathtaking.
Oh no, I feel like Dahuang and Ergo are slowing down. The gap between them seems to be closing.
Someone quickly noticed the problem, especially Dahuang, whose speed was clearly not as fast as Ergo's. The distance between them, which had been nearly 100 meters, was now down to just over 70 meters.
The 2 dogs couldn't outrun them.
Chapter 60, the deeper the hatred, the farther the chase.
They're going to catch up. 50 meters left.
Whether it's that Tibetan Mastiff or those 2 border collies, they're moving way too fast.
Euro, should we notify Ada? Tell him to rein in his dogs? Probably won't help. I mean, how do you explain this? Could it be that Ergo and Dahuang are here to seek revenge? Is that why they attacked your family's Tibetan Mastiff? By the time Ada gets here, Ergo will likely have been mauled to death. Killed? It can't be that bad, can it? At most, seriously injured.
Unless they're fighting over territory, dogs rarely kill their own kind. Even lions and tigers, when fighting over territory and killing a rival male, wouldn't go so far as to kill a female of their own species.
You're just wishful thinking.
Ergo and Dahuang are both male dogs.
Well, then we're in trouble. This 1T work, that 1T work, what should we do? Let us just leave it to fate. Don't worry.
My master Wun Ti sacrifice his own pack.
Haven't you noticed he has been following us the whole time? Jinyu was hovering right above the dogs' heads.
He, too, saw the distance between the 2 sides steadily closing, but Jinyu Wun Ti worried in the least.
It looked ahead. They already covered 2 li in just a short while. What did that mean? It meant the Tibetan Mastiff was truly enraged.
The only question was whether it would chase them all the way to the riverbank. As the distance grew, the gap between them narrowed to just over 10 meters. If people didn't know they were being chased, they probably assumed these dogs were a pack, currently engaged in a race. Before their eyes, they already covered nearly half the distance.
Wow, what a grudge.
People say you shouldn't hit someone in the face, and it seems the same goes for dogs.
If you're going to provoke a dog, definitely don't aim for its face. What a massive feud this is.
Jinyu flew leisurely overhead. Plus, with the tailwind, flying was naturally faster than running, and with the wind at his back, Jinyu felt completely at ease. Just remember this for the future: if you ever have a conflict with someone or want to stir up some animosity, just run away. The farther they chase you, the deeper their hatred. Anyway, I don't know how to test if someone loves you, but this test for hatred definitely works. Oh, and just don't use any vehicles. That's considered cheating. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. The dog behind kept growling nonstop, clearly venting its anger. Even a few border collies would be exhausted by such an intense chase. Gradually, the distance between them began to widen. It has to be said that Daihuang's physical stamina is truly impressive. Right now, Ergu is in the lead, followed by Dahuang, then the Tibetan Mastiff, the Border Collie, and finally the other two dogs. Earlier, there had only been a 100-meter gap, yet Dahuang hadn't been caught up to, though he was only a few body lengths ahead. The frenzied barking behind him made Dahuang too afraid to even look back. They're too fast. They're running way too fast. It's not just that they're fast, they've actually pulled quite far ahead. What kind of divine grudge is this, that they can chase like this? The Tibetan Mastiff has been silent the whole time, but judging by the look on its face, it clearly won't give up until it bites Ergu. No way, this is too intense. They're getting close. We're halfway there. Just hang in there a little longer, and we'll make it to the riverbank. Everyone was praying that Ergu and Daihuang wouldn't get caught. The trap was now their last hope. They can't escape. Dahuang is about to be caught only 2 lengths away. Even as he ran, Dahuang could sense the threat closing in behind him. The heavy panting of the Tibetan Mastiffs was right on Dahuang's heels. Ergu and Daihuang were running for their lives, while the Tibetan Mastiffs chasing them were hunting. In this tense atmosphere, if they were caught, would the Tibetan Mastiff strike without mercy? Ergu, running ahead, began to panic as well. He kept up his high speed, then glanced back and saw Daihuang falling behind. Although Daihuang was sprinting forward, the Tibetan Mastiffs behind him were still closing in. It wouldn't take more than a few hundred meters before they bit his hind legs. Woof Daihuang, run faster. Woof woof I want to, but I just can't. Daihuang was panicking. After just a few kilometers, he was already soaked through. Even the fastest cheetah is a sprint champion, it's no good at long-distance running. And as for dogs? They have no advantage in either sprinting or long-distance running. It's worth noting that neither Dahuang nor Ergu are the fastest dogs. They didn't even make the top 10. In contrast, the Border Collie behind them ranks 9th in speed. A dog's top speed can reach 70 km per hour. A Border Collie's top speed is 58 km per hour. That is fast enough to keep up with a car going 60 miles per hour. Woof! Just a few hundred meters later, Dahuang sensed danger. As he turned his head slightly, he saw a massive head right behind him. A Tibetan Mastiff had caught up and was lunging at him with its jaws wide open. Swoosh! At that critical moment, the cry of an eagle rang out from the sky. The moment Dahuang heard his big brother's call, his body suddenly surged with strength again, and his speed actually increased once more. It wasn't just Dahuang, Ergu's speed did the same. The two dogs froze for a moment, then instinctively looked up at Jinyu. Cheap, don't be afraid, keep running. The riverbank is just ahead. Jinyu cheered the two dogs on from the air. The strengthening talisman increases the physical strength of its users up to 3 targets. This was a valuable item Jinyu had obtained yesterday. It made his plan even more perfect. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about the two dogs' physical condition. Even if they were completely exhausted now, using the talisman would restore half their stamina. It would allow them to increase their speed once more. Squeak! The Tibetan Mastiff's jaws, which had been clamped onto Dahuang's hind leg, suddenly slipped free. It had clearly sensed that its opponent was exhausted, so how could he suddenly be moving so fast again? The dog's tail, with its yellow and white fur, had been right in front of him, but now it was getting farther and farther away. Soon, a gap of 6 or 7 meters had opened up. It wasn't just the Tibetan Mastiff, the other dogs behind them also sensed something was off. How could the opponent suddenly pick up speed? They were all exhausted beyond belief. Accelerating was simply impossible for them.
Woof woof, come catch me. Woof woof woof, can't you run anymore?
Ergo and Daihuang had never felt this exhilarated.
As they ran, the gap between them and their pursuers widened once more. What is going on? The gap is widening? That is impossible. They've already burned through so much energy, there is no way they could make a comeback.
The spectators were stunned. Ergo and Daihuang, despite being neck and neck, managed to break away once more, stretching the distance to 10 meters, then 20. The dogs behind them were puzzled, but they weren't about to give up just yet.
Woof woof. A challenge?
Humans might not understand a challenge, but dogs understand the language of dogs. The few dogs that had been too exhausted to chase earlier now had a new gleam in their eyes.
They took the bait.
Ergo and Daihuang wore a smug look on their faces.
To fall for it so easily, they really are dumb dogs. Chapter 61, Second Round of Hostility. Drawing enmity is like keeping a spare tire.
Ergo and Daihuang's expressions had changed. They seemed to have forgotten they were dogs themselves.
They looked up toward the distance. They were almost at the riverbank. Reaching the riverbank meant the mission was complete.
Daihuang was still shaken. He'd nearly been bitten.
With hope right before their eyes, they were just one hill away. But just then, the Tibetan Mastiff behind them suddenly stopped.
It was massive. Even with its powerful build, running was clearly a struggle. The fury in its eyes hadn't faded, and it was gasping for breath.
Puff, puff.
To cool down, it had its tongue hanging out, breathing at a frantic pace. The other dogs behind it caught up and stopped as well, though their eyes remained fixed on Daihuang and Ergo.
Ha!
Ergo and Daihuang also quickly realized the pack had stopped following them.
This wouldn't do if they didn't keep up. Wouldn't all their running today have been for nothing? Woof woof, come on, chase us. Woof woof, you little pipskins.
On the small hill, Ergo and Daihuang watched the 5 Tibetan Mastiffs below, more than 50 meters away, barking at them. Actually, they weren't in much better shape either. Even though they'd regained some strength, they still felt exhausted. This was what dogs look like when they were truly worn out. They've stopped running? They probably know they can't catch up. They're already at the riverbank. Ah, what a shame. I was hoping to see them walk right into the trap. Yeah, if they give up now, all our hard work will be for nothing. This is too tough. I'm getting anxious just thinking about Ergo and the others. Getting anxious won't help. We can't go over there right now anyway. Cheap, they're not running anymore? Jean, you noticed the problem too. I've already taken 99 steps, just one more to go, and you're not coming? That won't do. He gave a nod to Ergo and the other dog. Daihuang dropped the bone from his mouth onto the ground. It's worth noting that during the entire run, he hadn't let go of those 2 meaty bones. He'd given one to Ergo and kept the other in front of himself. Woof woof, you dogs down there, watch this. Ergo got the hint and, just like Daihuang, lay down on the ground, clutching the bone with both front paws and starting to gnaw on it. To be honest, these 2 meaty bones weren't just plain bones. Ada had been pretty generous with the dogs. There was plenty of meat on them. Ergo and Daihuang had already expended a lot of energy, so eating these meaty bones was just what they needed to replenish their strength. Woof woof. The dogs below immediately grew displeased. These meaty bones were a disgrace. To have them snatched away right in front of them and eaten right in their faces was unbearable. A dog may be killed, but it cannot be humiliated. The other 4 dogs immediately began moving forward, trying to get closer. But at this pace, they'd never make it in time. Squeak! At that moment, Jinyu, circling in the air, was already preparing to dive. It's worth noting that it was clutching 2 meat bones in its talons. One of them was the Tibetan Mastiff S. The sound caught the attention of the Tibetan Mastiff and the other dogs. They remembered Jinyu. It had come by yesterday and had once barked furiously at the sky. But now they were following him. They had no idea the dog could be related to an eagle. Jinyu dove straight in front of the Tibetan Mastiff, flying extremely low.
This kind of dive is common during hunting. However, Genius dive this time wasn't T for hunting, nor was it an attack, it was to let the Tibetan Mastiff sniff the bone in his claws. Before the Tibetan Mastiff or the other dogs could react, Genius had already soared back into the air. At the same moment, the Tibetan Mastiff's fury was reignited. Woof! A mighty roar erupted from the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth. This was the second time it had roared. The first time was when Urga hit it, this was the second. The reason, of course, was that it had caught a whiff of its own scent on the meaty bone in Genius' talons. This was the bone Ada had given it earlier. Rage, burning. As a Tibetan Mastiff, it hadn't taken a single bite of its own bone. First, another dog had touched it, and now an eagle had done the same. A border collie might tolerate it, but a Tibetan Mastiff could not. Its eyes were practically shooting fire. It looked up, watching Genius fly low overhead, heading straight for Urgu and Dahuang, and tossing two bones, one in front of Dahuang and one in front of Urgu. The two dogs' eyes lit up. Woof woof woof, big bro, you're the man. The two dogs saw the meaty bones and immediately recognized them. These were the same ones from before, which Genius had brought over directly. 6 meaty bones in total, and 4 of them are right here. Genius stood on Urgu's head again, tilting his head and looking down on the Tibetan Mastiff with disdain. It was just a provocation, a simple provocation like that. Genius grabbed the meat bone. When it flew away earlier, it snatched it from in front of Ada's house. That's the meat bone meant for the 5 Tibetan Mastiffs. Holy crap, now we've got another beef going. My master is the best. My master is the best. My master is the best. The viewers in the live stream, of course, knew exactly what was going on. Genius had foreseen this and snatched the meat bone that the Tibetan Mastiff and Urgu had been fighting over. Having had his bone stolen twice, the Tibetan Mastiff was livid. Sure enough, the sharp fangs in the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth bared once more. Without even waiting for Urgu and Dahuang to finish eating the meat, he charged forward again. Woof 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 woof, oh my god, Dahuang, the Tibetan Mastiff is coming, run. Seeing the Tibetan Mastiff charging toward them, Urgu let out another shriek, snatched up the meat bones from the ground, and turned to run, carrying both of them in its mouth, leaving not a single scrap for the Tibetan Mastiff. Genius took flight as well. It knew the Tibetan Mastiff was itching to tear it to shreds, and that was out of the question. It didn't fly high, but instead followed Urgu and Dahuang toward the riverbank. Of course, it needed to circle around a bit to draw the Mastiff's attention, just like keeping a backup option, give it a glimmer of hope, but never let it have it. Then the opponent would naturally take the bait. Sure enough, just as the Tibetan Mastiff charged forward, the 4 dogs behind it also surged ahead. But when they reached the top of the hill, Genius took flight. Urgu and Dahuang, of course, knew exactly what to do at this moment: slow down, but not too much. The Tibetan Mastiff, leading its 4 underlings, once again pushed its speed to the limit. The distance closed once more. Ahead lay a thicket of water plants. The gap between them had shrunk to 20 meters, 10 meters. Just then, Urgu and Dahuang reached the first trap by the riverbank. The furious Tibetan Mastiff, clearly oblivious to anything amiss, watched as Urgu and Dahuang leaped straight into it. The grass here was tall and thick, and the 2 dogs slipped in without a moment's hesitation. The enraged Tibetan Mastiff and its pack, seeing Urgu and Dahuang go in, weren't about to let them get away. They'd been here before it was a river, and even with all that grass, escape wasn't guaranteed. Without a second thought, the Tibetan Mastiff leaped in after them. Oh whoa! But just then, a blood-curdling scream rang out from behind them. Chapter 62, A Claw Attack from Above. The scream didn't catch the Tibetan Mastiff or the other dogs' attention. They were moving too fast, plunging into the water in an instant. Gotcha! One of the dogs fell into the trap. Holy crap, he was running so fast he missed his footing. Even a dog would find that terrifying. If it were me, I'd be bawling my eyes out by now. It's over, that dog's definitely going to take a faceplant. I saw its head go in first. Right. As it was running, its front paw slipped right into the trap, and its head hit the wall of the hole. Awesome, one down. Don't worry, there's more to come.
The viewers in the livestream went wild, not just because they were watching the chase, but because they saw the trap actually work. As luck would have it, this was the very same trap that the gazelle had fallen into yesterday.
Woof! Woof 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 woof! Woof! From within the grass, a series of dog barks echoed out. Finally, one of the border collies sensed something was wrong.
As it ran, its hind legs had stepped on the edge of the trap, nearly sending it tumbling in.
Its hind legs lost their footing, and its hindquarters were already hanging over the edge.
Its hind paws clawed frantically at the sides of the hole, while its front legs strained with all its might. Fortunately, it was running at full speed. The momentum kept it struggling on the edge for a long time, and in the end, it didn't fall in. In the sky, Jinyu followed closely behind. He watched as Da Wang and Ergu, along with the other 3 dogs, charged into the thicket.
Not falling in? That won't do.
Jinyu flashed through the air, unleashing its full aura, and in an instant, it dove down toward the border collie.
Jinyu had an excellent memory.
It remembered there were 2 traps here, right behind this dog.
The border collie was on edge.
In the midst of the chase, already exhausted and tense, it had suddenly nearly fallen into a pit. Anyone would feel anxious in that situation.
Clearly, it had sensed something was wrong.
The soil around it was loose and soft, different from the ground elsewhere. It had clearly been recently disturbed.
It sniffed the air and already detected the scent of Da Wang and Ergu. This was a trap set by Ergu and Da Wang.
Before the border collie could even recover from the shock, it grew furious.
Woof, woof, whimper.
It looked up at the sky and barked, presumably to warn its companions that there was a trap here.
But just as it looked up, it sensed something was wrong. In the sky, why was there a dark shadow? That border collie didn't go in. So close, what a shame. If only its stride had been a little shorter, it would gone in. I bet it'll be more careful now. This is going to be tough, isn't it? Look, Jinyu. The audience also saw Jinyu diving down from the sky. 100-meter descent takes only an instant. Just as the border collie was howling at the sky, it was already too late. Jinyu, descending from the heavens, had closed in on it. It had been barking wildly at first, but the moment it saw Jinyu, it fell silent, as if it had seen something utterly terrifying. Then, it felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It froze in place. Is it going to hunt me? The thought flashed through its mind, filling it with shock and even greater fear. The fear stemmed from being treated as prey, a psychological reaction to the pressure emanating from Jinyu. But the shock came from its rational mind telling it that Jinyu could never possibly harm it. To put it bluntly, Jinyu was no bigger than a dog's head. How could it possibly pose any threat? Cheep! A chirp rang out, and the border collie snapped back to its senses, for Jinyu was now very close. Jinyu narrowed its eyes, ready for action. The moment it closed in on the border collie, its talons shot out, and its wings flapped. The approach of the sharp talons, combined with the gale created by Jinyu's flapping wings, caused the border collie to instinctively lean its body, throwing off its balance. Perfect opportunity. This was exactly the moment Jinyu had been waiting for. Because as Jinyu dove down, its target had already been locked in. If the border collie retreated even half a meter, it would fall into the trap. In that tense moment, Jinyu's claws finally clamped down on the border collie's head. Woof woof! Frightened, the border collie lowered its head, crouched down, and instinctively backed away. But Jinyu's claws were reinforced and razor-sharp. Instantly, a streak of pain shot through the border collie's face. It was those 2 steps backward that made the border collie realize something was wrong. Because it had missed its footing again. And this time, the miss sent its center of gravity plummeting downward. Ow, ow, ow. The border collie's eyes widened as its front and back paws frantically flailed. Unfortunately, it wasn't cat the strength in its claws wasn't enough to keep its body balanced. After several frantic attempts to struggle with its front paws, it finally fell with a thud into the pit. Nice! Perfect, absolutely perfect! Jinyu is just too smart.
I tried so hard to memorize it earlier, but unfortunately, I couldn't remember where the trap was at all. Gene, you definitely knew about it, which is why he dove down from up high.
My eagle lord is the best. My eagle lord is the best.
My lord is the best.
Do you guys remember that claw technique where he descends from the sky?
We remember.
Are you talking about the long-lost Tathagata divine claw?
Haha, you're taking it too far up there.
Get lost, my lord is a proper eagle.
With a single move, Gene sent the border collie tumbling into the trap, and with a flap of his wings, he was back in the air. The ground doesn't belong to the soaring eagle, the sky does. To flap his wings without leaving a single feather behind, only Gene could pull that off. Flying high in the air, he looked down at the border collie falling below, thoroughly satisfied with his handiwork.
Woof woof!
The border collie landed in the pit and tried to climb out, only to find the bottom was too narrow for a running start.
Climbing up by clinging to the walls with its claws was even more impossible.
It could only plant its hind legs on the ground, its front paws resting on the trapeze walls as it watched Gene fly away. It tried several times, but eventually ran out of strength to move. It had already been exhausted from sprinting all the way over from Ada's house, and now it had fallen into such a massive trap after being terrorized earlier. It was starting to question the meaning of its doggy existence. Sigh, being a dog is just too hard. If there's a next life, maybe being an eagle wouldn't be so bad. Once it was trapped inside, naturally no one paid it any mind, nor was there any need to. After confirming the creature couldn't climb out, Gene looked ahead. Even with two dogs missing, there was still a Tibetan Mastiff, a border collie, and an ordinary dog in pursuit. Ergu and Daihuang also realized the problem. Running like this wouldn't shake off their pursuers. The two dogs exchanged a glance and immediately split into two directions. Now, the Tibetan Mastiff was chasing Ergu, while the other two were after Daihuang. They kept darting left and right, even making sudden turns, just like a high-speed car chase in a Hong Kong action movie.
Chapter 63: The Tibetan Mastiff falls into the trap. Woof!
Because they had deliberately slowed down, and with weeds everywhere, Ergu and Daihuang had to watch out for traps on the ground.
The dogs behind them were closing in.
Clearly, in their minds, they felt they were about to catch up to the two mongrels ahead. The Tibetan Mastiffs had decided to bite Ergu in the throat and teach him a lesson. A dog shouldn't be so arrogant.
Oh whoa!
Suddenly, another agonized scream rang out. It was hard to tell how many times this had happened. The Tibetan Mastiff immediately sensed something was wrong, because that scream came from one of its own pack.
Why would one of its own be screaming in agony?
As it ran, it glanced back and realized there didn't seem to be any dogs behind it.
Ha! Had they all gone after the other Daihuang?
But there were 4 of them.
Surely they couldn't all be chasing after one easy-to-catch Daihuang. In the Tibetan Mastiff's mind, neither Ergu nor Daihuang posed any threat. In fact, Daihuang was a weakling among dogs, just as weak as those two mongrels. Never mind that for now.
Staring at Ergu's tail right in front of him, the Tibetan Mastiff felt that hope was just around the corner.
Just a few dozen meters more, and it could catch up to Ergu. Woof woof, woof woof.
The dog's wailing came again, but by the sound of it, it was dozens of meters away.
The Tibetan Mastiff was puzzled once more, wondering what on earth its companion was howling about. Was chasing Daihuang really that exciting? Woof woof woof, keep chasing. Keep going.
Ergu noticed the unusual behavior of the Tibetan Mastiff behind him. He also realized there were no other dogs in pursuit, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He knew the plan had definitely succeeded. While constantly taunting the Mastiff, Ergu moved with lightning speed, leaping over 3 traps in quick succession. Yet the Tibetan Mastiff was always just 2 body lengths behind him, landing exactly where Ergu had just been.
At one point, Ergu even stepped right on the edge of a trap.
The vibration caused several strands of water grass to fall off, and if you looked closely, you could definitely see it was a pit.
Nervous. This is so thrilling. Is this the final chase? The Tibetan Mastiffs are running too fast, and they're in perfect sync. Wherever Ergu lands, the Tibetan Mastiffs land right there. This can't go on, we have to come up with a plan. But the Tibetan Mastiff's stamina is just too impressive.
No kidding, Tibetan Mastiffs are the kings of dogs.
How could they be weak? What do we do?
If the Tibetan Mastiffs keep this up, we're done for. Everyone was worried about Ergu, mainly because the risks he was facing were indeed immense.
You've forgotten there is still Jinyu. Look!
The crowd immediately turned their gaze from the screen to Jinyu, who was already surveying the scene from the sky. From above, the chase below was clearly visible.
Thrilling and intense. Cheap. Jinyu knew it was time to distract the opponent, otherwise, this stalemate was unsustainable.
The Tibetan Mastiff, of course, heard Jinyu's call. But it didn't care at all. It had a score to settle with Ergu first. As for Jinyu, well, it couldn't fly. Instead, it directed all its hatred toward Ergu.
Oh my, not even flinching? How could it just ignore this?
Jinyu decided to give the Tibetan Mastiff a taste of its own medicine. This time, Jinyu dove again. It was flying right behind the Tibetan Mastiff. Even a tiger would be afraid of an attack from behind like this. In an instant, the sound of the wind reached the Tibetan Mastiff's ears. Despite its high-speed sprint, its hearing remained keen.
Amid the evening glow, Jinyu's shadow engulfed the Tibetan Mastiff. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Jinyu erupted once more.
But just as Jinyu closed in to within 2 meters of the Tibetan Mastiff, a sudden turn of events occurred, and a life-threatening crisis loomed.
Something's wrong. A dog's sense of danger is incredibly accurate. The last time it sensed danger was when a hunter's rifle was aimed at it.
Without hesitation, Jinyu executed a 360-degree flip to the right and shot into the air. Just then, the Tibetan Mastiff moved. Its body twisted violently, and its fanged jaws snapped upward.
Ah! Jinyu, watch out! Be careful! That Tibetan Mastiff is so vicious. How can the Tibetan Mastiff's senses be so sharp? It actually counterattacked out of nowhere. The Tibetan Mastiff's performance was too stunning. Jinyu's attack completely missed its mark. So fierce. Everyone was stunned.
Luckily, Jinyu's reaction time had been lightning fast just now. If he'd been even a split second slower, he would have been bitten.
Dare to fight back?
Jinyu soared several meters into the air, then dove down again as the Tibetan Mastiff's body dropped. There was no target he couldn't hit.
Second strike. The Tibetan Mastiff's reaction was quick, but Jinyu's was just as fast.
In the blink of an eye, its claws had already dug into the Tibetan Mastiff's back.
Woof! A furious roar.
What were those claws?
Eagle claws. The sharp talons pierced right through the Tibetan Mastiff's thick fur, embedding themselves in its neck. Ergu!
Hearing the call, Ergu spun around abruptly.
It knew exactly what was happening behind it.
Ergu, who had been running ahead, had just landed on all 4 paws after a leap. But this time, instead of charging forward, it suddenly froze in place and spun around.
Woof!
Summoning all its courage, it let out a furious bark at the Tibetan Mastiff behind it. The force of the bark caused the bone in its mouth to drop to the ground.
The attack on its back caused Ergu to turn around almost instantly.
The Tibetan Mastiff winced in pain. It was clearly impossible for it to leap forward as before. If it didn't stop now, Ergu and it would surely collide. The charging Tibetan Mastiff instantly cut its speed short, enduring the pain in its back as its 4 paws left deep gouges in the ground. Yet, due to massive momentum, its body continued to move forward.
Jinyu's eyes flashed with intensity. It was almost here. The next trap was just ahead.
Ergu, too, was staring intently at the ground, his eyes filled with anticipation.
Something's wrong.
Feeling Ergu's gaze, it was already too late for the Tibetan Mastiff to regain control of his body. Just then, it sensed something amiss with the ground ahead.
It couldn't draw any strength from it.
Not only that, but as it skimmed across the surface, knocking away the water plants, a pit formed in the ground before it.
A trap.
In that moment, terror flashed in the Tibetan Mastiff's eyes. It twisted its body on the ground, trying to regain control, but it was all in vain.
No matter how hard it thrashed its limbs, its body continued to plummet toward the trap. Go in. Get in there. You have to go in.
Everyone in the livestream held their breath, waiting for the Tibetan Mastiff to fall into the trap.
Woo woo woo. Splash. Amid the crowd's anticipation, the Tibetan Mastiff's struggling body finally plunged into the pit.
Just as the Mastiff's figure vanished completely, Jinyu soared into the air, while Ergo howled wildly at the sky.
Woof woof, woof 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 woof. Chapter 64, The Legendary Dog Killer? It's in, it's in. It really went in. 666,666. This is the smartest eagle I've ever seen. It's nothing short of a miracle. What a perfect assist. Their teamwork is flawless. With Jinyu and Ergo working together like that, any animal would be terrified. If it didn't T-brake, it would VE crashed. At that speed, a collision would VE hurt. It's not stupid. Ergo's gaze is so determined. I'm already a fan.
When two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave dog prevails.
Is that it?
He has already surpassed countless others.
My master is the best. In heaven and on earth, only my master reigns supreme.
Jinyu and Ergo's teamwork was indeed flawless. If Ergo hadn't stood his ground, or if Jinyu hadn't harassed the Tibetan Mastiff from behind, the dog likely wouldn't have made a move. But with their teamwork, it was a different story.
With no way forward and a throbbing neck,
stopping was simply impossible.
Woof! 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 Woof!
Ergo let out a joyful, defiant howl to the heavens, his voice carrying far and wide. In fact, he was so happy he started stamping his forepaws on the spot.
Woof! Bro, we did it, we did it! Cheap! Jinyu let out a similar cry in mid-air.
That Tibetan Mastiff was too ferocious. He nearly lost his life himself. If that gaping maw had managed to bite him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ergo ran around the trap excitedly, frolicking. He must have been so thrilled that he momentarily forgotten all his previous exhaustion.
Woof, woof, woof.
A low growl came from inside the trap. It was the Tibetan Mastiff.
As its massive body sank into the trap, it immediately sensed something was wrong.
The air was thick with the sense of Da Huang and Ergo. Clearly, the trap had been set earlier. Since this was a grassland by the river, the air was filled with the smells of various animals. Combined with its frantic sprint earlier, it had failed to notice its surroundings.
It never imagined that a majestic Tibetan Mastiff like itself would fall into such a trap.
Its thick paws struggled inside the trap, trying to leap out. However, with its massive body, climbing out completely was difficult. Its body was too heavy. Though its limbs were sturdy, they weren't built for climbing. After several failed attempts, it was left panting heavily, forced to spin in circles.
Woof, woof, woof. The deep, resonant bark of the Tibetan Mastiff echoed out. It was calling for its companion.
In the distance, a barking sound could be heard, but it was clearly off. Something was wrong with the other dog's voice.
Its companion was done for too. That was the Tibetan Mastiff's first thought upon hearing the sound.
It had already sensed that its companion's bark sounded different. Now it knew exactly why.
Woof woof. Woof.
The Tibetan Mastiff looked up at Ergo's doggy face, desperate to bite it off right then and there, but there was nothing it could do. It simply couldn't reach. Ergo, utterly thrilled, flashed the other dog a charming smile. Its eyes were squinted into slits, its pink tongue hanging out as it panted rapidly, even baring its pearly white teeth.
It must be trying to imitate that Shiba Inu JPG.
Out of the Tibetan Mastiff's sight, Ergo's tail was wagging too, signaling that he was in the absolute best of moods.
Woof, woof. Just then, Da Huang's voice rang out.
Ergo snapped his head up. He remembered that Da Huang was still being chased by the dogs. With that thought, he hurried off in pursuit, following the sound.
Jinyu, up in the sky, naturally spotted Da Huang as well.
At that moment, Da Huang was still being chased by the two dogs. His luck wasn't quite as good. He passed several traps, but none of them had managed to make the dogs fall in. Ergo was moving at lightning speed, a black streak of lightning through the grass. In no time, it had reached Da Huang from the side.
Woof 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 woof, Da Huang, over here. As soon as Ergu appeared, it called out to Da Huang.
Da Huang's eyes lit up. It had heard Ergo's frantic barking earlier and sensed a hint of joy in its voice.
That meant the Tibetan Mastiff had fallen into the trap. With the Tibetan Mastiff out of the picture, what was there to fear in a 2-on-2 fight? Da Huang turned on a dime and sprinted straight toward Ergu. Wasn't this just a fight? Was there any dog that didn't know how to bite?
Just as Ergu appeared, the border collie behind him could no longer hold on.
What's Ergu doing here? Where's my Tibetan Mastiff leader? Its pace immediately slowed.
Even the dog behind it began to slow down.
Its stamina was completely gone, and it collapsed onto the ground.
This was different from Da Huang. Da Huang had only lasted this long because his body had been enhanced, whereas this dog it had been relying solely on a burst of divine energy to keep up. Its legs gave way, and it nearly fell to the ground, quickly dropping to its belly.
Looks like I've hit my limit.
I guess this is what they call exhausted to death, even worse than being tired as a dog. It panted heavily with its tongue hanging out, but its gaze remained fixed on Ergu and Da Huang.
It scanned Da Huang over and over again. How could there be such a huge difference between two dogs? Is he on the national team? Woo woo, woo woo.
A low growl rumbled from the border collie's throat. It was the only one left capable of standing up to Ergu. It turned to glance at its exhausted companion, rolling its eyes.
Is that it? Already giving up? If you're going to quit, at least make a sound. What kind of skill is it to just collapse?
Ergu and Da Huang exchanged a glance, but before they could react, the border collie's foot slipped.
As luck would have it, it had stepped on a trap. Beneath the thin layer of soil lay water plants. How much weight could they possibly bear?
Not to mention, the border collie was already exhausted, and every step felt heavy. The once imposing border collie, who had been snarling just a second ago, suddenly lost his footing.
Woof!
Before the bark could fully escape his mouth, it turned into a startled yelp.
Then, the once arrogant border collie plummeted headfirst into the hole. Da Huang and Ergu froze in their tracks, their raised paws suspended mid-air, and even the ordinary sheepdog forgot to breathe. Just like that, gone? It fell right in front of them?
Perhaps as a chain reaction, a trap nearby also opened halfway, and the water plants fell in as well. After all, there was no way to completely hide this.
Ha, this is killing me. Did you guys see the look on that border collie's face at the end?
Who knew dogs could have such expressive faces?
1 second he was ferocious, the next he was terrified.
I bet this trap is going to haunt them for the rest of their lives. Poor things, they fell in after all.
It was completely unexpected. Everyone burst out laughing. It was just too funny.
I guess that's just how fate works such a pitiful dog's life. Now, only the dog lying on the ground remained, along with Da Huang and Ergu.
Da Huang's eyes immediately sharpened. Woof woof!
It barked twice at the ordinary dog, as if to say, who else is there?
With so many dogs here, not a single one can hold a candle to me. The dog stopped lying down. Why on earth would it stay down now?
It obediently stood up, its fierce expression gone. As luck would have it, this was the same unlucky dog that had snatched Da Huang's bone only to have Da Huang spit all over its face. Chapter 65, Others Pretend to be Dogs, But You're the Real Deal.
Woof woof! This time, it was Da Huang and Ergu bullying this dog.
They lowered their heads in a threatening stance, and Ergu was already shifting his steps, moving toward the dog's side.
Cheep!
High in the sky, Jean let out a chirp. It was announcing that the area was clear, though, of course, only Ergu and Da Huang could understand it.
This put Ergu and Da Huang even more at ease.
No enemies in sight, their big brother in the sky, their dog brothers right by their side. How could they possibly lose against a dog that was half dead from exhaustion? Watching the two dogs charging at him with such ferocity, this poor dog felt his luck had run out. It felt like it must have stepped in dog poop the moment it stepped outside. A whimper of despair escaped its mouth, as if pleading, I'm sorry, don't come over, I didn't do it.
Its forepaws were so nervous it didn't know where to put them.
Its dog life was hopeless, with no future. With its buddy and the Tibetan Mastiff both gone, it couldn't fight back at best. It might splash a little water if it fell into the river.
Woo woo! Amid the low growls, Ergu and Dahuang were closing in.
The distance between them was now less than 2 meters. This was clearly a case of kicking a man when he is down. The poor thing was truly terrified. Seeing Ergu and Dahuang closing in, it simply flopped onto the ground, its front paws tucked under its chin, eyes darting from side to side.
Its tail wagged incessantly, signaling that it was truly harmless. Woo woo!
But clearly, Dahuang and Ergu weren't going to let it off that easily.
How much had they been put through before?
They'd gone to help herd sheep, never had enough to eat, and worst of all, they were always being bullied.
Now it thinks it can just back down? Woof woof woof. Now you're scared? Woof 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 woof. What's the deal? Does playing the victim work?
Ergu and Dahuang were ready to give it a good thrashing. The dog lay on the ground, looking so wrong that tears were welling up in its eyes. Its eyes were wide open, filled with innocence and grievance.
Woo woo, woo woo woo.
The situation was beyond a dog's control. Begging for mercy was probably too late now.
It must be kicking itself inside. Would Ergu and Dahuang bite it to death?
Just as they closed in to within a meter or so, its eyes suddenly lit up. The dog, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to its feet.
This movement startled both Ergu and Dahuang. Was it trying to escape? Or was it going to fight back?
Prey sometimes strikes back in a desperate attempt to escape or even kill its pursuers, and besides, they were all dogs at worst, there would just be one more of them. Ergu and Dahuang tensed, immediately lowering their bodies, front paws extended, hind legs crouched, ready to pounce.
But the expected counterattack never came.
Under Ergu and Dahuang's watchful eyes, the dog seemed to have spotted a bone, its gaze shifting to the trap nearby, half of which was exposed. Then, right before Ergu and Dahuang's eyes, it jumped right in.
Woof woof woof. A cry of joyful relief escaped its mouth as it leaped down.
Not only were Ergu and Dahuang dumbfounded, but Jinyu nearly fell off the sky.
What the hell was that? It jumped in on its own? Did I see that wrong? It jumped into the trap by itself? Did I just hear a sound of relief? What's this dog's name? It's blown my mind. Unbelievable, that personality. I'm in love.
As the saying goes, a smart dog knows when to cut its losses.
A smart dog doesn't take a loss lying down, get it?
Ergu and Dahuang, grimacing, had their lips twitching.
Could you possibly be any more shameless? Jumping right in without a single struggle, isn't that a bit too bold? Couldn't you have put up even a little fight? You've got absolutely no backbone. Ergu and Dahuang approached the trap and peered down into the pit.
After jumping down, the dog simply found a comfortable spot to lie down, lifting its head and sticking out its tongue, still looking at Ergu and Dahuang with an innocent expression.
Woof woof.
It barked twice toward the opening, as if to say, I surrender.
I came down on my own, I'm such a good boy. Damn it. The other one's just pretending to be a dog, you're the real deal.
If Ergu and Dahuang could curse, they'd probably be letting loose right now, but unfortunately, they're too well-mannered. They just barked twice at the two dogs inside, then ignored them.
Whoosh!
Just then, Jinyu also dropped down from the sky. It took a series of maneuvers to destroy 17 or 18 traps before all 5 dogs finally fell in.
Such a massive operation had taken a tremendous amount of effort.
Ergu and Dahuang retrieved the meat bones from the surrounding area and returned to where the Tibetan Mastiff was. The Tibetan Mastiff was still struggling. You have to admit, this guy really does have incredible stamina. After running for so long, he still had enough strength left to struggle like that. Unfortunately for him, Dahuang had personally tested this trap. When he dug it, his claws were nearly worn raw. If it weren't for the fact that this spot was near the river, with loose, damp soil, it would have been impossible to create such a deep pit.
Woof, 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 woof.
Seeing Jinyu and the others looking down at him, the Tibetan Mastiff immediately took offense. The anger in his eyes was plain for any living creature to see.
It seemed to say, "Is that all you've got? Let me out so we can go head to head for 800 rounds? Come at me, all three of you together, and I'll knock your heads askew."
Unfortunately, Jin Yu and the others completely ignored him.
Woof. At that very moment, Ergo and Da Huang collapsed onto the ground, completely limp.
They still had some strength left, but now they were just as exhausted as dogs, lying there without a single hair on their bodies willing to move. Jin Yu stood nearby, observing Ergo's condition, and only then realized that the enhancement talismans on the two dogs had vanished. After such excessive physical exertion, it was only natural to feel exhausted at this point. It took a full 10 minutes or so for Ergo and Da Huang to finally recover, but by then, their stomachs were growling with hunger.
Luckily, the meat bones were still there.
The two dogs immediately devoured 2 bones each.
They needed to quickly regain their strength. Another 10 minutes passed, and Ergo and Da Huang were back to half health.
That's right, though they weren't quite at their best yet, their stamina had recovered significantly.
Woof woof woof. We won. These guys finally fell into the trap.
Woof, big bro, what do you say?
How should we punish them?
Now, the 5 dogs were sitting ducks. Even if they couldn't beat them up personally, they were trapped. It was just a matter of figuring out how to make them suffer.
Woof woof, right, big brother, especially that Tibetan Mastiff had almost killed Ergo earlier. Dogs do hold grudges, there's no doubt about that. Once, a car ran over a puppy and killed it.
The mother dog waited at the entrance until the vehicle returned days later, tearing its tires to shreds.
Cheap revenge, huh? Take your time, we got plenty of it. Chapter 66, Big Brother isn't that kind of eagle.
Among the dogs, the Tibetan Mastiff posed the greatest threat.
How could Da Huang and Ergo get their revenge? That was the key.
The ferocious Tibetan Mastiff was still struggling frantically, trying to claw its way out of the pit on its own, but to no avail.
Woof woof, you were so fierce earlier, let us see how you get out today. Da Huang taunted from above, now completely brazen. The Tibetan Mastiff raised its head, fangs fully bared if it could. It truly wanted to sink its teeth into Da Huang's neck. Then, bit by bit, snapped Da Huang's neck bones. Unfortunately, it couldn't reach.
Anyway, Ergo and Da Huang had mostly recovered their strength, so they went back and forth checking the various traps. The Tibetan Mastiff struggled the most fiercely, followed by the 2 border collies. Clearly, being border collies, they had no way to get out either. In the end, they could only collapse from exhaustion. As for the other 2, they had completely given up resistance.
Trapped at the bottom, they whimpered pitifully, expressing their distress. What are Jin Yu and the others doing?
Probably waiting for them to lose their fighting spirit. That's exactly like training hawks first breaking their willpower. Just look at how Ergo and Da Huang are running wild. You can tell they're in high spirits right now.
Definitely. They bullied Da Huang so badly before.
They probably bullied him before that too, but now they can finally get their revenge.
That's exactly how it should be. But what will Jin Yu and the others do next? They can't just keep the Tibetan Mastiffs trapped like this forever, can they? Probably not. Let us wait and see.
Everyone in the livestream was speculating, wondering what Jin Yu and the others would do next.
Endure. That was Jin Yu's answer.
After such a long period of physical exertion, followed by being trapped in this tiny hole, the mental strain on those 5 dogs must be immense.
Woof woof. Ergo, what does this mean, big brother? Da Huang was a bit confused. The dogs were already trapped in the pit. How were they supposed to get revenge? They couldn't just jump down and start fighting, could they? That definitely wouldn't work.
Woof woof, don't worry, big brother will figure something out for us.
Ergo still had a lot of faith in Jin Yu. Is there a way? Of course there is.
There is no way to take them on in hand-to-hand combat. Neither Ergo nor Da Huang stands a chance against them, and besides, getting into a fight would inevitably result in injuries. There is a saying, a cornered beast will still fight. It means that when a wild animal is pushed to the brink, no matter how desperate it is, it will still put up a fight.
Were all dogs who was afraid of whom? Going down there definitely isn't a good idea. Jinyu glanced at the sun about to set in the west and came up with a good plan. If we can't inflict physical harm on them, we'll just have to put psychological pressure on them instead. Besides, so much time has passed that the Tibetan Mastiff has already given up on trying to get out. It's lying motionless inside the trap. It's truly exhausted. Woof! Ergo, Dahuang, go seal the entrance again using the same method. Ha! Both dogs froze, unsure what he meant. Woof woof, big brother, are we burying it alive? Da Huang hesitated. Deep down, Da Huang had a kind heart just because it had offended him. Did that really warrant being buried alive? They were all of the same kind. Why be so cruel to one's own kind? They were all dogs. Wasn't he burying it alive a bit too cruel? Woof, shut up, big brother isn't that kind of eagle. Smack! Smack! Jinyu stepped forward and smacked the two dogs twice with his wing. Cheap, it's all because you two are such losers. You can't even beat them one-on-one. If you can't torture them physically, then torture them mentally. Seal off the entrance. They'll get scared. Leave them out there for an hour. Woof! Second tone. That's a great idea. Ergu and Dahuang both felt a bit embarrassed. They really couldn't beat the other dog. But when they heard Jinyu say that, their eyes lit up. Psychological torture? That's pretty ruthless. To them, psychological torture meant capturing prey but not killing it, letting it struggle on its own while hanging a huge threat over its head. Just like a mouse caught by a cat. That's utterly hopeless. Woof woof, no kidding. If Big Brother says so, it's gotta be good. Hurry up and get to work. Sitting around won't do any good. At Ergu's signal, the two dogs immediately got to work. This was second nature to them. They were now gathering water plants at a remarkable speed. And they only needed to find enough for 5 traps. They had everything gathered in less than 20 minutes. The rest was even simpler. The two dogs were in high spirits now, practically trotting as they worked. After carrying the water plants to the trap locations, they laid them down and even smoothed them out with their paws. What are they doing? Ergu and Dahuang aren't going to bury the Tibetan Mastiffs, are they? Seriously? That can't be right? Look, Ergu and Dahuang are covering the traps again. It's not just water grass, they're covering it with dirt too. Are they trying to bury them alive? That move just blew my mind. Yurao, should we tell Ada to go save the dogs? Some people were already starting to worry. It's fine. You're forgetting the Tibetan Mastiffs are alive in there. How could they possibly get buried? The dirt has already been shoveled in, okay? Right, that makes sense. You guys really underestimate my master. None of them could guess what Jinyu and the others were up to. But for the Tibetan Mastiffs and the other dogs, it was a different story. They were already trapped in a cramped space, and now the entrance had been blocked. To say they weren't panicking would be a lie. The Tibetan Mastiffs barked frantically, even starting to scramble toward the entrance again. But as a thin layer of soil covered the water plants, the last glimmer of light vanished. No light. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, woof, woof. Across the once peaceful grassland, the sound of barking echoed once more. And this time, the sound carried a note of terror. In truth, it's not just dogs, even humans, placed in a confined space, especially one that's pitch black and devoid of light, would feel fear. The technical term for this is claustrophobia. In an experiment conducted earlier, a living person was placed inside a coffin and then buried. In this dark, enclosed, and somewhat oxygen-deprived environment, a person would quickly develop anxiety and fear. Especially when there were no sounds from above, they would become terrified, fearing they would be forgotten. In fact, many people couldn't even endure it. And the Tibetan Mastiff and its few companions are currently experiencing this very fear. Their owner has no idea they're here, buried underground. They have no way to use their own strength to get out. They're truly terrified, letting out pitiful howls. Ah, I get it, this is a confined space. How does Jinyu know this? Someone immediately posted a message in the live stream chat. A claustrophobic space? Chapter 67, Can a dog have some class? Losing the dog. Dogs understand these things too? Everyone was stunned.
It is a claustrophobic space, no doubt, but the eagle and the dog couldn't possibly understand these things. I suspect they're just trying to scare the Tibetan Mastiff.
Right, that is very likely. Their IQ is off the charts, traps, luring the enemy, and a claustrophobic space too. This is probably the most thrilling livestream I've ever seen in my life. Or maybe the most humbling one. My IQ doesn't even match Genius. The wait was bound to be long.
Right now, Ergu and Daihuang were lying on the ground, watching the sun slowly sink over the vast grasslands, while the ripples on the water glowed with the orange-red hues of the setting sun. It was as if, in that moment, a painter had painted a bashful blush onto the clouds. Gradually, the sun tilted, and under the cover of the sunset, it sank below the horizon. Through the setting sun, a flash of light could be seen, staining half the sky red.
Woof! Woof woof woof!
The barking of the dogs around them continued, though the sounds were growing fainter and fainter.
All told, it had already been an hour. Has it really been an hour?
Everyone was starting to get bored, but Ergu and Daihuang were still lying there. As for Jinyu, he was, of course, flying back and forth in the sky, occasionally practicing some difficult maneuvers. Earlier, if his flying skill hadn't reached the intermediate grade, that Tibetan Mastiff's bite would have definitely caught him.
Flying skill +1. Hunting skill +1.
After flying back and forth and simulating a hunt, Jinyu's proficiency increased once again. At the same time, the barking from below had actually stopped.
They stopped barking?
Jinyu could no longer hear the barking, so he landed right next to Ergu.
Sheep, okay, they're not barking anymore. Wolf big bro, should we go check it out?
It had been so long he had no idea how the others were doing.
They probably suffered enough by now.
Sheep, let us check on the other dogs first, then take a look at the Tibetan Mastiff. The first one they chose was the unluckiest of the ordinary dogs. Even as they approached, they could still hear muffled, pitiful whimpers coming from inside. Clearly, this dog had no backbone at all. It was truly terrified. Hearing the noise, the water plants above fell down along with some dirt. It immediately stood up and looked up at the sky. When it saw that it was Ergu and Daihuang, it sat down right away, licked its lips with its big mouth, and wagged its tail. It looked completely harmless, as if seeing Ergu and Daihuang was a warm reunion.
Woof!
With an innocent look in its eyes, the dog barked at Jinyu and the others.
It's open. The trap is open. Damn, why does this guy seem so innocent to me? Just like he has seen his owner. Is this what happens after just a little while in that trap? This dog, why does it feel like it has even less dignity than Daihuang?
Ha ha ha, I wonder what you'd look like if you were trapped in that pit.
But yeah, it really does have no dignity. Daihuang and Ergu were both dumbfounded. Can't you act a little more like a dog? Why do you look like a total suck-up? Woof woof!
Seeing that the three of them weren't paying it any attention, it immediately barked once, then went back to putting on a cheerful, welcoming face.
Woof, no scruples, disgrace to dogs.
Daihuang couldn't stand it anymore. With a swipe of his paw, he tossed the remaining water plants and dirt right into the pit.
This startled the dog, making it jump up.
It then curled up against one side of the trap, looking up pitifully.
A pitiful, weak, and helpless JPG?
Sheep, let us go, this one is no threat.
Next.
Jinyu laughed too. He was quite satisfied with this outcome.
Over an hour in total darkness being trapped felt like an eternity to them.
Now they'd learned their lesson, and that was payback enough. Turning back to the other ordinary dog, this one had been the first to fall into the pit and had long since lost its temper. Upon seeing Jinyu and the others, its reaction was similar to the other dog's. It innocently wagged its tail and looked up at the ceiling.
Woof bro, next one.
I could tell it was ready to give in just by looking into its clear eyes. Ergu and Daihuang looked thrilled.
What about when they were bullying us before? Didn't they just pick on us however they pleased back then? Why are they all so scared now? The two dogs were feeling pretty smug inside. When the trapdoor opened for the border collies, the one that had been lying on the ground immediately stood up, its eyes filled with wariness. Clearly, the border collie had strong mental fortitude. Moreover, both border collies were on high alert. However, the sharp-witted Gene still noticed that they were exhausted. They didn't even bark. They were on the brink. The remaining Tibetan Mastiff? There was even less to say about that. The moment Gene and the others passed by, they heard the Tibetan Mastiff inside the trap stir. Woof, impressive. After all this time, it's still so lively. Even Dai Huang couldn't help but admire the Tibetan Mastiff's resilience. Gene looked up at the sky, which was about to turn completely dark, and turned his gaze toward Euro's house. Sheep, let us go back for dinner. Let us just leave these guys here to cool off. Woof. The two dogs looked puzzled. Just leave like this? Cheap what? Don't want to go? Aren't you tired after running all afternoon? Gene said as he spread his wings and took flight. He was heading back. Woof, Ergu? Woof woof, come on, the boss says we're going back, so we're going back. They're trapped in there, they want to get lost. With that, Ergu took the lead and ran off. Da Huang glanced at the trap here and had no choice but to quickly follow. Meanwhile, over at Ada's place, Ada's young son was also looking for the dogs. This is strange, all 5 dogs are gone. Ada's son called out the Tibetan Mastiff's names, but there was no response from the surroundings. Maybe they followed Da Huang and Ergu over to the Bale family's place to scrounge for food. The dogs want to get lost, Ada said confidently. After all, they were Tibetan Mastiffs and 2 sheepdogs. There was currently no creature on the grasslands that could bully them. Unless the opponent outnumbered them, like a pack of wolves. But even a wolf pack would need at least 15 to stand a chance. Should we go look for them? Ada's youngest son asked again. It's already time to eat. No need. Let us eat first and just leave some bones for them. Dinner was served at Ada's place, and he had no idea that his 5 dogs were still trapped inside the damp pit. Chirp. By this time, Gene had already returned to Euro's side with Ergu and Da Huang. As soon as they returned, Euro and the others looked at Gene with puzzled expressions. Ha? What is going on? There is something off about Euro's gaze. Gene tilted his head, scanning the faces of the group in confusion. Finally, his gaze settled on Euro. Gene, where have you been today? You're covered in dirt. And look at you 2 dogs, just look at the state of you. Euro complained like a nagging wife, brushing off Gene as she spoke. Chapter 68, Accidental Injury. An eagle mustn't be too ruthless. Seeing Euro ask him, Gene still managed to say a few words. Sheep avenged the 2 dogs. Unfortunately, humans couldn't understand what he was saying. Suddenly, Gene's gaze turned toward Awa, which startled everyone. Why was he looking at Awa? Awa hadn't done anything, had she? For some reason, when Gene looked at him, Awa felt a chill run down his spine. I don't know. It has nothing to do with me? Seeing his sister and the others turn to look at him, Awa immediately waved his hands. He even put the lamb chop he'd picked up back down. I don't know, it has nothing to do with me, I don't get it. JPG. If I could tame Awa, could he be my translator? At that moment, a gleam of eagerness flashed in Gene's eyes. When he looked that way, even the 2 dogs stopped to glance at Gene, then at Awa. That look made both of them sense danger. Never mind, never mind. He is my brother-in-law, after all. Let us let him off. Gene thought for a moment. Never mind, as an eagle, he couldn't be too heartless. Ha? That's strange. Why was Gene looking at Awa just now? Fei was taken aback as well. Awa, a 15 or 16-year-old straight guy, was incredibly straightforward. Over the past couple of days, Fei had tried to chat with Awa, but he'd been all shy and awkward, not knowing what to say or getting any of the jokes, just a total straight-laced guy. Chirp cough, cough, accidental hit, accidental hit. Jinyu insisted that he merely had a fleeting thought hitting Awa was purely an accident. Are you hungry? It'll be ready soon, Dad's already grilling it. Even though they were nomads, Euro's family still ate their meals on time, dinner when it got dark, breakfast when the sun rose, and lunch when the sun was high in the sky. Soon, a fragrant whole roasted lamb was served. It's worth mentioning that there was also boiled mutton. They hadn't finished all the mutton from yesterday's barbecue. Euro's mom had also prepared some wild greens and goat's milk. When all of this was laid out before the viewers, everyone's mouths watered. This is torture. Every time it gets to this point. Euro, hurry up and sell the second batch, I'm already drooling. Are you selling the goat's milk too? Isn't it great for making porridge? Ha ha, my lamb has arrived, same kind. Let us eat together and pretend we're having a dinner party. No, I just got off work, I haven't cooked yet, and takeout will take over half an hour. After setting up her phone stand, Fei joined the others in slicing the meat. She had made up her mind, to build a good relationship with Jinyu, she would participate in every task that served him. Euro knew her intentions, so naturally he didn't refuse. Needless to say, Jinyu was the first to taste the meat. Grilled lamb, stewed lamb, and even a small cup of goat's milk. Such treatment was on par with that of ancient princes and nobles. Jinyu gazed tenderly at Euro, spread his wings a few times, settled into a comfortable position, and only then began to eat. The meat was cut into such small pieces that he didn't even need to tear it apart, it went straight into his mouth. Taking a couple of bites of lamb, followed by a sip of goat's milk, was simply delightful. The viewers in the livestream were drooling just as much. But Jinyu had no reason to pay them any mind. These mortals had their own hands and feet they could cook for themselves. Just letting them watch her eat was already doing them a favor. Woof! Woof woof! Watching Jinyu eat with such relish, Erga and Dahuan began to get restless. They looked exactly like Shu Beiji when he saw the ginseng fruit. Shu, you'll get some, behave yourselves, you dogs. Seeing how greedy the two dogs looked, Jinyu shot them a glance. Only then did Ergo and Dahuang obediently crouch down, letting out plaintive whimpers. They were hungry, really, really hungry. They'd been doing physical labor all day, how could they go on without a proper meal? Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. Fei was already walking over with 2 mutton shanks. Here you go. You're both Jinyu's little brothers, which means you're my little brothers too. These are big mutton shanks with plenty of meat on them there for you. Fei said, placing the 2 shanks in front of the dogs. Happiness came so suddenly, but the 2 dogs were well behaved. They didn't start eating until Fei had placed the lamb shanks on the ground. But Jinyu nearly spit out a mouthful of goat's milk. Little sister-in-law? Could these 2 dogs actually talk? Never mind, they couldn't. Fortunately, Euro, Fei, and the others couldn't understand. Though they didn't know why their big brother had nearly spit out his milk, the 2 dogs were instantly drawn to the meat after just one glance. The roasted sheep's hooves had bones that were crispy to the core. Bale's grilling skills were top-notch, he could even make the bones crispy. The marrow inside was absolutely to die for. The meat was perfectly cooked, the marrow was fragrant, and the bones were crunchy. In any case, Jinyu and his 2 little brothers gave it rave reviews, 5 stars, the kind that comes with a 100-word review. Wow, that smells amazing. Just watching Jinyu and his buddies' live-streamed feast has us hungry already. Doesn't that bone smell amazing too? I really want to eat the bone. Major live-streamed feast, everyone, send some gifts. Ha ha ha, how is the live-streamed feast going? If that is not a live-streamed eating session, then what is it? The grassland life we've always dreamed of? This is great, it's just as satisfying as that show we all love. Bale and the others were delighted to see Jinyu and the dogs eating so heartily. For a cook, having every dish devoured is the greatest compliment of all. This meal lasted a full half hour. After finishing, Jinyu let out a satisfied sigh. As for the 2 dogs, they had devoured an entire sheep's hoof. Their appetites were enormous today after all,
they'd been working hard all day. After eating and drinking their fill, they rested for a full 15 minutes before finally recovering.
Sheep. Alright, have you rested enough? Time to get up and get to work.
Seeing the dogs lying motionless on the ground, Jinyu called out, startling them awake.
Woof boss?
If Jinyu hadn't called out, the two dogs would probably forgotten that there were still 5 unlucky souls trapped in the snares. With their bellies full, basking in the night breeze, and lying by the campfire watching the flames dance, it couldn't have been more comfortable. Shu forgot about those 5 starving guys. By now they must be suffering from hunger and cold. This counts as revenge for you guys. Jinyu shot the 2 dogs a sidelong glance. This instantly got the 2 dogs all excited.
Woof, yeah, we ate so well, I almost forgot about those 5 unlucky guys.
Woof woof big bro, just tell us, what's next?
We're full and have plenty of energy. Chapter 69, The Tool, Awa, and the Big Bone. The Yurao family's dinner was over. Even the 2 girls, Yurao and Fei, were completely full. If I keep eating like this, I'm going to hit 100 kilos.
Fei leaned back against the chair and stretched.
Do dancers gain weight? That's impossible.
Standing over 5'5" inch, they weighed no more than 90 pounds, and that single stretch revealed their 6-pack abs.
2 Feifeis passing by. 1.5 Feifeis passing by.
If I had a figure as good as Feifei's, my husband wouldn't have to come home every night, smoke 3 cigarettes in the garage, and then go upstairs.
Huh? You only saw Fei, didn't you see Yurao?
Alright, we lose.
We don't deserve to be women from now on, call me a man. Yurao mimicked Fei's stretch. Exactly. I've been eating way too much, I need to cut my portions in half. Yurao chimed in. Fine, I really don't deserve to be a woman. I took a look at my wife and had her check out the live stream. Don't even get me started, my wife told me to come to the grasslands. The grasslands? I'm not having it. Come with me to Tianxiao. My wife told me to come here to cool off for the night.
Once you've figured out how to make her feel like she really weighs 90 pounds, then I'll come back.
Guys, you've got it easy. I'm in the hospital right now. Men are pretty loyal, they just like young and pretty women. Nothing wrong with that, right? Sheep.
Just then, Jinyu stirred, and a hawkish cry drew everyone's attention.
Jinyu, what do you want? Yurao was the first to approach and ask. Jinyu looked at the remaining sheep bones.
They had eaten the roasted whole lamb, but hadn't finished it all. They slaughtered several sheep over the past few days. Since it was just their family, they couldn't eat that much. Only Awa, who was growing, ate a bit more, and the 2 dogs got their big bone treats.
Well, there I go again, lumping Awa and the 2 dogs together. What does Jinyu want? Isn't he full? I don't know. He should be full, that was a lot of lamb, and Yurao even gave him a second helping. He must have an ulterior motive, otherwise, Jinyu wouldn't ask for it. Right, Yurao should know.
Right now, Yurao is everyone's hope, and only Yurao can figure out what Jinyu means.
Yurao followed Jinyu's gaze.
In that direction, there was nothing but the campfire and a skeleton. When roasting a whole lamb, the meat is carved off, leaving behind a large bone and carcass. This carcass can be used to make bone broth, cook noodles in, or simply fed to the dogs.
Are you asking for the lamb bones? Yurao asked tentatively. Cheap smart. You really are the woman I, Jinyu, have chosen. Jinyu immediately chirped, spreading its wings. Its eyes sparkled, and the look it gave Yurao softened considerably. Yurao really did understand it. You really do? Yurao was puzzled. Hadn't Jinyu and the 2 dogs already eaten their fill? What were the bones for? Awa, go get me the bones.
At her sister's command, Awa obeyed immediately. Actually, when they were cutting up the lamb, they'd been eating as they went. One side had more meat, the other less. That way, they could cut off the parts that were just bones, and the rest could still be eaten as half a lamb. When she saw that nearly half the lamb's bones had been cut off and placed in front of Jinyu, Awa was puzzled.
She had no idea what Jean Yu wanted them for. "Big sis, what are you going to do with this?" Awa asked, puzzled. Kids shouldn't ask questions. "Just put it here." Yurao shut Awa up with a single sentence. Well, a little brother can't argue with his big sister, he'd better just obey. Yurao, who seemed gentle, was absolutely no pushover when it came to her little brother. Jean Yu tilted her head and chuckled. Probably every older sister with a younger brother treats him like this, right? Awa didn't dare say a word, he just put it down and walked away. Better go feed the sheep some grass. Ha ha ha, Awa the Tool. After Fei, Awa the Tool has made his debut too. Yeah, what can you do? We're the ones who are the main characters. Why ask so many questions? Kids shouldn't pry, ha ha. This is exactly how I talk back to my little brother. Spot on, they're definitely siblings. Haven't you considered Awa's feelings? Kids shouldn't pry into grown-up matters, so even in front of Jinyu, he is still just a kid. Ha ha ha, enough already, you up there. Don't call him a steel-hearted straight guy. The live stream audience burst into laughter at Yurao scolding her younger brother, and even Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Sheep, what are you all standing there for? Get to work. This skeleton, even though it's only half a body, is about the size of a small lamb. There's even some meat still clinging to it. This is a dog's favorite treat. Woof woof, big bro? Taking it all? Da Huang was confused. The skeleton was pretty big, but why take the bones? Woof, don't ask. Big bro's doing his thing. Just do it. Ergo spoke up first. The bone was lying there, and Ergo picked it up in his mouth. To be honest, it was actually pretty hard for a dog to carry. He had to stretch his neck all the way out to keep it from falling to the ground. Huff, puff. With the bone in hand, Jinyu spread his wings and took flight. Jinyu flew off to the side, of course carrying his riding crop. Sheep, I'll be right back. Leaving behind a chirp, Jinyu flew off with the horsewhip. Woof, woof. Below, the dogs immediately gave chase, though the bone was already in Da Huang's mouth. They followed Jinyu, racing along the path, leaving only the Yurao family watching the direction Jinyu had departed. Jinyu must be going to find those dogs. Jinyu's doing a great job, he even brought them a meat bone. Ha, just thinking about them falling into the trap is hilarious. Jinyu is incredibly wise. Let us see what he does next. Bringing them a bone is already kind enough. He is probably afraid they'll starve to death. My lord is truly kind. Great fortune awaits him. My lord is mighty. By now, a crowd had gathered beneath the lord of the soaring eagle. The phrase "my lord is mighty" began flooding the screen, prompting many to join in the cheering. As for the Tibetan mastiffs trapped inside the pit, they occasionally let out weak whimpers. Each day felt like an eternity as they languished in the pit. After their intense exertion, they were not only hungry but also parched. After struggling for a short while, their hunger only grew, leaving them no choice but to wait inside the trap. The two ordinary dogs had now reached the absolute breaking point, thirsty and starving. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. They begged for mercy from the outside, but there was not a single sound in response. This feeling of time dragging on endlessly was driving them to the brink of collapse. The two border collies were no different. The wails of their companions, combined with their own dire situation, made them restless. Yet, no matter how hard they clawed at the trap's walls, they could only scrape up some dirt, nothing else. Their strength was rapidly fading. Sheep. Suddenly, the dog's ears perked up. After such a long silence, they actually heard Jinyu's voice again. A glimmer of hope lit up their eyes. Chapter 70, Playing Pretend Turns Real. It's driving the dogs crazy. So much time had passed, it was already completely dark outside when they finally heard Jinyu's voice again. The five dogs never imagined they'd feel this excited just hearing Jinyu's voice. Finally, a sound within this trap. With no sound for so long, they were on the verge of breaking down, thinking no one would ever come for them again. They wanted to get out so badly. Woof woof. Woof woof woof.
Ergu and Dahuang's south barks followed close behind. They covered the several kilometers in no time.
Hearing those familiar barks, the two ordinary dogs were nearly in tears. They finally remembered us.
They were so hungry and exhausted. Ergo set down the bone, panting with his tongue hanging out. They had taken turns leading the way several times along the route. The bone was huge enough for both of them to eat 2 meals. However, as hunting dogs, they wouldn't let themselves get too full. They stop at about 60 or 70%. If they ate too much, they lose their ferocity for the hunt. This is different from pet dogs, who are always well fed since they have owners to take care of them.
Woo woo, woo woo.
As soon as Ergu and the others arrived, they heard the cries of 2 ordinary dogs. Their voices were filled with sorrow and pleading. Jinyu led the 2 dogs to check every hole.
Sure enough, the ordinary dogs reacted to Jinyu as if they'd seen their owner. They'd been cooped up for too long.
The 2 border collies were also lying in the traps, seemingly resigned to their fate. When Jinyu and the others peeked their heads in, they quickly looked up. When they reached the Tibetan Mastiff, this time the dog made no sound. Just like the 2 border collies, it merely lifted its head to glance upward.
Woof woof. Where's the ferocity? Gone?
Seeing the Tibetan Mastiff like this, Dahuang immediately perked up and barked at it twice. Clearly, Dahuang and Ergu were in high spirits. Both dogs had grins stretching all the way to the back of their heads.
Woof bro, this dog's a wimp.
Put. Jinyu nearly spit out his drink.
Dog's son?
Where on earth did Ergu pick that up?
It certainly wasn't tea from Euro or Bale. He must have picked it up from that roughneck Ada. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Sheep looks like they can't hold back anymore.
Being cooped up this long must be rough.
Let us ramp things up a notch.
Jinyu looked at the Tibetan Mastiff, confirming it really didn't want to move, and spoke up.
Woof big bro, you're the boss.
The 2 pups felt much better now that sweet taste of revenge for being bullied earlier had kicked in. Chirp, go to their den entrances, especially the Tibetan Mastiff's, and drop your meat bones there.
Make sure they see them.
The more fragrant the bones, the better.
These guys must be starving by now.
Jinyu narrowed his eyes and said,
Woof twice. Ergo and Dahuang's eyes lit up. They felt exhausted when they returned earlier. If they were this worn out, what must their pursuers be like? They must be just as exhausted as they were. If they had these big bones and weren't allowed to eat them? They just have to look but not touch. Ergu instantly understood.
Jinyu ran his sharp claws over the bone a few times. His reinforced claws sliced along the bone's cracks, splitting it directly into 5 pieces.
Woof big brother is awesome. Ergo and Dahuang's eyes lit up.
Big brother's claws were truly sharp. He really lived up to his name.
Ergu and Dahuang perked right up.
They each grabbed a bone and headed to the entrances of the 5 other dogs' dens, thoughtfully holding up their bones to show them off. Although it was nighttime, the moonlight was bright, and the dogs had excellent night vision. No sooner had they poked their heads out than, within 3 seconds, the scent of meat and bone wafted into the traps.
Woof, woof, woof. Those 2 ordinary sheepdogs started barking without any restraint. Their eyes glowed green in the night.
They were truly exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, and the scent of the meaty bones only made it worse. They wagged their tails at Ergu and Dahuang, and even Jinyu could clearly see the longing in their eyes.
Woof, woof.
However, Ergu and Dahuang only barked twice, then placed the meat bone on the edge of the trap. It was positioned just so that a tiny bit of the bone stuck out, yet it couldn't fall in. Then, they gave the dogs inside the trap a mischievous grin and turned to walk away.
Woof woof woof. This only made them even more anxious. What does it mean to love but not have? What does it mean to see but not touch? This was it. They had thought the earlier ordeal going without food or water while exhausted was the worst, but now, seeing the meat bone yet unable to eat it, with their stomachs growling, was the most agonizing part. Following the same routine, the 2 border collies were treated the same way here.
This softened the expressions in the border collie's eyes as well. These days, when you're starving, you'll take whatever you can get, and this was a meat bone, after all.
Woof, woof, woof. The border collies were barking at Ergu and Dahuang too.
They really wanted to eat, but their barking was much gentler than the other two's. It's worth noting that although both border collies are females, their appetite is no less than that of the males. As for Ergu and Dahuang, they naturally didn't linger here for long. After setting down the bones, they had already made their way over to the Tibetan Mastiff. Jean keenly noticed that the Tibetan Mastiff's eyes lit up slightly when it saw the meaty bone.
It's not that I'm afraid you'll react, I'm afraid you won't.
If you don't react, all this work will have been for nothing. Needless to say, the Tibetan Mastiff was now both exhausted and hungry. Its green eyes were already fixed on the bone in Ergu's mouth. Thanks to the lifestyle of the grassland people, the hunting dogs had long since developed the habit of eating on schedule. Even though the Tibetan Mastiff was physically strong, it didn't go hungry. In fact, because of its large size, it ate more and burned more energy.
Woof woof, want some? Dahuang barked listlessly while holding the bone in his mouth. The guy has gotten bold. He has even learned to tease the Tibetan Mastiff.
Woo woo! A sound came from the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth. If he were on the ground, daring to provoke me like this, I'd knock his head off. But now, all that growling is useless.
Crunch, crunch. Dahuang had grasped Jin's essence. Since the goal was to tempt the Tibetan Mastiff, it was easy enough. Come on, I'll show you how to eat. Can't see it?
No problem, just listen to the sound of the bone being crushed by teeth and chewed in the mouth. Right by the trap, with half a bone and the dog's head still sticking out, Dahuang started chomping away. You have to admit, even when he is full, he can't resist the temptation of a bone, let alone the sound of his tongue scraping against the bone with bits of meat still clinging to it. Woof! Jin Yu and Ergu were both stunned. They never would have imagined that Dahuang possessed such comprehension. This acting the part was truly a thrill for the dogs.
Chapter 71, The Temptation of Bones, Brother Dahuang. Munch, munch. Crunch, crunch.
The sound of gnawing on a bone was like a spellbinding melody to the Tibetan Mastiff and the other dogs, putting them through sheer agony. That smacking sound triggers a physical reaction even in humans when they're hungry, let alone in starving dogs.
The Tibetan Mastiff's eyes grew even brighter.
It held back some more.
Gulp. The Tibetan Mastiff finally couldn't hold back.
The saliva pooling in its mouth made it swallow involuntarily, and its stomach, equally uncooperative, growled loudly.
Woof! Dahuang, you're the best. Seeing that this worked, Ergu joined in, gnawing on the bone and smacking its lips on purpose.
If a person had been smacking their lips while eating, they would have gotten a slap across the face long ago.
Ergu and Dahuang, are they hungry again? Hungry my ass.
They polished off that huge leg of lamb without leaving a scrap.
They're just putting on a show. Why is it that these two dogs' IQs seem to have gone up since they've been with Jinyu?
Ha, they're so sneaky. They're just trying to make the other dogs jealous. That's just cruel. If someone fed me poison when I was hungry, I'd block them for sure. The Tibetan Mastiff and his sidekick say I don't have blocking privileges.
That's just toxic. Everyone in the livestream was blown away by Dahuang and Ergu's antics. Even Chen Shosho couldn't pull off a show like this, okay?
At first, the Tibetan Mastiff was just swallowing its saliva, but as the two dogs pulled off their antics, it started to get restless.
Woof!
It growled deeply, expressing its dissatisfaction, and it was genuinely upset.
If you have a problem with me, just say so. It's the middle of the night, you want to feed me, yet you're making such tempting noises. Who are you trying to seduce?
Jean watched the restless Tibetan Mastiff with a smile in her eyes. He knew that the Tibetan Mastiff's pride was starting to crumble.
Woo woo, woo woo.
Listening to the sounds from the other traps, those two ordinary dogs had started howling like wolves. Jean flew over and saw them raising their heads to howl at the sky.
What's the deal? Are you guys so starving you're reverting to your ancestral instincts, starting to howl like wolves?
Jean stared at them coldly. As for the two border collies, they were already trying to stand up to reach the bones. They were starving too.
Taming skill. Taming skill. Jinyu knew the Tibetan Mastiff might still need some time, but the other two dogs didn't. Standing at the edge of the cave, he cast taming skill several times in a row. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have tamed one mixed breed sheepdog. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have tamed one mixed breed sheepdog. Just a few skill casts later, the system notification sounded. It worked. A gleam flashed in Jinyu's eyes. He gained 2 more underlings. He had a quest. After all, the more underlings he recruited, the richer the rewards. However, he hadn't heard the reward notification yet, so he guessed he hadn't recruited enough. Meanwhile, just as the 2 sheepdogs were tamed one after the other, they stood frozen in place for a moment before finally coming to their senses. As mentioned earlier, after being tamed, the intelligence of the tamed individual would increase. Woof woof, I'm hungry. Woof, I'm so hungry, please give us something to eat. Upon hearing the 2 dogs' cries, Ergo and Dahuang also stopped what they were doing and looked over. Woof, did the boss recruit more underlings? Woof woof, it's those 2 dumb dogs. Hurry up, we want to be the second and third brothers too. Ergo and Dahuang quickly made their way over to Jinyu. The moment they saw Ergo and Dahuang, they immediately became well behaved. Woof, let me out, please. I'm really hungry, the dog whined, looking at Ergo and Dahuang. They were all dogs, surely they'd have some sympathy. Woof woof, let you out? Have you forgotten how you bullied us before? Dahuang was feeling pretty tough now and immediately started barking furiously at the inside. Woof woof, I'm sorry, don't leave me here alone. It's damp and cramped in here, and there are bugs, the dog said pitifully. Woof, is it over just because you stopped bullying us? If Big Brother hadn't tamed you, we would buried you. From now on, Ergo and I are your second and third brothers. You have to listen to us. Dahuang wouldn't let up now that he had the upper hand. Jinyu didn't intervene. This was meant to avenge them anyway, and adding a few more dogs was part of the plan. Woof woof, we'll obey, we'll definitely obey. The dog immediately backed down, wagging its tail even more vigorously. The prospect of getting out was certainly welcome. Who want to stay trapped in a pit? Besides, they always listened to the Tibetan Mastiffs. Still, this eagle was truly formidable. He could actually communicate with them. No wonder he was the big brother. Woof, just be obedient. From now on, he's your big brother. Ergo was referring to Jinyu. Ergo and Dahuang knew all too well just how powerful Jinyu was. Woof, hello, big brother. Hello, big brother. I'll definitely be good. The dog's eyes brimmed with hope. He had to get out of here. Woof woof, me too, me too. The dog from the other trap joined in the chorus. As long as they could get out and not be left here all alone, that was all that mattered. Cheap Ergo, Dahuang, pull them up. Jinyu commanded. Woof, right away, big brother. The horsewhip had been ready all along, and Dahuang immediately ran over to do the same. What are Jinyu and the others doing? Looks like they're communicating. Look, Dahuang's going to get the whip. Is he going to let those 2 dogs out? Probably. Is he going to rescue them just to take turns beating them up? Now is the perfect chance for a gang up. They're both tired and hungry. Ha ha ha, rescue them just to beat them up? Are you a devil? Dog, I think I'll just stay down here and cool off for a bit. Ha 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 ha. Come on down. You come up. If you don't, I'll use a bone to hook you up here. Is the hook working? Soon, one end of the horsewhip was tossed down, and the dog froze. Woof, got it. I'm pulling you up. Woof woof, alright, big brother Dahuang. Woof. Big brother Dahuang? Feels good. That big brother Dahuang really made Dahuang feel great. He was a dog with a little brother now. Dahuang bit down on the other end of the horsewhip, gave it a tug, and the guy came up with him. Woof woof woof. The dog, back in the open air, was so moved it was nearly in tears. It lay on the ground and started howling at the sky. It's so nice out here. Smack. Unfortunately, before it could vent its frustration, Da Wang slapped its nose.
He'd seen Urga do the same to the Tibetan Mastiff before, so he decided to give it a try.
Oh my god. This feels so good.
Best of all, the other guy didn't dare fight back.
Woof woof, okay, big brother Da Wang.
The dog lay there obediently, not moving a muscle, with only its tail wagging from side to side.
Awesome.
That was the only word that could describe it at that moment.
Woof woof, brother Da Wang, me too, me too. A bark came from the other trap as well, calling out brother Da Wang, making Da Wang feel a bit giddy.
Chapter 72, This is how a dog's life should be taming the Tibetan Mastiffs. Following the same method, after bringing both dogs up, they both stuck out their tongues and looked up at Jinyu and the others with pleading eyes.
Woof woof, hello, big brother. Hello, second brother. Hello, Da Wang.
The two dogs were so well behaved that Jinyu was left speechless. So the term doggy really did originate from these pups, and there's even a lapdog.
Woof, good, very good.
Urgu and Da Wang were both delighted. Now that they had some underlings, they could have others do the rough work like digging holes or fetching things from now on. Look at those two doggies, so meek and submissive.
I have a feeling the Eagle Lord is flexing his muscles again. What do you mean, friend?
Those two pups have become the Eagle Lord's minions. It's kind of like that. Look how meek and submissive they are.
Very likely. The Eagle Lord is mighty. Another addition to the family.
Haha, addition to the family?
Are you serious?
Woof woof. After greeting their older brothers, this feels a bit like Liangshan Marsh. The two pups fixed their gaze on the meat-covered bone, their eyes brimming with anticipation.
Cheap, go ahead and eat, but take it over to the Tibetan Mastiff's side to eat.
Jinyu ordered.
Woof. Is that even allowed?
Urgo and Da Wang's eyes lit up. They just learned a new trick.
Woof, yes, big brother.
The two pups glanced at Jinyu, then turned to look at the spot where the Tibetan Mastiff had fallen into the trap. They peered over, unable to suppress a shudder.
The Tibetan Mastiff's aura was just too overwhelming.
Still, filling their bellies was more important. The two pups gave an apologetic look, then started chomping away.
Crunch, crunch. Munch, munch. Damn it, have they lost their minds? Da Wang and Urgu had just finished gnawing, and now here come two more cowards. If this Tibetan Mastiff hadn't fallen into the trap, would you dare act so brazenly? You're all dogs from the same pack, can't you show a little backbone? Gurgle. The Tibetan Mastiff's stomach was growling even louder. He just lay down on the ground, not moving a muscle.
Jinyu, leading Urgu and Da Wang, had already reached the border collies.
Is it my turn now?
Woof. The border collies barked immediately. Although they were relatively tough, they eventually gave in. After several attempts, the taming skill was finally completed. Facing the border collies, Da Wang wasn't so arrogant anymore. Only Urgu could face them with composure.
They all have names. Who is afraid of whom?
Both German Shepherds and Border Collies come from excellent bloodlines. However, the magic of the taming skill lies in the fact that, once tamed, they are absolutely loyal and obedient to Jinyu.
Woof woof, we're all dogs. Why is there such a huge difference?
Some dogs are just born with pride in their bones. There is nothing to be done about it. At best, Da Wang and the Border Collie are equals.
Crunch, crunch. Squeak, squeak. A minute later, the Tibetan Mastiff was genuinely annoyed. What's the deal? Two weren't enough? Now you've got to bring four?
Right above his head, his original four companions were acting completely shameless, gnawing on bones right at the cave entrance.
The Tibetan Mastiff couldn't sit still any longer and stood up. Woof.
If this guy could talk, he'd definitely say, a dog shouldn't be so shameless.
This was crossing the line. Woof. Woof woof woof.
Probably sensing the anger in the Tibetan Mastiff's bark, Urgu and Da Wang started barking happily all around him.
You can play like this too? I think the Tibetan Mastiff is about to bite someone. Either explode in silence, or perish in silence. No doubt about it, these two border collies have now joined our Master S ranks. Another great general has joined our Master S ranks. Our master is mighty. Our master is mighty. The live stream was filled with people shouting with great solemnity and flooding the chat, leaving new viewers dumbfounded. What is going on? Should we join in? Let us shout at once, our Lord is mighty. Is this some kind of religion? Who is our Lord? Hey kid, just join the stream? Shout our Lord is mighty 3 times, and your account will get a 999 yuan red envelope. I don't believe a word of it, you sneaky old man. Woof woof. The Tibetan Mastiff finally couldn't take it anymore. It pressed its front paws against the cave wall to raise itself up, trying to see if it could reach, but unfortunately, it didn't help. In the end, it had no choice but to climb back down to conserve its energy. Woof woof ha, Tibetan Mastiff, you finally met your match. Woof, that LL teach you for bullying us and biting us before. Ergo and Dahuan were overjoyed. This was absolute revenge. They now had immense respect for Jinyu. If they tried to get revenge on their own, they have been completely out of luck. Don't let Jinyu's small stature and lack of brute strength fool you. He is incredibly clever. Surely people don't still think brute force can solve every problem? Sometimes, intelligence is just as important. The 4 pups were hungry as they ate. They completely forgot there was a Tibetan Mastiff lying beneath them. So good. They were drooling as they ate. As they gnawed on the meaty bones, the scent of meat filled the air. Before long, they had cleaned the bones completely. Burp. One of the dogs even let out a satisfied burp. So comfortable. There is nothing better in a dog's life than lying on the grass, feeling the night breeze, gnawing on a meaty bone until it's gone, then sticking out their tongue to lick their grease-covered paws. All 4 dogs' eyes were almost closed in contentment. As the saying goes, after a good meal and a drink, sleepiness sets in. Right now, all they wanted to do was lie there quietly, just being still. Only Jinyu kept glancing at the Tibetan Mastiff from time to time. The Tibetan Mastiff now bore no resemblance to its previous ferocity. It could only lie curled up inside the trap. It looked exactly like a wilted eggplant. It was already massive to begin with, but now it had curled itself into a tight ball. What else could it do? The trap was simply too small. Taming skill. Taming skill. If not now, when else should he cast the spell? Beep. Congratulations, host, you have tamed a Tibetan Mastiff. Did it work? Upon hearing the system notification, Jinyu was overjoyed. It actually worked? It had taken him 2 whole days and a tremendous amount of effort to tame this Tibetan Mastiff. But now that the Tibetan Mastiff was under his control, he could finally consider his small goal accomplished. Woof! Probably sensing the change in its surroundings, the previously half-dead Tibetan Mastiff suddenly lifted its head. It had understood Ergu and Dahuang's calls. Woof, you 2 little dogs, talking trash about me? Just wait until I get out of here. A Tibetan Mastiff is a Tibetan Mastiff. Even after being tamed, it's still just as domineering. Woof! Ergu and Dahuang, who had been running and jumping with their eyes closed, suddenly froze in place. They even forgot to put their paws down. What is going on? It sounded like they heard the Tibetan Mastiff's voice. So clear, so distinct, it was a threat. Something's wrong. The 2 dogs immediately looked at Jinyu, then back at the trap. The Tibetan Mastiff had it back down from Big Brother? Chapter 73, Big Brother, if you need something, just say it. Don't stare at me like that. Sheep don't scare them. The Tibetan Mastiff had indeed frightened Ergu and Dahuang, but at Jinyu's single command, it stopped barking immediately. There was nothing it could do. Instinct made it obey Jinyu. Ergu and Dahuang, who had been scared just moments ago, realized what was happening the moment they saw Jinyu speak and the Tibetan Mastiff fall silent. Woof, Big Brother is the best. Woof, now that we have a big brother, let us see how you dare bully us again. The 2 pups were overjoyed. Actually, they'd been worried earlier if the Tibetan Mastiff came out, would it take revenge on them? But now that Jinyu had subdued it, would it dare to attack? Impossible.
The Tibetan Mastiff was silent. Jinyu knew about the issues between them and naturally had to resolve them. From now on, they were all his little brothers. He certainly couldn't have internal strife. After all, he had big plans. Cheap Tibetan Mastiff, Ergu and Daihuan have been bullied by you plenty before. From now on, neither of you is allowed to lay a hand on the other, and there must be no more conflicts, understand? What is the most important thing in a team? That is unity. How can you ignite team spirit without unity? The Tibetan Mastiff and Ergu, one above, one below, locked eyes once more. They were weighing each other's thoughts. Having already been tamed by Jinyu, they would naturally follow his orders. Jinyu watched the standoff between them, his aura radiating out. Wolf got it, big brother. Ergu, Dahuang, we want to do it again. The Tibetan Mastiff finally gave in. Ergu and Daihuan also cheered up. Woof woof, from now on, we're all brothers, let us love and care for one another. Jinyu nodded in approval. That is more like it. Although they all listened to him, they still needed to show mutual understanding. There was a long road ahead, and in that moment, Jinyu felt like a mediator. The effect was quite noticeable. Soon, the Tibetan Mastiff was let up. Ergu and Daihuang couldn't possibly pull the Tibetan Mastiff up on their own in the end. It took several dogs working together to manage it. Once the Tibetan Mastiff was up, the other dogs stood quietly around it. They played their part in provoking it earlier, after all. They only breathed a sigh of relief once they were sure the Tibetan Mastiff wasn't going to give them any trouble. Jinyu knew that, among his pack of dogs, the Tibetan Mastiff would likely remain the dominant figure. There was no way around it. Its strength simply wouldn't allow it to stay low-key. No rush, take it slow. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing Ergu and Dahuang's revenge mission. You have acquired the skill, healing. The mission is complete? The Tibetan Mastiff had been trapped and starved for so long. In Ergu and Daihuang's eyes, this was truly satisfying. Now that they'd taken it as their subordinate, the threat was eliminated, so by that measure, the mission was indeed complete. What is healing? Healing magic can heal wounds on any living creature within 1 minute. When Jinyu read the description of healing magic, his eyes lit up. This skill is great. Whether it's people or wild animals, everyone gets injured in life. This healing magic can quickly heal wounds. It's truly a valuable asset. It could even save lives in critical moments. Jinyu never expected that completing this mission would grant him such a powerful skill. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have tamed 10 minions and received the reward, Courage Talisman. Courage Talisman allows you to designate targets to increase their courage value, making them fearless. Up to 10 targets. Duration, 1 hour. Another system notification sounded. Come to think of it, this was quite a windfall. Isn't this basically a buff? Woof, big bro, can I eat now? The Tibetan Mastiff approached, looked around, and saw that the other 4 dogs had clearly been subdued as well. Because of the system prompt, Jinyu stood motionless on Ergu's head. He waited for a long time before the Tibetan Mastiff finally spoke. It was truly starving. Cheap, eat, eat. It was meant for you anyway. The remaining bones were just props Dahuang and Ergu had used for their act. They hadn't eaten much of them. This particular bone was clearly larger than the others. The Tibetan Mastiff was massive. It certainly needed more food. Woof! The Tibetan Mastiff let out a bark and immediately began eating. The Tibetan Mastiff has joined us too. They didn't even fight? I was really looking forward to a showdown. This is a Tibetan Mastiff. After being bullied so much before, it's actually behaving itself? It might sound cliché, but I've gotta say, Jinyu is the real deal. It's been tamed. It's definitely been tamed. Jinyu is the true hidden king. With these dog underlings, who dare mess with him now? My lord is mighty. Another great general has joined our ranks. Fierce Tibetan Mastiffs, they're the kind that dare to take on lions and tigers. Seriously? Are they really that badass? Of course. Plus, their bite force is incredible, they can kill a wolf.
Oh, and I said take on, not defeat. Don't nitpick. Wolves? Right, let me fill you in.
Steppe wolves are on the smaller side, averaging a few dozen to 100 pounds, but the really strong ones can reach over 130 or 140 pounds. The biggest wolves have even hit 160 pounds. I heard the largest wolf ever hunted was a Nordic wolf, weighing 190 pounds.
Baidu has records of it. As for Tibetan mastiffs, you'll be shocked when I tell you.
Hurry up, tell us.
Spit it out, I'll send you a gift. Ha?
You send it to Jean, you transfer the red envelope to me later.
Here's my WeChat, 177. Why do I get the feeling you just want my WeChat? Oh come on, if neither of us makes a move, how will anything happen?
I'm a guy, just spit it out.
Alright.
A fully grown Tibetan Mastiff can weigh between 120 and 170 Jean, with a shoulder height of 60 to 70 centimeters.
You know computer desks, right? Most are 80 centimeters. I'm talking about the shoulders, mind you.
In 2007, the number one Mastiff in the world weighed 230 Jean and had a shoulder width of 85 centimeters.
Bullshit.
In the livestream chat, people were already discussing the dog, all thrilled that Jean Yu had managed to tame a Tibetan Mastiff.
Watching the Mastiff eat with such gusto, Jean Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement.
Those legs, those shoulders, that build, that muzzle, wow, not bad at all. Jean Yu's eyes sparkled. The more he looked at the Tibetan Mastiff, the more he liked it. This was exactly the standard his little brother should meet.
Crunch, crunch, CR.
The Tibetan Mastiff, which had been eating heartily, suddenly sensed something was off and stopped chewing. It didn't care if other dogs looked at it. It'd glance up and see no reaction. But when it met Jean Yu's gaze, it shuddered in fright.
Woof be big bro, did I eat too much? Or did I do something wrong? Just tell me I'm a bit slow on the uptake. Staring at me like that is kind of scary.
Chapter 74, Two Wolves. I bit it so bad its own mom wouldn't recognize it.
Eat up, eat up.
If you need more, just tell me, and I'll go get you some more.
Jean Yu's eyes sparkled.
To be honest, this was the first time in its entire life that the Tibetan Mastiff had been stared at so intensely by a creature smaller than itself that it felt its fur standing on end. It had already silently vowed to absolutely obey its big brother from now on, never to disobey. Yes, never to disobey. Watching the Tibetan Mastiff start eating again, Jean Yu had no idea just how much the dog's mindset had shifted. Without even realizing it, it had completely submitted. It took a full 7 or 8 minutes before the Tibetan Mastiff finally finished eating. There was river water nearby to drink if it got thirsty.
Goat's milk? Don't be ridiculous, that's Jean Yu's exclusive privilege, okay? Woof big brother, from now on we'll listen to you. Just tell us what to do. All 7 dogs chimed in at once.
Ergu and Daihuang were the closest ones, since they were at Euro's house, while over on the Tibetan Mastiff's side, the Mastiff was the leader.
Since Jean Yu was now the big brother, didn't they have to show their loyalty?
7 dogs, sitting side by side in front of Jean Yu, had actually looked the part.
Is he scolding his own little brothers? No way, I want to try that feeling too.
Tomorrow you can go buy 10 pet dogs, raise them for a month, and then you'll find that when you go out to walk them, just one wave of your hand brings several dogs running.
Ha, that's exactly the kind of aura I'm looking for. Though Jean Yu is still smaller than them.
Seeing those dogs lined up in a row for Jean Yu to inspect, it really makes him look like a winner in the world of eagles.
So what? Look at Jean Yu's golden feathers, that's nobility.
Look at Jean Yu's gaze, that's pride.
And Jean Yu's aura, that's class. Get it?
You don't judge a king by his size. Man upstairs, if you weren't born in ancient times to be a eunuch, your eloquence would been wasted. Exactly, the Western factory needs talent like yours. What the Western factory wants, the Eastern factory wants too. Jean Yu looked at his 7 underlings, then heard the Tibetan Mastiff speak so eloquently, and narrowed his eyes.
Alright, that's all I need to hear. But I really do have business to attend to here.
Jin's goal in taming the Tibetan Mastiff wasn't just to avenge Ergo and Dahwan, he had other motives as well.
Wolf big brother, go ahead, just tell me what you need.
To the Tibetan Mastiff, it seemed there was truly nothing it couldn't do: hunting, guarding the home, herding sheep. Life on the grasslands boiled down to these few tasks. As for having them fly alongside Jinu, that was absolutely out of the question. Jinu looked at the 7 dogs, their eyes burning with intensity, before speaking.
Sheep, no rush on that. First, tell me if you can take on a wolf one-on-one.
As soon as Jinu finished asking, the dogs fell silent, then looked at one another.
Wolf 2? We d chew it to a pulp. 3? We d make it bleed. 4? It d be a stalemate.
The Tibetan Mastiff spoke first.
What a braggart!
Jinu looked at the Tibetan Mastiff and still felt it was formidable. So 3 wolves wouldn't be a problem?
Of course, Jinu also knew that when it said 3, it meant ordinary wolves.
After all, its powerful build and massive frame were right there for all to see. With the Tibetan Mastiff speaking up, the other dogs all turned to look impressive, incredibly impressive.
Wolf, we border collies can handle 2. A single wolf is no match for us. 2 would be a stalemate. Wolf 1? 50-50.
The last to speak was an ordinary dog.
Da Huang was of the same opinion, and as for Ergu, he could handle 2.
Of course, that was just talk. When it came to actual combat, it would depend on the situation. If the opponent was exceptionally fierce or unusually powerful, the outcome of the fight would be uncertain. Most importantly, even on the animal battlefield, caution was essential. Often, a single mistake could cost one's life. These 7 dogs should have no trouble handling 7 or 8 wolves, at the very least.
7 or 8, that's enough.
Wolf big brother, are you going up against wolves? The Tibetan Mastiff asked.
Neither Ergu nor Da Huang knew about this.
Sheep, yeah.
Have you guys eaten yet? I need you to recover your strength quickly. Jinu's mind was still replaying the image of that wolf king.
There was definitely something up with those wolves. Waiting for the enemy to make the first move wasn't Jinu's style. Once he spotted them, he had to strike first. Wolf were almost done eating. There's plenty of meat left on the bones.
Big brother, just lead the way. In an instant, the Tibetan Mastiff's demeanor shifted again, and that domineering aura erupted once more.
After all, the Tibetan Mastiff was a true king among dogs. Even if its strength didn't quite match that of the combat mastiffs trained daily to be ferocious, it was still more than capable of handling a few prairie wolves.
Wolf, we've got so many of us here, big brother, just lead the way.
Wolf, exactly.
We can't back down now.
The other dogs joined in the chorus.
Did you really think hunting dogs like them would be afraid of a fight? No way.
Herding dogs on the grasslands have all encountered wolves. Part of their mission is to protect their masters and scare off wolf packs. They're about the same size as wolves, and their hearing and sense of smell are equally keen.
Sheep, no rush, it's not time yet, but tonight, you might have to wait a while before heading back. Those wolves usually arrive in the dead of night. The darkness provides them with excellent cover.
Wolf, we'll follow the leader's orders. Sending the Tibetan Mastiffs to Euro's side now was out of the question. There was still some time before midnight, so Jinu simply had them wait by the river. With 5 dogs by the river, no wild beast dared to provoke them. The greatest threat on the grasslands was the wolf pack, but unless they had a numerical advantage, wolves wouldn't attack herding dogs.
As for Jinu, he was already heading back with Ergu and Da Huang. They're back, Jinu is back. I wonder why he didn't bring the Tibetan Mastiffs back with him.
I saw them watching Jinu and the others leave.
I guess they're heading back too. It's already dark. I bet Ada is getting worried. I wonder what Ada's reaction will be when she finds out her dog has become Jinu's sidekick.
Anyway, I've already witnessed Jinu's miracle. I heard Tibetan Mastiffs only recognize one master in their lifetime. I wonder if this one has undergone the blood-binding ritual with Jinu.
Haha, snap out of it. Your sword spirit is calling you. Soon, Jinu and Ergu came into view.
It's worth noting that when the 2 dogs returned, they'd even taken a bath in the river.
Euro had mentioned during dinner that they were covered in dirt. And sure enough, after that bath and a breeze from the night air, even without soap or anything, they looked much cleaner. Jinyu, you're absolutely amazing. In just 2 days, he detained 5 dogs and a Tibetan Mastiff. Euro rushed over excitedly and gave Jinyu a hug. Jinyu, of course, didn't resist at all. Euro must have eaten quite a lot these past 2 days. He glanced toward the small hill in the distance, then looked around. At this hour, there was nothing out of the ordinary in the vicinity. No rush, I have plenty of patience. Chapter 75, Second Sale, over 100,000 in revenue. After Jinyu returned, Euro didn't cling to her too much. She knew Jinyu was quite proud, so Jinyu remained aloof. Alright, everyone, you've all seen Jinyu's amazing performance. Now, let us ride Jinyu's coattails. Seeing that the time was right, Euro gave Feifei a nod, and the two of them stepped into the frame. First of all, thank you all for your support. Many of you have already received the lamb. Have you tried it yet? Wasn't it delicious? The first batch of lamb has mostly arrived, and today, we're adding more items. Euro had touched up her makeup at some point by the campfire. Her radiant skin was glowing with a subtle flush. Great! Finally, more products are up for sale. I've been waiting for 3 days. There wasn't enough last time. Please have more this time. Please, Euro, put out more. We can't get any. There are 23 million people in the live stream right now. I feel like I might not be able to snag any. I'm so sad. With this many people, a few hundred or a few thousand won't be nearly enough. Haha, I have a feeling Euro's sheep herd is probably going to be cut in half this time. Euro mentioned earlier that they'd be selling again. I bet a lot of people have been waiting for this moment. I'm different. I've been here the whole time. Restock, restock. My friend got some last time. It was absolutely delicious. I even managed to snag a little bit. The viewers in the livestream had been waiting for a long time. When Jinyu ate it earlier, they'd been drooling over it for ages. Plus, the first batch of customers who received their orders had given it rave reviews. The first item is still lamb. We have 2 options, roasted lamb and hand-shredded lamb. Euro thought for a moment and said, since everyone is asking for more, I'll increase the quantity. Euro knew she'd have to discuss this with her parents. After all, her family alone only had a little over 300 sheep. Plus, Bale and his wife would be preparing the meat together during the live stream. Last time I set aside 200 Gene. This time, let us make it 2000 Gene. This will take a while, so we'll aim to ship within 7 days. You can choose between grilled lamb ribs or hand-pulled lamb. An adult ewe weighs around 65-75 kilograms, while a ram weighs roughly 90-150 kilograms. For just these 2000 Gene, you'd need at least 30 to 50 sheep. That's generous. Absolutely doable. 2000 portions. I should be able to snag one, right? 1 portion is 1 Gene. 10,000 people fighting for 1 portion. Guys, go easy on me. I really want to eat this. The livestream audience was thrilled to hear there were 2,000 portions. That was 10 times more than before. Some were already ready to go. As soon as the link went live, they click immediately. Alright, I'm about to post it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Posting the link, sold out in a second. Naturally, Feifei was the one handling the link. But the moment she posted it, the 2,000 portions were gone. Gone? Ah. I didn't get one. Me neither. Can we get some more? Some people clearly have husbands and wives, yet their reaction times are still so incredible. I'm single, and I didn't get any either. You're just clumsy. Ha! Jinyu was up on the shelf and could see these guys' comments. He couldn't help but give them a disdainful look. What do these guys eat every day? Why are they always making innuendos? But Euro's lamb chops were indeed excellent. They were all handmade, and you could see the whole process. Plus, Euro had mentioned that Bale's mom taught him the recipe, so I guess you could call this mom's cooking? £200? All gone?
Even Bale, usually so tough, was stunned. He and his wife stood beside him, staring at Euro in disbelief.
Yep, my friends said they want some more. Euro said happily. Being able to sell directly is great, no middleman taking a cut. No, we can't make more.
These 2000 gene will take several days to prepare.
If we make too much, the flavor won't be right. That's enough.
Bale, a very down-to-earth guy, immediately waved his hand. Just then, Fei turned the camera away. Seeing how flustered Bale looked, everyone burst into laughter.
Bale is so down-to-earth. He is worried the flavor won't be right. What a man of integrity. He is a genuine man of the grasslands.
I'm rooting for Bale, he has won me over.
No wonder the lamb tastes so good. No cutting corners.
Gene U's eyes sparkled as he nodded in agreement with Bale.
Dad said we can't take on too much, just 2000. We can't overwork my dad. Once this batch is done, I'm going to let him rest.
Euro had seen just how busy things had been these past few days. This batch of lamb alone had already brought in around 100,000 yuan. Achieving such sales for the second time was already quite impressive.
Alright, let us move on to the next item, goat milk and Maris milk wine. These are also specialties of our grasslands.
I'd especially like to mention the Maris milk wine. This is brewed by my dad himself. It gets really cold on the grasslands at night, so sometimes we take a sip to warm up.
We only have 200 gene of it.
Also, there's milk curd. This is made by fermenting and curdling sheep s and cow s milk. It's high in protein and delicious, but we only have 100 gene. My mom made it. As Euro was introducing these items, he brought out several snacks and gave a special demonstration. As for Ergu and Daehuang, they naturally benefited from Gene Yu's generosity and got to eat a few pieces of milk curd too.
Woof woof.
Watching the two dogs eat so heartily, along with Gene Yu's perfect assist, the entire livestream wrapped up in less than half an hour. The chat was flooded with gifts. Gene Yu did a quick calculation. Euro had indeed earned 100,000 yuan. However, that 100,000 yuan was earned through the sale of sheep.
Pure earnings from labor.
Raising sheep requires a lot of money for herders, plus round-the-clock care and herding every few days. It's not as easy as one might imagine.
This is the entire family's income, not just Euro's alone, of course. Fei gets a share too.
After the live stream ended, Euro and Fei interacted with the audience for quite a while. If you ever get the chance, you must go to the grasslands with the one you love, feel the night breeze, breathe in the scent of fresh grass, lie quietly on the grass, and gaze at the Milky Way under the night sky. The two girls lay on their mats, simply gazing up at the sky. Far from the city, the grasslands offer a view of a star-filled sky. Thanks to the wide-open vistas, the skies are almost always clear, making the scenery truly delightful.
It wasn't until nearly midnight that Euro's family went to sleep.
Euro, don't forget what we told you.
Right, Fei, remember to remind Euro.
Gene, you keep sneaking out in the middle of the night. You have to get to the bottom of this.
Exactly. See if Gene Yu has a little girlfriend on the side.
Just as they were moving the stands, the viewers in the livestream rushed to remind Fei and Euro.
Chapter 76, The Wolf King has an agenda. Okay, we'll keep an eye out. Actually, we're curious too.
Fei whispered.
He sneaks out in the middle of the night every time she and Euro are asleep. Humph, what a jerk! No, what a jerk of an eagle.
Today, the mystery will finally be solved.
Just thinking about uncovering Gene Yu's little secret made her feel a bit excited.
Soon, everything was tidied up.
Euro and Fei went to bed on time. Euro didn't care whether Gene Yu had a female eagle or not.
Although she was curious about Gene Yu, she decided to let things take their natural course. People have secrets, and eagles are no exception. They didn't know what eagles looked like when they slept at night. Perhaps this was just a habit.
Fei was merely curious. She certainly had no intention of interfering with Gene Yu.
Besides, there was no way she could interfere anyway.
Okay, everyone, stop talking.
Jean, you might be able to understand what we're saying.
Right, let us all be careful. Come on, let us play landlord. 3 of a kind. I can't take it. Pass. No. Ha? What's the deal? You can't even take 3 of a kind? We just can't take it. Are you gonna bite me? Not to mention that everyone in the livestream was playing a boring text-based game of landlords.
Jean, you glanced at the screen and immediately found it uninteresting.
Oomph, boring humans.
He had no idea how these guys could remember the order of the cards. Jean, you certainly couldn't.
Come to think of it, these must be the so-called experts.
After waiting a while longer, Jean, you heard Euro and Feifei's steady breathing, and only then did he turn his gaze outward. Because of the live-streamed product sale tonight, Euro's whole family was excited, so they went to bed a bit later than usual.
But it didn't matter. This wouldn't affect Genu's transformation.
As soon as Genu stepped out of the tent, the viewers in the live stream started shouting,
Euro, wake up! Feifei, don't sleep! Genu ran off, go catch him, follow him. Hey up there, watch your language. We're just watching, not talking. Right, just watching. Just watching. Euro, Feifei, wake up.
I don't know why, but when you guys say just watching, it makes my adrenaline spike. It feels so thrilling.
Bro, you're such a beast. You've given yourself away, you know that?
Just as the viewers in the livestream were shouting and right after Genu had left, Feifei stirred.
Euro, Genu really left.
Feifei said excitedly.
Now this is fun.
She had always been a bit of a live wire, so she was really interested in this. With that, she launched the drone. As for Genu, after taking off, he didn't disturb anyone but flew straight up into the sky. Then, with Euro's house as the center, he flew out in all directions. The sound of his wings flapping startled the 2 dogs by the campfire.
Woof, it's the big guy.
The 2 dogs had eaten and were lying by the fire because it was warm there. Even after everyone had gone to sleep, they were still there, and the campfire hadn't completely died out. Of course, there was no need to worry about a fire breaking out. The area was surrounded by rocks, and now only embers remained. Bale had built a doghouse for them next to the sheep pen, and when they wanted to rest, they would go inside. The 2 had already seen Genu's figure soaring into the sky, weaving through the clouds in the moonlight, flying with great grace. They looked up, staring at Genu and gazing at the moonlight. Genu wasn't flying fast, but he quickly climbed to a certain height. Don't think that being high up means you can see everything on the grassland. There are quite a few hills here, and you can't see what's on the opposite side of the ridges. Genu circled the area again and again, gradually expanding its search radius.
Thermal imaging allowed it to see many things invisible to the naked eye.
If one could see Genu's eyes at that moment, they would clearly notice an orange-red glow within them. The skill had been activated.
Just as I thought. The moment Genu flew in a certain direction, its gaze immediately locked onto 3 figures.
Needless to say, it was the Wolf King. This time, it was accompanied by 2 wolves, standing on a small hill and watching the direction of the Euro household.
3. Counting the Wolf King, that makes 3. Moreover, this is the Wolf King's 3rd visit.
Genu didn't believe the Wolf King was just here to look around, nor did he believe it had no ulterior motives toward the Euro household. Ever since attacking Awa last time, the Wolf King had started coming here.
Clearly, it had other plans. Is this revenge? Is it waiting for Awa to leave again, or does it intend to attack the Euro household? Genu's piercing gaze swept over the Wolf King. Something's off. Just then, Genu sensed something was amiss.
The Wolf King and his 2 subordinates were lying motionless on the ground. They looked quite relaxed. If they had ulterior motives, they wouldn't just be standing here watching. That wasn't in their nature. Just last night, as the Wolf King was leaving, the look in its eyes toward Genu had been filled with anger and menace, yet now it was simply watching quietly. Realizing something was amiss, Genu scanned the surroundings once more. Soon, he discovered the problem. There were 4 more wolves. These 4 wolves were scattered in different directions around the Euro household. Jinyu and T noticed them earlier because they found places that provided sufficient cover, such as a pit or an area with particularly dense weeds. There was another one, hidden behind a pile of rocks. That pile of rocks was the very one Awa had deliberately gathered earlier, claiming it was for building a sheep pen.
Wow, 7 of them?
A sharp gleam flashed in Jinyu's eyes. This Wolf King was getting more and more brazen. He started expanding his pack. Fortunately, Jinyu had spotted them early. As for this Wolf King, he was either planning to attack the Urao family, hunting sheep, or seeking revenge.
This guy was getting a bit too cocky.
If he wasn't taught a lesson, he might actually start believing that being a Wolf King made him invincible. To deal with a wolf like this, he had to make it feel the pain first to make it understand that this was no place to be trifled with. After circling the area once more, Jinyu flew back only after confirming there were indeed just these 7 wolves nearby. At the same time, the drone captured footage of Jinyu soaring high above. Although the drone had night vision, it clearly hadn't spotted any of the hidden wolves.
Jinyu just circled the whole area. Whereas the little eagle? I didn't see it. Whereas the first person who said Jinyu had a little female eagle? Come out here and take a beating. Screw you all. 1,300 people online in the middle of the night, just to watch Jinyu look for a little female eagle? It's over. You've all gone to the dogs. Staying up all night just out of curiosity about an eagle-less nightlife? Haha, aren't you up there too? I'm different. I'm my master's man. Chapter 77, Gathering the Dogs, Preparing for a Group Battle. After circling the area, Jinyu determined there were no other threats and, having pinpointed the wolf pack's location, finally landed beside Ergu and Da Huang. Woof, big brother. The 2 dogs saw Jinyu arrive and rushed over. Chirp, you two, keep your voices down, the wolf pack is already here. At Jinyu's warning, the 2 dogs immediately became alert. They lifted their heads to sniff the air, their ears twitching, trying to pick up any clues. Unfortunately, the wolf pack was several hundred meters away. Even with their keen sense of smell, they couldn't detect scents from that distance, especially with horses and sheep herds nearby. The scent of the livestock completely masked any other odors. It's worth noting that dogs' noses are indeed incredibly sensitive. They can pick out a specific scent from among 500 different ones. Humans have invented airplanes based on birds and echolocation based on bats, but when it comes to detecting scents, there is still no invention that can replace them. If such a replacement were truly possible, future security screenings could reach an extremely high level of detection. The scents left behind by criminals as they flee, as well as various hidden contraband items, are currently tracked and identified by police dogs. Cheap, you can't smell the other party right now, the distance is too great. Wait here by the yurt for my signal, I'll go find the Tibetan Mastiffs. Listen carefully to my commands. Woof, got it, boss. Ergu and Da Huang were very obedient. No matter how fast the dogs ran, they couldn't match the speed of a hawk, and flying overhead wouldn't attract the attention of the wolf pack. Back to the Tibetan Mastiffs. The 5 dogs lay there, bored out of their minds. Tibetan Mastiffs have a very calm and steady temperament. If they're told to wait here, they wait. Its massive body lay on some water plants, avoiding direct contact with the damp ground. Its head rested on its 2 front paws, motionless. Combined with its black fur, a casual glance would likely mistake it for a statue. The 2 sheepdogs were also relatively calm. They lay on the ground, occasionally lifting their heads to scan the surroundings, as if on guard, a habit of theirs. As for the other 2 pups, they weren't quite so well behaved. This was likely their first time being out this late at night, still not back by the sheep pen. It felt both unfamiliar and exciting to them. Under the cover of night, many animals came to the riverbank to drink, and the pups would occasionally go over to scare them away. Woof, why isn't big brother here yet? Woof, it's been ages. I'm getting impatient. Woof woof, the sheep pen is still the best. When it gets cold, I can go inside and lie down for a while. It's warm with all the sheep around. The night breeze was cool, gently caressing the water plants and creating a rustling sound. Just then, the Tibetan Mastiff seemed to hear a sound and immediately looked up. Caw!
A faint cry of an eagle echoed from the sky, and soon Jinyu descended from above.
Woof, big bro!
Seeing Jinyu arrive, the pups immediately gathered around, their faces beaming with excitement.
Some of them had even thought Jinyu had forgotten all about them. Sheep, let us go. Get ready for battle. Tibetan Mastiff, you organize them, I'll lead you there.
This time, Jinyu didn't T-fly instead, he landed directly on the Tibetan Mastiff's head. The 5 dogs immediately took off at full speed.
They're still here. Those dogs haven't left. What's going on? The Tibetan Mastiff is here too. Won't Ada's family be worried? What is Jinyu up to? I don't quite get it. I don't know. These dogs have been waiting for at least 3 hours, right? They seem to be running toward Euro's house. That's strange. What exactly are Jinyu and the dogs up to?
Over the past couple of days, ever since Jinyu had Ergo and Dahuang start digging traps, the dogs had sensed that Jinyu and the 2 dogs were acting a bit out of the ordinary. Now that they managed to tame the Tibetan Mastiff and the other 4 dogs, their behavior was even more baffling.
Not even Euro and Fei Fei had a clue. Euro, could Jinyu be planning to have the Tibetan Mastiff and the other 4 dogs come to your place to guard the house too? That seems to be the only explanation. Fei Fei couldn't help but ask. Probably not.
If that were the case, Ada would be in tears. The other dogs are one thing, but that Tibetan Mastiff is incredibly valuable. I heard they spent several thousand to buy it back then, raised it from a puppy, and now treat it like a treasure. Earlier, someone offered over 50,000 to buy that Tibetan Mastiff, but Ada didn't even sell it. The value of a Tibetan Mastiff is incredibly high. Especially a purebred one. In fact, back in the early 20th century, there were dog shows where the most expensive dogs sold for over $1 million. Just as people were buzzing with speculation, the Tibetan Mastiff and the other 4 dogs had already run several kilometers. Under the cover of night, the moonlight faintly revealed the curves of their bodies as they ran. Especially the Tibetan Mastiff, every muscle in its body was pulsing rhythmically. Last time it was a chase, and everyone's attention was focused on the tense pursuit, but now, all eyes were fixed on the dogs' physiques. Well, they weren't even sparing a glance at the dogs' physiques. It's still so satisfying on the Tibetan Mastiff's head. It must be said, the Tibetan Mastiff was truly massive, providing Jinyu with a very stable perch. It wasn't until they were almost there that Jinyu leaped into the air. By then, the Wolf King and the 2 wolves behind him had already risen to their feet, slowly approaching Euro's home. Upon seeing this, Jinyu narrowed his eyes. Is this Wolf King about to stir up trouble? Shoo! In the sky, Jinyu's cry rang out. At the same moment, the hidden Tibetan Mastiff and the 4 dogs Euro's Ergu and Dahuang all looked up. This was the signal, something Jinyu had arranged beforehand. Hiss! Over by the horse corral, Mai and his 2 brothers also looked toward the distance. Woof! Dahuang, follow me. Ergu and Dahuang, who had already made their plans, began to run as well. Their path traced an arc. It looked like a chase, but in reality, they had already locked onto their target. It was the wolf still hiding behind the rubble on the other side of the sheep pen. It's that eagle. Jinyu's cry also startled the Wolf King. Its expression shifted as well. It raised its head to the sky, searching for Jinyu, its archenemy. Awoo! Awoo! The howls rose and fell in waves, with several wolves howling from different directions. Wolves howling. There's more than one. Something's wrong. Why are there so many wolves? It's not just wolves howling, they sound really close. Both the Euro family and the viewers in the livestream were stunned. They had heard Jinyu's cry, but why were the wolves howling right after? Everyone was filled with confusion. Euro, should we let your dad and brother know? These wolves seem to be right around your house. Chapter 78, Ergu and Dahuang's fierce nature. Tonight is going to be thrilling. It's normal to have wolf packs on the grasslands, but the sound is a bit too close. Usually, with Ergu and Dahuang around, the wolves won't dare come near. Euro said. Let us go wake up Uncle first.
Feifei was getting a little scared too.
These were wolves, after all. She heard that a wolf bite was excruciatingly painful, and she hated pain more than anything. She also heard that a face mauled by a wolf would be left with deep scars that would never heal.
Girls care a lot about their appearance. She certainly didn't want to be mauled by a wolf. Wait a minute, something seems off with Ergu and Dahuang. Yurao noticed something was wrong too.
The two dogs would normally show absolutely no reaction to the sound of wolves howling, but now it was different. They started running in front of the yurt.
Especially after Jin Yu's scream.
Feifei directed the drone to follow Ergu and Dahuang, wanting to see why the two dogs were acting so unusually and had suddenly started running.
It's true, how are they running so fast?
Are they scared because they heard the wolves howling?
No way. They're sheepdogs, how could they be afraid of a pack of wolves?
Besides, there are people living here, not just one person.
The wolves probably wouldn't come near, right? Wolf packs have their own territories, they generally don't attack human settlements. No matter what kind of animal, territorial instincts are actually very strong.
Just as people were speculating why the two dogs were running so frantically, Ergu and Dahuang had already reached the other side of the sheep pen.
Sheep.
High above, Jin Yu could see everything clearly. It was signaling the two dogs. The wolf, hiding behind the rock, thinking it wouldn't be discovered, heard the Wolf King's howl and tried to retreat. But just as it turned to look toward the Wolf King and then turned back, it was stunned. It saw Ergu and Dahuang had made a wide circle and were charging straight at it.
Are they coming for me?
The wolf had even forgotten to lower its raised front paw for a moment. It forgot whether it should flee, but Ergu and Dahuang were moving too fast. They were already just a dozen meters away.
They're coming for me, I've been spotted.
Even now, this wolf still thought it hadn't been discovered. It had been lying very carefully behind the boulders, and it was still pitch black here.
Alright, let us admit it, this is a stupid wolf. A wolf. It's a wolf. What is going on?
That wolf is so close.
Right behind the pile of rocks behind the sheep pen. It can't be trying to steal sheep, can it? It's not even winter yet.
Wolves only steal sheep when the pack can't find food in winter.
Something's wrong. The pack must be up to something. It's definitely not just this one wolf.
What the group heard wasn't just this one wolf.
Could it be that the wolf pack is about to attack the Yurao family? That one do. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof.
Ergu and Dahuang had already locked onto the wolf's scent. The distance of a dozen meters was covered in an instant at their speed. Ergu led the charge, pouncing like a ferocious dog. The wolf turned to flee, but it was too late. Ergu's entire body had already crashed down on top of it. His sharp claws left a searing pain on its back, while Ergu's fangs sank into the wolf's back, leaving a deep bite mark.
Ah!
The wolf's fur stood on end. It had been just a split second too slow, and now it was pinned to the ground. Whether felines or canines, their greatest fear is an attack on their neck or back. For this move alone, even Jin Yu, watching from the sky, would give Ergu a perfect score.
However, this wolf was no pushover, it was fierce.
The moment its back was bitten, it immediately flipped over and lunged at Ergu's leg.
One bite to the leg, one to the back, it would be a lose-lose situation. Unfortunately, it had overlooked Dahuang's presence. Just as it lunged to bite Ergu's hind leg, Dahuang charged in as well. With a sudden dip of his head, his fluffy yellow muzzle slammed into the wolf's head. Thud!
With a dull thud, the wolf rolled 3 or 4 times before regaining its balance.
Nice move!
So Ergu and Dahuang can be this fierce too. I'm kind of thinking about getting a dog now, they're just so cool. Ergu and Dahuang were protecting their owner.
Showing their true colors, did you see that?
That's what it means to show your true colors.
Don't ever say like a dog again, dogs have a fierce side too. Woo woo. Woo woo woo.
After Dahuang shoved the wolf away, Ergu and Dahuang immediately formed a semicircle around it. The wolf shook its head, still a bit dazed from the collision, then turned sideways, baring its fangs. However, Ergu and Dahuang weren't the least bit intimidated. Their own lips twitched slightly, revealing their long teeth. Not only that, but the two of them spread out slightly, preparing to launch a two-pronged attack on the wolf. This was their first chance to show off in front of Jinyu. They certainly couldn't let their big brother look down on them. Woof! Ergu growled menacingly at the wolf as he and Dahuang slowly closed in.
The wolf was enraged, yet also a bit afraid. Just a moment ago, Ergu had already bitten it on the back.
If it were just the two of them, it could still put up a fight and cause Ergu some trouble, but with Dahuang in the mix, that was out of the question.
1 against 2. How could it possibly win?
Awah! Awah! The wolf's green eyes flashed with a dangerous, ferocious glint. Suddenly, it raised its head and howled toward the sky. It was calling for help. Sure enough, a short distance away, the Wolf King abruptly turned his head toward the source of the howl. Woof!
The same cry echoed from him, its tone carrying both intimidation and rage. As soon as it finished howling, it led 2 wolves forward.
At the same time, the other wolves, having heard the howl, were heading this way.
Oh no, that wolf has called for reinforcements.
Prairie wolves usually live in packs.
From the sound of it, there must be at least 4 or 5 of them. Ergu and Dahuang won't be in any danger, will they?
If there are 4 or 5, Ergu and Dahuang should be able to handle them.
Right, don't underestimate Ergu and Dahuang.
As long as there aren't more than 5, it'll be fine. Just make sure Ergu and Dahuang don't stray too far from here.
Is this going to be a battle between wolves and dogs? Heh, you seem to have forgotten that my master is here too.
Right, when Ergu and Dahuang attacked, our master did let out a cry.
So, that's the real reason Jinyu left last night? Little female eagle?
There'll probably be a she-wolf out there. Jinyu, soaring in the sky, naturally paid no heed to these mortals, nor could it see their discussion. At that moment, high above, Jinyu fixed its gaze on the approaching wolves.
7, no more, no less. 7 wolves, including a wolf king. Looks like tonight is going to be quite the thrill. Chapter 79, Dahuang's fierce battle against the prairie wolves. No longer just a lapdog. Would Jinyu be worried about 7 wolves? Of course not. On a small hill in the distance, 5 black figures were already waiting.
If you were to see them right now, you'd be in for a huge surprise.
The Tibetan Mastiff stood in the center, its imposing frame towering half a head taller than the other dogs.
With a muscular build and black fur, it cast a vast shadow under the moonlight. 2 border collies flanked the Tibetan Mastiff on either side, their black and white spotted coats equally muscular. On the far ends, 2 ordinary dogs also wore solemn expressions. Just as the wolves' howls echoed back and forth, the Tibetan Mastiff knew it was time for them to make their move. Woof! A deep growl erupted from the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth as it charged forward first. As far as the eye could see, the source of the light was Euro's home.
Meanwhile, over here, the approach of Ergu and Dahuang was forcing the wolf to retreat. No matter how fierce it was, what could it do?
It still couldn't beat 2 dogs. It, too, was waiting for the Wolf King to arrive. But Ergu and Dahuang weren't in a hurry. Their leader was right up there in the sky, and facing a single wolf. Were they going to be such cowards that they back down? Cowardly dog sounds bad, but useless dog doesn't sound any better. They were sheepdogs, genuine sheepdogs through and through. Gore! A low growl still emanated from Ergu and Dahuang's mouths. Moreover, their eyes shone with a fierce intensity. Just 1 wolf? And it dares to come here and cause trouble? Even if you have companions, you'll have to wait until they arrive, not now. Woof! Ergu, you cover the rear, I'll handle this one. Woof woof! Okay, be careful, don't get hurt. After a brief exchange, Dahuang stepped forward. With Ergu here, Dahuang wasn't afraid. If they didn't take advantage of this lone wolf now, they'd have no chance once its companions arrived. Having grown wiser, they knew how to seize the moment. Just as Dahuang stepped forward, the wolf's expression changed. It had already sensed Dahuang's fighting spirit. What's going on? I have companions too, you know, are you guys going to attack now?
The wolf was stunned its companions hadn't even arrived yet. What is Da Huang up to? Da Huang went up on its own. Ergu hasn't he moved? Is it going to stand by and watch? Is Da Huang really this brave? I'm already starting to see Da Huang in a new light. It's going to take on a prairie wolf head on. Go, Da Huang! Go, Da Huang! People were cheering Da Huang on, but unfortunately, Da Huang couldn't hear them. His thoughts were simple right now: the wolf in front of him, take it down. Whether it was Ergu or Jinyu, they were all watching. He had to make a statement, didn't he? Woof woof! No sooner said than done. Da Huang let out a furious roar and pounced in an instant. The prairie wolf, having sensed something was off long ago, quickly darted to the side. It wasn't that it didn't dare to go head to head with Da Huang, but it feared Ergu would join the fray as well. If that happened, it would be a losing battle. It would likely be finished before its companions even arrived. But would Da Huang let it get away just because it was attacking? As the wolf dodged, Da Huang leaped again, planting his fangs right into the wolf's head. When a dog and a wolf go head to head, it all comes down to who can bite the other's vital spot. The wolf and the dog were about the same size, and their ferocity was equally intense. Several times, their fangs clashed together. Go, Da Huang! Da Huang, bite it! Da Huang, you're the best! Da Huang, take it down! In the livestream chat, Da Huang had already gained quite a few fans. Any dog that can go toe-to-toe with a prairie wolf is a top-notch dog. Ergu stood to the side, not getting involved. He certainly respected Da Huang's choice. Woof woof! Howl! The two quickly became entangled in a fierce struggle, charging at each other again every time they separated. Whether it was their claws or their teeth, every part of their body became a weapon. Oh whoa! It must be said, Da Huang was truly heroic this time. With lightning-fast reflexes, he bit the prairie wolf until it howled in pain. However, Da Huang himself had been bitten several times as well, though the wounds were hidden beneath his fur. Woof woof woof! Ergu's eyes flashed with ferocity. Seeing Da Huang injured made him furious. They'd grown up together since they were pups, as close as brothers. Yet, it still didn't charge. Oh whoa! This wolf was equally fierce after all. It went hunting every day. As they clashed, its skilled hunting instincts allowed it to dodge several attacks. After a few rounds of grappling, it seized an opening and suddenly pounced, knocking Da Huang to the ground. Oh no! Da Huang has been knocked down. Is this wolf that fierce? Oh no, is this a comeback? Ergu, go. We can't let Da Huang get hurt. Ergu, go bite it to death. Da Huang is going, and he must be telling Ergu to go. Don't worry, Ergu will step in when it counts. The viewers in the livestream had never seen a sheepdog fight a wolf before. This was truly an eye-opening and heart-pounding spectacle. Even under the cover of night, they could see the two had already exchanged several bites. Both must be injured by now. Especially now that the prairie wolf had pinned Da Huang to the ground, everyone was filled with worry. Woof! Just then, Da Huang seized an opening, his body twisting violently. Before the wolf could react, he snapped his jaws shut around the wolf's throat. With that, the wolf froze in place. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't free itself from the gaping maw clamped around its neck. Just moments ago, it had clearly held the upper hand. How had it suddenly ended up with its throat clamped shut? An animal's neck is, after all, its most vulnerable spot. When hunting prey, all animals instinctively go for the throat first. Sharp teeth had already pierced the prairie wolf's neck, and droplets of blood were seeping through its fur. Jinyu's eyes flashed as he watched the entire scene from above. I didn't expect Da Huang to be such a tough fighter despite acting a bit timid usually. Thumbs up for Da Huang. Jinyu couldn't help but shout 666 in Da Huang's direction. Gore! Having nearly been subdued just moments ago, Da Huang was now seething with rage, letting out a low, angry growl from deep within his throat. The biting force of canines is astonishing. Some dogs can exert a bite force of nearly 200 kilograms. Some bulldogs, after specialized training, can even reach 230 to 250 kilograms.
As for wolves, needless to say, years of hunting mean they rely entirely on the strength of their bite to survive.
Feeling the blood on his teeth made Da Huang even more ferocious. You could even hear the sound of his teeth grinding against the wolf's neck and cervical bones. Oh, whoa! The wolf struggled relentlessly, but Da Huang refused to let go, shaking its head rhythmically. Its fighting instinct had it in a frenzy. The first battle it had to win. This was Da Huang's pride. Woo! But just then, the howling of wolves sounded again, this time, only a dozen meters away. The Wolf King and his pack had arrived. I'm running late. Describing the movements and expressions of animals really takes a lot of mental effort. I've revised this section several times, so the pace is a bit slow. I really hope that as you read, dear readers, vivid images come to mind. Thank you for sticking with me. Go to bed early after finishing this. Good night. Chapter 80, The Wolf Dog Showdown, 6 vs 6. They're here. The wolves are here. Oh no, the wolves are here. So many wolves, how can there be this many? 1, 2, 6 of them. And 6 more wolves have arrived. Yurao, hurry and call your dad. 7 wolves have surrounded your house. 7 all at once, 7 wolves. It's a pack. The viewers in the live stream were terrified. Counting the one from before, that made 7 wolves. How did these wolves suddenly end up at Yuro's house? 1 or 2 would be bad enough, but how could 7 show up all at once? Could Ergu and Daihuang hold off 7 wolves? There was absolutely no way they could hold them off. Even a Tibetan Mastiff here might not be a match for 7 wolves. However, Ergu and Daihuang were indeed in grave danger right now. Woof, 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 woof. When he saw the other wolves approaching, Ergu barked furiously at them. The wolves came quickly, but as they neared Daihuang and Ergu, their pace slowed. When they were within a dozen meters, they moved very slowly. This wasn't because they were afraid of Ergu and Daihuang, but because they were fully focused on preparing for the hunt. 6 wolves, their silhouettes merging with the shadows beneath them in the moonlight, looked as if 6 powerful beasts had arrived. Wolves! Daihuang, in the midst of battle, stopped biting. As his peripheral vision swept over the shadows before him, his fur stood on end. How could there be so many wolves? This didn't match his estimate. He still had his teeth clamped around the wolf's neck, yet he could feel all 6 wolves locking onto him. If he didn't let go soon, these wolves would likely charge him en masse and tear him to shreds. He couldn't keep biting. If he did, they'd probably pounce the very next second. Ergu and Daihuang alone couldn't handle 7 wolves. Oh whoa! After the Wolf King arrived, he stood his ground. With a single roar, his pack slowly closed in on Ergu and Daihuang, forming a pincer movement to encircle them. All the wolves growled menacingly. Their snarling, accompanied by bared fangs, made them look extremely threatening. With heads lowered and shoulders hunched, they were clearly ready for battle. Woof! Daihuang looked at the wolf he was still clamping down on with a hint of reluctance. If the other wolves hadn't arrived, he probably could have bitten it to death. But now, he had to retreat with Ergu. The wolves were closing in, while Ergu and Daihuang were retreating. But there wasn't much room to go behind them either. Daihuang's earlier fight with the wolf had taken place just over 30 meters from the pile of rocks. Strictly speaking, they were still within 200 meters of Yuro's house. They could get injured, but they couldn't let these wolves get inside Yuro's house. That would be a total failure as dogs. Woof, woof. The wounded wolf staggered to its feet, its tail tucked between its legs. It had almost thought it was going to die, but upon seeing its companions, it let out a whimper and slowly approached. Blood was already seeping from the fur on its neck. 4 bloody holes had nearly pierced right through its throat. The alpha wolf and another wolf stepped forward to lick its wounds. It was as if they were assessing the severity of its injuries. This wolf was seriously injured. Its combat effectiveness had been reduced by more than half. It was practically impossible for it to fight anymore. After howling a few times, the wolves once again fixed their gaze on Ergu and Daihuang. This wolf was complaining,
telling its companions how wronged it felt, like a child telling its older brother it had been bullied and asking for revenge.
With a pack member bitten, the Wolf King would certainly not let Da Huang and Ergu off the hook. You could tell just by the twitching corners of its mouth. Woof, woof, woof. Ergu barked furiously at the wolves, hoping his howls would intimidate the intruders. Unfortunately, it had little effect. Under the Alpha S command, the 5 wolves continued to close in. This Alpha was far stronger than the others, surpassing even Ergu. At the very least, when Ergu looked at the Alpha, he knew he was no match for it. In a wolf pack, to become the Alpha, the first requirement is youth and strength, followed by the ability to dominate every member of the pack, even the old Alpha. An Alpha S authority is earned through combat. Once recognized as the Alpha, it holds absolute authority. It sat quietly in place, with the injured wolf lying at its side, while the other 5 wolves closed in. Just by sitting there alone, it exuded a powerful aura of intimidation, creating a formidable presence. Ergu and Da Huang couldn't take on the Wolf King one-on-one. Perhaps if they teamed up, they might stand a chance. But even together, they were no match for him. Woof! With a calm yet commanding bark, the Wolf King gave the order. As the remaining 5 wolves slowly approached, they spread out. Woof Ergu, what should we do? Woof woof, what else can we do? Get ready to fight, let us take them on. The 2 dogs were ready. So what if there were 6 wolves? Bring it on, let us settle this with a fight first. Ergu was incredibly fierce, and Da Huang followed suit, growing bold as well. A dog's ferocity is every bit as fierce as a wolf's. We're all canines, and we're about the same size. Why should I be afraid of you? Just as the 5 wolves forced Ergu and Da Huang to retreat 5 or 6 meters, Ergu and Da Huang had reached their limit. They couldn't retreat any further. If they did, they'd lose all their momentum. Woof, woof, woof. Ergu let out 2 wild barks, pumping himself up. The fight was about to begin again. But just then, the Wolf King, who had been staring intently at Ergu and Da Huang, suddenly sensed something was wrong. Because not far behind Ergu and Da Huang, several dark figures were approaching. Even the 5 wolf underlings stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on the area behind Ergu and Da Huang. It's a border collie. And 2 more dogs. Those are 8AS dogs. Why do I feel my blood boiling? Awesome, tonight is really going to be a blast. Ha ha ha, this is thrilling. Come on, let us see if you wolves dare to attack now. The people watching from the drone's perspective naturally saw who was behind Ergu and Da Huang. When Ergu and Da Huang noticed them too, they became excited once again. Woof woof! Da Huang greeted them excitedly. The border collie and the other 2 dogs, upon approaching, stood right beside Ergu and Da Huang. If there had been just 1 or 2, the wolf pack might not have hesitated, but now that 4 had arrived, 2 of them border collies, things were getting tricky. The moment the 4 dogs lined up alongside Ergu and Da Huang, the wolf pack froze. Even the Wolf King's expression turned grave. With one of their own already crippled, it was now 6 against 6. If they actually clashed head-on, they stood no chance of winning. He could handle 2 of the dogs himself, but it didn't seem worth the effort. Wolf packs typically hunt in groups, they rarely engage in one-on-one combat. Chapter 81, Bloodline Awakened, this eagle aims to cultivate. Now, with the dogs and the prairie wolves, it was a 6-on-6 standoff. Under these circumstances, even the Wolf King hesitated. If it had been just Ergu and Da Huang, he would have launched an attack without hesitation, but now there were 4 more dogs. Woo woo! The howls from both sides mingled into a chaotic chorus. It was clear neither side was willing to back down. Enemies meeting face to face are always particularly hostile. Wolves and dogs are natural enemies on the grasslands. The 6 dogs, lined up in a row, still projected a formidable presence. Both sides were now locked in a complete standoff. They're facing off. Excluding the injured wolf, it's 6 against 6 now. Is there going to be a massive brawl? I'm actually looking forward to it. As long as one side shows any intention to fight, the other one be able to escape. Their numbers are roughly equal, and their sizes aren't that different, though the Wolf King looks way too strong. In a one-on-one fight, the dogs won't stand a chance. They're not really going to fight, are they? I've never seen wolves and dogs fight in my life. It's not just a fight, it's a full-on brawl. Relatively speaking, the wolves have a bit more ferocity after all, they've always hunted on the grasslands. It all comes down to the dog's fighting prowess. You're right, overall, the wolves' combat strength is still a bit stronger. If they really do fight, let us wait and see. Go, dogs! Go, dogs! In the livestream chat, everyone was cheering on the dogs. After all, the dogs represent the protection of the Euro family. If these wolves break through the dogs' defenses, the Euro family will truly be in danger. Moreover, Euro had already woken up Bale and the others. At this point, there was certainly no time for sleep. Bale and Awa were both holding hose and had lit a campfire. That way, if anything happened, they could rush in immediately. Especially Ergu and Daihuang, they were their partners, and they relied on those two dogs to herd the sheep. The father and son had also decided that if things looked bad, they'd charge in and give those wolves a few whacks with their hose. A man of the grasslands afraid of wolves on his own turf? Don't be ridiculous, they'd even relit the campfire. Wolves are afraid of fire. Sheep. Just then, Jin Yu's call rang out from the sky. He had a clear view of the situation below. Naturally, he wouldn't let Ergo and Daihuan get bullied, so he immediately summoned the 4 border collies. Everything was part of Jin Yu's plan. Aren't there 6 of you wolves? Then I'll have Ergo and his 6 take you on, let us see how you react. They must have sensed the threat from the dogs. The 5 prairie wolves, who had originally planned to surround Ergu and Dahuang, slowly shifted their positions upon seeing the border collies arrive, returning to the Wolf King's side. Woo, woo, woo. The injured prairie wolf felt utterly wronged. It had thought its companions would avenge it, but instead, so many dogs had arrived. How was it supposed to handle this? It was even worried that it might get caught in the crossfire again during the upcoming battle. So, it decided to retreat. Hiding behind the Wolf King and its companions, the wolf struggled to its feet and, trailing blood, made its way toward the rear. Ergu and the others naturally saw the wolf trying to escape. But would it do any good? At that speed, a single sprint would be enough to catch up. Whoa! Feeling the powerful fighting spirit, the Wolf King roared in rage. His green eyes glowed in the night. He even looked up at the sky. The Wolf King's hatred for Jin Yu was immense. Not to mention the day Awa was ambushed, even just over the past 3 days, Jin Yu had always managed to track him down. Unfortunately, the Wolf King couldn't fly, and Jin Yu couldn't inflict any real harm on him. This made the Wolf King very unhappy. If he could fly, he would likely have pounced on Jin Yu by now. Jin Yu is up above. There is no doubt about it, the dogs all listened to Jin Yu. Jin Yu must have planned this all along, first taming Ada's dogs, then taking on the wolf pack. So smart. Give Jin Yu a thumbs up. It feels like Jin Yu is commanding the dogs into battle just like a general. The commander is smiling, this is my eagle lord. Let us wait and see, it's definitely going to be exciting. Let us celebrate. I'm throwing confetti for Jin Yu and the dogs. The number of viewers in the livestream wasn't dropping, it was actually increasing in the middle of the night, and many people started sending gifts. The entire screen was filled with gift effects. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your charity fund has reached 10 million. You've earned 20 stat points. Bloodline unlocked. Please select a bloodline. Just then, a system notification sounded in Jin Yu's mind once again. 10 million already? Jin Yu hadn't expected to reach 10 million so quickly. System, what bloodlines are available? Since he had to choose a bloodline, he naturally needed to know what options were available. Otherwise, how could he make a choice? Soon, a virtual panel appeared. 1. Bearded Vulture Bloodline, extremely ferocious, with a wingspan of up to 3 meters, the most ferocious flying bird of prey. 2. Snowy Owl Bloodline, possesses the bloodline of an owl, with keen hearing and sharp claws. 3. Snake Shadow Bloodline, highly resilient, capable of identifying a prey's vulnerabilities and piercing through heavy armor. 4. Horned eagle bloodline, wingspan of 2 meters, weight up to 10 gene, with virtually no natural predators. 5. A peregrine falcon bloodline, exceptional flight capabilities and formidable hunting skills, with a wingspan of up to 1.3 meters. 6. Sea eagle bloodline, weighs up to 6 kilograms, with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters. Legend has it that only one sea eagle is born among 100,000 eagles. It is a totem beast. 7. Rock bloodline, breaks through all physical limitations of an eagle, capable of infinite growth. In the northern sea there is a fish named kuan. So vast is kuan that its size is unknown, spanning thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is called pang. Only the great pang's bloodline may be partially activated. As he looked at the dense array of bloodline options, Jinyu was stunned. He hadn't expected that eagles actually had so many bloodline choices. However, he also realized something. This selection of bloodlines was actually just like that of dogs. For example, Tibetan Mastiffs, Border Collies, German Shepherds, and others all have their own distinct characteristics and physical limitations. If an ordinary mutt carried Tibetan Mastiff blood, it would enhance that mutt's various physical stats. Take the Tibetan Mastiff, for instance. Even the purest bred ones are likely hard to come by these days. The Tibetan Mastiff at 8A's house could only be described as having relatively pure blood. It wasn't a 100% purebred. Jinyu scanned through every single bloodline. He found that all of them were recorded as ferocious birds of prey, with the sole exception of the rock bloodline, which was somewhat baffling. Opening the body limiter, infinite power? If it were truly the rock, that would be fine. The rock is a legendary creature, and the uncle of the Buddha. According to legend, both the peacock and the rock are descendants of the phoenix, possessing powerful bloodlines. The peacock swallowed the Buddha, who then burst forth from its belly, addressing the peacock as mother. As for the rock, it even fought Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. However, this rock bloodline doesn't grant immediate deification. After reviewing everything, Jinyu finally made his choice. System: I choose the rock bloodline. This eagle is going to cultivate immortality. Chapter 82, Mass Battle, The Wolf King Strikes. Beep. Congratulations, host. The rock bloodline has been activated. The rock bloodline has been unlocked by 10%. Your physique, flight altitude, speed, and other attributes have broken through their limits. The unlocking progress of the bloodline will increase based on your own strength. A warm current swept through Jinyu's body. He felt as though he had grown a bit stronger, and his stature had increased slightly. And then, that was it. That's it? Whereas the cultivation technique? Whereas the power that's several times stronger? What about the earth-shattering cry that makes mountains collapse and the spell that summons all the local deities? Not a single one? After waiting several seconds, Jinyu faced a harsh reality. It was gone. Just a tiny bit different, and then it was gone. When he checked his status panel again, Jinyu noticed that each stat had increased by 5 points. Was this a free bonus? Status panel, Jinyu Young Eagle, 10 months. Constitution, 58. Strength, 90. Agility, 58. Endurance, 58. Normal Adult Eagle Status Panel, 50. Skills, Flight Mastery Intermediate Grade 425, 1000. Hunting Mastery Intermediate Grade 384, 1000, Eagle Eye Infrared Sensing, Danger Sense. Healing. Taming 10 tamed. Enhanced Status Panel, Eagle Beak Enhanced once, Eagle Claws Enhanced once. Bloodline Evolution, Rock Bloodline, Body Limiter activated. Remaining stat points, 20. Alright then, it looks like cultivating the Tao is out of the question. Still, gaining 20 stat points isn't bad. Combined with the 20 free status panel points from the activated bloodline, my strength has definitely improved. Jinyu had no choice but to accept it. In truth, every type of eagle has its own unique traits. Some fly high and fast, some are skilled hunters, and some possess keen hearing. It would be difficult to develop all of them fully, but the rock bloodline was the one that broke the mold. And the name Great Pang was certainly appealing. What if, with enough cultivation,
he could one day truly grow into a pang. Besides, Jinyu knew that a blue eagle wouldn't grow too large. Seeing that he still had 20 stat points left, Jinyu didn't plan to allocate them just yet. Because the battle below seemed to be about to begin. Woof! 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 Perhaps sensing that his pack was now formidable, the Wolf King let out a long, piercing howl to the heavens. Several wolves behind him echoed his cry, creating a scene reminiscent of two armies clashing, with the sound of war drums beating in the air. Woof, woof, woof! Urgu's side roared back in anger, barking incessantly. Whether dogs or wolves, their front paws twitched restlessly, signaling their intent to pounce and attack. A woof! Following that wolf howl, the pack moved 5 wolves charged straight ahead. That's right, just 5. Even now, the Wolf King remained motionless. After all, he was the Wolf King, the leader of this pack. He would not intervene unless absolutely necessary. In fact, during hunts and migrations, the alpha often refrains from joining the fray. It merely directs the pack from the sidelines. But don't assume that a leader simply stands there. They have their own responsibilities, observing the surroundings, overseeing the entire operation, and guiding the movements of every pack member. Whether to attack or retreat, it is the alpha who makes these decisions. The fate of the entire pack rests on a single thought of the alpha. It started. 6 against 5, the Wolf King isn't joining in. If the Wolf King joined, they'd probably crush them. Urgu, watch out. Why is a fight between a dog and a wolf so fierce? I just looked at my own dog. I'll never dare mess with him again. I'm going to treat him well. Look, those wolves seem really fierce. No kidding, in a fight like this, there's bound to be casualties. Really? You mean a dog or a wolf might die? Under everyone's gaze, the two sides had already locked horns in a fierce melee, their jaws wide open, fangs bared. Any bite would leave a deep wound. Don't let the fact that there's one less wolf fool you. They're fighting with fierce intensity. Da Wang and the other 2 dogs were quickly injured. However, the wolf pack was still gradually retreating. Seeing this, the Wolf King could no longer hold back. There was nothing around except Jinyu. Although a campfire burned in the distance, he was certain the humans wouldn't come over easily. Just as the two sides were locked in battle, the Wolf King made his move. Urgu, who was biting into a wolf's neck and shaking it violently, suddenly felt a dark shadow lunge toward him. Next, a powerful force slammed into his body. The prey in Urgu's mouth vanished, and he was knocked rolling 2 or 3 times before he could get back to his feet. Woof! Urgu rolled over and, the moment he regained his composure, let out a furious bark at his opponent. But when he saw it was the Wolf King, his expression changed. The Wolf King. This Wolf King was noticeably larger than Urgu, even bigger than a border collie. In a one-on-one fight, defeating the Wolf King would likely be difficult. After all, as the Wolf King, he must possess the highest combat prowess, and when it comes to food, he always gets the best cuts, the innards of the prey, and so on. This is the rule of the jungle: the strong reign supreme. The strongest get the best food, they possess the most powerful physiques and the sharpest minds. Of course, the responsibility is immense. If they were weak, the entire pack would likely be doomed. But what of the Wolf King? Urgu's ferocity erupted as well. He, too, was a German Shepherd, a breed renowned among herding dogs, with that bloodline coursing through his veins. The attack power of a German Shepherd is equally formidable. With their enhanced intelligence, they understood all too well what it meant to be fearless. Facing a Wolf King larger than himself, Urgu bared his sharp fangs. Then, crouching low, he lunged forward in an instant. Ha! The Wolf King was taken aback. He hadn't expected Urgu to have such courage to dare lunge at him. Since you're so reckless, then go ahead and die. Maintaining his haughty posture, the Wolf King tilted his head as if looking down on Urgu. Having rescued the wolf from Urgu's jaws, he didn't take Urgu seriously. Just as Urgu lunged, the wolf suddenly leaped backward, then snapped its jaws forward. Urgu missed his target. Feeling the threat at his neck, he rolled away on the spot. Just moments ago, the Wolf King's fangs had been a mere 2 centimeters from his neck. He could even smell the sour, putrid stench emanating from them. The instant he landed after rolling, Ergu immediately put distance between them. Woof, this Wolf King is no pushover. Ergu watched the Wolf King warily, caution flickering in his eyes. This Wolf King was indeed formidable. The moment he arrived, he had saved a wolf, and the other dogs had all turned their gaze toward him. Animal instinct made them sense a threat from the Wolf King. They had to be careful. Awooh! The Wolf King let out a furious roar, the green glow in his eyes intensifying. He raised one of his front paws, then slowly brought it down, his body simultaneously lunging forward slightly. The Wolf King was about to join the fray. Chapter 83, Your underling lies at my feet, what will you do? Awooh, awooh woo woo. But just then, another unexpected turn of events occurred. From the darkness behind the wolf pack, a series of agonized screams echoed out. The sound was utterly heart-wrenching. A shadowy figure swayed in the distance. At that moment, both the wolves and the dogs froze in their tracks. The battlefield, already subdued by the Wolf King's presence, had grown quiet. The screams sent a chill down their spines. The Wolf King raised his head to look behind him, crouching low. It seemed he sensed a very powerful presence. What is that sound? I'm not sure, I can't see clearly. It looks like something's coming over there. It's too dark to see clearly, but there aren't many things that could make the Wolf King this alert. Could it be a lion or a tiger? Don't be ridiculous. Lions and tigers don't appear here. The odds are extremely low. If it's making the Wolf King this wary, it must be a formidable foe. The dark shadow crept closer. Though they couldn't yet make out what it was, the wolf pack and the dogs had already begun to retreat slowly. Only the Wolf King, suppressing his fear, remained rooted to the spot. He was the Wolf King. His dignity and the example he set demanded that he not retreat. If the Wolf King retreated, it would mean he had succumbed to fear. In the face of that fear, the other wolves would grow even more terrified. If even the Wolf King was afraid, what courage would the pack have left? It's coming. It's coming over here. It looks huge. Its head seems pointed. What kind of monster is this? Is that its eye? It's glowing, and it's much bigger than a wolf's eye. It's so broad. What kind of monster is this? Everyone could see the dark figure approaching, with a pointed head and a body wide enough to fill the frame. As it drew nearer, a pair of eerie green eyes came into view as well. However, the people could only watch through the drone. They couldn't possibly smell the scent of the scene. Whether wolves or dogs, their sense of smell is incredibly keen. They could smell a strong, pungent scent of blood wafting from the dark figure ahead, and as it drew nearer, the smell grew even stronger. If even Ergu and the other dogs had been scared off, just how terrifying must this be? Finally, as the dark figure moved, it walked over from a distance. Its black fur and the figure on its head finally came into clear view. Jinyu? And that Tibetan Mastiff? It's Jinyu standing on the Tibetan Mastiff's head. That scared the life out of me. I thought it was some kind of monster. Ha ha, Jinyu and the Tibetan Mastiff are here. This time, the Wolf King won't be able to run rampant. Look, the Tibetan Mastiff seems to be carrying something in its mouth. That wolf, the one that was injured earlier. That's right. It looks like the wolf tried to escape, but the Tibetan Mastiff caught it. The Tibetan Mastiff is here. The Wolf King's arrogance is about to vanish. The Tibetan Mastiff is bigger than the Wolf King. There's absolutely no problem. As the Tibetan Mastiff drew closer, people finally made out its figure in the dim light. It was indeed the Tibetan Mastiff. Its body was entirely black, its fur pitch black. With the moonlight behind it, Jinyu stood motionless atop its head, while in its mouth, it held a wolf by the neck. The reason the head appeared pointed from a distance was because it was Jinyu. The broad body was due to the wolf it was carrying. The silhouette under the moonlight was so strange, it looked almost like a monster. Woo woo woo! A deep growl erupted from the Wolf King's mouth. It saw Jinyu and longed to devour him, but upon seeing the Tibetan Mastiff and the wolf in its mouth, it felt a complex mix of anger, fear, and resentment. Coo! Genius eagle cry pierced the sky. He did not take flight, but stood atop the Tibetan Mastiff's head, staring intently at the Wolf King. Tisk, tsk. This wolf cub really does hold a grudge. To look at me like that. Genu tilted his head, his eyes brimming with contempt. Earlier, the Wolf King had wanted to take Genu out, but now that Genu was perched on the Tibetan Mastiff's head, he dared not make a move. All he could do was try to intimidate Genu with his gaze. But would Genu be afraid of that? If looks could kill, this wolf would probably be the first to die at Genu's hands. Woof big bro. Woof woof big bro. Woof woof big bro. When the dogs saw that it was Genu riding the Tibetan Mastiff, they immediately started calling out to him. Sheep, yeah, I'm here. Xiao Zhang, it's up to you. Genu stood on the Tibetan Mastiff's head and chirped once to signal his presence. The Tibetan Mastiff's name was Dehe, given by Ada, but the dog didn't like it, so Genu had nicknamed him Xiao Zhang. Woof! Big bro, leave it to me. The Tibetan Mastiff growled lowly, his eyes flashing. The Tibetan Mastiff was the biggest trump card. Genu's gaze was contemptuous when he looked at the Wolf King, he didn't take him seriously at all. A woof, a woo, a woo, a woo. The wounded wolf was still howling in agony in the Tibetan Mastiff's jaws. You could only say this guy had some bad luck. Earlier, Da Huang had torn its throat open. It thought its wolf pack would avenge it, but now there were several more dogs here, and 4 of Genu's companions had arrived. So it had no choice but to flee immediately regardless of whether the Wolf King was there or not, it had to make its own way back. Let its wolf pack take it back? What a joke, it would be lucky enough just not to get eaten by its own pack. Once it had fled several hundred meters and heard the screams and howls behind it, it was truly glad it had made a clean getaway. But unexpectedly, a massive black shadow blocked its path. Needless to say, it was the Tibetan Mastiff. There's no need to go into too much detail about what happened next. Facing an injured wolf, the Tibetan Mastiff had no interest in playing games. It bit straight into its neck. The Mastiff's bite was nothing like Da Huang's. Its strength was easily dozens of pounds greater. Its sharp fangs severed the wolf's arteries and crushed its throat. But it wasn't dead. It still had a faint glimmer of life left. The Tibetan Mastiff dragged it right back to the battlefield. This wolf was truly unlucky. It had expended a great deal of energy just to escape, only to find itself falling into the Tibetan Mastiff's jaws, returning to the scene in less than a minute. It nearly choked to death on the spot. Of course, that wasn't the worst of its misfortune. The worst part was that Genu recognized this wolf. It was the very same one he'd previously split open the skull of and left eagle claw marks on its back. Sometimes, fate is just that cruel, and that full of coincidences. Snap! With a soft crack, the Tibetan Mastiff released its grip. The wolf fell to the ground. Fortunately, the Mastiff's mouth wasn't very high up, but the fall was still a hard one. The wolf's body trembled, but before it could react, the Tibetan Mastiff's massive paw had already slammed down on its shoulder, pinning it to the ground. Then, the Tibetan Mastiff lifted its head to look at the Wolf King. Woof! The low, growling bark was directed at the Wolf King, as if a challenge. Your underling is at my feet. What are you going to do about it? Chapter 84, a steady yet sassy move. That bark made the dogs feel at ease. It also got the crowd excited. So domineering, is this what a Tibetan Mastiff is like? It's as if he is saying, your son is at my feet, come and get him. Hey, calling him son is a bit much, isn't it? The Wolf King would probably scold you that as his son. Ha ha ha, I bet he would. The Wolf King's son is bound to be extraordinary. How does the saying go? Like father, like son, like mother, like daughter, a mouse's son knows how to dig holes. That's exactly it. Right. I think I'm going to buy a Tibetan Mastiff. The only one who could face the Wolf King and dare to be so defiant is probably the Tibetan Mastiff itself. Exactly. That move, stomping a wolf underfoot and then roaring at the Wolf King, totally blew me away.
Am I the only one who saw the Tibetan Mastiff lift its chin ever so slightly? That's contempt, and it's a provocation. Look, the Wolf King is furious. Everyone in the livestream was blown away by the Tibetan Mastiff's dominance. Woo, woo, woo. A deep, rumbling growl erupted from the Wolf King's mouth. Seeing one of his own treated this way, he was on the verge of losing control. When his gaze fell on his subordinate, he noticed its belly trembling uncontrollably. Needless to say, this was a sign of intense pain and difficulty breathing. This wolf was probably beyond saving. Realizing the Wolf King was watching the wolf at its feet, the Tibetan Mastiff lowered its head, clamped down on the creature's body once more, then jerked its head back, flinging the wolf straight into the air. Was that slap not enough of a provocation? Fine, here you go. Thwack! This time, the wolf's body spun halfway through the air, rolled twice on the ground, and finally came to a stop right in front of the Wolf King. Watching his subordinate get tossed over like that, clearly gasping for air, the Wolf King's rage flared up once more. Does he not consider his subordinate a wolf? You, a Tibetan Mastiff, are bullying my subordinate? This is a provocation. How dare you treat a wolf this way? Woof! Seeing that the Wolf King was still just growling and dared not make a move, the Tibetan Mastiff barked at him once more. Come on, you little punk. Woof woof, little Zong is a tough guy. Woof woof woof, big brother Tibetan Mastiff, bite it. Woof woof, giving it face? Take it down. Gene U.S. pack of dogs immediately went wild. Provocation. Are you scared? If you've got the guts, come on then. Even the dogs could tell that the Tibetan Mastiff was massive, definitely not someone the Wolf King could handle. Cheap little Tibetan, be careful, the Wolf King isn't as simple as he seems. Gene, you warned. It wasn't he that he looked down on the Tibetan Mastiff, he just wanted him to be cautious. As the Wolf King, he has been in constant battle for years. Even though he is smaller than the Tibetan Mastiff, his fighting prowess is undoubtedly formidable. There is no comparison to the Tibetan Mastiff, who has been pampered and sheltered all his life. Even though the Tibetan Mastiff's bloodline is inherently warlike, he still needs to be extra careful. Woof, got it, big brother. The Tibetan Mastiff gave a reply. However, he didn't make the first move. Instead, the Tibetan Mastiff simply sat down right where it was. You read that right, it sat right there, bottom on the ground, front paws raised, head held high. It even licked the blood from the corner of its mouth with its big tongue. How dare it? Does it not even regard the Wolf King? Why does this Tibetan Mastiff feel like pure provocation to me? This Tibetan Mastiff is getting a bit too cocky, isn't he? Bro, have some confidence, stop overthinking it. This Tibetan Mastiff looks so composed, who taught him that? Gene, you? Shut up, my master isn't taking the blame. Shut up, my master isn't taking the blame. Shut up, my master isn't taking the blame. The moment this guy mentioned Gene, he was immediately shot down. My bad. So, is this just the Tibetan Mastiff's nature? It must be. I thought he was as steady as a rock, but turns out he is just a dog after all. The Tibetan Mastiff didn't care if anyone in the livestream was making fun of him, he couldn't see it anyway, and even if he could, he wouldn't understand. So, the Tibetan Mastiff continued to wait for the Wolf King's attack. At this point, how could he not attack? If he didn't attack now, his wolf underlings would look down on him. The Wolf King kept shifting his stance, pacing back and forth about 3 meters in front of the Tibetan Mastiff. He walked back and forth for 5 or 6 half circles, but still didn't attack. This behavior is probably something only animals can understand, it's a way of looking for a weakness. When targeted by a predator, most felines will stand perfectly still, staring at you with wide eyes, ready to pounce at any moment. Canines, however, are different, they usually circle around you, constantly searching for a vulnerable spot to attack. But when you haven't exposed any weaknesses, your back is your biggest vulnerability. In fact, they even attack your neck and abdomen. The hyenas of legend are notorious for biting the anus. If these creatures get their teeth into you there, it's worse than death.
The Wolf King kept shifting his stance, but the Tibetan Mastiff was losing patience.
You're circling me back and forth, are you going to attack or not?
Suddenly, the Tibetan Mastiff stood up and took a step forward.
This movement caused the Wolf King to leap backward.
It really did jump. The Wolf King had been on high alert the whole time. When the Tibetan Mastiff suddenly stood up and took a step forward, it thought the Mastiff was about to attack.
But in reality, it didn't.
After startling the Wolf King, the Tibetan Mastiff simply sat back down on the ground, acting as if nothing had happened.
Holy shit, what the hell? That's so cheeky. This Tibetan Mastiff is seriously cheeky. I'm just sitting here. What are you afraid of?
Ha ha ha, I bet the Wolf King was scared to death. I saw the Wolf King jump in fright.
Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Did the Wolf King jump?
Did he tuck his tail between his legs?
Yeah, you're spot on.
It wasn't just the live stream viewers. Gene was laughing too. This Tibetan Mastiff was something else, calm yet cheeky, confident yet slightly dismissive.
It fit Gene's aesthetic perfectly. He trained this pup well.
Sheep. Gene played along, letting out a chirp right on top of the Tibetan Mastiff's head.
This time, the Wolf King caught on. It's one thing for the Tibetan Mastiff to intimidate me, but you, a mere eagle, dare to mock me while perched on top of him?
Oh, whoa. Constant mockery. A dog might put up with it, but a wolf won't stand for it.
As a Wolf King, he had to set an example, didn't he?
No matter how powerful the enemy, he had to charge. Without a moment's hesitation, the Wolf King bared his fangs, lowered his body, let out a strange howl, and pounced.
Here he comes?
Seeing the Wolf King lunge at him, the Tibetan Mastiff narrowed his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time.
If it could speak, it would probably say, "Here you come, buddy."
Everyone, including the dog and the other wolves, watched as the Wolf King leaped into the air, lunging toward the Tibetan Mastiff.
This was a real attack. You can't change direction mid-air.
Just as the Wolf King closed in to within a meter of the Tibetan Mastiff, and as he was about to descend, the Tibetan Mastiff moved.
The Tibetan Mastiff pushed off with its hind legs and lunged forward, jaws wide open.
Its massive head, already huge, appeared even larger with its fur standing on end.
With its gaping maw, forefangs bared, and saliva dripping, it bit down on the Wolf King.
Chapter 85, come on, let this Mastiff teach you how to be a wolf.
It's moving. The Tibetan Mastiff is moving. Kill it. Show it what a Tibetan Mastiff is capable of. Go. You have to win. Mastiff, show them what you're made of.
The live stream went wild.
Through the drone feed, viewers witnessed the Tibetan Mastiff's ferocity.
Its gaping maw, sharp fangs, and imposing frame sent the crowd into a frenzy.
Woof! Woo!
Both the Wolf King and the Tibetan Mastiff were large animals, so a collision was inevitable.
Sure enough, after two deep growls, they collided. The Tibetan Mastiff's attack could be described as striking first despite launching later. Though the Wolf King's lunge appeared ferocious, that didn't guarantee victory.
Overall, the Tibetan Mastiff was slightly larger than the Wolf King.
The two beasts' gaping jaws collided, and then the Tibetan Mastiff charged forward.
Combining the force of the collision with a bite, the Tibetan Mastiff used its size to launch a counterattack, pushing the Wolf King, who had no leverage in the air, backward and biting at its throat. That force was all about finesse. A head-on collision would have been too predictable. The Tibetan Mastiff had already calculated its trajectory as it charged, driving its fangs in from the side,
avoiding the brunt of the attack, striking at the vital points.
Gene saw the Tibetan Mastiff and the Wolf King collide, sending them both flying. With those two powerful beasts already locked in a struggle, Gene certainly couldn't stay up there.
Sheep! What are you waiting for? Go! Gene's cry instantly roused the dogs. With the Tibetan Mastiff handling the Wolf King, they could focus on dealing with the other wolves. Woof, go! Woof woof, brothers, take out this pack of wolves.
In an instant, a chaotic melee erupted.
With Ergu and the other dogs now having a leader to follow, what was there to fear? They just charged in and went for it.
As for the Tibetan Mastiff, it had already knocked the Wolf King to the ground 3 times in a row. It had bitten the Wolf King's neck at least 5 times. Its long fangs left deep, bloody gashes across the Wolf King's back and neck. However, the Tibetan Mastiff had also sustained injuries. Its hind leg had been bitten. The main tactic for both sides was to tear and bite. Getting bitten was inevitable. Areas like the neck, hind legs, and front legs were the easiest targets to hit. However, compared to the Tibetan Mastiff's injuries, the Wolf King's condition was simply horrifying. It's likely that since becoming the Wolf King, he never imagined he'd have to fight so brutally one day. Awah! 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 Gah! Over on Ergu's side, it was just as chaotic. As soon as he spotted an opponent who wasn't one of his own, he'd immediately pounce and bite, leaving the victim a bloody mess. How brutal! Is this really a fight between dogs and wolves? If a human stepped in there, they'd probably be torn to shreds by now. Look at the Tibetan Mastiff and the Wolf King's gaping jaws. One bite would rip off a chunk of flesh. Humans rely on tools, canines rely on their fangs. Just imagine 4 fangs sinking into flesh. One tug and a chunk of meat would be torn off. It's too gory. Come on, Ergu. Don't get bitten. All the dogs, hang in there. From the air, you could already see a wolf lying on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Clearly, it had been bitten in a vital spot and was no longer able to fight back. However, Da Huang and the other 2 ordinary dogs were also limping. They had wounds all over their bodies and around their mouths. Whoosh! From the air, you could see the entire battle clearly. Suddenly, a wolf lunged at Ergu's neck. If that bite landed, Ergu would likely be seriously injured, especially since he was still clamped onto another wolf. Without hesitation, Jinyu dove from the sky and swiped his claw at the top of that wolf's skull. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as 4 claw marks appeared, one of which nearly gouged out its eye. A border collie also sensed something was wrong and pounced on the wolf, clamping its jaws around its throat and shaking it violently from side to side. Being bitten wasn't the worst part, it was the shaking and tugging. The sharp fangs would sink deeper with every jolt or tug, leaving long, gouged out wounds in their wake. Awah, awah. Screams rose and fell, interspersed with various growls and roars. Just then, the Wolf King suddenly broke free from the Tibetan Mastiff's grip. One of its eyes was already blinded. As soon as it emerged, it turned and fled, letting out a wail. The Tibetan Mastiff tried to chase it, but the wolf kept dodging, leaving no opening. Its body bore over a dozen wounds. It was clearly severely injured. Just as it roared, several other wolves attempted to flee. However, one was seized by a border collie that had timed its attack perfectly, biting into its throat. Only 3 blood-soaked wolves managed to escape and reached the Wolf King's side. Woof woof! Seeing this, the Tibetan Mastiff immediately grew furious. Ergu and the other dogs followed close behind. Oh no, is the Wolf King trying to escape? It's only been a few minutes, and he has already been torn to shreds. These wolves are no match for the dogs at all. The wolves have all gotten out, leaving behind 2 severely injured ones. From the moment the Wolf King escaped until the other 3 wolves emerged, it took only 3 seconds. They were incredibly fast. But the Wolf King's expression had turned grim. It wasn't just because his pack couldn't hold their own against the dogs, it was also because 2 of his companions had fallen, convulsing on the ground, clearly on the brink of death. The other 3 wolves were equally covered in blood. They were done for. They were finished. The Tibetan Mastiff saw that the Wolf King, despite having only one eye left, was still brimming with venom. How could this be tolerated? Woof! Still got some spite left? Come on then, let this Mastiff teach you how to be a dog. No, wait, a wolf. In an instant, the Tibetan Mastiff charged forward. This time, the Tibetan Mastiff didn't hold back. His target was the Wolf King. Seeing their alpha wolf bitten to such a state, the other wolves instinctively feared the Tibetan Mastiff. They didn't even wait for the Mastiff to get close, they turned and ran. As for the alpha wolf, he was terrified too. Now with only one eye, he was just as frightened. He leaped high into the air and turned to flee.
Woof, don't run. Woof woof, chase. Woof woof, think you can just run away? Is it that easy?
Seeing the wolf pack try to escape, how could the dogs just stand by?
My fighting spirit had just kicked in, and I'd even been bitten. You show up whenever you want and leave whenever you please? Don't you have any guts? Just as the wolves fled, the dogs gave chase.
It was only the afternoon, and we just had one chase. Now here was another. But this time, it was the dogs chasing the wolves.
The 4 wolves were pushing their speed to the absolute limit.
Seeing this, the dogs behind them knew they couldn't let that happen and began to accelerate as well. With one side seeking revenge and the other fighting for their lives, their speed was even faster than it had been that afternoon.
Chase them. Catch up. We can't just let them get away like this. Take down those wolves. Dogs, hurry up, wipe them out. Let them know that dogs aren't so easy to bully. Chapter 86, The Wolf King's Desperate Escape. Chirp. Just running away? That won't do.
To deal a crushing blow to this wolf pack, Jinyu had expended a great deal of effort to tame the Tibetan Mastiffs.
If he just let them get away like this, wouldn't that be a huge loss of face? Jinyu followed them through the air. It could be said that both sides bore wounds, though the wolf pack's were more severe.
However, when it came to fleeing for their lives, there was no room for carelessness. It's difficult for the dogs to chase the wolf pack, but not for Jinyu.
It can quickly catch up from the air.
By now, Jinyu has already locked onto the wolf pack. Its aura of intimidation radiates out, making the wolves keenly sense something amiss. Especially the Wolf King this isn't the first time Jinyu has targeted him. Even while sprinting, he turns his head to look at Jinyu in the sky. At that moment, Jinyu, bathed in starlight and moonlight, hovered high above them. This intensified the Wolf King's sense of danger. Chirp! Jinyu's cry rang out once more, and its body plunged straight down.
Its target was the slowest wolf in the pack.
Hearing the cry and feeling the pressure, the wolf's fur stood on end. It sprinted with all its might, but its speed was slowed by the bite on its leg. Yet this time, Jinyu's sheer presence made it tremble all over.
Though it knew the eagle couldn't inflict much harm, its legs still gave way. Now's the moment.
In that instant, Jinyu had already reached its back, its talons piercing through the fur on its neck. The wolf was terrified. With its neck pinned, it was finished. Moreover, the force of the eagle's talons on its neck was no joke, sending it tumbling to the ground in an instant. Having succeeded with a single strike, Jinyu naturally saw no reason to linger. A wolf weighs dozens of pounds. Jinyu couldn't carry that much, so the moment he seized its neck, he soared into the air.
It seemed the wolf's reaction was spot on, but unfortunately, that single roll had slowed it down. A border collie behind it pounced immediately. This time, the border collie seized the moment and sank its teeth into the wolf's throat. Ah, eh. An agonized howl erupted from its mouth, but it was too late. Crunch!
The sound of a throat snapping echoed audible to both the wolf and the dog. The wolf collapsed to the ground, convulsing.
Jinyu is awesome.
That assist was epic. Anyone who says Jinyu isn't a fighter from now on, I'll give them a piece of my mind. My master is the true king. He either doesn't act at all, or when he does, it's a kill or a serious injury. Earlier, Jinyu even saved Ergo from getting bitten. My lord is the best, my lord is mighty. Jinyu's move truly wowed everyone, including the dogs. Woof woof, boss is the best. That assist was absolutely epic. Using the same tactic, 3 more wolves were taken down in quick succession. The last one, exhausted, was caught by Ergo. Don't be fooled by Ergo's usually docile appearance. When push comes to shove, he doesn't mess around. They hadn't even gone 3 kilometers, and the Wolf King's entire pack was already wiped out. Only the one-eyed Wolf King remained, running ahead. As he ran, the rage in his heart only grew stronger. He had failed. All 6 of the wolves he'd brought out had perished. This pained him deeply. The ones he'd brought along were the backbone of the pack, and this was the outcome?
Still, the Wolf King was the Wolf King. His stamina was exceptional. Whether in endurance or explosive power, he was the strongest in the pack. For a brief moment, they truly couldn't catch up. "Chirp, alright, you guys stop for now. I'll go after him." Just then, Jinyu's voice rang out. "Woof." The dogs froze for a moment, but since Jinyu had spoken, they immediately halted their movements. In truth, having just been through a fierce battle, the dogs were exhausted as well. After stopping, they stood panting heavily, their tongues hanging out. With no sound coming from behind, the Wolf King also came to a halt on a small hill not far away. Its blood-stained fur and battered form, bathed in moonlight, gave it the air of an apocalyptic ruler for just a moment. "A wooh!" With a wolf's howl, the Wolf King let out a long, piercing cry to the heavens. After glaring venomously at the Tibetan mastiffs and the other dogs for a long while, it finally turned and ran back toward the wolf pack. However, just before leaving, it glanced back at Jinyu one last time. It was this eagle that had ruined so many of its plans. The Wolf King now hated Jinyu with a vengeance. Unfortunately, it couldn't fly. Without the ability to fly, it had no way of reaching Jinyu unless Jinyu came down on his own. Why aren't they chasing anymore? I guess the Wolf King was running too fast? There's only the Wolf King left. It'd be great if we could take him out. Right, if we take out the Wolf King, we won't have to worry about anything else. I guess the dogs are too exhausted to keep chasing. You guys seem to be wrong. Didn't you notice that Jinyu followed him up? It definitely isn't over yet. That's right, Jinyu had caught up. However, he tricked the Wolf King. He'd been flying low over the Tibetan mastiffs and the other dogs for a while, making the Wolf King think he'd given up the chase. In reality, Jinyu had already caught up from another direction and was watching the Wolf King from high above. Of course, things weren't that simple. Do you think taking out the Wolf King is enough? Wrong, wrong, wrong. If you take out the Wolf King, the pack will lose its leader, and another wolf will inevitably step forward to become the new Wolf King. Jinyu understood this very well. Sometimes, eliminating a single individual isn't the best approach. An unfamiliar enemy is far more terrifying than one you know well. Everyone understands that. The most terrifying things always come from the unknown. This Wolf King was extremely cautious. After running for a while, he would still glance back, then continue running. He zigzagged several times, changing direction a few times, before finally heading toward a certain spot on the grassland. It's worth noting that the Wolf King looked up several times. But unfortunately, how could Jinyu, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, be so easily spotted? Obviously not. Although wolves have night vision, the eagle eye skill is far more effective for spotting distant targets. Jinyu, high in the sky, didn't even need to flap his wings, he simply adjusted his body's angle. His speed was faster than the Wolf King's, and in his eyes, a thermal image of the Wolf King's silhouette could be seen moving. Whereas Jinyu, he seems to be flying really high. Eagle flight is just so powerful. Any farther and the drone probably won't be able to pick up the signal. I wonder why Jinyu is following the Wolf King. Could it be to wipe them all out? It seems like Jinyu can't take on a wolf one-on-one. But Jinyu is capable of wounding the wolf. Look, it seems to have stopped. The drone was flying over 100 meters high, and it had only managed to catch up by tracking the Wolf King in Jinyu's positions. To be honest, Fei was already struggling. Is this the place? Jinyu saw that the Wolf King had slowed down and knew he had found the spot he was looking for. Sure enough, just as the Wolf King approached, a dozen or so red thermal images appeared ahead. These were all wolves. This place was a gathering place for wolves, and also their den. Chapter 87, My Lord Be Merciful, the Wolf Den. Jinyu lowered the drone's altitude and saw that this was a small, rocky hill. On the hill, 3 or 5 wolves stood or lay down, keeping watch. At the lowest point of the hill, several she-wolves were tending to their pups. The youngest of these pups had only just learned to stand. A few were rolling around and playing near their mothers, even climbing onto the heads of the she-wolves lying nearby, though they quickly tumbled back down. Two pups were suckling milk from their mother's belly. They looked fluffy and rather cute. If one were to look at these wolves in isolation, the scene did indeed appear quite harmonious. There were males and females, big and small. The male wolves hunted while the females cared for the young. It was a picture of perfect harmony. When the lone figure of the Wolf King returned, it naturally drew the pack's attention, especially from the wolves on sentry duty. However, the Wolf King had left with 6 of his pack members, yet returned alone, which piqued the curiosity of the other wolves. Several wolves immediately approached, as if asking their pack leader what had happened. Woo woo woo! But just as these wolves drew near, the alpha wolf instantly bared his fangs. The alpha wolf's authority was, after all, ever present. That roar scared the wolves so much that they quickly turned tail and retreated. The Wolf King paid them no mind at all, but instead returned to the pack, the place where he was supposed to be. There, near the she-wolves and the pups, was a relatively sheltered and dry spot. The she-wolves and pups watched the king's pitiful state, unable to tear their eyes away. Some pups tried to approach him, especially his own cubs, who charged toward him several times but were snatched back by their mothers, who pinned them down with their paws. Any normal wolf could tell that their king had suffered a crushing defeat and was severely wounded. "Awah!" The Wolf King's howl rang out at that moment. His voice remained loud and resonant. This was the Wolf King's declaration of his strength. Even though I am wounded, I can still strike fear into the hearts of all the wolves. Wild animals, especially those that live in packs, are like this. The strong reign supreme. If the leader is severely wounded or disabled, the pack will doubt his strength. If he is too weak or gravely injured, he cannot ensure the pack's safety and survival. While wolf packs are formidable on the grasslands, this does not mean they have no natural enemies. Howl! 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 Clearly, the Wolf King's declaration of his own strength had calmed the surrounding pack. Several sentinels joined in the howling, then returned to their posts. The message was clear: I'm fine, go about your business. Didn't you notice I can still howl? It wasn't until a minute later, after the pack was certain the alpha wolf was unharmed, that things returned to normal. As for the alpha wolf, a look of agony crossed its eyes. Its left hind leg was trembling uncontrollably. The wound on its face was also causing intense pain. Everything that had happened earlier had been an act. Only after confirming that the surroundings were calm did the Wolf King begin to lick his wounds. Animal saliva contains various fungi that can help stop bleeding. However, humans should never allow animals to lick their wounds, as the bacterial flora in animals differs from that in humans. Some bacteria are beneficial to animals or harmless to them, but can be fatal to humans. First his hind legs, then his flank, and finally his front paws. He could reach all these areas and heal them on his own. Soon, a female wolf approached. At first, she merely tentatively edged closer, but when she saw the Wolf King merely glance at her before returning to licking his wounds, she slowly drew nearer. This process of testing the waters lasted a full 3 minutes. The she-wolf was afraid. If the alpha wolf roared in anger or showed hostility at that moment, she wouldn't be able to get close. She might even be bitten. Fortunately, the alpha wolf clearly held a high regard for her. So, once she was close enough, the she-wolf began to help tend to the alpha wolf's wounds on his back and head, for instance. The only thing that caused the Wolf King some distress was that he had lost sight in one eye. A long, bloody gash ran from his eye all the way to his ear, and blood was still flowing from it. Awah! Presumably, the female wolf had hurt him while licking the wound. The Wolf King let out a furious roar, but the female wolf remained obedient and continued to tend to his injuries. They really are a loving family. But why did they have to come and provoke me? Jean, you watched the scene from above. The Wolf King's injuries were quite severe at the very least. The bones in his hind legs were fractured, and the wounds on his head and eye would never fully heal. There were also several bloody holes in his neck. Without the she-wolf licking his wounds, it would likely take a long time for him to recover. Even so, the Wolf King's combat effectiveness would likely be significantly reduced. As for whether any of the wolves would turn on him, that remained to be seen. Exterminating every single one of these wolves was simply unrealistic. At the very least, with only 7 Tibetan Mastiffs currently available, it was definitely not enough. These wolves are, after all, a major threat.
Jinyu flew overhead for a while without drawing the pack's attention.
So many wolves. This must be the wolf den.
There are still over a dozen wolves left. Thank goodness we didn't bring Ergu and the other dogs over. If they had, we probably wouldn't have stood a chance. It's impressive that we managed to take out 6 wolves and beat the Wolf King into this state. I bet Jinyu told them not to pursue, then came over to check things out himself.
He doesn't want to wipe them all out.
My lord is merciful. My lord is merciful. My lord is merciful. In the livestream chat, everyone credited Jinyu with this achievement. After all, Jinyu is now the pack leader, and since he caught up while the dogs hadn't, it was clear he'd given the order.
And they actually guessed correctly.
After observing for a moment, Jinyu turned back immediately. Meanwhile, the dogs hadn't left. Once the Wolf King had fled, Jinyu told them to stop.
After celebrating for quite a while, the dogs finally realized something was wrong.
Every single one of them was injured.
Yes, even the Tibetan Mastiff was injured, though his wounds weren't too severe. Dogs fighting dogs is one thing, but fighting a wolf is another.
Woof Ergu, my leg, I don't think I can move it.
Woof woof, my front leg, the damn wolf bit right through it. Woof, we should kept that Wolf King around my back, es got 2 gashes in it.
The dogs lay on the ground, huddled together in a circle.
Woof Ergu, this hurts. Lick it for me, I can't reach it myself.
Woof woof, such a wimp.
Where?
Ergu was a bit exasperated. He was injured too, but he hadn't whined once. Just as De Huang turned around and stuck his butt in the air, Ergu kicked him right out of the way.
Chapter 88, The Miraculous Healing Skill. Are there any other dogs around?
Sheep. Just then, Jinyu returned. Seeing the dogs still waiting for him here, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. However, looking at the dogs' injuries, he realized they definitely needed proper treatment. If they were left to recover on their own, it would likely take at least a month. Da Huang and another ordinary dog had fractures, and fractures were even more troublesome.
Only in town would there be a veterinarian. Neither Ada nor Bale had any idea how to treat a dog's fracture.
Woof, big brother.
Woof woof, big brother is back.
Woof, hello, big brother. The dogs immediately greeted Jinyu as soon as they saw him. Jinyu nodded, choosing not to land on the Tibetan Mastiff or Ergu's heads, but instead landing directly on the ground.
Cheap, come over here, everyone. Let me check your injuries. The dogs were very obedient and immediately crawled down.
Jinyu asked them questions very seriously and carefully examined their wounds.
Thankfully, most of the injuries were superficial.
They were all marks left by the wolves' teeth, some with puncture wounds, others with bloodstains, the deepest of which was over a centimeter. A centimeter might not sound deep, but on a dog, it's significant. Especially Da Huang, whose paw was torn down to the bone. Look at how much Jinyu cares for his dog brothers.
He is checking their wounds.
After this massive battle, 6 wolves are dead, let alone the dogs. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping.
Getting your blood pumping is fine, but let us not go through that again.
Thankfully, this time Jinyu called in Ada's Tibetan Mastiff and the other 4 dogs. I don't want to say much else, but I just have to say, Jinyu is a badass.
After that battle, I bet even the Wolf King is scared now. Yeah, wolves don't dare mess with opponents they can't beat. Most importantly, the Wolf King got hurt too.
It was too dark to see clearly, but I saw him limping as he ran, and there was blood on his head.
Could it be that Jinyu started digging pits to tame the Tibetan Mastiffs just to take on the Wolf King?
A full 2 days, all for this final battle.
First digging the trap, then taming the Tibetan Mastiffs, and finally facing off against the Wolf King. Who would have thought the Wolf King would actually bring his pack near Euro's house?
It's only because Jinyu was there with Da Huang and Ergu guarding Euro's house that everything went so smoothly.
I wonder how badly he is hurt. I studied veterinary medicine. Should I go help?
By the time you get there, it'll be 2 or 3 days later. It'll be too late.
Let us wait for the dogs to return and have Euro and Uncle Bale take a look first.
Right.
Let us see how it is. If the injuries are too severe, we can go to town, there should be a veterinary clinic there. Everyone was being very level-headed.
This kind of battle, where you kill 1,000 enemies but lose 800 of your own, is pretty dangerous.
It's better to let the experts take a look.
Sheep.
Phew, just minor issues. Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief after giving them a quick check. Woof bro, these aren't minor issues. My hind leg is practically broken, I can see the bone. Da Huang whined pitifully. Beep, just a flesh wound. Ergu, you go first. You guys surround Ergu, don't let Ergu or me get exposed to the drone.
Woof. Though puzzled, the dogs quickly huddled together. They sat down with their backs to each other, shielding Jinyu and Ergu in the middle.
Woof big bro, what do I need to do?
Ergu asked, confused. His injuries weren't severe, but he'd still need to rest for 10 days or so. Jinyu took a look, the drones couldn't see him or Ergu at all, and only then did he spread his wings to cover Ergu's wounds.
Healing skill.
Jinyu could clearly feel a slight warmth radiating from where his wings touched Ergu, and a faint dark purple glow enveloped Ergu's wounds. A tingling sensation spread through him, and the pain in Ergu's wound slowly faded, followed by a cool sensation.
In less than 10 seconds, it was all over.
Jinyu withdrew her wing. In truth, even without the dogs blocking the view, the drone alone wouldn't have been able to detect Jinyu treating the wound. This was just a precaution.
What are the dogs doing? No idea. Why are they circling everything? Jinyu seems to be inside.
Feifei adjusted the drone several times but couldn't see inside, and the footage wasn't very clear anyway in the middle of the night.
Woof, woof woof bro, I think I'm all better.
As Jinyu's wing moved away, Ergu instinctively moved his wound, and to his surprise, it was completely fine.
This was simply amazing. Ergu let out an excited bark.
This bark only made the viewers in the livestream even more puzzled.
However, Jinyu had no intention of explaining anything to the viewers.
This kind of thing defies explanation, don't ask, because the answer is just mysticism. The other dogs also looked on with eager anticipation.
So their big brother was this amazing, able to heal a wound in an instant? Cheap, alright, next.
Jinyu spoke up, originally intending to call on the Tibetan Mastiff.
But Da Huang simply waddled right in, then shifted his body to push Ergu out.
Not only that, but the guy flopped onto his back, lying flat on the ground.
Woof woof big bro, it's my turn. Let me do it. Me. Smack.
Jinyu swatted him with a wing.
Chew, get on your belly. Woof.
Da Huang felt so wronged. Why was he getting hit instead of Ergu? Jinyu was, after all, a human soul. This Ergu was downright toxic.
So what if he lost a leg? Jinyu didn't waste any words on Da Huang.
As soon as Ergu joined the pack of dogs on the outskirts, he immediately began treating Da Huang.
A dark purple light flickered, mending the wound. However, Da Huang could tell the bone was slightly fractured.
He used his own talents to realign the broken bone before casting the healing spell.
After a flash of light, Da Huang's hind leg was finally back to normal. Woof, all better?
Not a scratch on me, you're the best, big bro.
Da Huang said, wiggling his doggy leg.
He stamped his feet on the ground, then stood up and hopped around.
Sheep, be good, shout song. Come here.
Jinyu took turns healing the dogs here, with several of them rotating back and forth, which had the live stream viewers absolutely intrigued. But they were still in the dark. It wasn't until he had healed the last dog that Jinyu reappeared.
Wolf big bro, I don't know why you let the Wolf King go. You should kept him there. I'm afraid he'll come back for revenge. The Tibetan Mastiff clearly knew a thing or two about wolves. Dealing with the Wolf King was no problem at all for the Tibetan Mastiff. Wolf, don't worry. The wolf pack isn't just those few, there are others. I've already found the Wolf King's lair.
He won't dare come back anytime soon.
Jinyu was right.
The Wolf King had suffered heavy losses and was severely injured. He was in no position to show off.
Sheep Ergu, let me ask you, are there any other dogs around besides you guys? Chapter 89, Power-Up Gene returns. Woof. Other dogs? Ergo froze, unsure why Gene was asking this.
Woof, we know of 3 households that has 7 dogs in total.
Ergo reported honestly. 7? Counting Ergo and the others, that makes 14? 14.
Gene fell deep in thought.
Beep. 1 a.m. Hostess live stream check-in successful. Data being analyzed.
Detected that the host was previously in a special state, so the data has been delayed until now for processing.
Today's peak live stream viewership, 25 million. Number of followers, 15.2 million.
Live streamed flying and hunting.
Helped Ergo and Dudwong get revenge.
Tamed 5 dogs, including a Tibetan Mastiff. Detected the Wolf King lurking. Led the dogs in a head-on clash with a wolf pack, killed 6 wolves, and severely wounded the Wolf King. Helped Euro generate over 100,000 yuan in sales during a live-streamed product promotion.
Data processing complete. Stream rating, 10 stars out of 10.
Earn 300 flight proficiency points, 300 hunting proficiency points, and 10 stat points.
Please allocate them yourself, host.
Due to the hostess' outstanding performance, an additional 5 status panel points are awarded.
Just as Gene was pondering, a system notification sounded in his mind. Did I really stream that much today?
Even Gene hadn't realized he'd accomplished so much in a single day. It was now around 1 a.m., which was indeed later than usual. However, Gene was pleased to see that this time, both his flight proficiency and hunting proficiency had increased by 300 points each. On top of that, he received 10 stat points as a direct reward plus an additional 5 points. That brought his total stat points to 35.
This is definitely good news. Beep.
Congratulations, host. You have foiled the Wolf King's plot part 1, dealt a crushing blow to the wolf pack, and earned 8 stat points.
You have also earned 1 enhancement opportunity.
Before Gene could even process this, the system beeped again.
Double the good news?
He just received a reward for a high rating, and now he actually earned another reward for completing a quest. However, there was clearly a 1 after the Wolf King's conspiracy. There was something off about this quest.
Could there be a 2, 3, or 4 as well? Was this Wolf King quest actually a series of quests?
Gene didn't feel disappointed. In fact, he was quite happy. The rewards were great. Not only did it add 8 points to the status panel, but it also came with another enhancement opportunity. If there were parts 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 later on, wouldn't that mean even more rewards? A series is great, just like those Princesses 2, 3, 4 shows.
Woof, big bro? Big bro? Ergo was calling out to Gene.
It had just told him there were 7 more dogs nearby, but Gene had been deep in thought. It had already been several minutes.
Cheap, not enough. What about ones farther away? Are there any?
14 dogs are still a bit too few to handle the remaining wolf pack. It'd be best to have more.
Is anyone complaining about having too many dogs?
Woof, yes, big brother. In the direction opposite Ada's way to Bale's house, there are 3 border collies. The Tibetan Mastiff spoke up.
Upon hearing this, Gene's eyes lit up.
Border collies are great.
They held their own against the wolf pack this time without sustaining any serious injuries. Woof, if I'm not mistaken, those are the homes of my 2 older brothers and my younger sister? Huh? How are they all related to us?
The dogs looked over in confusion. Woof, from what I remember, there were 6 of us in total.
Dogs on the grasslands usually give their puppies to close friends.
A border collie's range is usually within 7 or 8 kilometers, which is about the same distance between herders' settlements.
One border collie explained.
Clearly, as border collies, they seem to possess some intelligence. No wonder they're called herding dogs.
Sheep, all right, no matter how many dogs there are, I want you to gather all the dogs in the area and subdue them. Xiao Zhang, you handle the suppression.
As long as all the dogs are gathered, the more dogs there are, the greater the strength.
Ideally, we could take down that whole pack of wolves.
It's just a shame Jinyu doesn't have the chance to subdue the wolf pack. The risk is too high. If he could subdue them and control the area within dozens of kilometers, that would be absolutely awesome.
Woof woof boss, what are you up to? Da Huang asked, sounding a bit put out.
Actually, all the dogs were puzzled. They didn't know why Jinyu was still looking for more dogs.
Weren't they enough? Why was he eyeing other dogs?
Sheep, you're overthinking it. I let the Wolf King go and found his den. There are nearly 20 wolves in there, big and small.
Do you think you can handle them? Jinyu rolled his eyes at Da Huang.
Woof-ahem, big brother, you go. As soon as Da Huang finished speaking, he backed away and hid behind Ergu.
Shoo, alright, that's all for now. Tibetan Mastiffs, you can take them back. I'll call on you again next time.
Oh, and take care of the wolves' bodies.
Woof, got it, boss.
It had been over 10 hours since they left. They hadn't been back for that long. Ada must be worried sick by now.
But out here on the vast grasslands, Ada probably wouldn't go looking for them herself, would she?
At most, she'd come looking tomorrow morning. Watching the Tibetan Mastiff and the 4 dogs disappear into the night, he finally turned to look at Ergu and Da Huang.
Sheep, let us go, we're heading back too.
Jinyu leaped up and landed right on Ergu's head.
Woof woof. Woof woof woof.
As soon as Ergu and Da Huang heard they were going home, they raced back at lightning speed.
They're back. They're back. Ergu and Da Huang are back. Looks like the Tibetan Mastiff brought his own little brother back too. So cool.
Jinyu is now the big brother to 7 dogs.
Only Jinyu could pull that off.
Actually, I'd really love to see Jinyu tame a pack of wolves.
Haha, I'm thinking exactly the same thing as you, buddy. If Jinyu could tame a pack of wolves, he'd be truly unstoppable. Wolves are different from dogs. They're too ferocious. Haven't you heard the saying, you can't tame a wolf?
You lot, don't be so presumptuous.
How dare you speculate on our master's intentions? Exactly.
Our master has his own plans, nothing you mere mortals could ever fathom.
They're back. Look.
Yurao, Baal, and the others were still standing by the campfire. Soon, Jinyu and the 2 dogs emerged from the darkness.
Woof woof.
This is great. Look how much our master cares about us. He is waiting for us at the gate.
As soon as Da Huang spotted Yuro's family, he scampered over excitedly. Woof woof. Are you stupid? Our master is waiting for Big Brother. Ergu couldn't bear to watch. Sure enough, when Da Huang got close, Yuro walked right past him.
Da Huang's heart broke, and he stopped in his tracks.
Jinyu, are you okay? Are you hurt? Let me take a look.
Yuro said, lifting Jinyu off Ergu's head and examining him from every angle. Da Huang froze, turning to look at Yuro. His mistress used to love him the most.
Chapter 90. So, does love fade away? Ergu saw the look of astonishment on Da Huang's face and almost burst out laughing.
He could only give it a meaningful look, letting it figure it out for itself. Woo-woo, Big Brother is Big Brother, he is still the one the mistress likes best.
Da Huang quickly came to terms with his place. So, love does fade away, doesn't it? With that thought, Da Huang found an open spot and flopped down.
Yuro held Jinyu in both arms, looking her over carefully. Only after confirming there was no blood on her and she wasn't injured did she finally breathe a sigh of relief.
I'm glad you're not hurt. Please don't do anything this dangerous again. Everyone envied Yuro's concern for Jinyu. In fact, it wasn't just Yuro's family, and Feifei looked just as worried.
Don't worry, Jinyu is very smart,
Feifei said as she put away the drone. Look how much Yuro cares about Jinyu. I'm even starting to envy Jinyu. You can't be envious, you're not cut out for that. Ah, right, you don't have Jinyu's luck. My master is one of a kind. If you were an eagle too, you'd probably get the same treatment as Da Huang. Ha 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 ha.
The viewers in the livestream knew Jinyu was okay and breathed a collective sigh of relief. They hadn't had enough of watching such a clever eagle. Awa knew his sister still cared for Jinyu, so as long as Jinyu was okay, he felt at ease. Looking down at Dahuang and Ergu, he suddenly remembered that the two dogs had just fought a pack of wolves. So, Awa stepped forward to pet their heads and began checking their wounds. Dahuang and Ergu were indeed covered in bloodstains, some their own, some from the wolves. Their fur was soaked with blood and matted together. This made Awa even more cautious, afraid that a single careless touch might aggravate their wounds. But after carefully examining every inch of Ergu and Dahuang, he found no wounds. Ha! That's impossible. Awa froze, then began searching again. What's impossible? Bale asked when he heard his son speak. Dad, when we came out earlier, we clearly saw Ergu and Dahuang fighting the wolf pack on the video. There was blood on Ergu and Dahuang, but we can't find any wounds on them. Awa said as he continued searching. If they couldn't find any wounds, they wouldn't be able to treat them properly. And if left untreated, the wounds could get worse, which wouldn't be good. No wounds? Bale was taken aback as well. He picked Ergu up and began searching his body. This time, Yurao and Fei Fei were also alerted. The viewers in the livestream noticed as well. Wolves are so ferocious, there's no way they wouldn't have any wounds. Are Ergu and Dahuang that powerful? No wounds? Impossible. I saw the Tibetan Mastiff was injured. There must be some. Probably fawn marks. You have to look carefully. Ergu and Dahuang were bitten too. I definitely saw it when I watched them fight earlier. Little Awa, you have to search really carefully. Everyone in the livestream focused their attention on the two dogs. Since Jinyu was fine, all eyes were on Ergu and Dahuang. Tonight, Ergu and Dahuang had demonstrated incredible fighting prowess. It wasn't just bravery, they were downright powerful. Nothing? Really nothing? 3 minutes later, Bale was also stunned. Just like Awa, he checked Ergu and then Dahuang. Aside from bloodstains, he really couldn't find any wounds. That's strange. Both men were baffled. Only Jinyu and the two dogs had a twinkle in their eyes. Those wounds had already healed. It would be a miracle to find any scars. Anyway, having their first stroke like this felt pretty good, so Ergu and Dahuang just treated it as a massage. Cheap. Jinyu let out a cry and took flight again. Eagles belong in the sky, not in a woman's arms. Woof. Woof woof woof. Ergu and Dahuang also let out a couple of barks to show they were indeed fine. Listen, my bark is full of energy. How could I possibly look injured? You're not hurt? That's impossible. I definitely saw you get bitten. That's strange. Awa might have seen it wrong, but Bale wouldn't do that. Could it be that these two dogs are incredibly tough? Wow, that's impressive. Is this what they mean by the saying, my body is covered in the enemy's blood? This was highly unusual, but the absence of injuries was a relief. They were still quite far from town, so if the dogs weren't hurt, there was no need to visit the veterinary clinic. Alright, Jinyu and the dogs are all fine, and the wolf pack has been driven off. Awa, go get the leftover lamb chops from last night and give them to Jinyu and Ergu to help them recover. They must be completely exhausted after this night. After checking and rechecking to make sure his dogs were okay, Bale instructed Awa. Tonight, Jinyu and the dogs had saved them once again. What on earth were those wolves up to? One thing was certain, though, these creatures were definitely up to no good. Being chased off by the dogs was a stroke of luck in the midst of misfortune. Okay, Dad. Awa quickly went to fetch the meat bones. This time, they were packed full of meat. Just looking at them made Jinyu's mouth water. After all, more than 6 hours had passed. A late-night snack was perfectly fine. Jinyu's treatment was certainly different from Ergu and Dahuang's. Yurao had already brought over a small plate of lamb and half a cup of goat's milk. Yurao really gets me. Jinyu and the two dogs happily dug in. All they had to do was warm up the grilled meat by the campfire. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone went back to sleep. By the time they were done, it was already past 2 in the morning. The two dogs were completely exhausted from the day's activities. They fell asleep clutching the leftover bones in their paws.
Jinyu stood alone on the frame of the Mongolian yurt. Where should I enhance this time? The wings will do.
A warm current flowed through him, and Jinyu immediately chose his wings for this enhancement opportunity. Now that his beak and talons had already been enhanced, only his wings and body remained. The wings were a crucial part, governing flight speed and agility in the air. Spreading its wings, Jinyu felt their strength had grown even more robust. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but it seemed the wings had grown slightly longer and wider, perhaps due to the rock bloodline. If it weren't for the fact that Jinyu was feeling tired and it was the middle of the night, he would have flown out to test his enhanced flight. With the enhancement complete, all that remained were the stat points. 20 stat points from unlocking the bloodline, 10 from the daily check-in, 5 extra from the status panel, and 8 from completing a quest. Adding it all up, Jinyu now had 44 stat points.
Chapter 91, is it really that big of a deal?
It's just making your dog come home a few hours later. With that in mind, Jinyu immediately allocated 30 points to strength.